At the age of 36, Kaká was poised to retire. However, under the persuasion of his coach, he successfully extended his contract for another year. This left Kaká, who wished to devote himself to his children, feeling rather helpless. "Your experience is limited. I shall not engage further," he remarked. Upon spotting Huang Kaiwen, Inzaghi immediately waved and called out, Kevin, come here." "What is it, Your Majesty?" Huang Kaiwen jested. Ever since the reality show, Inzaghi's moniker across the Apennines had transformed from Super Pippo to His Majesty, earning widespread recognition of his lineage. With numerous young individuals even applying for citizenship from the divine realm, and some having engaged in legal disputes with other descendants. Nevertheless, the Apennines, being a place of reason, favored Inzaghi's just arguments, allowing him to prevail consistently in court. "Though you did not coach during last summer's European Championship, you still participated in the Olympics. How about we take a proper vacation this summer? It has been an exhausting season," Inzaghi encouraged, eager to breathe some fresh air. "Huh? You played merely 120 minutes and claimed to be busy? Mr. Wenger even substituted you at the last minute to secure your Serie A medal. The fans dubbed you Diaby Solskjaer, you know?" Huang Kaiwen retorted, somewhat irked. "This rascal is living the life of his dreams, yet remains unsatisfied," Inzaghi exclaimed. "Let us embark on an adventure," he suggested, wrapping an arm around Kaká and the other around Huang Kaiwen. "We could head to North Africa in a submarine. I know someone who can procure a treasure map for me. I have been collecting them." Kaká chuckled. "Look." Inzaghi excitedly pointed at Kaká. "Ricardo has always been prepared. Shall we go?" "Apologies, my friend, but I promised Paul I would teach him to ride a bicycle this summer, so I do not plan on leaving Italy. Beatrice and I intend to take Paul and, also Paul, back to our island, where we shall not be disturbed," Kaká replied with a smile. "Then why purchase a treasure map? Do you assume it will accrue interest?" Inzaghi shot back playfully. "I hope to dig with Paul when he grows up." "Even Indiana Jones had family on his adventures," Kaká said, his face gleaming with excitement. Inzaghi raised his middle finger in jest, exclaiming, "You might as well bequeath your inheritance to Kevin's son." "How did you know that my primary heir is Paul?" Kaká asked, astonished. Damn, Inzaghi couldn't help but curse. At times, he even wondered whose son Huang Paul truly was. "Kevin," Inzaghi lamented, gazing pitifully at Huang Kaiwen, together with Van Basten. "We are the Dutch Three Musketeers." Kaká interjected, to avoid bringing him along. "The Three Musketeers have acquired a Dutch prefix. I long to embark on an escapade. Yet we cannot merely follow treasure hunters to those popular locations. That would be utterly tedious," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "Across Europe, numerous treasure hunters exist. However, those in pursuit of substantial treasures are seldom in want of funds. As such endeavors necessitate significant resources for research and equipment preparation. It is often the affluent, captivated by a particular historical period, or the bored offspring of wealth who prefer not to host parties, or perhaps funded archaeologists who engage in such pursuits. Last year, a gentleman from England discovered a collection of gold and silver jewelry, Byzantine silk, and early crosses in the Scottish Highlands using a metal detector. Although publicly claimed to be remnants left by the Vikings, many believe these artifacts may actually belong to the treasure of the Knights Templar, leading to an influx of treasure hunters in Scotland. Historically, King Philip IV of France, in his quest for the Templars' riches and to absolve his debts to them, orchestrated the arrest and execution by fire of Templar members throughout France, disregarding papal intervention purely for the sake of their wealth. Nevertheless, the treasure eluded him, as it is said that a group of knights departed with it. The Templars' wealth is estimated to exceed $100 billion, with its historical value deemed immeasurable, making it a significant target for treasure seekers worldwide. The recent discoveries in Scotland have reignited the fervor for treasure hunting. Yet Huang Kaiwen has no desire to join in the excavation. "Rest assured, I shall handle this matter," Inzaghi stated. Huang Kaiwen, however, remained unconcerned, regardless of the treasure's magnitude. Whenever there are hints of potential wealth, there are always dreamers eager to seek it out. After all, a treasure map is not easily found. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the Templars' codes are no simpler than those found within the Da Vinci Code. Without understanding their cryptic signals, one would struggle to uncover the treasure even with a map in hand. Days later, following the conclusion of the UEFA Champions League celebrations, Huang Kaiwen was at home cataloging his collection. Outside, Ramos was training with Francesco Gattuso while a few children watched nearby. Hearing the commotion outside, Huang Kaiwen immediately recognized who had arrived. Kaiwen, Inzaghi burst into Huang Kaiwen's study, where he found him sorting through 3 books. What is it? Inzaghi's limited Chinese proficiency allowed him only to recognize a single character. Genshin, Huang Kaiwen replied. Do not deceive me. That comprises 5 characters. Is this an ancient Chinese text? Indeed, it is the authentic Bible, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Is this for real? Inzaghi asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Currently, it is not genuine. However, one cannot predict if American law may change in the future, rendering these 3 volumes among the only 3 legally recognized works related to the Bible in the United States, Huang Kaiwen explained. What nonsense. Forget about your Bible for now. Inzaghi produced a small box from his pocket and, upon opening it, revealed a map. At first glance, Huang Kaiwen discerned that it was quite aged. What do you think? I had it appraised, and it dates back several centuries. I acquired it for merely a few $100,000, Inzaghi exclaimed excitedly. Is that true? Then why does he not excavate it himself? Huang Kaiwen inquired. If he could, he certainly would. According to that Spanish individual, his ancestors were armed treasure hunters. You are aware that the Spaniards destroyed the Inca Empire, and since then, they have been in pursuit of its treasures, Inzaghi replied. Huang Kaiwen nodded and said, of course. I know. It said that the treasure lies within the Brazilian rainforest? How could that be? Inzaghi, with a look of exasperation, replied. Consider this. The Incas possessed vast terraced fields, indicating they were an agrarian civilization. Even in defeat, they would seek a relatively comfortable place to settle, such as Vilcabamba, the last bastion of resistance until 1572. With that, Inzaghi glanced at his palm and continued, the Vilcabamba of 1572. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. You have something written on your hand, don't you? I'm not trying to deceive you. So what do you say? Shall we go? Inzaghi inquired eagerly. All right, let me consult Sergio, Huang Kaiwen replied. The 2 exited the study, and Inzaghi rushed out, affectionately whispering to Ramos, who soon began nodding frequently. Huang Kaiwen couldn't shake the feeling that his good friend might be getting swindled. When are we departing, Kaiwen? Ramos asked. How did Filippo persuade you? Huh. He said you agreed. Ramos responded. Huang Kaiwen cursed under his breath. Damn it. That guy Agio keeps using the name of King Huang without reason. Nevertheless, since there was a treasure map, it would be worthwhile to investigate. The search for Incan treasures would require substantial preparation. Huang Kaiwen urged the 2. Let us gather some supplies. Treasure hunting in the tropics is no simple endeavor. Uncle Kaiwen, I want to go too. Young Francisco shouted. The little fellow was already 10 years old. This is quite dangerous. I'm afraid your father wouldn't permit you to accompany us, Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his head. The perils of the tropical rainforest were numerous, and he had no intention of bringing a child along this time. Francisco Gattuso looked crestfallen, and Ramos could only express a sympathetic glance. He was reluctant to contradict Huang Kaiwen's decision. The dangers of treasure hunting in the rainforest were vast, and even with King Huang's exceptional talent, there were no guarantees of safety for everyone, especially concerning potential tropical diseases and venomous creatures. Thus, Huang Kaiwen naturally could not take Francisco along. After several days of preparation and persuading their girlfriends to remain in Milan, Huang Kaiwen and his party finally boarded a private plane. They would enter Brazil and cross into Peru from the western part of Brazil, ensuring no official entry records were left behind. Equipment and transportation would be procured locally. Anything unavailable would simply be airlifted. With all this preparation, the atmosphere of adventure intensified. As if several hundred tons of gold awaited their discovery, Huang Kaiwen was studying transfer targets for Milan. It was time to find a successor for Buffon. Even though he was still in good form, young goalkeepers typically required several years to develop, making this the perfect moment to scout for a promising talent. Kaiwen, look. Ramos approached. Good grief, what are you doing here? Huang Kaiwen exclaimed, startled to see Francisco. Francisco Gattuso chuckled. I secretly hid in Uncle Sergio's suitcase. I almost suffocated. Once we arrive in Brazil, you'll be left behind, Huang Kaiwen warned. Huang Kaiwen said with a hint of annoyance. It would be beneficial for you to learn a thing or two before inheriting your grandfather's estate. Uncle Kevin, Francesco exclaimed, pulling a letter from his pocket. Look, it's a letter from my parents. They've given their consent. Upon receiving the note, Huang Kaiwen immediately recognized the distinctive handwriting of Gattuso. The bastard certainly had a unique style. Dear Kevin, while I do not support Francesco's adventurous pursuit in South America, as a member of the Gattuso family, he is now a grown man. I believe he should learn to confront all challenges. Perhaps a holiday in the tropical rainforest is an excellent choice. So I leave him in your care. When he returns, please send us the bill. We shall cover Francesco's expenses. Yours faithfully, Gennaro. Is he truly your biological father? Huang Kaiwen asked incredulously. Sometimes I wonder, especially since I am far more handsome than he is. Francesco chuckled. Such arrogance. You do resemble Inzaghi in that regard. Huang Kaiwen remarked. Upon closer inspection, he was relieved to find that their facial structures did not align. Kevin Ramos interjected, in truth. Having Francesco accompany us isn't a problem. After all, he is also quite grown up. Didn't Cristiano join us on our expedition to North Africa? Now we have no choice but to proceed this way. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. After a lengthy flight, the group landed in Brasilia. They swiftly transferred to a private plane headed straight for western Brazil, from where they would enter Peru through Acre. Originally part of Bolivia, Acre had been claimed by Brazil, the South American powerhouse that had expanded its territory significantly. The Amazon rainforest and the Andes Mountains served as formidable barriers against incursions from other nations, contributing to Brazil's relatively stable territorial integrity. From Acre, they would enter the Madre de Dios province of Peru, with their objective being the Cusco province along the border. There was no rush on this journey, as some equipment and transportation had yet to arrive, and acclimatization to the tropical climate was necessary. The group temporarily settled in Rio Branco, the capital of Acre. With a population of under 90,000, the city exceeded expectations, likely due to the need for various raw materials to be transported. The traffic conditions were surprisingly good. While it could not be deemed prosperous, the city still retained many colonial-era buildings. Surrounding the city were clusters of corrugated iron houses elevated above the ground to prevent flooding, a common adaptive measure familiar to the local inhabitants. Our current identities are members of the Marathi family, perfectly suited for the rubber trade here, Huang Kaiwen informed, distributing their identity cards. Who would have thought I'd still be serving Inter Milan at over 40? Such is the burden of excellence. Inzaghi feigned a dramatic sigh. Uncle Filippo, if you were at Inter, you might not even pass the trial, Francesco retorted, acknowledging Inzaghi's noticeable decline in agility at the age of 44. Inzaghi, feigning irritation, ruffled the boy's hair with a playful force. Francisco smirked and muttered, when I grow up, I shall employ this tactic against you. You could do so now. I believe he cannot defeat you, Ramos remarked. Let it be. The bones of the elderly are quite fragile, Francisco replied with a glance. What do you mean by elderly? According to the current age distribution, at 44, I am still in my middle age. I have just entered this phase. Inzaghi retorted, clearly displeased with the implication. Even in marriage, he remained conscious of his age. Well, let's take a good rest first, Huang Kaiwen suggested. There are indeed advantages to small towns. It is evident that there is little presence of gangs here. Raw materials such as rubber and leather are firmly controlled by genuine conglomerates, leaving no fertile ground for gangs to thrive. At most, there are only some street thugs, insignificant in stature. A few days later, the group finally awaited the arrival of the equipment and the relevant experts. Kevin, it is a pleasure to see you. Before Huang Kaiwen could respond, a slender elderly man hastily approached, grasping Huang Kaiwen's hands. His hair and beard were entirely white, yet he appeared remarkably spirited, despite the sweltering weather. He donned a crisp suit paired with a white shirt, a fountain pen hanging from his pocket, bearing the marks of time, evidently not merely decorative. Huang Kaiwen introduced. This is Professor Giorgio Moniro, a faculty member of the history department at the University of Paris, fluent in multiple languages and an expert in Incan and South American cultures. Greetings, Professor Moniro. Inzaghi quickly stepped forward for a handshake, saying, I was startled to hear from Kevin that we were seeking a French expert. I wondered if the French could be reliable, but to my surprise, you are Italian. Moniro is indeed a quintessential Italian surname. You are correct, Your Majesty. The elderly gentleman jested. Noticing the lightheartedness, Ramos also joined the conversation, as he, being the most educated among them, did not wish to miss such an opportunity for cultural exchange. Neo had brought the people over, and the equipment and tools were ready. The group set off directly, equipped with an off-road vehicle and a camper, allowing them to carry more supplies. They had exchanged currency in advance, saving considerable hassle. Francisco, brimming with excitement, occupied the front passenger seat beside Neo, while Ramos took the driver's seat of the camper. Inzaghi glanced at the seemingly dozing old man and quietly inquired, Kevin, is this old fellow trustworthy? If he were to disclose anything, it might lead to trouble. Or do you intend to eliminate me? The old man opened his eyes and shot a glare at Inzaghi. I never suggested such a thing. Inzaghi chuckled awkwardly. Rest assured, an Italian would not betray Kevin. Rather, the loyalty of the Holy Roman Emperor might be somewhat suspect. The old man scoffed before closing his eyes again. Inzaghi found himself at a loss for words. Huang Kaiwen found the situation amusing. After all, he had carefully considered the qualifications of the expert they sought. Professor Giorgio Moniro was a man of impeccable character, and his descendants resided within Italy. Even if information were to leak, it would pose little concern. Although it was rumored to be a substantial fortune, it was still limited in scope. If one does not take anything, it is of little consequence. However, should one take something, the Peruvians' desire to reclaim it becomes unattainable. As long as there is no connection to the Jewish people, the King of Yellow is unafraid. According to Peruvian law, treasures belong to their discoverers. In La Rinconada, situated at an altitude of 4,900 meters, 50,000 Peruvians reside, where neither landfills nor running water exist. The presence of so many individuals is attributed to the legend of gold mines. Whoever excavates it claims ownership, thus fostering a dream of wealth among many. Regulations differ worldwide. In Italy, the discoverer is rewarded with 1/4 of the treasure's value, and the landowner is similarly compensated. Other nations also attribute treasures to both discoverers and landowners. By Peruvian standards, what Huang Kaiwen and his companions excavate rightfully belongs to them. Nevertheless, the integrity of South America pales in comparison to billions of dollars. This reality accounts for their efforts to remain discreet. Whether within Brazilian or Peruvian territory, their identities are well documented and plausible, according to official records. They are still vacationing in Brasilia. While traversing the Madre de Dios province, they did not enter any towns, as the small city of Gonzalo Moreno, with its population of less than 2,000, would find a few unfamiliar faces conspicuous. The eastern rainforests and floodplains of Peru occupy a vast area, comprising over half of the country's territory, yet only about 10% of the population resides there. The Central Andes Mountains are home to more than 35% of the populace, while the coastal areas harbor the highest concentration of Peruvians. The region they aim to reach, Cusco Province, is interspersed with the Andes Mountains. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the ancient city of Cusco. As the capital of the Inca Empire, it consistently attracts numerous visitors. Once settled in their hotel, Professor Jorge Moniro enthusiastically guided the group on a city tour. Here lies the Arms Square, the site of Inca imperial celebrations, while the nearby Celebration Square welcomes returning armies, reminiscent of a triumphal arch, Professor Moniro explained. It seems similar to what I have encountered before, Ramos remarked quietly. Moniro smiled and replied, Indeed, the Spaniards destroyed the ancient Inca city. This new town was reconstructed by your countrymen upon the ruins, preserving only a few original structures, hence its familiar appearance. It is said that the Spaniards brought plague here. Inzaghi interjected, recalling what he had seen in a documentary. Ramos shrugged nonchalantly, stating, I am an academic from Italy. What the Spaniards did has no bearing on me. Having lived in Italy for an extended period, he naturally possesses Italian citizenship. His primary concern was the Spanish tax authorities, who are known to be as aggressive as rabid dogs. Paying taxes in Italy is significantly more convenient. Numerous local women sat on the ground, showcasing various handcrafted ethnic products to tourists, and Huang Kaiwen casually purchased a few items. The architecture here distinctly exhibits two differing styles, with the Spaniards having constructed upon the original Incan foundations. Do you want a treasure map? Finding it means profit. A young man called out, bending slightly and speaking mysteriously. No, thank you. Huang Kaiwen smiled and politely declined. As a former colony of Spain, the official language here is Spanish. However, it was evident that the vendor was quite intrigued by Huang Kaiwen and his companions as he approached them, persistently trying to sell his wares. Ramos, clearly growing impatient, took the opportunity to pull the vendor into a nearby alley. A true friend would not show mercy simply because the vendor spoke Spanish. Good luck, Huang Kaiwen whispered. Suddenly, a woman's scream echoed from the alley. What the hell? Are they castrating someone? Huang Kaiwen hurriedly stepped into the alley, only to find Ramos gripping the vendor by his collar, staring blankly at the other side of the alley. There, a girl was cornered by two local thugs who clearly had no intention of helping her. We must save her, Huang Kaiwen declared. Ramos flung the vendor aside and Huang Kaiwen sidestepped, inadvertently colliding with Inzaghi, who was caught up in the spectacle. With 2 swift strides, Ramos charged forward. From several meters away, he launched himself into the air, delivering a powerful side kick to the wall on the right. Even from a distance, Huang Kaiwen could hear the sickening crack of the thug's ribs breaking. Before the second thug could react, Ramos's massive fist connected with his face, sending him sprawling backward. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable speed and fluidity, taking no more than 20 seconds from start to finish. Huang Kaiwen mused that his friend would undoubtedly be more popular in Hollywood than any action star. "Are you all right?" Huang Kaiwen inquired as he approached the girl. "Oh, I'm fine," she replied, momentarily stunned. "That's a relief," Huang Kaiwen responded. The 2 fallen thugs helped each other up, attempting to flee. But Ramos was poised to strike again when Huang Kaiwen seized his arm. If you hit them again, they might not survive. Once the thugs had escaped, the rescued girl let out another scream. Ramos stepped back, somewhat disdainful. "What good is shouting in the face of danger?" she lamented. My bag is still with them. Why didn't you mention that earlier?" Huang Kaiwen asked, exasperated. "I was frightened," she replied, looking at him. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Dasha Talon." "Very well, Miss Talon, let's escort you back to your hotel," Huang Kaiwen said. Given the circumstances, it was unwise to linger. What if those 2 ruffians returned with reinforcements? As they walked her back to the hotel, Huang Kaiwen learned that she had followed them into the alley under the impression of a treasure map. He was at a loss for words. As a Russian, did she lack any sense of safety while abroad? Upon arriving at the hotel, they discovered her room door wide open, its contents completely gone. "Did you leave your room key in your bag?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Yes," Dasha Talon replied, looking disheartened. Now, she had nothing left. "All right for now. You can stay with us," Huang Kaiwen suggested. Francesco Gattuso kicked the wall and lamented, "Another dead weight. I truly cannot discern whether we are on an expedition or merely sightseeing." The young lad. "Heed your words, for if you wish to avoid retribution, it is prudent to speak less," Inzaghi remarked softly. "From my experience, you will ultimately call her aunt." A day later, Old Yu returned. Observing the fervent reactions, he felt an insatiable desire to craft an even more enigmatic and thrilling short story. Thus this side tale was birthed. Side story: The Temple of the Sun in the Quest for Treasure, the Andes, Machu Picchu. This locale marks the terminus of the Incan Sacred Valley, representing the epitome of harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. Discovered in 1911 by Americans, who mistakenly believed it to be the final refuge of the Incas from the Spaniards. It has since been dubbed the historical refuge. The old professor recounted the history of Machu Picchu to the group, stating, "Many of the structures we now behold are associated with religious rituals. Incan religion reflects a form of pantheism. They venerate nature and objects, showcasing a highly organized state religion. Yet they exhibit remarkable inclusivity, not mandating that their subjects forsake local deities. This differs greatly from the Middle Eastern context. Indeed, the indigenous peoples have never been simple. They laid down their arms only because their military prowess had waned," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "Some religions possess an aggressive nature. However, even with superior military strength, they do not instill fear akin to that of the Jews, who, at worst, proclaim that disbelief in their deity results in death. As for the Jews, even contemplating death is a luxury. More chilling is the fact that they wield control over public opinion. Historically, they have been portrayed as traitors and terrorists. Yet they continue to be romanticized and sheltered, never integrating, constantly striving to displace the indigenous populace." Professor Moniro was diligently exploring clues, while Das Hadelin led Huang Kaiwen to admire the scenery. Beneath this ruin flows the sacred river of Incan culture, the Vilcanota. The Incas amalgamated the ancient customs and systems of various Andean tribes, creating numerous innovations. It is said they calculated the Earth's cycle to be 365 days and 6 hours, establishing the solar calendar based on this. They also conducted significant research in herbal medicine and mastered anesthetic techniques. Music and literature predominantly thrived in oral and dramatic forms. Due to the destruction of most records, the study of Incan culture has not progressed significantly. From the remnants available, Incan civilization appears rather peculiar. They possessed a highly unified belief system and formidable organizational skills, with emperors maintaining a solid grip on the empire. They made advancements in culture, medicine, hydraulics, and agriculture. Yet they lacked a written language. Huang Kaiwen felt as though their technological level had reached that of the Han dynasty. while their cultural development remained akin to that of ancient tribal societies. "Sergio, come here," Professor Moniro called out. Huang Kaiwen pulled Das Hadelin along as they rushed over. "You, pry open this stone. Beneath it should lie a secret chamber," Moniro instructed, gesturing towards a massive boulder. "Surely, he cannot be intending harm. It hardly resembles a secret chamber," Inzaghi muttered. Professor Moniro shot him a piercing glance and remarked, "The architecture of the Incas follows a distinct pattern. Although this stone appears to be natural, its presence here must certainly serve a purpose." Ramos handed a crowbar to Francisco, and the master and apprentice began to exert their combined strength. Despite the stone's considerable size, with the aid of tools, it could be gradually shifted. The group watched in wide-eyed astonishment. However, upon moving the stone, they discovered not a secret chamber, but merely a narrow space containing some ropes affixed to sticks. "Are these ornaments of the indigenous people?" Inzaghi quipped. "They are likely their script." Ancient China also had a method of recording information through nodding. Kevin Huang responded with a smile. "History nurtures truth. It can withstand the ravages of time, allowing us to glean valuable lessons from it." The old professor gave a thumbs up and shot a glance at Inzaghi and Ramos, retorting, "This is a quote from Cervantes. It's evident that the Spanish doctor knows little of his own heritage." Clearly, he harbored some dissatisfaction with Ramos's academic prowess. Ramos shrugged and replied, "Though I write, my expertise lies in sports pathology. It's perfectly normal not to know." "I know Cervantes," Inzaghi replied curtly. "Isn't he the one who wrote Don Quixote?" The old professor was somewhat taken aback, surprised that Inzaghi could reference such a work. The professor noted the excitement in the other's expression and silently thanked his wife for dragging him to the bookstore to purchase children's literature, as he had memorized a few authors' names over the days. Professor Moniro picked up the sticks and explained, "These are called quipu, generally considered to be the script of the Incas. However, based on my research, I believe this is a method for recording numbers, primarily used for simple record keeping. Observe these 3 consecutive knots. They represent a grandson. If there are 2 knots, they signify a son. The colors also convey meaning." "Professor, I have seen news from the Inca Linguistic Society. Haven't they compiled Inca writing?" Kevin Huang inquired. "Those are merely scams," Professor Moniro replied dismissively. "They exploit the remaining shame of the Spaniards regarding history to secure funding. My conjecture is that the Incas did possess a form of writing, but it was pictographic. The quipu was used mainly for simple records, primarily numerical." After saying this, the old professor seated himself on the ground and began his interpretations. Deciphering the quipu is quite challenging. Many scholars' studies conflict, and the lengths of numerous knots are similar, leading to potential misinterpretations. The ropes tied to the sticks represent specific meanings at their ends, midpoints, and ends. It was precisely for this reason that Kevin Huang had invited an expert. Otherwise, they would not have been able to locate the treasure site as effortlessly as depicted in films. "Record this," the professor said without looking up. Kevin Huang quickly retrieved his notebook. "What does the sun and earth, sons of a millennium, the revenge of those without descendants mean?" he asked. "Professor, the Incas excelled in astronomy. Linking the earth and the sun, could it possibly refer to the solar corona?" Kevin Huang inquired. "Yes, precisely, the solar corona," Professor Moniro excitedly remarked. "The Incas refer to it as the sunstone, a protruding rock that they believe marks the center of the world, for they worship the sun, and the emperor is regarded as the son of the sun. Thus, the solar crown is considered profoundly sacred. Quickly, go and search," he urged. As Francisco and Ramos dashed out, Inzaghi was equally animated. The greatest joy of treasure hunting lies in the allure of the unknown and the continuous discovery of evidence, which ensures that the adventure remains fresh and invigorating. Before long, Ramos uncovered the protruding stone. Moniro observed, "The sun lies buried beneath the earth. The descendants shall ultimately achieve vengeance." This suggests that when the solar crown succumbs to the ravages of time, the treasures buried below could assist his progeny. The Incan emperor may have foreseen the potential annihilation by other South American civilizations and thus prepared a cache in advance. Ramos, undeterred, wielded his crowbar with determination. However, it was evident that this stone was not as easily dislodged as the previous one. The Incas had masterfully mastered the mortise and tenon structure, and their architectural craftsmanship bore a striking resemblance to that of ancient China. Ramos and Francisco evidently discovered the technique, employing a shaking motion with the crowbar to try and separate the upright monolith from its connections. This was a lengthy and meticulous endeavor. Yet the duo worked in perfect harmony. Huang Kaiwen found an advantageous angle to lend his strength, significantly enhancing their efficiency. The three of them united their efforts. And soon the massive stone began to shift slowly. "Be cautious, lest you be crushed," Huang Kaiwen cautioned. Ramos nudged Francisco, instructing, "You go to the inner side, lad." After approximately 3 minutes of concerted effort, they finally managed to push the stone aside. A resounding thud stirred up a cloud of dust. As visibility improved slightly, intricate patterns within were revealed. This pattern seemed familiar, the Temple of the Sun God, located in the city. Professor Moniro declared with conviction, "There is likely evidence within the temple, which the Spaniards failed to uncover at the time. If it is not a mechanism, it must be buried underground. We should seek an opportunity to explore it further." "That seems to be the only option," Huang Kaiwen replied. They had not anticipated that the next piece of evidence would lie within the city. The Temple of the Sun God had been partially dismantled by Spanish invaders, and a Dominican church was erected atop its ruins. Subsequently, this church suffered significant damage during an earthquake. However, the earlier Incan structures and walls remained largely intact. With all signs pointing towards the city, the group decided to return in search of clues. "Let us purchase some fruit to take back. The nutritional value of Peruvian fruits is exceptional," Dacera remarked, playfully shaking Huang Kaiwen's hand. "Let us go. There's nothing pressing," Huang Kaiwen responded. "Where has Neo gone?" Inzaghi inquired. "He went to prepare some items and find a suitable place to park the vehicle," Huang Kaiwen explained. After all, there were self-defense tools in the RV, which could be troublesome if spotted in the city. Peruvian dragon fruit, mangoes, and cherimoyas are delightful, along with passion fruit. "This country is the largest exporter of grapes in the world," Professor Moniro remarked. "A visit to Cusco necessitates a trip to the San Pedro market, where an abundance of fruits awaits, alongside freshly slaughtered pigs and a myriad of snack stalls." "Are you a tour guide?" Inzaghi quipped. "I've been here before." "Do you think a university professor merely confines himself to teaching?" the elderly professor retorted, somewhat irked. Huang Kaiwen found the exchange amusing. Professor Moniro held a certain disdain for Ramos's academic prowess, though Ramos, understanding the sentiment, wisely refrained from intruding. He also looked down upon Inzaghi, likely disapproving of his dandy demeanor. As an Italian with a daughter, it was unlikely anyone would be fond of Inzaghi, a sentiment that would not alter with Inzaghi's marriage. The old professor, however, had a fondness for Francisco, though the boy showed little interest in history. He was a lively and expressive child, and confining him to a library would be akin to a death sentence. "I feel somewhat unwell," Inzaghi said, clutching his chest. "It could be altitude sickness." "You'd best use some supplemental oxygen," the professor advised. "No, that's unnecessary," Inzaghi insisted, struggling. Among the diverse group, he was the only middle-aged emperor who required oxygen. He felt it would be better to simply perish. Upon reaching the market entrance, he hastily entered and ordered a glass of juice. The freshly squeezed juice, combined with various nuts and cheese, appeared quite sumptuous. Inzaghi downed half the glass in one go, his complexion visibly improving. "I was merely hungry and needed to replenish my energy," he boasted. During such times, one should maintain a light diet and eat smaller, more frequent meals, Huang Kaiwen advised. "No worries, I am a man of iron," Inzaghi replied nonchalantly. The old professor regarded Huang Kaiwen with curiosity. Those in peak physical condition often experience altitude sickness more readily. As an all-around athlete, Huang Kaiwen required a greater amount of oxygen, yet he exhibited no signs of altitude sickness in this low-oxygen environment. The market, brimming with vibrant fresh produce, was a sight to uplift one's spirits, with numerous foreign tourists selecting fruits. There was a clear disparity in treatment between locals and tourists, particularly those who spoke Spanish. Peru's currency is the Nuevo Sol, roughly equivalent to €1 for 5 sols, or 2 sols for 1 Nuevo Sol. Mangoes were priced at 4 sols per kilogram, bananas at 5 sols for a bunch of 5, and grapes at 4 sols per kilogram, considering the quality. It was all quite inexpensive. On local platforms, Peruvian imports often commanded exorbitant prices. In light of the football star's earnings, the cost of these fruits seemed negligible, and the group acquired a considerable amount. "I can't believe the price of a single ice cream could buy so many grapes," Francisco mused, carrying 4 pounds of grapes. The little fellow seldom bought groceries, being most familiar with ice cream. "This is the source, and these are seedless grapes," the old professor explained with a smile. "Mr. Moniro, given Spain's historical invasions, Why do they treat Spanish tourists better than others? Francisco inquired. That is a rather intricate matter, came the reply. Professor Moniro elucidated that the Spanish-American War marked a pivotal turning point. Following Spain's defeat, South America awakened to the realization that it, too, was part of a decaying old world. A Mexican film, Y Tu Mama Tambien, aptly illustrates their sentiments towards Spain. At the protagonist's birth, his parents intended to name him Hernán, after the Spanish conqueror, but upon the father's ascension to a civil service position, they opted for the Aztec name Tenochtitlan. In a bid to adopt a more politically correct stance, countries in South America and Mexico harbored a profound disdain for Spain. Yet they grew increasingly wary of the United States. An intellectual from the Dominican Republic, Amerigo Lugo, had long disparaged Spain before 1898, but post-war, he staunchly defended Spanish traditions. As anti-American sentiments surged, leading to a reluctant acceptance of their former colonizers, Francisco was utterly perplexed by this discourse. While Huang Kaiwen grasped the underlying message, in certain historical contexts, it is essential to identify and prioritize the main contradictions, setting aside secondary ones to unite all forces against the Americans. Perhaps, one day, out of political necessity, anti-Spanish sentiments may resurface. However, with the meddlesome lighthouse nation present, such a scenario seems unlikely. South Americans are not naive. They are well aware of the Americans' misdeeds, yet they feel powerless to confront them. A historian among their group was particularly intriguing, effortlessly citing historical references at the slightest provocation. Notably, the venerable Professor George Moniro was not averse to embracing advanced cultures, even possessing a personal Instagram account. Let us find a place to dine, Ramos suggested. Indeed, let us see where there are more patrons, replied Huang Kaiwen. This was a lesson learned from their school days. Restaurants lacking customers often offered subpar cuisine. The group settled in a casual dining establishment that was already bustling with patrons. Ah, Americans. Inzaghi scoffed disdainfully. Americans are notoriously loud, no matter the setting. Let us order. Those individuals must be tourists, Huang Kaiwen remarked after surveying the room. These American tourists, generally not affluent, displayed an unusually ostentatious demeanor, prompting Huang Kaiwen to recall the adage, even the beggars on the streets of London hold their heads high when the glorious sun never sets on the British Empire. Clearly, their travels had instilled a sense of superiority as they incessantly critiqued Peru. The professor, well acquainted with the menu, ordered various dishes: stir-fried beef, heart of beef, spicy cream chicken, corn lemonade, and seafood cream soup, while introducing Francisco to a traditional purple corn beverage made from boiled corn, apples, pineapples, and cinnamon, mixed with lemon juice and sugar, a refreshing drink for the summer. Thanks to the pre-prepared ingredients, the dishes arrived swiftly. It must be said that the food was quite delectable. As long as meat is not mishandled, it is difficult to produce an unsatisfactory meal. Inzaghi indulged, his mouth glistening with grease. Huang Kaiwen reminded him once more. Be mindful of altitude sickness. It's best to eat sparingly, lest you suffer the consequences. Rest assured, my stomach is unlike yours, Inzaghi chuckled. There they are. Someone exclaimed loudly at that moment. As Huang Kaiwen glanced back, he instantly recognized the other party. After all, the plaster on his head was a clear indication of his good friend's handiwork. It was rather disrespectful for the local gang to stir up trouble during mealtime. Although the opposing group was numerous, Huang Kaiwen felt confident that it would not pose a significant threat. Just as he prepared to rise, he noticed the leader drawing a black weapon. Almost instantly, he and Ramos sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Kaiwen lunged forward and twisted the leader's wrist, causing the weapon to clatter to the ground. He swiftly followed up with a kick and shouted in American English, "Damn you, Peruvian pauper, attempting to rob us. Let us teach them a lesson. God bless America." The onlooking American drunks quickly joined in, brandishing tables, chairs, and plates as their makeshift weapons. Huang Kaiwen's audacity left the group astounded. "What are you waiting for? Run," he urged. He seized Daska's arm, uncertain if the adversaries still had firearms. Professor Moniro demonstrated a surprising agility for his age, pulling the astonished Inzaghi ahead as they squeezed out of the restaurant. Huang Kaiwen and Ramos hardly needed to communicate. Ramos was already dragging Francisco along as they fled. It was evident that the opponents had allies in the market, and as pursuers multiplied, Huang Kaiwen quickened his pace. Upon reaching the market's exit, he spotted a bicycle parked out front and, without a second thought, hopped on. "Get on," he called to Dasja as she mounted the rear seat, and he began pedaling furiously. As the finest athlete in Tour de France history, Huang Kaiwen could still reach speeds of 40 kilometers even with a passenger, although the bike's poor condition made him wary of pushing it further. The group that had chased them quickly split into 3 directions upon seeing this, and the leader waved his hand, signaling them to pursue separately. "Oh no, they have motorcycles," Dasha cried out in terror from behind. "Don't worry, hold on tight," Huang Kaiwen replied, giving her a reassuring pat. Meanwhile, Francisco stubbornly clutched a piece of fruit, evidently raised to avoid wasting food. "Fool," Ramos exclaimed as he scooped him up to escape. However, his sense of direction seemed lacking, and within a minute, they found themselves in a dead end. 7 or 8 scruffy, brown-skinned youths blocked the alleyway, grinning menacingly while brandishing butterfly knives. "You are surrounded," Ramos declared, stretching his shoulders. The youths, clearly taken aback by such audacity, froze momentarily. "Francisco, let us go?" Although he called upon his young apprentice, Ramos remained measured, swiftly disarming the closest adversary. As a player who preferred to avoid unnecessary chatter, Ramos aimed for the most effective strikes, each blow incapacitating his opponents. Francisco, having clearly absorbed his mentor's teachings, particularly relished targeting below the waist due to his height advantage. His upward hooks delivered devastating blows to the youths, leaving those struck clutching their groins in agony. Within a mere minute, the skirmish in the alley had concluded. Francisco began to probe the youths, yet this was no game. Were they still hoping to collect coins? Ramos remarked as he patted the apprentice on the head. What has Gattuso done to these children? Even when confronted by villains, they remember to search for weapons. Ramos resolved to reward the little fellow with some pocket money upon their return, for he could not afford to lose face over an incident involving a criminal in the Milan Sports Daily. "I fear they may be armed." In films, the good guys often get shot in the back, Francisco remarked, raising his gaze. "Ramos, I never anticipated that a 10-year-old would exhibit more caution than he." To mask his embarrassment, Ramos kicked at the youths sprawled on the ground, urging them to move along. "Hurry, your Uncle Filippo might be in peril." "Shall we rescue him?" "No, let us locate Kevin first." The old professor pulled Inzaghi along, dashing about with a vigor that belied his age, suggesting he had partaken in numerous archaeological endeavors. Despite having visited Peru previously, he could not claim to know the paths better than the locals. Gritting his teeth, the old professor dragged Inzaghi towards a building with its doors ajar. The emperor, clutching his abdomen, gasped, I think I might be sick." "Better that than dead," the old professor replied. As they ascended, they discovered they had stumbled upon a stage. A theatrical performance was underway. Their sudden appearance was rather jarring. Yet their garb as explorers was fitting for the drama depicting the Spanish invaders. The actors were oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Before they could utter a word, their pursuers arrived, a few locals in hot pursuit, inadvertently brushing against the curtain, which began to descend, eliciting a raucous applause from the audience. Once the assailants had passed, the old professor, hiding in the prop room, cast an exasperated glance at his attire, cursing Inzaghi for having soiled him. "We can't outrun motorcycles," Dasha cried out, though Huang Kaiwen sensed a thrill in her voice. This girl's demeanor seemed rather peculiar. Indeed, they were well acquainted with the area. "I'll find an opportunity to let you down safely. Hide well, I shall return for you," Huang Kaiwen stated swiftly. The Golden Prison Award had its downsides. The previous incident involving Mio had served as a wake-up call for Huang Kaiwen, who remained vigilant. As long as he did not bring Dasha along, he had 100 ways to deal with those ruffians. "Have you ever seen a foot kick a satellite?" Huang Kaiwen veered his bike, realizing he had entered a derelict residential block, hastily instructing Dasha, "Get inside and hide. I will return for you." Glancing back, he accelerated once the gang caught up. Although the bike's performance was mediocre, Huang Kaiwen's cycling prowess was remarkable. After dropping off Dasha, he felt as though he had reached speeds exceeding 50 kilometers. Quite an achievement for such a decrepit vehicle. Huang Kaiwen mused that in this state, he could outpace Sagan in the Tour de France. Before long, Huang Kaiwen misjudged a pedal stroke and nearly got thrown off. "Damn it, the chain has fallen off," Huang Kaiwen cursed, abandoning his vehicle as he rushed into an abandoned residential building. His intent was to first ascertain whether these ruffians were armed, and then to strike them down one by one. After running for some time, he felt reassured by the footsteps echoing behind him. The presence of a woman would merely hinder his speed in drawing his weapon. "Damn it, once I catch you, you're finished. Don't run, I will ensure your demise. I shall extract your kidneys without anesthesia," Huang Kaiwen had always wondered why villains shout "don't run" when pursuing others. Only a fool would remain stationary while being hunted. He sprinted to the rooftop and discovered an open door, charging inside. It was evident that these buildings were not the abode of the affluent. As he immediately spotted a balcony, leaning over, he noticed rebar secured for use. With a swift maneuver, he grasped the rebar and slid down to the next balcony, the absence of windows facilitating his escape. His proficiency in parkour finally found its application. Before he could catch his breath, he heard footsteps closing in. Just as he had evaded one group, another had already caught up. Huang Kaiwen had no choice but to turn and flee again. Various construction debris hampered his speed, yet his explosive power and parkour skills allowed him to maintain a slight lead despite being unfamiliar with the building's interior. "There's no way forward, you idiot," shouted one of the thugs behind him. Spotting a rope dangling outside, Huang Kaiwen leaped through a window devoid of glass without a moment's hesitation. As he grasped the rope, he exhibited remarkable balance, controlling his descent with agility. Suddenly, another individual hurled themselves out of the window, plummeting to the ground below. "Damn, that's quite audacious," he mused, wondering about the identity of this bold companion. Huang Kaiwen, wary of jumping without a rope, remained cautious. One of the thugs leaned out to assess the situation. With a powerful push against the wall, Huang Kaiwen swung towards the rope and delivered a swift kick, incapacitating one of them. Maintaining his momentum, he leaped onto the balcony on the opposite side of the building, successfully evading his pursuers. Utilizing the staircase as leverage, he effortlessly descended floor by floor, returning to the entrance of the residential building in mere seconds. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by a group of thugs on motorcycles, grinning menacingly. "We meet again. You can't escape this time," the leader threatened, gun aimed squarely at Huang Kaiwen. "Using a gun is unfair," he retorted. "Go to hell." In an instant, he dodged to the side, delivering a powerful punch to the thug's face. In a mere half-minute, both man and machine lay dismantled. Huang Kaiwen pointed at the leader's abdomen, stating, "When you get your jaw fixed, make sure the doctor alters your appearance enough that I won't recognize you. Each time I see you, I will strike, you scoundrel." The chapter concludes with a plea for votes. In the epilogue, Huang Kaiwen awoke to the dawn's light, while Dasha remained in slumber. Although Russian, I found myself quite exhilarated after yesterday's events. Yet, given Huang Kaiwen's remarkable physical prowess, he has not encountered any worthy adversaries since maturing into his prime. After ordering breakfast, he proceeded to freshen up. The thrill of narrowly evading a bullet still coursed through him. Jingjing's potential is formidable, yet Huang Kaiwen seldom has the opportunity to utilize it. He certainly wouldn't swim across the Atlantic like a madman for no reason. Upon completing his morning routine, he discovered that Dasha had already awakened. "Why not sleep a bit longer?" Huang Kaiwen inquired with a smile. "I simply couldn't," the young lady replied playfully. Young women under 20 often delight in such endearing antics. "Can we go out today? If not, a day of rest would suffice," he asked while seated on the bed, chuckling. "No problem at all. My physical condition is excellent," she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around his neck with a grin. "Knock, knock." Huang Kaiwen rose to open the door and receive the breakfast. The Peruvian had a particular fondness for fish marinated in lemon juice, relishing it even at breakfast. The raw fish is simply mixed with chili, lemon juice, onions, and celery, along with various seafood dishes that boast a plethora of spices, especially chili and garlic. Huang Kaiwen found the meal quite palatable, aside from its stylish presentation. The flavors were not vastly different from those of Chinese cuisine. The freshly squeezed juice from high-quality fruits was delightful as well. After breakfast, the young lady resumed her slumber. Huang Kaiwen checked in on Inzaghi, who was still asleep. The altitude sickness, combined with being chased around, had taken quite a toll on the old monarch. "Good morning, Kevin." Huang Kaiwen encountered Ramos and his apprentice just as they returned, both clad in athletic gear, refusing to forego their morning exercise even at high altitudes. Such exertion can be detrimental to those unaccustomed to it, but Ramos and Francisco were well equipped for it. Ramos, a professional athlete, and Francisco, honed by Gattuso since childhood, were well prepared. Sweaty and eager, Francisco looked at Huang Kaiwen and asked, "Uncle Kevin, when shall we visit the temple of the sun god? That requires further consideration." Huang Kaiwen replied, slightly exasperated. The temple of the sun god, alongside churches and other areas, occupies a vast location. Our objective is either treasure or clues. Whether we seek a hidden chamber or something else entirely remains unclear. Thus, a preliminary investigation is essential. I will communicate with Neo to seize an opportunity for exploration. We must first identify a target before proceeding. Unlike previous locations, the Temple of the Sun God is situated within the city, surrounded by tourist attractions. Although the Peruvians may not approach their work with utmost seriousness, certain matters are not easily managed. Additionally, searching such an expansive area poses a considerable challenge. Based on Huang Kaiwen's assessment, the Temple of the Sun God likely harbors hidden clues rather than a secret chamber. The reasoning is quite straightforward. The Spaniards, blinded by their avarice for gold, would have meticulously scoured the area after their conquest. If it were a treasure chamber, it would have been impossible to keep it concealed for so long. Aside from the invaders, countless undeterred gold hunters have set foot on this land, eager to test their fortune at the temple. After all, the ransom for the kidnapped Incan king was laid out on the temple floor, comprising 2 kilograms of gold, totaling over 700 pieces, alongside various golden artifacts. Despite the ransom being paid, the king was still executed, symbolizing the demise of the Inca Empire. The lost treasures are said to be predominantly the gold items from the temple and some royal collections, as well as the tombs of certain Incan kings. Legend has it that before the Spanish invaded the Inca Empire, a Spanish merchant named Gutierrez inadvertently stumbled into Peru, where he was led by locals to a royal tomb. The indigenous people implored him to assist in constructing the tomb, promising him some gold in return. Remarkably, he did acquire treasures, according to official Spanish records. He returned to Spain with a tax payment of 900 pounds of gold. There are numerous tales of buried treasures in Peru, most involving the Spanish plundering or exploiting the indigenous people. Some stories recount how their ships sank during their escape or encountered other misfortunes. Americans have salvaged many Spanish, British, and French shipwrecks worldwide, typically recovering dozens of tons of silver bars. These were also part of Huang Kaiwen's research prior to his treasure hunt. He was astounded that such a small country as Peru could yield so much wealth, revealing how the colonizers amassed considerable fortune through misdeeds. Upon returning to his room, Huang Kaiwen turned on the television, where The Liberator was playing. This film, a collaborative effort between Venezuela and Spain, is the South American version of Braveheart. It is evident that there was great ambition behind it, yet, aside from the initial few scenes featuring over 10,000 extras, the majority were close-ups, leaving those unfamiliar with the historical context to mistake it for a village skirmish. The storyline was equally disappointing. The film resembled a promotional video for South America's mainstream narrative. While the French busied themselves liberating North America and the British supplied arms to South America, the Spanish were expelled from their territories in the Americas, a significant contribution from the others. Later, Neo returned, documenting several points of intrigue. Professor Moniro remarked that the double-frame door was a ceremonial entrance, the most sacred part of the temple. And I believe this is where the greatest chance of finding clues lies. We shall visit it tomorrow, Huang Kaiwen replied. Will the Peruvians permit us to explore freely? Temples usually have guides, Ramos inquired. No worries, Inzaghi chimed, shaking his wallet. There's nothing that money can't resolve. After finalizing their itinerary for the next day, the group returned to their room. Having recently offended the locals, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary outings, as even the absence of danger could disrupt their plans. Huang Kaiwen, unusually, went to bed early that night. The next day, after breakfast, the group set off for the temple. The temple had numerous guides catering to tourists. As most visitors to Peru are drawn by the history of the Inca Empire, resulting in a substantial number of tourists, they followed the guide along with other visitors. Entering through a modest door, traversing a courtyard corridor adorned with Spanish colonial architecture, until they were greeted by a formidable row of massive stone walls. These are the walls constructed by our ancestors, a craftsmanship that remains difficult to replicate even today. The guide remarked that even a small card would struggle to fit into the crevices of the walls. Many tourists took out their bank cards in an attempt to test this, and the guide did not intervene, evidently pleased to witness the awe of the visitors. The elderly professor approached to assess the situation, but soon shook his head in disapproval. The Temple of the Sun, as part of the church, is far more breathtaking than the previously visited Machu Picchu. It is no wonder that it is regarded as a national treasure of Peru. Inside the hall, a model depicting the original appearance of the Temple of the Sun was on display, alongside other artifacts that the Spaniards had left behind. Professor Moniro approached a small piece of gold leaf, upon which figures were distinctly painted. This was a mural depicting a battle by the Incas, albeit only a fragment. making it impossible to decipher its full meaning. The old professor expressed his regret. He remained deeply fascinated by South American history. "Let us go and see the double-framed door," he suggested. The group deviated from the main assembly, and the guide had no objections. Tourists were scattered everywhere, capturing memories through photographs. The Spanish colonizers endeavored to alter the original appearance of the temple, but found themselves powerless against the Incan architecture, a testament to a form of spiritual colonization. They could only construct churches upon the existing foundation. However, their churches were destroyed by earthquakes, while the Incan temples stood resilient. In terms of architectural prowess, it was evident that the Incas possessed superior skills. The old professor explained, despite the impressive construction of the Incan walls, their roofs were still made of wood and thatch. "I believe they had mastered the technique of roofing, which suggests a preference for this method, possibly tied to their reverence for nature." Upon arriving at the entrance of the house that seemed problematic, there were still tourists present. Fortunately, the visitors were quite curious, making the professor's actions appear less conspicuous. On the central table of the room lay a stone polished into 14 angles. Inzaghi gazed at the stone and mused, could it be like in the movies, where this stone is a key, specifically used to unlock a treasure vault? Not at all. The old professor clarified, this stone aligns with the original door. It is part of their belief system. From Manco Capac's conquests to the later Pachacuti, they absorbed many indigenous beliefs, and this is said to be one of their earliest faiths. However, there are no records detailing what this stone represents, whether it symbolizes a deity or something else. What is certain is that it holds significant meaning, but it is not a key. The old professor examined the stone closely, but found no clues. As the group prepared to leave, Dasha stumbled and was caught by Huang Kaiwen, who acted swiftly. The old professor glanced at Huang Kaiwen and gestured toward the ground. Huang Kaiwen nodded in acknowledgement. They exchanged no words and simply departed. Upon returning to their hotel, Inzaghi complained, "We seem to spend every day in the hotel, as if we are mere tourists." "We have found a clue," Huang Kaiwen said with a smile. "Where?" "You will know later." After dinner that evening, Huang Kaiwen returned to his room to rest. When the night grew deep and quiet, he stealthily left the hotel with Neo, Ramos, and Professor Moniro. "For someone of your age, it's high time to retire for the night," Professor Moniro remarked. "Yet you remain so spirited," Huang Kaiwen retorted. The old professor replied, "Engaging in more thrilling pursuits can be quite exhilarating. Life should not be perpetually mundane. Otherwise, in old age, one will have little to reminisce about." Huang Kaiwen shrugged. "Having already experienced a plane crash, if it gets any more exhilarating, we might as well head to outer space." The temple was guarded at night, and upon discovering the guard in the duty room was asleep, the four entered the temple boldly. "I observed during the day that only the main hall, which houses the gold foil, has surveillance. The place we are heading to does not, but we must be cautious, as noise may attract the guard," Neo cautioned. "Just be careful," Huang Kaiwen advised. They approached the double-framed door once more, and upon entering, they swiftly retrieved their tools. The massive stone floor was nearly level, with only the occasional stone differing in height, which hardly drew anyone's attention, considering it was a structure centuries old. However, the task of extracting the stones perplexed the group. There were virtually no gaps between the immense stones, and even with the strength of Ramos and the others, they could not muster the force needed. At that moment, Professor Moniro stated, "This is incorrect. If we cannot remove them, neither could the Incas." "Where lies the problem?" Ramos inquired. Before Huang Kaiwen could respond, Neo elucidated. "They have left clues for future generations. The very difficulty of this task is inherently illogical." The old professor stared blankly at the stones on the table. Huang Kaiwen and the others stood silently to avoid attracting the guard's attention, relying solely on dim lighting within the room. At this juncture, Huang Kaiwen noticed the wearer at the threshold and called out, "Professor, look here." Ramos crouched down with the flashlight, and the group examined the threshold. Professor Moniro rubbed his hand over it and quickly identified the issue. "There are signs of repairs here, and not just in one place. Although the age is similar, I am certain these stones have been mended." "Yes, but why would they need repairs?" Huang Kaiwen questioned. "Could it be that the Spaniards damaged the ground while dismantling the door?" Ramos speculated. "That seems unlikely," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Wait," the old professor suddenly exclaimed. "Is it possible that the 14-sided stone is indeed the key? If we insert the key into the notch on the door, could it trigger some mechanism? That seems improbable. If there were a mechanism, they would have likely discovered it during the door's dismantling," Huang Kaiwen said. The old professor nodded and sat on the ground deep in thought. Huang Kaiwen took the flashlight from Ramos, carefully examining the surrounding stone walls. Bored, Ramos simply sat on the floor, using his tool to scrape at the repaired marks. The contemplative old professor suddenly brightened as he caught sight of the scene, snatching the tools from Ramos and diligently getting to work. Huang Kaiwen hurried over to assist with the flashlight, and the three of them watched the professor labor intently, hesitant to interfere. "Come help." After more than 10 minutes, the professor irritably remarked, prompting Ramos and Neo to take over the task. A few minutes later, Ramos successfully unearthed a stone, which appeared to be part of the colossal rock itself, making it difficult to discern any repair work. As more stones were excavated, an idea began to form in Huang Kaiwen's mind. "Professor, could this be a chip?" "Indeed." The professor fervently nodded. "I have grasped the general concept." No wonder. Those Inca people driven away by the Spaniards must have known the secrets of the Temple of the Sun, which is why they deliberately took the remaining treasures with them to divert the Spaniards' attention. It is likely true that they cast the treasures into the volcanic crater. Yet the greatest treasure of the Incas lies within this information. What is it? Ramos inquired with curiosity. "The royal tomb, the burial site of the Inca emperors." The professor exclaimed with excitement. "These fragmented stones may appear chaotic, but if we treat them as a chip, with the gaps representing knots, it becomes significantly simpler. The information here points to the location of the tomb. The river likely signifies the Vilcanota River. The intersection of river and mountain, mountain and forest, refers to the confluence of the Vilcanota River and the Andes, where there should be a forest, which ought to be the approximate location of the tomb." "Well, an approximate location," Huang Kaiwen chuckled, shaking his head. "Such circumstances are the most challenging to navigate. Mountain changes take many years, but rivers and forests can transform dramatically in just a few decades, let alone after several hundred years. Is there any more specific information? If this is all we have, I fear that by the end of this summer, we may have little to show for our efforts," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "Not yet, as there are some meanings I have yet to decipher," the professor replied, meticulously examining the threshold to ensure all stones had been excavated. He instructed, "Document this, and we shall study it further upon our return." Neo promptly retrieved his camera to capture the moment. Once the work was completed, the stones were carefully replaced, and the professor took care to age the surface before the group departed. All things considered, there was still some gain to be had. The professor elucidated. "Based on my estimations, successive Inca emperors were aware of the secrets of the tomb. They left these clues out of fear that the royal lineage might become extinct. Wouldn't it be better for treasures to remain hidden underground?" Ramos questioned. The professor replied tersely, "Having treasures could enable other clans to restore their sovereignty. What use is it buried underground? If another tribe were to conquer them, they would merely become enslaved." Thus, those individuals left clues in hopes that the Incas could drive out the Spanish invaders. When the topic of the Spanish invaders arose, Ramos felt no embarrassment whatsoever. His family was not particularly affluent, and he mused that even if the invaders had descendants, they could not possibly be living as poorly as his own family. It was likely that the likes of Florentino were the true descendants of the invaders. The old professor continued, stating that the clues had become quite evident. The Incas had deliberately lured the Spaniards' attention with the remnants of their treasure, ensuring that the tombs remained unnoticed. Our current quest is to locate the tombs of the Inca emperors, for the treasures within might exceed our wildest imaginations. Isn't it rather inappropriate to disturb an emperor's grave? Ramos inquired. The old professor, unfazed, replied, "They took such precautions for a reason. Should we indeed uncover a treasure, we could generously share some with the Peruvians." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. The amount of money was inconsequential, for the essence of this journey lay in the camaraderie of shared adventures. Upon returning to the hotel, Huang Kaiwen discovered that Dasha was still awake. The young woman promptly seized his arm. "Wait, I haven't showered yet." "No matter, that makes it even better." Soon enough, the room was filled with sounds reminiscent of a cat's meow. Inzaghi next door pounded his fists against the wall. "Not again," he muttered, momentarily yearning for his wife, who had been enduring pregnancy complications. Today had been somewhat lighter, primarily due to old Ye's extensive contemplation on this clue, which he had finally managed to piece together. A challenging endeavor indeed. In a side story titled Treasure Raiders, God Bless America, the group embarked on yet another journey. After several days of acclimatization, Inzaghi's health had improved considerably. "I always thought Uncle Filippo remained in Milan due to his robust health," Francisco muttered. The driver, Ramos, turned back and discreetly pointed at Huang Kaiwen. Damn, with Inzaghi's current capabilities, he might not even surpass Huang Kaiwen's coaching skills. Without Huang, does he truly believe he could still play for AC Milan? As if Serie A were merely a J-League, where an old man could break records at will. Reclining in the RV, Inzaghi whistled, dismissing any doubts about his prowess as mere envy from others. He attributed his recent physical issues to his wife's youth. He was no longer the sprightly young dog he once was, while she was still under 30. The disparity in their vitality was insurmountable. Upon returning, he resolved to educate her. Engaging in intimacy 3 times a week was a daunting challenge for most, posing significant risks to one's health. They could simply sit together and enjoy Disney animations or partake in more enriching activities, rather than indulging in primal urges. The old professor gazed at Inzaghi's waist with a twinkle in his eye, as if amused by some private jest. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life, with Neo announcing, "Sir, there is a large construction site ahead. Shall we investigate? Let us find a place to park and then take a look," Huang Kaiwen suggested. A large construction site in the rainforest seemed rather unusual. Ramos drove, following Neo to a secluded spot where they parked. "Let us go check it out," Huang Kaiwen declared. "I want to go too," Dasha exclaimed excitedly. Huang Kaiwen patted her on the shoulder, saying, "It's best if just the 3 of us go." Ramos also nudged Francisco, preventing the young man from tagging along. Neo secured his belongings at his lower back and proceeded with brisk steps. Huang Kaiwen and Ramos followed suit, mimicking his actions. They encountered little trouble along the way, traversing nearly a kilometer until they came upon a substantial construction site. "Are they excavating an ancient tomb?" Ramos inquired. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement, stating, "They are likely treasure hunters. There are a few Caucasians among them, so let us avoid any encounters." "Sir, shall I keep an eye on them? If they uncover something?" Neo grinned, though he refrained from finishing his thought. "Let's not," Huang Kaiwen interjected, waving his hand with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "It's not as if they must find treasure, and their excavation site is clearly distinct from our clues. They might be wasting their efforts. We just need to ensure they do not notice us." Huang Kaiwen held little interest in murder or treasure hunting, regardless of the astronomical worth of the treasures involved. However, other treasure seekers might not share his scruples. When faced with danger, Huang Kaiwen consistently favored a decisive resolution. If anyone were to pursue them, he could only wish them better luck in their next life. The group quietly departed once more. Ramos remarked, "I never imagined there would be others with the same objective as ours. We should prevent them from having any opportunity to seek treasure." "Indeed," Huang Kaiwen replied. "After all, this treasure is world-renowned. Judging by their financial backing and expertise, they are either affluent individuals or a professional treasure hunting company. Archaeologists could not orchestrate such an operation. Finding anything in Peru with official consent is nearly impossible," he continued. "There is a pervasive wariness towards Americans and Europeans. After ancestors were kidnapped, ransom paid, and then victims betrayed, experience has bred caution. As long as no demands from those in the West are met, there will be no losses." Having circumvented the excavation site, the group continued along the Andes, observing the river's course, a task that proved relatively straightforward. For the time being, it felt more like an outing than a treasure hunt. After a morning devoid of discoveries, they decided to find a spot to cook. It is said that the most commonly consumed meat in Peru is alpaca. Nevertheless, the group had brought along beef and various other ingredients, along with a plentiful supply of chilled fresh fruits and some preserved emergency rations. Given the circumstances, cooking was far more comfortable. A simple beef soup was prepared, accompanied by steaming a dish of stuffed peppers, similar to meat-stuffed chilies. These peppers were filled with a mix of stuffing and spices before being baked. "I have always found Peruvian cuisine to be quite to my taste," Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. The old professor quickly elaborated, "This is quite normal. Their culinary repertoire has merged the cooking methods of Spanish colonizers with those from the indigenous peoples, influenced further by the transatlantic slave trade and immigration from Chinese and Italian communities. Peruvian food has amalgamated the strengths of many nations and regions, which is why it feels familiar to you. I find it rather delightful." Inzaghi chimed in, sticking out his tongue. "This variety of chili, called ají ricotta, is 10 times spicier than the Mexican kind. However, those who relish spicy food are well aware of its addictive nature. The natural splendor of the rainforest is quite remarkable." This meal felt like a communion with nature. "Extinguish the flames carefully," the old professor reminded after the meal. I will step away for a moment. You all carry on. Inzaghi cheerfully declared as he dashed off. That rascal, Ramos scoffed, yet his hands moved deftly to thoroughly douse the fire. The old professor remarked, "We must continue downstream to see if we can discover something." Indeed, Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. After packing their belongings, they boarded the vehicle, waiting for over 10 minutes without any sign of Inzaghi's return. Feeling a sense of unease, Huang Kaiwen suggested, "We should go look for him. Filippo might be in trouble." "Is that rascal not just relieving himself?" Ramos quipped, yet he followed suit. Having just dined, everyone disembarked to stretch their legs. This section of the rainforest appeared to be untouched recently, with Inzaghi's footprints glaringly evident. The group cautiously navigated around various flora and fauna, eventually arriving at an entrance to a cave. Professor Moniro, somewhat exhilarated, approached and caressed the lower rock wall of the cave entrance, stating, "These are the marks left by river water. See how smooth it is? Perhaps this is the place we seek." "Has Aji done it again?" Huang Kaiwen pondered aloud. "Finding Filippo is paramount. Let us hope there are no mishaps." He ventured inside. Neo pointed towards the cave entrance, saying, "Let us proceed. I will lead." Ramos promptly retrieved a flashlight, apprehensive that Huang Kaiwen might outpace him. Neo casually ignited a torch, intended to test the oxygen levels in the air. The group proceeded cautiously. This cave was originally a riverbed, the stones beneath their feet exceptionally smooth and covered in moss, making slips all too easy. They advanced slowly, encountering no dangers along the way. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally spotted the exit. Huang Kaiwen immediately laid eyes on Inzaghi, who stood there in a daze. The water cascaded down the mountainside like flowing silk, the chirping of birds harmonizing with the thundering sound of waterfalls crashing against rocks. Everything here exuded vitality, a stark contrast to the cave they had just traversed. "We may have found the location," the old professor observed, surveying the surroundings. At that moment, Inzaghi turned back, grinning, and said, "Well, how about it? Am I not impressive?" "You'd be better suited for a metal detector than the Emperor," Ramos retorted. "I was just about to say," Inzaghi began, but upon seeing Ramos's expression, he quickly amended, "Only the primitive would resort to violence. Our aim is nonviolent resistance." "Where did you even pick up such terminology?" Huang Kaiwen chuckled in disbelief. "I heard it on television," Inzaghi grinned, revealing his teeth. He had not anticipated finding their destination so easily. Simply gazing at the scenery was enough to elevate one's spirits. The giant trees were unmistakable landmarks. The old professor strode ahead. But upon reaching the other side of the massive tree, he abruptly halted. The group trailing behind paused, equally astonished. On the opposite side of the colossal tree lies a conspicuous grave structure, yet the entrance to the tomb has crumbled into a scatter of rubble. It seems that someone has preceded us, though whether they were Spanish treasure hunters or colonizers remains uncertain. A mere glance was sufficient for the elderly professor to discern that the tomb had suffered damage for quite some time. "Damn it," Inzaghi cursed vehemently. It wasn't a matter of lacking funds, but after making extensive preparations and facing dangers, to be informed just before the unveiling that it was merely a penguin agency and that the winning email had been sent in error was thoroughly disheartening. "Well, let us venture inside," Huang Kaiwen suggested. "Since we're here." Cautiously, the group descended, with Neo taking the lead. The torch continued to burn steadily, indicating that the tomb was well ventilated. Along the way, they encountered several triggered mechanisms and even some unfortunate souls who had met their demise. The old professor bent down to retrieve a silver coin from beside a corpse, examining it closely before declaring, "These are colonizers. They arrived several centuries before us. But why have we not heard of them bringing back such treasures?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "If those colonizers had discovered the treasure, surely there would be official records. It's implausible that so many are still searching for the tomb of the Inca emperor. Perhaps they perished at sea or fell victim to pirates. Who can say?" The professor shrugged. "The profits from salvaging sunken ships are substantial. I know a few who specialize in this. They always manage to locate Spanish vessels. In those times, encountering pirates or adverse weather was perilous. Damn it, the next time I see Spain in the national team, I will ensure they pay for it." Inzaghi gritted his teeth. Ramos cast a sidelong glance at Inzaghi but remained silent. He too felt disheartened. Yet, Inzaghi was not one to lament his exclusion from the Italian national team. Even if selected, he would not be intimidated. The tombs of the Inca emperor were interconnected, each burial chamber's door damaged, leaving no trace of gold dust from the colonizers. The group only encountered skeletal remains within the tomb. Aside from the old professor, the others were in low spirits. Observing this, the professor did not insist on lingering, stating, "I will take notes. Let us depart for now and return for further research when the opportunity arises." This pleased Huang Kaiwen immensely. Professor Mineiro was quite astute. Not the obstinate type. "What shall we do? Return to Brazil?" Inzaghi asked, lacking enthusiasm. "How about spending a few days in Lima?" "We can't come to Peru without making the most of it," Huang Kaiwen proposed. "Forget it. I'm not particularly interested," Inzaghi sighed. "Shall we visit the Nazca lines?" Ramos suggested. "I have some curiosity about those lines and would like to see them in person to inspire a new work." Since taking up writing, Ramos had become attentive to the accumulation of life experiences, carrying a notebook like Huang Kaiwen, ready to jot down inspiration as it struck. After watching a documentary on the Nazca lines, he yearned to write something related. "Then let us head to Ica. It is only a few dozen kilometers from the Nazca Desert, and it's a reasonably sized city," the old professor concluded. The others had no objections, and the group set off directly. With the worries of treasure hunting behind them, the journey was now more about savoring the scenery. Ica lies to the west of Cusco, a mere distance of less than 1,000 kilometers, and even while indulging in nature's beauty, the group completed their travels in just 3 days. As the capital of Ica province, it has a population of over 70,000. After a day's rest and a hearty breakfast, Neo still needed to find a suitable place to conceal their camper van. "Kevin, are you going to see the Nazca lines?" Ramos inquired. "Let us go. I find it quite intriguing," Kevin Huang replied with a smile. After all, these creations date back over 2,000 years. And he was curious about the purpose behind the massive figures crafted by the Nazca people. Dasha immediately grabbed hold of Kevin Huang, eager to join him. "Are you going?" Ramos turned to Inzaghi. "Never mind. I would rather stay in the hotel," Inzaghi said wearily. Since the treasure hunt yielded no results, he had completely lost his vigor. The old professor chuckled. "I need to organize my findings from the tomb, so I won't be joining. The Nazca lines have been extensively studied, and it's not my area of research." "All right, then it will just be the three of us," Ramos said, though Francisco appeared somewhat disappointed. After all, he was still a child. "Let us go," Kevin Huang declared. The trio descended and drove off in their off-road vehicle. As Kevin Huang sat in the passenger seat, he rummaged through the belongings left by Neo. Being a cautious individual, Neo had ensured that even with most items packed in the camper, he had left behind a few essentials. Sure enough, Kevin's hand brushed against a M1911 pistol, a product of France. He also found some other items, but without a bow. His capabilities were limited. Peru has always been an importer of weapons. Interestingly, a few years prior, they had planned to conduct military exercises and initiated a global tender. Subsequently, a certain Eastern superpower won the bid, initially sending 5 tanks for familiarization and diligently fulfilling subsequent orders, which included a substantial order of 120 tanks. However, it wasn't too long before the Peruvians changed their stance. After the military exercises, they claimed the tanks had issues, leading to multiple rollovers, and demanded not only a refund but also compensation. This incident shocked the world, as the quality of these tanks was well known in Europe and America. The Peruvians were clearly being unreasonable. In such circumstances, the prudent choice was to return the tanks without compensation, allowing Peruvians to act as if they were superior while merely returning what was not satisfactory. This revelation struck Kevin Huang hard. "Damn it. I originally intended to share the treasure with them. I was too kind-hearted," he mused. In this world, sympathy for any nation proves futile. History has shown that as long as you don't resort to deceit, they will resort to trickery, even if they have suffered from colonization. It does not guarantee a high moral standing. Most nations in this world lack credibility. This is the standard modus operandi of Earth Online. Yet, there are indeed those who prioritize face over tangible benefits, which explains their continual misfortunes. In the Nazca Desert, there exist as many as 70 various patterns. The Nazca people of ancient times utilized the removal of the upper layer of pebbles to create these lines, revealing the contrasting soil beneath. These lines were first discovered in 1920, a period marked by the burgeoning of private aviation, which made it easy to spot such colossal formations from the sky. Scholars from around the globe expressed great intrigue in these lines. Ramos meticulously observed the patterns, continually capturing photographs with his camera. Dasha playfully took selfies with Huang Kaiwen on her phone, and the trio enjoyed their time together. Ramos put away his notebook and remarked, I wish to rent a plane to capture some more photographs. This should be quite feasible. They likely have related tourism projects. Although I harbor reservations about the safety assurances from Peruvians, perhaps it's best to forego that idea, Huang Kaiwen replied. Ramos nodded in agreement, not dismissing the notion. Both men had previously experienced a plane crash, making them particularly sensitive to such matters. After all, they were merely gathering creative material, not risking their lives. As the three departed by car, they encountered a sandstorm. This exemplified the disadvantages of an open vehicle. Despite the car providing some shelter, they still ended up with mouths full of sand. Ugh, Ramos exclaimed after rinsing his mouth with bottled water. Each visit to the desert is hardly a pleasant experience. I never wish to return. Before Huang Kaiwen could respond, Ramos added, except for treasure hunting. It was evident that Ramos had a keen interest in the pursuit of treasure. The allure of unknown riches and exhilarating experiences outweighed any monetary concerns. The fact that they were all financially secure was a crucial factor. Although Huang Kaiwen boasted wealth in the hundreds of billions, he felt little distinction between that and tens of billions. His endorsement income far exceeded his personal expenses, even covering family costs. Thus, he placed greater emphasis on the treasure hunting journey itself, where he's still toiling under the burden of a mortgage. Anyone daring to touch his treasure would face dire consequences. Only when one's needs are met can they aspire to higher pursuits. The saying, when the granaries are full, one understands etiquette. When food and clothing are sufficient, one knows honor and disgrace, holds significant truth. We may have lost our way, Ramos remarked after half an hour of driving. No worries, we can find our way out, Huang Kaiwen replied. Ramos nodded. The Nazca Desert is relatively small, encompassing 450 square kilometers and extending only 80 kilometers. Even without a vehicle, it poses no mortal threat, as they had sufficient provisions to trek out. Look, there's a well ahead. Shall we investigate? Dasha exclaimed, her interest in history having drawn her to Peru. Ramos promptly stopped the car to let the two out, then surveyed the area, saying, I'll find a spot to relieve myself. Huang Kaiwen waved him off with a smile. Not far down the road, Ramos encountered another group of individuals. With remarkable dynamic vision, Huang Kaiwen quickly pulled Dasha down. What's happening? Are they bandits? Dasha asked, a hint of excitement in her voice. If only they were bandits, Huang Kaiwen responded. Judging by the other party's equipment, they did not appear to be thieves. As Ramos exited the vehicle, he was met with a gun pointed at him. Based on the characteristics of the Golden Prison Award, it can already be inferred that the other party is not a criminal, but rather an official. Watching as Ramos was escorted into the vehicle, Huang Kaiwen pulled Dasha towards their car, igniting the engine and pursuing them. Can you drive? Huang Kaiwen inquired. My father taught me when I was young, Dasha replied, nodding vigorously. All right, that's sufficient. You drive close to them while I attempt to rescue Sergio. If I cannot bring him back, you must leave on your own and let them contact the Italian embassy, Huang Kaiwen instructed, repositioning Dasha for the task at hand. As the distance between the two vehicles diminished, Huang Kaiwen, now standing in the passenger seat, braced himself for action. With a sudden thud, he leaped into the back of the other vehicle, the noise drawing the attention of the occupants. Noticing Dasha still accelerating, he waved his hand urgently, prompting her to decelerate and gradually distance herself. Once the vehicle ahead came to a halt, the car Huang Kaiwen occupied followed suit. Before Huang Kaiwen could intervene, Ramos was yanked from the vehicle, a gun pressed against his temple. We are merely tourists, Huang Kaiwen queried in Spanish. Why are you apprehending my friend? Damn Spaniards. You certainly have a lot of questions, the assailant replied. Huang Kaiwen immediately recognized the American accent, and considering the nature of the Golden Prison Award, he feared they might be CIA operatives. If you release us, sir, I can offer you money. Huang Kaiwen stammered, quickly retrieving his wallet and tossing it onto the ground. The initially dismissive Americans chuckled upon seeing the wallet's thickness, picking it up and dividing its contents in front of the two men. Their unexpected gain brought them delight. The leader remarked to Huang Kaiwen, I didn't expect the Spaniards to know how to use dollars. Since that's the case, we shall treat you better. Thank you. Thank you. Huang Kaiwen responded hastily. However, the next moment, the assailants produced handcuffs. Huang Kaiwen's right hand was shackled to Ramos' left, and with guns trained on them, they were forced to lie in the back of the vehicle. The assailants then secured Huang Kaiwen's left hand and Ramos' right to the vehicle's railing with the cuffs. Once satisfied with the sturdiness of their restraints, they returned to their vehicle with raucous laughter. Americans, Huang Kaiwen whispered, they are either CIA or military, they are clearly trained. I saw their suitcase in the vehicle. It had a skull emblem reminiscent of something from a movie. Ramos asked nervously. It's not a nuclear bomb, is it? It shouldn't be, Huang Kaiwen replied. It's likely that the Americans have committed some misdeed in Peru, perhaps involving a virus. Well, at least it's not a nuclear bomb, Ramos chuckled. Indeed, but they are likely to silence us, Huang Kaiwen replied, sharing a smile. Do you have a plan, Kevin? Ramos asked. How did you know? Huang Kaiwen responded. I guessed. Huang Kaiwen's fingers danced, revealing a coin at his fingertips. This is a commonly used tool for Huang Kaiwen's lottery scratch-off. The truck bed and the vehicle body are not connected. They are secured with screws. Huang Kaiwen tested it with a coin, and it seemed sturdy enough. However, with just a few twists, he managed to unscrew them. Only one side was fixed, which simplified matters considerably. Huang Kaiwen glanced at Ramos, who nodded in agreement. Both exerted force simultaneously to move the truck bed backward, causing it to gradually detach from the vehicle. With a sudden thud, the suspended portion of the truck bed could not withstand their combined weight and fell to the desert floor. Due to inertia, the truck bed continued to slide forward, leaving both men squinting against the sun as they awaited its halt. It felt as though a century passed before the truck bed finally came to rest. Are they blind or deaf? Ramos immediately inquired. How could they not notice? I don't know. Let's move on to avoid being found, Huang Kaiwen replied. The Americans were clearly not here for benevolent reasons. It was likely they intended to eliminate witnesses. The two men dragged the truck bed through the desert, walking for several minutes before Huang Kaiwen finally halted. What's the matter, Kaiwen? Ramos asked. Without responding, Huang Kaiwen turned his wrist and grasped the linking section of the handcuffs that bound his left hand to the truck bed, exerting force. Ramos stared wide-eyed at Huang Kaiwen. Damn, the handcuffs held, but the truck bed's railing has warped. With a creaking sound that could make one wince, the burdened railing finally snapped. Huang Kaiwen's left hand was freed. He then broke the handcuffs connecting them and assisted Ramos in freeing himself from the railing, successfully liberating them from the truck bed. Ramos looked down at the broken handcuff chain on his wrist, utterly speechless. He had always known Huang Kaiwen possessed remarkable physical abilities, but he never anticipated they were to such an extraordinary degree. It is worth noting that even standard police handcuffs can withstand approximately 2,000 N of force. These high-quality handcuffs should have been even more challenging to break. Ramos now desperately wished for a computer to inquire with online users about the force required to snap handcuffs. More terrifying was the expression and physical condition of Huang Kaiwen, which led Ramos to believe that this was not even Kaiwen's limit. Ramos felt as though stars were dancing before his eyes. Truly, he thought, Kevin is impressive. What should we do now, Kaiwen? Ramos asked. Let us keep moving. Once we exit the desert, things will be more manageable, Huang Kaiwen replied. I wonder if Dasha made it back safely. Ramos nodded, and the two continued their uneven trek through the desert. The greatest challenge before them was the blazing sun overhead. At noon, the desert's temperature was exceedingly harsh, and the lack of water made things difficult for both of them. Fortunately, they had consumed a fair amount of water earlier. Ramos was clearly in worse shape, yet he uttered not a single complaint. Hurry up, we might be saved, Huang Kaiwen exclaimed excitedly. Ramos quickly kept pace. They soon discovered the wreckage of a plane, which appeared to have crashed some years ago. Huang Kaiwen meticulously searched for the pilot's remains to ensure they were handled respectfully. Indeed, there are hardly any usable supplies. However, upon seeing the rope, Huang Kaiwen was struck with an idea. He quickly conferred with Ramos, and together they ingeniously modified the dilapidated aircraft. After nearly an hour of effort, the plane was transformed into a makeshift sailboat, its wings serving as sails, gliding swiftly across the desert with two exhilarated stars aboard. Huang Kaiwen shouted exuberantly, "Damn those Americans!" To which Ramos echoed, "Damn those Americans!" The duo progressed rapidly, despite the less-than-ideal environment and mode of transportation. It was certainly preferable to traversing on foot. Both were no delicate flowers and found joy in the adventure. Along the way, they encountered Dasha, who remained at their starting point. Before they could steady themselves, she dashed forward and leapt into Huang Kaiwen's embrace. "Are you hurt, Kaiwen?" Dasha asked with genuine concern. "I'm fine. Those Americans aren't very clever," Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. "Sergio and I managed to escape quite easily." Ramos pondered for a moment. If dismantling steel counted as easy, then indeed, everything was all right. Upon entering the vehicle, their first act was to guzzle bottles of water. In the sweltering midday heat, which could reach nearly 50 degrees Celsius in the desert, Merely avoiding dehydration was a commendable feat. Ramos, slumped in the back seat, exclaimed, "Damn it, if I ever get the chance, I will surely take revenge on those Americans. Those despicable bastards are utterly unreasonable. I was foolish to think I could reason with them." Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "That's just how they are, having committed numerous wrongdoings. They are always plotting to silence others. Even if you are a PhD from the Polytechnic University of Milan, they would still show you no leniency," Huang Kaiwen added. Ramos nodded in agreement. Having watched numerous Hollywood blockbusters, he had never imagined the United States to be so dark. Yet, upon encountering reality, he realized that Americans were indeed the greatest rogues in the world. Dasha observed the disheveled duo and remarked, "You both look like Siberian laborers." Huang Kaiwen laughed and asked, "Why didn't you go back?" "I wanted to wait for you, but then I thought I should seek help first." However, just as I was preparing to return for assistance, the car stalled. Dasha replied with a look of helplessness. "I'll take a look," Huang Kaiwen said as he exited the vehicle. Dasha turned to Ramos and inquired, "Can Kaiwen really fix cars?" "You should be asking what Kaiwen cannot do," Ramos replied with a smile. "There seems to be an issue with the radiator." Huang Kaiwen noted after a brief inspection, "Hand me the tools, and also some antifreeze, and a towel." "We don't have a towel," Dasha responded. Without hesitation, Ramos removed his shirt and handed it to Huang Kaiwen, who took it and slowly twisted off the radiator cap. Dasha glanced at Ramos and remarked, "Even among players, it's rare to see one without tattoos. However, there aren't many tattooed individuals in Russia. Spaniards seem to favor them more. Knowledge is the tattoo of the mind. Thus I require no physical ink," Huang Kaiwen replied. Ramos coolly remarked. Huang Kaiwen turned and gave a thumbs up. His good brother, after elevating his education, now spoke with a touch of philosophy. After a brief tidying up and securing his belt, Huang Kaiwen topped off the antifreeze and closed the hood. "Let's go," he called out. Ramos returned to the driver's seat, and with the roar of the engine, they embarked on their journey home. Overall, it was a thrilling yet safe experience. Huang Kaiwen and Ramos returned unscathed, and Dasha was in high spirits, continuously discussing matters related to Russia. In Russia, the number of individuals with tattoos is remarkably low, perhaps less than 10%, and some opt to remove their tattoos, which starkly contrasts with the mainstream in European countries. She mentioned Spain, where people of all ages seem to embrace tattoos. While playing football in Madrid, tattoo shops were ubiquitous, suggesting that Spanish-speaking countries have a penchant for body art. However, even among them, revealing tattoos in more formal workplaces is frowned upon. The rationale some attempt to use, citing foreign freedoms to justify tattoos, is fundamentally flawed. In any nation, tattoos can lead to complications. Do those who cover their tattoos with sleeves in the sweltering summer truly enjoy it? After a while on the road, a thunderous sound erupted from the sky. "What's happening?" Ramos inquired. "Look down, it must be the Americans," Huang Kaiwen replied just as the sound of gunfire erupted. Ramos sharply turned the steering wheel, and they began a frantic escape. "Damn it, how did they locate us?" Huang Kaiwen speculated. "Probably radar," he added, having previously noted the American superior equipment. "Damn, South America is truly their playground. They're even using helicopters to kill. What's wrong with the Peruvians?" Gradually, Huang Kaiwen sensed something amiss. In their vehicle, 3 individuals were present, and aside from him, the others appeared exhilarated. Ramos was performing exceptionally well. At this rate, he could compete in the Dakar rally and achieve a notable ranking. The off-road vehicles swerved wildly, yet none of them sustained any injuries. "At this rate, we won't escape," Huang Kaiwen shouted. "What should we do?" Dasha asked. Huang Kaiwen searched for the items left by Niao and handed the explosives meant for handling graves to Dasha in the back seat, saying, "Let us see if we can disrupt their line of sight." Without hesitation, Dasha lit the fuse and threw it out. With a loud bang, a large crater formed in the sandy ground. "Drive past, Sergio," Huang Kaiwen urged. "What for?" Dasha asked anxiously. Without a moment's pause, Ramos drove straight ahead. The Americans seemed to relish the thrill of the chase. Bullets followed their vehicle, but failed to strike any of the 3. Huang Kaiwen smirked, thinking how this resembled a typical villain in a film. Ramos swiftly maneuvered the car behind a dune, abruptly applying the brakes. Seizing the moment as their pursuers temporarily lost sight of them, Huang Kaiwen dashed out and leaped into the crater. It was the hold of a ship. "What is going on, Kevin?" Ramos finally asked. Huang Kaiwen shook his head and remarked, "It must be the Spaniard ship. There used to be a water source here. Perhaps it sank nearby or was swept in from the sea." Yet, Huang Kaiwen himself could not be certain. Before the three could even catch their breath, a tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by a seismic tremor. Damn it, what kind of missile did they use? Ramos cursed. It seems so. This is merely an intimidation tactic. But the next time it may be real, Huang Kaiwen said, his expression grim. What should we do? Dasha asked, her voice trembling. After all, she was still under 20. Upon spotting an old smoothbore cannon, Huang Kaiwen's eyes lit up. Sergio, he called, and Ramos promptly joined him to assist. The two had an unspoken understanding. However, a cursory inspection revealed that the cannon was inoperative. Picking up a shell, Huang Kaiwen gauged its weight. A 6-pound shell weighed over 5 pounds. He should be able to hurl it. You all stay inside, Huang Kaiwen instructed, using an immunity card. Although the Americans had not truly engaged yet, no one could predict if he would be riddled with bullets upon stepping out. Better to err on the side of caution. Fortunately, when Huang Kaiwen ventured out, the Americans did not take significant action. They merely swept the area with gunfire. Damn it, is this amusing? The cannon had a caliber of 57 millimeters. Grasping the shell with his left hand and securing his left wrist with his right, Huang Kaiwen began to gather momentum, trying to pivot in place. The sand beneath him made it somewhat challenging, so he continually sought the right technique. Meanwhile, in a helicopter, several Americans were laughing heartily. What is that Spaniard doing, Mike? One soldier inquired. Who knows? Perhaps it's some sort of surrender ritual, spinning to signify he poses no threat. Damn, the French are more straightforward. They just raise a white flag. I can't stand those Spaniards and Mexicans. Spaniards and Mexicans are not the same people. Regardless, they all speak Spanish. At that moment, a shadow suddenly approached the helicopter with alarming speed. Before Leo could react, the windshield shattered. With a deafening crash, they realized a shell had landed in the cabin. Damn it, was that thrown by hand? It seems so. Take him out. I have a bad feeling about this, Mike. No sooner had he finished speaking than the shell detonated, and in an instant, the helicopter was engulfed in flames. Ramos and Dasha peered out, their eyes wide in disbelief at the chaos unfolding in the sky. Kevin, I learned this in Hawaii. Don't ask, just know I learned it in Hawaii. Ramos nodded, momentarily dazed, then looked down at the shell in his hand, weighing it before attempting to throw it into the air. The shell soared a short distance before beginning its descent, prompting Ramos to leap back into the pit in fright. He questioned Huang Kaiwen's ability to throw the shot put, wondering just how far it could travel. The Americans had flown at a modest altitude, perhaps several dozen meters, but on this journey, Ramos felt as though he was gaining a new understanding of Huang Kaiwen. However, he was not prepared to divulge these secrets, as it might bring trouble to Huang Kaiwen. Is it not a problem that several Americans have died? Dasher inquired with some concern. What Americans? I have not seen any, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Ramos nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, we have not encountered anyone today. Perhaps we should return early. Dasher suggested. No need. Let us take a look first, Huang Kaiwen said, taking her hand. The ships of Spanish colonizers are laden with treasures. It is merely a matter of quantity. If this vessel sank on its return journey, it would be carrying a great deal. That would be splendid. We would not return empty-handed, Ramos exclaimed. If we do not bring back treasure, it will feel as though something is amiss. This ship, however, is likely not that of the Spanish colonizers, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Why is that? Ramos immediately queried. The Spaniards employed carronades, with the deck equipped with 35 cannons, yet the artillery we observed earlier far exceeds that number, Huang Kaiwen explained. Is it British then? Ramos asked. Huang Kaiwen shook his head. The current challenge arises from the ship's antiquity. American missiles have caused significant damage to the hull. The three of them could only navigate cautiously forward. After maneuvering past a fallen mast and clearing some obstacles, they finally reached the captain's quarters. Regardless of whether military or civilian, hierarchy is distinctly observed aboard a ship, and the finest chamber is undoubtedly the captain's. Centuries have passed, yet remnants still faintly reveal the traces of that era. As the trio casually explored the captain's quarters, Huang Kaiwen stumbled upon an ornament imbued with a strong religious motif, characteristic of Protestantism. From this, it was evident that this was not a Spanish vessel. It was more likely that of the British, confirming Ramos's earlier assertion. Hand me the flashlight, Huang Kaiwen requested, having discovered some inscriptions. Ramos swiftly produced the flashlight, illuminating the area for Huang Kaiwen. Francis Drake. Huang Kaiwen pronounced the name aloud. His interest in the history of pirates had been sparked by watching One Piece, and the infamous Red Flag X Drake was indeed named after Francis Drake. At that time, The maritime power of the British was inferior to that of the Spanish, leading them to resort to other means, issuing numerous letters of marque. Drake was a renowned British pirate. Who is he? Ramos inquired. A formidable figure. He famously raided Spanish treasure ships, transporting gold from the Americas to the homeland 3 times. And it is said that during his second raid, he plundered 20 tons of gold and silver. Huang Kaiwen exclaimed with excitement. That is truly remarkable. Ramos shouted, equally exhilarated. Just as Dasher was about to speak, she suddenly let out a scream. Huang Kaiwen glanced over and kicked toward her, asking, "Were you bitten?" "I don't believe so. I just felt something near my foot," Dasher replied, her voice tinged with distress. Huang Kaiwen shined the flashlight in her direction, observing, "It is a Peruvian pit viper. They can be troublesome. They typically hide beneath rocks during the day, but due to the low temperature inside the ship, it may have ventured out here. We should conduct a thorough check." The snake exhibited a temperamental disposition, violently thrashing at the mere sight of any living creature. It was only upon hearing the commotion that Huang Kaiwen became aware of its presence. This was a warning signal from the Peruvian Ferdinand prior to its assault. Ramos, holding a flashlight, was by his side as Huang Kaiwen lifted Dasha's pant leg, relieved to find no wounds on her leg. Although the venom of this serpent is not exceedingly potent, it induces excruciating pain, leading to tissue necrosis and irreversible damage to the kidneys. "Let us return," Huang Kaiwen suggested. "Mark the location. We shall return together next time." "Very well," Ramos replied, though he still yearned to unearth treasures. However, given the unforeseen circumstances, retreat seemed prudent. After all, no amount of wealth could compare to life itself. The trio ascended to the surface once more, their eyes drawn to the wreckage of the helicopter not far off, prompting Huang Kaiwen to remember the necessity of addressing the debris. "We must handle the remnants of the aircraft. Otherwise, the Americans will come looking for it," he stated. Ramos drove over and secured a tow line to the wreckage to drag it away. Meanwhile, Huang Kaiwen and Dasha busied themselves clearing any pertinent traces. "I never anticipated such thrilling events upon arriving in Peru," Dasha exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen nodded. He had never imagined he would be shot at by a helicopter. He was no Tokyo Tower. After considerable effort, they finally concealed the entrance of the sunken vessel before departing once more. "You have finally returned, sir," Neo exclaimed in surprise as he sat by the entrance. Huang Kaiwen smiled and nodded, proceeding directly into the hotel. Immediately, Francisco rushed over, complaining, "Uncle Kevin, why did you take so long? It was simply too fascinating." "So we were delayed," Huang Kaiwen chuckled, ruffling the young man's hair. He refrained from divulging everything in the hotel lobby. Although he had previously conducted a thorough check, Huang Kaiwen still felt a twinge of unease and examined Dasha again upon returning to their room. To his surprise, he did uncover some issues. After facing danger, the young woman's combat prowess had remarkably increased. No wonder she hailed from a warrior nation. Ramos was equally fatigued when Huang Kaiwen called him for dinner. It took a considerable time for Ramos to rise. The 3 of them took a much-needed nap before dining. "Are you concealing something from me?" Inzaghi inquired, leaning in closely. "Why do you say that?" Huang Kaiwen responded, astonished. "Aji has a keen nose," Inzaghi boasted, lowering his wine glass. "Having known you for so many years, I can see when something weighs on your mind. Typically, you are attuned to others' feelings, but when preoccupied, you tend to overlook certain individuals." Ramos nodded in agreement. "Yes, I was primarily considering a name for your child, but I am uncertain what would be suitable," Huang Kaiwen confessed. "Forget it. I certainly do not wish for my son to bear the name Cardo." Inzaghi vigorously shook his head. "What about Eduardo?" "That's acceptable, though it's rather ordinary," Inzaghi replied with mild disdain. Huang Kaiwen stifled a laugh as he continued to eat. This name was originally bestowed upon the child by Inzaghi, yet now he found himself somewhat disdainful of it. Previously, Huang Kaiwen had not indulged much in the ceviche, primarily due to concerns about potential parasites in raw fish. However, hunger had taken hold today, and the dish proved quite appetizing, leading him to consume a considerable amount. "This guinea pig meat tastes akin to pigeon. Would you care to try?" Inzaghi remarked. "No, thank you." Huang Kaiwen declined. Though he was aware that certain rodents were edible, he simply could not bring himself to partake. He had savored a good amount of grilled beef heart and assorted barbecued dishes. Peruvian cuisine was undoubtedly commendable. Once dinner concluded, Huang Kaiwen summoned the group to Ramos's room, omitting any mention of their encounter with the American military. Even so, Inzaghi exclaimed, you have discovered a sunken ship, but it belongs to pirates. How much treasure lies within? We did not examine it thoroughly. We intended to wait for your arrival, Ramos replied with a dismissive smirk. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed at once. Inzaghi insisted. Let us save it for tomorrow, Huang Kaiwen advised. At night, the snakes and scorpions in the desert become active. They are lethargic during the day. Very well. We shall wait until tomorrow. Although His Majesty was impulsive, he cherished his life greatly. Especially as he aged, he often fretted about the fragility of existence. The old professor illustrated a diagram of the Spanish silver transport, and it was then that Huang Kaiwen comprehended why no one had sought Drake's treasure in Peru. The audacity of that pirate was remarkable. He had executed a heist at a transit point and concealed the spoils at the origin. Nazca lay between the silver mines of Peru and Bolivia. Who could fathom his reasoning? Upon returning to the room, Dasha donned another pair of socks. Such long socks with holes. I cannot discern whether you are warm or cold, Huang Kaiwen quipped. Dasha twirled in her chair, remarking, this chair is uncomfortable. Nothing compares to an esports chair. One must have a warhorse to accompany it. What is that? Irrelevant. There is a person named Rita who particularly enjoys that drink. Filthy and unwashed. The following morning, the group prepared to set out. The matter regarding the American military had been conveyed to Neo, thus he drove with utmost caution. They encountered no American forces along the way, yet they prudently parked the vehicle at a distance, proceeding on foot toward the site of the wreck. There may be snakes. Tread carefully, Huang Kaiwen cautioned as they descended. This time, they had brought an array of tools, making the process of clearing obstacles significantly quicker than the previous day. Upon observing the captain's quarters, the old professor remarked, the craftsmanship is distinctly British. It could indeed be Drake's ship. These pirates utilized swift vessels, balancing speed with sufficient firepower, albeit at the expense of some defensive capabilities. Even the captain's quarters bear signs of repair, indicating they had encountered numerous battles. Let us hasten to locate the treasure, Francisco urged, the most anxious among them. After experiencing hope and disappointment, the boy was eager to behold the treasure with his own eyes. Let us move forward, the old professor declared. The wooden hull posed no difficulties for the group. The doors that could not be opened were forcefully dismantled by Neo and Ramos. In the lower deck, the group finally beheld a myriad of cargo boxes, the contents of which were all too predictable. Neo swiftly approached, inserting a crowbar into the crevice and exerting pressure until the wooden lid crashed to the ground, revealing dazzling gold bars within. Finally, the adventure was nearing its conclusion. The pursuit of treasure, it seemed, was fraught with challenges. The subsequent side story remained unwritten, and updates might not be forthcoming tomorrow. In the side story, the victory of the treasure raiders, various precious metals had been cast into blocks, along with exquisite gold artifacts of historical significance. There appeared to be over 20 tons of silver, more than 10 tons of gold, and an assortment of artworks. While the haul was substantial, Professor Moniro estimated its value to be around $3 billion, a stark contrast to the $100 billion treasure they initially sought. Inzaghi, seated against a box, sighed. After all this effort, I barely have more than my personal assets. You could choose not to share, Huang Kaiwen retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. Impossible, Inzaghi exclaimed, pointing to his own face. I nearly lost my life during this treasure hunt. The mysterious diseases of South America seemed to target those of noblest lineage. The emperor of the Holy Roman Empire himself vanquished the Amazons and traversed snowy peaks and marshes, ultimately uncovering clues from the emperor's tomb. It seems you fared well, Ramos remarked. I am speaking about myself, Inzaghi insisted, pointing to his nose. Unfortunately, no one paid him heed. Even when the Italians addressed him as Your Majesty, it was merely a source of amusement. Those applying for Holy Roman Empire citizenship included a handful of privileged youths and various criminals. If Inzaghi were to accept them all, he could swiftly establish a new Australia. However, the question of transportation loomed. The old professor noted, though Ica is a coastal city with a port, it is quite small, and the Peruvians are vigilant against foreigners exporting goods. Could we not utilize river transport? If we can reach Brazil, it should be more convenient, Huang Kaiwen suggested, noting that he still held some standing in Brazil. Let us first transport overland, then navigate the Amazon River to Brazil, the professor decisively proclaimed. However, finding a vessel capable of transporting such a substantial cargo to Brazil will not be easy. Not to worry, I can enlist the help of the Brazilians, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Then it is settled. The professor nodded, pleased. He had not anticipated such smooth progress. Inzaghi gazed enviously at Huang Kaiwen, wishing for such influence. One phone call could resolve numerous troubles. With a plan in mind, they commenced their preparations, primarily concerned that American interests might intervene and snatch away their treasures after all their efforts. Upon returning to Kaká, the group encountered a few minor issues. The main exports here consisted of cotton, grapes, and other agricultural products, necessitating no heavy-duty trucks. While other types of trucks were often utilized as heavy vehicles in South America, Huang Kaiwen did not dare to do so. The drivers are all people we know. How much could it possibly cost to buy a car? Under such circumstances, we can only go to Lima and try our luck. Uncle Kevin, I want to go too. Francis said. You should stay here. The three of us can manage just fine, Huang Kaiwen replied, ruffling the young man's hair. He, along with Ramos and Neo, would go to see whether they could return with 3 cars or just 2. Primarily, Huang Kaiwen was not very familiar with the load capacity of trucks. The distance between Lima and Kaká is not far, yet the population is vastly greater than that of Kaká. The population of this city exceeds 11 million, which is an entirely different scale compared to a small town of 770,000. Upon arriving in Lima, one can see traces of Spanish colonial influence everywhere, with even some new constructions reflecting Spanish architectural styles. Ramos couldn't help but comment. Did they actually welcome the colonizers after being colonized? Shouldn't there be a movement towards decolonization? Who knows? From the perspective of colonies and semi-colonies worldwide, the areas that suffered the most from enslavement often bear the most significant traces left by colonizers. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. The rebels have perished, and even the rational elite have been ideologically influenced. Lima's atmosphere is a blend of the new and the old. The old town is characterized by colonial-era buildings, primarily low-rise structures, while the new district boasts numerous high-rises that resemble any typical international metropolis. Shall we look for someone to buy a car? Ramos inquired. Let's explore first. Being in the capital of Peru, we should also visit some iconic landmarks. After all, money is abundant, Huang Kaiwen suggested. Ramos nodded in agreement. Every year, when Huang Kaiwen's accountant presents the financial report, he is astonished by how much he has earned in a year. If it weren't for Huang Kaiwen still playing football, Ramos would have contemplated retirement. There is hardly any space left at home for his championship medals. At this rate, it seems unlikely that any Spanish player could surpass his achievements. As a senior, he felt it was essential to leave some hope for the next generation. The group casually chose a restaurant for their meal, where the prices were considerably higher than before. To their surprise, the owner was Spanish. The most prevalent immigrants in Peru are Venezuelans, with Spaniards making up only a fraction of the population. Most Spaniards residing here are those who could not thrive back home. However, even the Spanish restaurant incorporated numerous local elements. Peruvian cuisine is visually stunning, with vibrant color combinations. The flavors of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy are distinct, complemented by an array of fresh fruits, vegetables, and seafood, making it a delightful experience. Ramos expressed, the greatest takeaway from this trip to Peru is their excellent culinary skills. I'm even considering opening a Peruvian restaurant in Milan. Nero would surely despise you for that. Another Milan star opening a seafood restaurant. Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he set down his coffee. I wouldn't be venturing into that mid-range dining scene. Ramos shook his head. But since money is not an issue, I can hire chefs to run the restaurant, allowing you to enjoy the food without worrying about profits. How could a restaurant not be profitable? Huang Kaiwen laughed. If high-end dining has a low profit margin, it would merely result in losses from labor and utilities. Regarding the rental costs, they are entirely unnecessary. One can simply purchase a property outright. In Milan, it is feasible to buy commonplace commercial establishments. The Basilica of San Francisco is not particularly grand, yet the square surrounding the church is lively, filled with youths clad in various football jerseys. In South America, the only player who rivals the popularity of stars from Real Madrid and Barcelona is Kevin. As Ramos jovially remarked, Lima is also known as the city of eternal spring, influenced by the Andes Mountains, where it scarcely rains throughout the year. The climate remains temperate, with the warmest months averaging a mere 22 degrees Celsius, rendering it quite habitable. The greenery is meticulously maintained, and one can frequently observe various indigenous elements along the streets. The trio ambled along, pausing intermittently until they followed Neo to a large second-hand car market. Almost instantaneously, several individuals crowded around. reminiscent of a bustling electronics store eager to assist. One particularly assertive figure, clad in a floral shirt, pushed aside the others with a smile, proclaiming, "What type of vehicle do you desire? We have Japanese, Chinese, European, and American cars, and we can procure some of the finer models as well. Please, take a look." Kevin Huang responded, "Let us see what you have." Noticing that the group was primarily led by Huang, the salesman continued, "If you are interested in sports cars, we have some that were smuggled in, nearly brand new, merely driven here." "Driven here? Wasn't it supposed to be transported by truck?" Huang inquired. "Certainly not. Due to stringent inspections, neither vehicles nor goods can be transported by truck. They are driven in gradually to Lima," the salesman chuckled. Huang and Ramos exchanged glances. This was not promising news. It appeared that the smuggling operations in Peru, amounting to over $10 billion, were not solely due to economic conditions. There is a considerable presence of Nissan vehicles here. After surveying the area, Neo asked, "Are there trucks available?" "Yes, indeed," the salesman quickly replied. "But they are not on display here. If you decide to purchase, there are discounts available today." "Let us take a look first," Neo replied noncommittally. The three followed the salesman to a rear warehouse, where they immediately spotted a Mercedes emblem. "This vehicle has a history," Kevin remarked. "Indeed, but it is of excellent quality. These 4 units remain in stock because the freight company replaced them, and after repairs, they have been highly effective for transporting goods," the salesman explained. "What is the load capacity?" 30 tons without issue." "I'll take 2, Kevin stated decisively. "We initially intended to keep these for our freight operations. But if you wish to purchase them, they are yours," the salesman conceded. "Enough with the chatter, state the price and facilitate the transfer." "My cargo awaits," Ramos interjected sternly. Others nearby seemed eager to speak, but Neo instinctively reached for his waist. "Relax, my friend. We are engaging in legitimate business." The salesman quickly raised his hands in surrender. In the Barranco district, business is conducted by relatively respectable individuals. However, the disparity between wealth and poverty in South American cities is stark. The onlookers were accustomed to seeing such gestures, especially in areas frequented by tourists from Europe and America, where police scrutiny is notably stringent. Those daring enough to carry weapons here are truly formidable individuals, yet they quickly succumbed to fear. Subsequently, everything went smoothly. After paying, the trio departed with 2 vehicles. The journey of over 400 kilometers stretched for several hours, even along Peru's main highways. Had they traversed the Andes, it would not have been unusual for such a distance to take days. Upon returning, the group took a brief respite before gradually loading their belongings onto the truck, procuring additional supplies for disguise, and embarking on this perilous journey. Whether navigating the Andes or the Amazon River, the transportation conditions remain precarious. As Peru is notorious for its high incidence of traffic accidents, many still reside in small towns nestled within the Andes, relying entirely on external truck shipments for their essential goods. Shortly after departing from Ica province, they ascended a winding mountain road, entirely unpaved and devoid of guardrails. Small vehicles frequently sped past, causing Kevin Huang's heart to race. He cautioned, "If it comes to it, we should abandon these items. Safety must come first." "Fear not. My driving experience is extensive," Inzaghi confidently replied. Fortunately, the pace on this road was slow. Once they crossed the Andes, everything would be manageable. Kevin Huang was resting in the off-road vehicle. The journey consisted of 2 trucks and an off-roader. Items in the RV that were unnecessary were carelessly discarded by Neo. Suddenly, the convoy came to a halt. "What is going on?" Kevin Huang inquired as he exited the vehicle. "The bus has broken down. If they don't move, we can't either," Ramos replied with a hint of exasperation. Their vehicle was heavily laden, making overtaking impossible. When a vehicle breaks down at such a moment, they could only wait for repairs. "All right, let me take a look," Kevin Huang said, bemused. Thankfully, he had purchased a car repair manual. This trip to Peru had already necessitated its use twice. "Maybe I should open a repair shop back in Milan." Passengers from the bus stood alongside the road. Intercity transport in this region typically relies on buses. "Do you need assistance?" Kevin Huang approached them. The portly driver glanced up and said, "If you can fix it, then we shall truly thank the heavens." "No need to thank the heavens. Perhaps we should thank the sun god instead," Kevin Huang replied with a smile. Taking the flashlight to investigate. "Do you have any new spark plugs?" he asked. "Of course not," the driver replied matter-of-factly. Kevin Huang proceeded to remove the spark plug. Noticing a bottle of yellow soda in the driver's compartment, he poured some into the plug. Peru's Inca Cola is yellow. And even fast food chains like KFC serve this drink, which tastes reminiscent of pineapple flavoring. However, this beverage bears little connection to Inca civilization. It merely appropriates the name. After cleaning the spark plug, Kevin Huang cut the bottle open with a knife and submerged the spark plug within. A crowd gathered to observe Kevin at work, with some passengers offering commentary. It seems the entire world delights in watching a spectacle. After several minutes, Kevin Huang extracted the spark plug, cleaned it once more with gasoline, and reinstalled it, stating, "It took too long. It should work now, but it's best to replace it when possible." "Thank you," they exclaimed. The driver retrieved a bottle of beverage from the driver's cabin and offered it to Huang Kaiwen, who graciously declined with a smile. The bus rumbled away, leaving only a trail of black smoke in its wake. Francisco looked at Huang Kaiwen with a hint of admiration and remarked, "Uncle Kaiwen, how is it that you seem to know everything?" "Well, these are all skills useful in everyday life," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "Does that include flying an airplane?" Francisco inquired. "Indeed." Huang Kaiwen nodded in affirmation. As they set off once more, they encountered no further mishaps. However, during a meal, a local attempted to steal items from their vehicle, only to be caught red-handed by Neo. "You scoundrels, do you wish to court death?" Inzaghi spat vehemently. He had endured considerable hardship during this treasure hunt and would not allow anyone to pilfer his share. "Sir, should we do something?" Neo asked. "Let it be. We shall release them once we depart," Huang Kaiwen decided. "We are on the verge of leaving Peru. It is best not to attract trouble." Upon arriving in Junín province, half of their journey was complete. Next, they would embark from the source of the Amazon River towards Brazil, where safety would be assured. Cargo ships frequented this area year-round, and even without prior reservations, their extraordinary abilities came into play. Inzaghi anxiously observed the workers unloading the cargo, fearful that they might discover its contents. "Rest assured, Filippo," Huang Kaiwen reassured, "we reinforced the cargo during loading. It would be quite difficult to damage it without tools. Even if a box were to break, only a layer of cotton would be visible. Moreover, the boxes containing gold and silver weigh nearly the same." "I am not nervous," Inzaghi replied. "I am concerned for their sake. If they uncover our secret, Neo will eliminate them all." Huang Kaiwen responded, "Do you harbor some misunderstanding?" The unloading process extended for half a day before the group finally boarded the vessel. As the largest river in the world, the Amazon boasts a remarkably diverse ecosystem. Shortly after embarking, they spotted crocodiles along the riverbank. The crew explained, "In this river, crocodiles are a part of the food chain. The South American giant otters prey on their young, and sometimes even attack adult crocodiles." "Is it true that there are man-eating pythons here?" Dasha asked. "Indeed. There are many green anacondas, primarily residing in shallow waters. They can occasionally be seen along the banks. If you encounter one, it is best to pray that it is not hungry and harbors no ill will toward you," the crew member advised. An anaconda can swallow a full-grown wild boar in one bite, and humans are no exception. This region is among the most abundant in aquatic life, to the extent that even the locals dare not swim in the river. Piranhas, crocodiles, and water pythons pose lethal threats to humans, justifying its reputation as a forbidden zone for mankind. For those aboard the vessel, however, the Amazon's waters flowed relatively smoothly, proving more comfortable than their previous travels on winding roads. There are also cruise ships on the Amazon, offering a week-long journey of dining and entertainment for over €3,000 per person, reputed for their exceptional chefs and quality ingredients. Regrettably, this time it was inconvenient. Huang Kaiwen and his companions could only remain on the vessel with the cargo. Inzaghi chose to guard his treasures in the hold, having already set his sights on several exquisite gold pieces intended for the impending arrival of his prince. Compared to previous journeys, the expedition along the Amazon River was decidedly tranquil. These cargo ships appeared quite aged, yet posed no threat whatsoever. After all, the captain's own life and fortune depended on this vessel. Entering the sparsely populated Loreto province signified a step closer to Brazil, where the Ucayali River converged with the Maranhão River, marking the true Amazon River. As they passed through Iquitos, the group refrained from disembarking, while only the crew procured some supplies. With the Brazilian border in sight, the captain approached and inquired, "Surely, your cargo contains no contraband?" "Rest assured," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, having already spotted numerous ships on the Brazilian side waiting to receive them. Just as the captain prepared for inspection, Neo pressed against his lower back and urged, "Let us charge through." Are you insane? They will fire upon us. The captain exclaimed. Fear not. Those Brazilians are awaiting us. And they would not dare, Neo asserted. That may be so, but returning would be quite troublesome for me. The captain hesitated. I shall provide you with ample compensation. Simply take us across, Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. My companion lacks patience, so you have 3 seconds to decide. 3. Very well, I shall do it. The captain gritted his teeth and conceded. The Peruvian border guards lethargically conducted their inspections. Countless vessels traversed daily between Brazil and Peru, and their checks were merely for show. The smaller boats bore no promising cargo. Pedro, be swift. If you delay lunch, the captain will not take kindly to it, urged a companion. Impatiently, Pedro retorted. Then let him inspect it himself. It's the same tiresome routine every day. Damn it, can't we encounter some big fish? Even if there were big fish, it would come with peril. Better to remain safe, his companion chuckled. Pedro disdainfully replied, Martin, with such a mindset, you'll never amass wealth. Today, there are an unusually high number of ships from Brazil. I suspect something is amiss, Pedro observed. Don't overthink it. This is beyond our control. Look at the ship behind us. The big fish have arrived. Martin pointed towards Huang Kaiwen's vessel. They encountered many ships daily, and even larger vessels would often carry passengers alongside their cargo for profit. Huang Kaiwen's ship, however, clearly prioritized its cargo, allowing no other passengers on board. Indeed, Pedro exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. I wonder how much toll we can collect this time. I hope it exceeds a month's wages. Just as they were reveling in their anticipation, Huang Kaiwen's vessel suddenly accelerated. Stop! If we don't halt, they will open fire, Pedro shouted, raising his gun in alarm. He had barely moved when a bullet whizzed past him. The Brazilians shouted through loudspeakers, if you dare to shoot, none of you will leave here alive today. Fortunately, a few Peruvians remained sufficiently composed, opting to feign ignorance. Upon entering Brazilian territory, Huang Kaiwen was met by his contacts. Captain Armilo Wellington Silva of the Brazilian Army's Armored Cavalry Division conveyed greetings from the president. After acknowledging the captain, Huang expressed his gratitude, remarking that without their assistance, his escape would have been far more arduous. Captain Silva, with a hint of disdain, remarked that Peruvians were spineless, preferring to hide by the seaside, without the Andes. Their nation would have long been extinguished. Huang smiled and nodded, choosing not to engage further. Brazil, indeed, stands as a minor hegemon in South America. At that moment, the captain appeared utterly bewildered and turned to Neo, inquiring about their true identities. We are merely ordinary individuals, although my employer holds considerable esteem in Brazil. Neo replied with a grin, revealing a side of himself that the captain had never witnessed during their time together. Soon after their arrival in Brazil, a group of children frantically paddled their boats closer to theirs. The captain explained, these children are here to sell fruits and jams. They have little else to earn a living. Neo nodded at Huang, who then tossed a rope down, allowing one larger boy to agilely ascend with a basket. I'll take these, Huang declared, leaving the basket behind as he handed over several dollars. Sir, that is far too much, the boy responded, visibly startled. Only upon boarding did he realize that these individuals were armed. Huang gently patted his head, saying, it is not excessive. The remainder is your tip. A reward for your bravery. I hope it contributes to a better life for you. Thank you, the boy exclaimed, bowing before scampering back to the edge of the boat, clearly appreciative of the money. You are indeed generous, the captain remarked with a smile. It is merely a small act, Huang replied. In gratitude for your assistance, I intend to personally donate 100,000 to each military participant in this endeavor. Upon my return, I will contribute 5 million to aid the children living in the Amazon basin, for they are the future of Brazil. How extraordinarily generous, the captain exclaimed, his tone noticeably elevated. Just ensure this remains confidential, Huang winked, adding with a smile, this is our little secret. Rest assured, you are Brazil's most esteemed guest. The captain affirmed with a nod. Unexpected financial gain is always welcome. However, even without it, they would be eager to undertake their missions. In Brazil, Huang Kaiwen's name carries as much weight as that of Pelé, and parents are more inclined for their children to idolize Huang rather than the dissipated former football legend. Meanwhile, the captain quietly seated himself aside, astonished to realize that his guests were of such significant stature. When he delivered the group to their destination, he refrained from mentioning additional compensation. Nevertheless, Huang gifted him a box of silver bars. In Brasilia, Huang had the opportunity to meet the renowned widow, Liliana Safra. Through this legendary jeweler's network, he successfully sold the gold and silver bars. A group of individuals boarded a private plane, carrying the remaining treasures of gold. As soon as they stepped aboard, Inzaghi excitedly unwrapped a cigar, tossing the remnants indiscriminately, and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, we have triumphed once again." Huzzah! Huang Kaiwen, eager to show his support, joined in the cheer. Inzaghi lit his cigar and declared, "At this moment, how can the heroes be without their soundtrack?" He produced a radio and pressed the play button, and the unmistakable strains of the Raiders' March, the theme music played during their last submarine escapade, filled the cabin. Accompanied by the exhilarating orchestral score, the cowboys from Milan commenced their journey homeward. Upon reflection, there arose a pressing question regarding the transportation of such an abundance of treasure, thus prompting this chapter. Old you would soon contemplate the next side story in a new book. In the side tale of the empire, the revenge of the Rhett family unfolds. The prodigious talent George Terry entered Italy, accompanied by his father John Terry. We captured images of their clandestine meeting with the captain of Milan, Kevin, hinting that Milanello may soon welcome a fresh genius. John Terry, a legendary captain of Chelsea and former England national team leader, was once regarded as one of the finest defenders, representing Chelsea with distinction. Huang Kaiwen turned off the television, smiling wryly as he remarked, "See, the Italians are convinced George is coming to Milan to play." He added, "Even if he were to come, at 13, he couldn't possibly join the first team." John Terry sighed. "The British media is far too fixated on George. I fear this attention is not beneficial. If it were up to me, I would prefer him to play in Italy. After all, they won't catch me in my indiscretions," young George quipped. John Terry appeared awkward, realizing that his son, at this age, comprehended much more than he let on, which highlighted his shortcomings as a father. Their relationship had recently soured, despite the tension. As John heard classmates mocking George about his father's private life, he felt compelled to endure the discomfort, recognizing that his actions had inadvertently troubled his son. Huang Kaiwen affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, saying, "Next year is the European Championship. Who knows, perhaps George will be ready to participate in the World Cup at just 14. I have no desire to represent England. The English are a bunch of hypocrites." George Terry retorted candidly. John Terry could only nod. "Then I shall seek out your grandparents and explore our lineage." George and Huang Kaiwen remained silent. "Oh dear, King Huang has forgotten," Huang mused. For before him stood the future captain of the Chinese national team, who had diligently played in the Chinese Super League for 5 years to gain citizenship eligibility. Huang Kaiwen pondered that George's attitude stemmed not only from his dislike of Terry, but also from the relentless scrutiny of the English media. After all, being thrust into the limelight at such a young age was no small burden. Unlike other footballing heirs, George was more gifted, naturally attracting greater attention. Given the media's proclivity, one should not presume that youth would afford them leniency. "Since you are here, you might as well settle in," Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. Due to the departure of neighbors, apart from the residences of Kaká and Ramos, he has acquired all the nearby properties. There is no shortage of rooms or houses. While it may not rival the lavishness of a wealthy host purchasing homes for guests during a banquet, the property holdings of the esteemed Huang are still considerable. With a large family, accommodating guests at home could prove disruptive to their rest. However, suggesting that guests stay in hotels would be somewhat inappropriate. Thus, it is ideal for them to reside just a few hundred meters away, allowing for a private space. After dinner, having seen off Terry and his son, Huang Kaiwen observed Lily engaging in a game of rock-paper-scissors with Camila and Dasha to determine who would be responsible for telling stories to the children that night. On the television, Mancini was being interviewed, stating that coaching the Italian national team presents a formidable challenge. It is worth noting that just 5 years ago, Kevin led Italy to a World Cup victory, and 9 years prior, Italy was still the reigning champion. Some may argue that Italian players have become commonplace, but I do not share this sentiment. Although the highest valued players currently hail from other teams, one cannot assert that Real Madrid's Hazard surpasses the Italian winger in excellence. The market value has never been the decisive factor in determining victory. Huang Kaiwen shook his head and turned off the television. Ultimately, a hamburger king remains a hamburger king. His greatest issue lies in his own fatigue with the game, a truth that cannot be altered. Even though he initially performed admirably upon joining Real Madrid, he subsequently became a mere drain on resources after his contract renewal. Alas, if Huang were so shameless, he would have long embraced the Kaká template. Witness the 28-year-old hazard living a life of merely 10 appearances in a season while garnering medals, while the 36-year-old Huang remains dependent on Milan. Indeed, the disparity between individuals is far greater than that between man and dog. Early in the morning, Francesco Gattuso commenced his daily training. As he ran through the familiar streets and alleys, Francesco always greeted acquaintances with a smile. In this city, the number of Inter Milan fans has dwindled, with posters of Uncle Kevin ubiquitous, revealing much. At times, Francesco even wonders if Italian brands truly need a second spokesperson, as Uncle Kevin's image suffices. After all, it is quite similar at this point. As one of Milan's 10 outstanding youths, Francesco earned the Apennine Literary Development Award for his essay, My Uncle Kevin, and harbors lofty aspirations. Originally, he dreamed of being a vigilante akin to Spider-Man. However, the declining crime rate in the Apennine region over recent years has rendered his ambitions less feasible. Francesco suspects that by the time he reaches adulthood, Italy's crime rate will be so low it will be astonishing. As a perfectionist, his life's only blemish is that disappointing father of his. Even though Uncle Kevin has made efforts, his father still chose the coaching path. The entire Apennine region holds high hopes for Gattuso, yet his coaching career has been marked by consistent dismissals, causing Francesco considerable distress. He struggles to convey the notion that a good player does not necessarily translate into a good coach. After having breakfast, he took a moment to rest before heading to Huang Kaiwen's residence. Although it spans over 10 kilometers, for him, it is merely a regular exercise routine. Even after acquiring a substantial treasure in Peru, Francisco still finds himself needing to work during the summer, as he is not yet of age to access those funds. His summer employment consists of assisting Kevin Huang in caring for children, engaging them in play, and kicking a ball around. This thought fills Francisco with a sense of resentment. Why is there such a disparity, especially among the offspring of football stars? Even Kevin's younger child exhibits an undeniable talent. In a mere decade or so, he will find himself relegated to the stands, cheering them on as an older brother. Good morning, Mr. Albert. Francisco greeted with a smile. Prior to entering, he had taken a moment to catch his breath, as courtesy dictates. Otherwise, arriving breathless would be quite unbecoming. Good morning, Francisco, the old steward replied with a warm smile. He had a fondness for young Gattuso, who was far more mature than most youths of his age. Upon entering the living room, Francisco noticed a well-dressed Kevin Huang and asked, Uncle Kevin, why are you up so early? Ricardo has called me 20 times, Kevin replied with exasperation. I suspect he has surrendered to Juventus and is deliberately disturbing the rare holiday of the Milan captain. Francisco chuckled softly. Uncle Kevin always had a way with words. What does Uncle Ricardo want? Today marks the day for Milan's youth training camp admissions. He is taking Paolo for a trial, Kevin explained as he sat at the dining table. Francisco nodded. Although Paolo is a rather common name, for Kaká, it holds a particular significance. The thought of Kaká's son alleviated his spirits. At least he did not feel like a mere afterthought. Before long, Beatrice's family arrived. Beatrice cradled a small girl, while Kaká held young Paolo, who was tugging at his little brother, Paolo Bolognese. The latter wore an expression of reluctance. No one acknowledged this name. Yet the young Paolo felt that bearing his mother's surname was preferable. After all, his father hardly regarded him as his son. Compared to the chaotic Brazilian names, he found Italian surnames far more melodious. Uncle Kevin, Francisco, Paolo Bolognese greeted. Our great prodigy has arrived, Kevin exclaimed, bending down to lift him, causing Paolo Bolognese to beam with joy, even as he approached 8 years of age. Today, the two of us are preparing for a trial. It is a momentous occasion, Beatrice remarked. Kevin took the little girl from her arms and sang, I say, would you like to build a snowman? Come, let us go play. The little girl giggled in delight. Kaká interjected, this afternoon, there will be a party to celebrate Paolo's successful entry into the Milan youth training camp. Very well. I shall attend. By the way, I will bring a guest along. Have you seen the news? The Terry father and son have arrived in Milan. The television has been saying he is coming to play for Milan. Impossible. Kevin shook his head in disbelief. George, that young boy, possesses quite a strong will. If he remains in England for a few more years, he may very well venture to play in the Chinese Super League. The thought is rather daunting. While Huang Kaiwen cannot guarantee his prowess in other areas, his resilience against injuries is undeniably high. Otherwise, after 5 years, he might not only fail to return to Fulham, but could very well retire in place. It would be beneficial to have Inzaghi impart some wisdom to him on how to withstand challenges as an MT. After a brief wait, the group set off for Milanello. Nesta stood at the entrance to greet the parents. Having spent several years alongside the professor, Inzaghi has indeed embarked on his coaching journey, currently serving as one of the youth coaches at Milan. Ah, you've arrived. Even if it's Paolo and Paolo, I shall not show any leniency, Inzaghi remarked with a smile. Paolo Borromeo extended his fist to bump against Nesta's. Merely mentioning his name commands respect as an elder. The group proceeded towards Milanello, which resembled a large kindergarten. Milan only admits children aged 7 and above, yet some parents still bring younger children for trials. The atmosphere was quite lively. Thankfully, Filippo did not show up. Otherwise, I suspect he would have attempted to flirt, Nesta quipped. There were indeed many attractive mothers present. The younger generation still places great importance on their appearance after having children. I doubt it. He is not having an easy time these days, Huang Kaiwen said with a hint of schadenfreude. Inzaghi's contract extends for several more years, and besides playing, the couple wishes to have more children. As one Eduardo cannot guarantee a qualified heir, this old fellow continues to train like a young man and still needs to go home to procreate. No wonder he hasn't been able to gain weight. Soon, staff members began to escort the children to change into their gear. When Juan Paulo took the field, he caught the attention of many. Aside from the parents of the children present, some scouts from other teams had also blended in. After all, numerous talents come to Milan for trials, and not all can be recruited. Thus, seizing opportunities is crucial. The 7-year-old Paolo displayed solid fundamentals and remarkable speed, even outpacing some older children, particularly in his dribbling. I feel as though I am witnessing a young Ricardo arriving at Milan. This child might be the new Kaká, Nesta remarked with a smile. Even if he is the new Kaká, he can only play as a winger. The central defense has become significantly more stringent than in the past, Kaká said with a proud smile. How are his feet? Nesta inquired, arms crossed. Kaká replied. His dominant foot is the left, but his right is also quite impressive. It's comparable to Kevin's, making it difficult to distinguish his preferred foot. The competition for Milan's number 10 shirt is intensifying. Nesta sighed. Kevin Martino is already 12 years old and is currently the finest attacking player in Milan's youth academy. By the time he turns 21, these 16-year-olds will be vying for the right to don the jersey. His speed is remarkable, and he exhibits greater maturity than the typical youth. His vision far surpasses yours at a young age. Perhaps he is the next Kevin, Nesta commented once more. Kaká maintained a gentle smile, entirely unconcerned with Paolo's status as the new whatever. Upon the entrance of Paolo Borromeo, Nesta was once again filled with admiration. The boy possesses an exceptional sense of the ball. His playing style bears a striking resemblance to that of Kevin. His deftness is remarkable, allowing him to deftly bypass opponents with ease. The youngsters simply cannot impede his progress. He is destined to become Brazil's next leading figure. His play is excessively cumbersome, Kaká remarked with dissatisfaction. At this juncture, there is no need for unnecessary tricks. Employing a rainbow flick will only serve to infuriate the adversary. I certainly do not wish for him to end up being treated like a mere pawn, as Neymar has been. You hold him to excessively high standards, Nesta countered. With such innate talent, if he develops normally, he is sure to ascend to the ranks of elite stars. He might even be the next Ronaldinho. That is hardly a compliment, Kaká retorted. Even as a flamboyant figure, Ronaldinho's taste is questionable at best. I would rather he become the next Filippo. At least he wouldn't be suggested by the Gazzetta dello Sport to seek an eye exam. Both have passed, Nesta exclaimed with excitement. I have a premonition that when I coach Milan, these young talents will lead me to countless trophies. The children of Alessandro, what a splendid name. The citizens of the Apennines will be grateful for the exceptional youth I nurture. I shall become the next Sir Ferguson. Juan Kevin, you are rather overreaching, Kaká interjected. You are, in fact, the next Ten Hag. Kaká's banquet was splendidly arranged. Aside from teammates, there were also notable figures from Milan's elite. The cocktail reception served as a delightful social occasion, with the bartender's flamboyant techniques attracting the attention of several socialites. With a radiant smile, Kaká led Paolo out of the hall, proclaiming, Today, Paolo has successfully secured a place in Milan's youth academy. Let us toast to the future star of Milan. Cheers. This was a celebration in the elegant vernacular of Chinese. In Milan's political circles, even simple expressions in Chinese can elevate one's stature. Juan Kevin chuckled as he set down his glass, wandering casually through the courtyard until he soon spotted Paolo by the fountain. Hey, is that not our protagonist? Why don't you approach him? Huang Kaiwen asked, sitting on the fountain's railing and wrapping an arm around Paolo's shoulders. Paolo Borromeo pouted. It doesn't concern me anyway. How could it not? Your mother and all of us wish for your success, Huang Kaiwen replied, affectionately ruffling his hair. Except for my dad, Paolo asserted with conviction. However, Uncle Kaiwen believes you are far superior, Huang Kaiwen stated with a smile. Really, Uncle Kaiwen? Paolo asked, his eyes widening with surprise. Absolutely. That Huang Paolo fellow is nothing but a spoiled child. Our Paolo is truly the best, Huang Kaiwen declared with sincerity. Huang Paolo is out camping with a young girl, and Kaká discreetly follows him with a retinue of bodyguards to handle his affairs. It simply cannot compare. That is splendid. After all, you are 100 times the player Ricardo is. I do not require his validation. Paolo insisted stubbornly. Hey, young man. You should not address your father by his first name, Huang Kaiwen admonished solemnly. A hint of tears welled in Paolo's eyes, startled by the seriousness of the remark. Huang Kaiwen, with a touch of resignation, wrapped his arm around his shoulder and remarked, in truth, I was not particularly favored by my parents during my childhood either. Do you have any siblings? No, came the reply. What was that like? He inquired. My parents often compared me to other children. I was never particularly fond of studying. And one day, I could no longer endure it. I had a heated argument with them, saying, the person you keep mentioning has a father who is a diplomat and a mother who is a journalist. Naturally, he is well versed in the world. You are university professors. Can we be compared? Eventually, they apologized to me. After conversing with Paul for a while, the boy's spirits lifted somewhat, allowing Huang Kaiwen to take his leave. Upon returning home, he stumbled upon a piece of news that would alter his destiny. Ding! Successfully changed the fate of the top star Paul Borromeo, earning 1,500 fate points. Upon opening the fate display, a scene unfolded before him. Your conversation helped Paul realize that there are still people in this world who care for him. The young Paul is maturing, playing football more sensibly, and rarely indulging in unnecessary flashy moves. His style of play is delightful, with Brazilian media even proclaiming him to be the greatest star Brazil will have in the next 20 years. Each time he sees such news, a disdainful smirk appears on Paul's face. At the age of 16, after scoring a hat trick against Rapid Vienna in his debut for the first team, Paul stated in an interview that he had yet to decide whether to represent Brazil or Italy. Although his father is Brazilian, he was raised in Italy. The young Paul embodies the brilliance of both Kaká and Beatrice, standing as one of the most dashing players in Milan's youth academy, garnering the admiration of many young women. Despite this, he maintains a remarkable level of self-discipline, dedicating all his energy to the pitch. He, along with Paul and Kevin Martini, is hailed as the new Three Musketeers of Milan. The tactical prowess of the three number 10s is a testament to their individual excellence. Nesta's youthful vigor sends tremors throughout Europe. When a team boasts more than 3 stars capable of altering the game's course through sheer talent, the match becomes overwhelmingly lopsided. In 2029, the 18-year-old Paul Borromeo announced his allegiance to the Italian national team, earning him the label of a traitor from Brazilian fans. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed. In his debut match for Italy against Brazil, Paul achieved an astonishing quadruple, celebrating fervently towards Kaká in the stands after scoring. From that moment onward, Paul Borromeo became Brazil's foremost nemesis. Even when facing other South American teams, including Argentina, he refrained from being overly aggressive. Yet each encounter with Brazil commenced with a hat trick. This young talent, anticipated by the Brazilian populace for a decade, evolved into their greatest nightmare, deliberately showcasing the name Borromeo emblazoned on his jersey after each goal. Although he was frequently criticized by the Brazilian media, Huang Kaiwen unwaveringly supported him, asserting that representing any team is a personal choice and that Paul Borromeo should not feel compelled to join the Brazilian squad simply because his father is Brazilian. In 2049, at the age of 38, Paul Borromeo ultimately decided to retire. The journalist inquired, as a descendant of Brazilians, what prompted your choice to represent the Italian national team? Without a moment's hesitation, Paolo replied, Brazil is merely my father's homeland, whereas Italy is the country ruled by Uncle Kaiwen. This sudden thought inspired an extra chapter, eliciting a laugh. Thus far, the side stories have adhered to a chronological order, progressing from the recent to the distant past. The next installment requires further contemplation. Alas, there is no update today. Old Yi is diligently gathering inspiration, yet finds little of substance to write about. He muses, Inspiration will strike eventually, and when it does, he will share it. By the way, gratitude is extended to several friends: Wanderer Karen, Elder Sudong, Jurayati, O'Shea 2567, Walk and Trust, and Big Orange Deli for their generous donations. Special thanks to Nanoya for being a patron. It is surprising that after completion, there are still patrons willing to support. Old Yi will continue to strive. Love to all. In a sideline story, the director's song, Anthony Wood, features Kevin. Kasano exaggeratedly exclaimed. Let us see who still hasn't retired as of 2019. As a player born in '83, one must recognize that the world belongs to the youth. Last season, I scored 56 goals in just 1,077 minutes, ensuring that I did not unduly encroach upon the opportunities of younger players. Sitting on the couch, Huang Kaiwen smiled while holding a glass of orange juice. Well, let us change our conversational approach. As one of the world's most renowned athletes, haven't you ever considered leaving your mark on film? The art of light and shadow, a fusion of technology and storytelling, capturing your own narrative on screen. Kasano passionately promoted. Your film could grace the big screen? Huang Kaiwen queried, astonished. Kasano's films would hardly make it to theaters, even in France. I have a new, serious idea. Kasano, seated beside Huang Kaiwen, remarked. Recently, while watching movies, I noticed that the public has a high tolerance for themes involving spies and handsome protagonists. Thus, I pondered, why not produce an Italian version of 007? Are you suggesting I conquer female villains each time? Huang Kaiwen directly inquired. How so? Kasano tapped his head, exclaiming, I am not a shameless writer. How could I handle the plot in such a manner? I simply wish to establish a legitimate company to create a series akin to Mission Impossible or 007. Brother, think about it. You have a vast fan base worldwide. And surely they would support us. If we release a film every few years, we would undoubtedly reap significant profits. However, I am not in need of money at all. Huang Kaiwen replied. Kasano tugged at his own hair in frustration, exclaiming, If you want to see me perish, just refuse my proposal. What is the matter? Huang Kaiwen questioned. Some of your fans have written to say that if you do not star in an exciting spy film, they will not support any of my future projects. And their comments have garnered considerable attention online, Kasano lamented. Damn, without Huang Kaiwen's fans, how would my films sell? All right, I will agree to it, Huang Kaiwen conceded. The success of Tiny Times suggests that Huang Qiuwang's foray into filmmaking should similarly yield profits. Wouldn't you agree? You have given your consent. Kasano exclaimed with surprise. That is truly wonderful. By the way, what is your remuneration? It must be substantial, Huang Kaiwen remarked. No worries, we can always seek investors. Upon hearing that you are acting in a film, I believe they would be exceedingly interested, Kasano declared with enthusiasm. Although he owned a modest film company, he never hesitated to offer generous salaries, for high-paid actors often bring greater returns, a fact particularly evident in the adult film industry. Some actresses, despite their undeniable beauty and outstanding performances, may simply fail to capture the audience's affection. This holds true for both mainstream and adult cinema. Some individuals remain perpetually overlooked, while others possess an innate ability to draw fans into theaters, even without prior acting experience. After Huang Kaiwen's agreement, Kasano promptly returned home. Previously, he had hesitated to engage with renowned directors, feeling that his work in adult films lacked artistic merit. Now, however, Kasano spoke with newfound confidence. Upon arriving home, he began making phone calls. Hello, is this Giuseppe? Who is this? The voice on the other end inquired. I am Antonio Kasano, also a director, he replied. Giuseppe Tonador on the other end nearly stifled a laugh. The Italian stallion turned adult film director was a well-known fact. Yet hearing the other party claim to be a director was somewhat amusing. Born in 1956, Giuseppe had won multiple awards for his first film. His second film, Cinema Paradiso, and Melina, which he both wrote and directed, as well as The Legend of 1900, were all testaments to his talent. While he would not presume to claim the title of Italy's finest screenwriter or director, the disparity between him and Kasano was palpable. Akin to the difference between Huang Kaiwen wearing a cap and Shija doing the same, their only commonality lay in their Italian heritage. When Kasano called him, Giuseppe felt a twinge of insult, as he believed his films deserved more respect. So, Director Antonio, is there something you wish to discuss today? Giuseppe asked, laden with sarcasm. Nothing much. I merely wanted to inform you that Kaiwen is set to embark on a film project. Kasano replied with a smile. What? Giuseppe exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Kaiwen wishes to film my movie. It has been years since I last directed, yet I am confident in my abilities. This will be a magnificent film. Is Kaiwen aiming to portray his autobiography? My Struggle is a rather compelling title, although the Jewish community might not be too fond of it. No, Cassano interjected with a hint of regret. Dear Giuseppe, it is Kaiwen who will be filming my movie, not yours. The exhilarated Giuseppe's voice abruptly fell silent, akin to a duck whose neck had been grasped. As he incredulously asked, Kaiwen is filming your movie? An adult film? You mean the captain of AC Milan, Kaiwen? Indeed, it is as you mentioned, Kevin. However, it is not an adult film. I have resolved to create a magnificent spy series, an Italian 007, with Kevin in the lead role. This will undoubtedly be the greatest film in the annals of Italian cinema. I can already envision the future. Fans will go wild and purchase tickets the moment they see the star's name. This film will yield a profit of 1 billion, or perhaps even 15 billion, or more. Cassano continued to speak at length, yet Gisberto Nadador absorbed none of it. His mind was singularly focused on one thought. He must thwart Huang Kaiwen. In the grand tapestry of Huang Kaiwen's illustrious life, there should be no blemish such as this. Even if he could not persuade Huang Kaiwen, he must take on the roles of director and screenwriter. The following day, the Milan Sports Daily published an interview with Gisberto Nadador, wherein he stated, if Kevin wishes to embark on an acting career, he must not allow Antonio Cassano to direct. This is of paramount importance. Cassano has yet to prove himself. I specifically paid to view several of his works online, and I can only say that, apart from Yellowed Waste, there is not a shred of narrative in his mind. His abysmal cinematographic language ruins everything. He is unqualified even as an adult film director. Almost instantaneously, the Apennines, and indeed the entire European football scene, were left in shock. Huang Kaiwen to star in Cassano's film? What could possibly be going awry? Is it that he has tasted too much success and wishes to challenge the realm of adult cinema? The Milan Club received countless calls, tirelessly explaining that they were producing a legitimate film, not an adult feature. To their astonishment, the more they clarified, the more excited the sponsors became. Everyone understood that Huang Kaiwen's cinematic debut would attract a multitude of fans, making the breaking of the global box office record of 2.8 billion set by Avengers Endgame a foregone conclusion. How could they possibly refrain from participating? Galliani suddenly became the most sought-after individual worldwide. Even the Équipe seemed to forget the impending Ballon d'Or selections, instead fervently reporting on the news of Huang Kaiwen's film. The leading contender for the Ballon d'Or, Harry Kane, gazed at the newspapers with a sense of unease. The Times interviewed Emilia Clarke, who remarked, I do not know if Kaiwen is set to act in a film. I have not received an invitation. However, should it be alongside Kaiwen, it would surely be a delightful endeavor. As for the child's father, his name is Clark. I found him on a spaceship, laughs. Phil Collins, during an interview with The Guardian, stated, if he wishes to act, then let him act. He is 36 years old and capable of making decisions. Our relationship? It has always been quite good, though I do have some reservations regarding the name of my grandson. Kaiwen has good taste, but he clearly did not put much thought into naming the child. I even suspect he might have been inebriated when he chose the name. Numerous British actresses claimed to have received invitations, and the three Bond girls were particularly eager to ascend the ranks. British newspapers eagerly reported such news to capture the public's attention. By Christmas, this matter had been discussed ad infinitum. Cassano presented his new script to Huang Kaiwen. What does dust white forbidden zone mean? Huang Kaiwen inquired. I merely wish to convey that it signifies a perilous area, Cassano replied with a smile, handing out red envelopes to a few children, encouraging them to play elsewhere. Kaiwen, a retired cyclist, was somewhat reclusive and spent his days merely polishing his bicycle. One day, a young black neighbor attempted to admire his bike, but he was swiftly shooed away, for the prospect of thieves was ever present. Huang Kaiwen scoffed, just keep watching. This is a recent trend, Cassano admitted awkwardly. However, the young black boy seemed unfazed. During a gathering, he even invited Kaiwen to join for fried chicken, where his parents warmly welcomed Kaiwen and Antonio. How many black individuals have fathers? He pondered. As for the unfolding plot, he surmised that the young boy's sister would encounter trouble with some delinquents, leading Kaiwen to confront them with a gun, feigning a shooting, only to be shot dead, while the delinquents would be apprehended. This is reminiscent of Clint Eastwood's Gran Torino. And why are there black characters in this film? There are few black individuals in Italy. Huang Kaiwen tossed the script aside in frustration. This level of writing is nothing short of a disgraceful imitation. I don't see how that is incorrect. Such narratives seem to be quite popular in America, and I must consider the American market. Representing black fathers can evoke a sense of familial warmth among the audience. Cassano reasoned. Nonsense. Italian films do not necessitate black characters. Spy films lack that depth. All one needs is a reason to engage in relentless action, like Americans serving as the perfect antagonists, Huang Kaiwen retorted. Won't they be offended? Cassano questioned, puzzled. Rest assured. As long as Jews are not involved, Americans will enjoy watching the film, as they perceive it as fiction, despite the real-life actions of their military, Huang Kaiwen stated. Never mind the script, let others handle it. We'll bring in Mr. Gisberto Nadori as director, and you can be the assistant director. But this is my film, Cassano exclaimed, slightly anxious. We could film in a furniture store. You could emulate Jackie Chan and take on dozens of opponents yourself. I cannot do that, Huang Kaiwen replied. There is only one Jackie Chan, and even if you mimic his style, it will be challenging to achieve similar popularity. It would be better to create a spy film, casting Americans as the villains, and then find opportunities to eliminate them all. You call the shots, Cassano said, somewhat disheartened. At that moment, the project was no longer his. Hearing Huang Kaiwen's words, he felt a sense of relief, as the immense attention had placed considerable pressure upon him. More than one fan had urged him to create a great film. Cassano himself harbored uncertainty. If it were an adult film, he could conjure 3 ideas in an instant. Yet this was his first endeavor with a serious film. Once the script was entrusted to professionals, the progress was swift. It was merely a popcorn blockbuster, devoid of any profound themes. This was also a celebration for the Italian film industry, with numerous Italian filmmakers participating. In February 2020, the European qualifiers had reached a critical juncture, where every match determined which teams would advance to the 2020 UEFA European Championship. However, the most significant news was the press conference for the thief agent, The Beginning. The title itself hinted at certain inspirations drawn from Catch Me If You Can and the Thomas Crown Affair, featuring a protagonist who is a captured art thief recruited by an Italian intelligence agency to save the world. The venue for the press conference was the Milan Opera House, filled with sponsors and journalists. A bespectacled middle-aged man was intently examining an advertisement board when he inadvertently bumped into someone else. I apologize, I was searching for our logo, he remarked. No problem. How much did you sponsor? Inquired the portly man he collided with. 800,000 euros, replied the middle-aged man. His companion promptly mocked. Perhaps you should check the floor crevices. We sponsored 2 million euros and can only be found in the corner. Indeed, the portly man chuckled, with 800,000 euros. You might be limited to Sicily, ha ha ha. The middle-aged man felt somewhat embarrassed, yet the truth was evident. Rumors had it that Huang Kaiwen would perform some perilous scenes without a stunt double, a revelation that prompted Red Bull to invest 200 million euros in sponsorship. Is this excessive? The beverage market in China is worth hundreds of billions of renminbi, while Japan's soft drink sales reach 64 trillion yen annually. These two markets alone have ignited envy among countless brands. In stark contrast, Italy can only offer supplementary sponsorships. Its population and economy dictate that it is not the most significant market in any regard. Remarkably, the film had already turned a profit even before production commenced, a testament to Huang Kaiwen's allure. Brands from Italy, China, and across the globe vied for a chance to be featured. Even Huang Kaiwen's everyday attire in the film had transformed into baseball shirts emblazoned with numerous brand logos, rivaling the sponsorships of F1 drivers. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Galliani took the stage with a beaming smile, stating, I am delighted to welcome all our journalist friends and sponsors. The Thief Agent, The Beginning represents a tremendous opportunity, breathing new life into the somewhat stagnant Italian film industry. We have enlisted the finest screenwriters and production team, and filming will commence this summer, with the crew traversing Milan, Florence, Sicily, and Sardinia. Experts estimate that this will not only boost local employment, but also reinvigorate Italy's tourism industry. This fellow is becoming quite the orator, Inzaghi remarked with a smirk while cradling his child. Adriano has always been an exceptional manager, Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. Have you decided on the female lead? Inzaghi inquired curiously, as he had been invited to make a cameo in the film. Of course, she is currently attending acting classes, Huang Kaiwen replied. In such cases, why involve other actresses? Let Lily take the role. It's not an art film. Even supermodels appear as leading ladies in films like Transformers, so there's no reason Lily can't. Lily possesses remarkable charm in terms of her visage, albeit her physique leaves something to be desired. I find Anthony's suggestion rather commendable. The illustrious actor Rocco Siffredi is indeed well known, and his remuneration is considerably lower than that of conventional actors. Inzaghi remarked, "Get lost." Huang Kaiwen retorted, somewhat irked, "The audience will associate him with the lowbrow, and I certainly do not wish for them to perceive this as an adult film." Inzaghi referred to Rocco Siffredi, the male lead in the adult adaptation of Tarzan, who wed the enchanting Rosalia Caracciolo from the realm of darkness. Despite being the highest-paid actor in the adult film industry, his annual earnings barely reached $2 million, a sum that is quite paltry in both Hollywood and the Chinese entertainment sphere. Subsequently, Netflix produced a documentary about him, wherein he not only acknowledged his Oedipal complex, but also recounted an incident at his mother's funeral where he placed items in the mouths of her friends. It's rather shocking. One might mistakenly think he hails from Japan. Frankly, such complexities are somewhat intriguing. By March, the script had reached its final draft. The protagonist is a reformed art thief, possessing exceptional skills and an exquisite appreciation for art. After successfully completing numerous missions, he attains his freedom and opts to settle in Milan, indulging in pastimes such as painting, writing, cycling, and driving, leading a tranquil life. Within such a script, there is invariably a character who disrupts the retired agent's self-imposed isolation, namely, the neighbor and her daughter. The neighbor, a single mother, is accompanied by an effervescent little girl. Huang Kaiwen harbored the sentiment that Lily was ill-suited to portray a single mother and would be far more fitting as the child. However, he dared not voice this opinion. One day, with her mother absent, the young girl, unable to enter their home after an early dismissal from an event, sought refuge from the rain at the protagonist's residence. Yet, this act led to a misunderstanding on her mother's part. Upon clarifying the situation, the mother invited the protagonist to dinner, fostering a budding camaraderie. The retired agent's life began to acquire a tapestry of color. Then came the pivotal moment when the child was kidnapped. The narrative ascended to its climax as the retired agent resumed his former profession. Tracing the trail back to the Italian mafia, 'Ndrangheta, they had colluded with Americans to abduct Italian children, sending the attractive ones to an island in America for the amusement of the elite, while the less desirable were subjected to human experimentation or organ trafficking. Fueled by rage, the retired agent embarked on a relentless quest, only to discover that the girl had been taken by the American military. Undeterred, he single-handedly infiltrated the battleship, ultimately rescuing her amidst the chaos of exploding vessels. A true man never looks back at explosions, and thus the film concludes. Huang Kaiwen found himself quite satisfied with the script. It epitomized the quintessential popcorn blockbuster, purely exhilarating. Moreover, the portrayal of the Americans in a negative light is likely to resonate well with global audiences. Should there be any protests from the Americans, a mere apology from the Italian Prime Minister would suffice, as it bears no relation to the esteemed Mr. Huang. He even contemplated the narrative for a sequel, envisioning the Americans stirring up trouble, prompting the protagonist to venture alone onto XX Island to unveil the evidence to the world. As the audience grows weary of a protagonist on the verge of retirement, only to be drawn back into action by unforeseen complications, a fresh narrative unfolds. Italy's national security is jeopardized, prompting the hero to emerge once more. In the realm of espionage cinema, logic is often cast aside. The malevolent deeds are invariably attributed to Americans. As long as the characters exude charm and sophistication, the details are of little consequence. The invincible king of the yellow sphere, armed with an immunity card, can effortlessly leap into helicopters or dismantle aircraft barehanded. One can only extend heartfelt apologies to the action stars still gracing the silver screen, for they remain blissfully unaware of the formidable competition they are destined to face. If not for Jackie Chan's waning physical prowess, Kevin Huang would have eagerly invited him to co-star in this venture. The presence of two actors, one seasoned and the other youthful, sharing the same film would undoubtedly create a buzz. Upon Kevin Huang's nod of approval and the finalization of the script, preparations surged into high gear. The Italians, brimming with ambition, sought to make their mark. Although Cassano lacked a flair for serious filmmaking, his own iteration of the Italian 007 series garnered considerable acclaim among industry professionals. Giacomo Bertinari reached out to Kevin Huang, lamenting that numerous familiar actors were eager to secure roles, even in minor capacities. Regrettably, he found himself crafting various excuses to decline their requests, as he would not require such a large cast. He had already identified several key roles in the film, with the exception of the young girl, while the antagonist had been firmly cast. Willem Dafoe, known for his portrayal of the Green Goblin in Spider-Man, would take on the role of a cruel American colonel, showcasing a sense of internal conflict and reluctance, yet ultimately acquiescing to the commands of powerful figures for the sake of his own future. Mads Mikkelsen, recognized for his role in the series Hannibal, would embody the heartless mafia boss, devoid of any humanity, a true psychopath who, in his final moments, begs for mercy, highlighting the stark contrast that serves to remind the audience that even the most nefarious villains possess but a single life. During the UEFA Champions League final, the crew had commenced filming in Milan for several days. While the lead, Kevin Huang, had yet to join the set, everything was proceeding smoothly. A considerable number of Milanese police were present to maintain order, primarily overseeing the fans and ensuring that journalists adhered to protocol. Since the production began, they had apprehended 7 unruly British individuals. Had it not been for the intense protests from the British, they might have temporarily barred British journalists from entering the country. Lily was engrossed in the Champions League final with McKenna Grace, who portrayed her daughter. Although the young girl was now 13, she appeared little changed from 3 years prior when she starred alongside Captain America and Gifted, looking no older than 6 or 7. Presently, she resembled a 10-year-old, making her portrayal of Lily's daughter quite plausible, especially considering the prevalence of young mothers in Europe. "You're American. Can you understand football?" Lily inquired, deliberately using the term soccer. "Aren't you American too?" The young girl retorted. "No, I'm British." Lily laughed, fully accustomed to the fluidity of her national identity. As the two conversed, Van Dijk delivered a long pass from the back, and Huang Kaiwen seized the ball at midfield, embarking on a vigorous sprint. PSG's defense appeared remarkably sparse, with only Marquinhos and Kimpembe lingering at the rear, pursuing Huang Kaiwen. Paredes attempted to use his body to disrupt Huang's momentum, but unexpectedly found himself tumbling onto the grass. Marquinhos was left with no choice but to reposition himself. He dared not confront Huang directly, fearing he might be outpaced. Instead, he sidled up, awaiting Huang's arrival in the penalty area. Marquinhos stretched out his leg in an attempt to intercept, but Huang's series of deft feints caused him to lose his balance. Ultimately, with a deft flick of his right foot, Huang directed the ball into the far left corner, leaving Chien Duo in a disheveled heap, unable to thwart the goal. The entire city of Milan erupted in jubilation. Barely into the match, their captain had secured victory, hinting that Milan might once again lift the Champions League trophy on home soil. According to the Milan Sports Daily, it was evident that money could not rival heritage. Milan's 9-0 victory was merely a concession to preserve the dignity of the French. However, given the conduct of their fans, it seemed Milan should have scored even more. The Roman Sports Daily reported that following their defeat, enraged Parisian fans began vandalizing and looting in Milan, prompting the local police to temporarily draw reinforcements from Rome. Despite Kevin's past efforts to save the city, the fans' frustrations were unabated, leading to the arrest of over 300 Parisian supporters. The Turin Sports Daily noted that the 37-year-old Kevin scored 5 goals once again, and when an individual's tally of quintuplets far surpasses others' hat tricks, he transcends the sport itself. Perhaps only time will conclude Kevin's dynasty. The day he retires will mark the end of the Milan era. The Times reported that following the arrest of the Frenchman in Italy, protests against racial discrimination erupted, as most of the detained fans were black, drawing significant attention from UEFA and related organizations. The Sun captured an image of Shakira's son, whose features strikingly resemble Kevin's. Back in 2005, he performed at the Bernabeu and received Ronaldo's autograph. His son, Raul, has now joined Real Madrid's youth academy. Bild suggested that with the establishment of a separate Ballon d'Or, UEFA should contemplate excluding AC Milan from the Champions League as well. For instance, selecting the best-performing team among the 4 eliminated in the quarterfinals to vie for a semi-final spot, transforming AC Milan into a special champion. The victor among these 4 teams would claim the title of Champions League champion and face AC Milan in a unique final, with the potential for greater rewards and honors. Even if Real Madrid does not acknowledge it, AC Milan remains superior, including Real Madrid itself. Le Parisien reported that Nasser's PSG has become problematic. While elite clubs maintain connections with fan organizations, PSG stands out as the most troublesome team globally. Their fans not only insult their players, but also create significant disturbances away from home, and how to quell the unrest at St. Kevin's Stadium remains uncertain. The UEFA Champions League final has just concluded, and the score holds little significance, as there have been grander scores in the past. However, the Italian police have detained a considerable number of French fans, escalating matters to a considerable height. Galliani, seated in the living room of Kevin Huang, remarked, "They wish for us to assess the damages first, after which the French will compensate us, and they will release the majority of the fans, only secretly sentencing a select few. Adriano, you must comprehend that certain items hold disparate values in the hands of different individuals. The American military's handcart costs $170,000, while a set of metal components that can be procured for merely $0.02 has a purchasing price of $90,000. How much should the French compensate for the damage to the ancient Roman stones of artistic and historical value at St. Kevin's Stadium?" Kevin Huang inquired with a sip of coffee and a smile. 80 million? Galliani ventured. Kevin Huang shook his head. 200 million? He continued, still receiving a negative response, until he finally declared 1 billion. A cough nearly choked Galliani on his drink. Kevin Huang found it amusing and stated, "We demand 1 billion. They might not acquiesce. But in the end, we can save face and settle for a few hundred million." Given the magnitude of this affair, the French cannot afford to offer insufficient compensation. Let us communicate with the Milan police to investigate the actions of these fans during their time in Milan, encouraging local citizens to report any misconduct. If the French refuse to pay, we can simply hand the matter over to the prosecutor's office and see if they still have the audacity when 300 of their compatriots face sentencing. I will accompany the players who have yet to travel to the police station for community cooperation, allowing them to serve as honorary police officers for the day. Milan will donate 2 million to the police for equipment upgrades, Galliani announced. Agreed, but once we receive the funds, we should extend donations to police stations nationwide. These donations should not be allocated for mere upgrades, but rather as personal rewards for our guardians, distributed according to their years of service and rank, Kevin Huang suggested. The seasoned veterans and higher-ranking officials would receive a larger share, ensuring the majority are satisfied. The younger recruits should be grateful for a few thousand. At that moment, Lily hurried downstairs and kissed Kevin on the cheek, saying, "I'm off to get made up. Your scenes are in the afternoon, but you must start makeup by noon. So don't forget." "I understand," Kevin Huang replied with a smile. "I truly look forward to this film. I plan to arrange private screenings for Milan after its release. This Christmas, I shall purchase commemorative edition DVDs for each of them, confident that these will become valuable collectibles. In a few years, the staff will be grateful to me." Galliani chuckled in agreement. By the afternoon, Kevin Huang was already in makeup, ready for filming. And several actors joining the set were curious about the acting prowess of this legendary athlete. Transitioning from sports to acting is no small feat. While some athletes have successfully made the switch, they typically find themselves relegated to simpler roles. However, the film in question does not require profound or complex performances, which is why they agreed to take on the script. Otherwise, the price for failure is exceedingly high, and few are willing to accompany a novice through the slow grind. Time is indeed money. The current shoot captures one of Agent Kevin's final missions before retirement, set against the backdrop of the headquarters of the Finning West Group. The young lady has specifically arranged for an extra resembling his older sister, Marina, to portray the female antagonist. Before the director could utter a word, the insurance company personnel encircled Kevin Huang, urging him, "Kevin, for such stunts, a wide shot suffices. You can accomplish the subsequent close-ups suspended in front of a green screen. Modern technology eliminates the need for direct involvement." "I am aware, yet I must decline," Kevin Huang replied with a smile. "If we are to undertake this, we should strive for excellence. Live action will heighten audience anticipation." Giuseppetto Nadori brusquely dismissed the insurance staff and approached with a congenial demeanor. Kevin's stance was rather agreeable to him. As a film professional, he preferred not to engage with someone merely intent on monetary gain. "Kevin, let us first attempt the rapid descent. Once the others have tested it, you may proceed. The glass on the relevant floor has been replaced. You can kick it in directly, but do ensure your movements are stylish. You might consult the martial arts coordinators from Hong Kong," Giuseppetto Nadori suggested. Kevin nodded in acknowledgement. After the other stunt performers assessed the safety measures, Kevin promptly prepared. Minimal expression was necessary. For authenticity, they employed the static rope typically used for rapid descents. The crew assisted in adjusting the setup, and Kevin signaled an OK gesture. Cam, the assistant director, called out. Once the cinematographer confirmed, he continued, sound. Following the sound technician's affirmation, Giuseppetto Nidori commanded, action. At the director's cue, the helicopter ascended to the appropriate altitude, and Kevin Huang, clad in a suit, leapt from the rooftop, swiftly descending to the floor where the female CEO awaited. As he landed, Kevin swiftly pushed off with his left foot, propelling himself outward. The static rope propelled him against the glass. Initially intending a side kick, Kevin opted to extend his leg straight instead. Although Jing could indeed shatter bulletproof glass with a side kick in such circumstances, it would convey an unrealistic impression to the audience. With a crash, the glass shattered, and the malevolent CEO scurried beneath the desk. Upon witnessing Kevin emerge from the shards, brushing the debris from his attire, she restrained herself and inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" "Do you know who I am?" Kevin replied coolly, "James Bond." "Isn't Bond British? Why would you want to capture me?" "An Italian Bond." With that, Kevin seized her from beneath the desk, delivering a swift chop to render her unconscious. The bodyguards, alerted by the commotion, kicked open the door, guns drawn as they stormed into the CEO's office. Faced with Kevin holding their boss, they were momentarily at a loss. Cradling the CEO in one arm, Kevin extended his fingers in a gesture near her head, saying, "Ciao." He promptly pressed the button on the rope. Together with the female president, he swiftly ascended to the rooftop. Chase. As the bodyguards rushed out, Huang Kaiwen returned to the rooftop. Gisberto Nidori excitedly exclaimed. The entire crew erupted in thunderous applause. "Well done, Kevin. You performed splendidly. It is estimated that Agent Kevin will soon become the most beloved spy in the world." Huang Kaiwen silently rolled his eyes. The dialogue was mere imitation of Bond, yet they dared to say such things. Nevertheless, the smooth filming today was indeed commendable. The female extra, after her scene, still felt a tinge of trepidation. Even though she was held in Huang Kaiwen's embrace, it was undeniably perilous. There were no protective measures in place. It was entirely reliant on Huang Kaiwen's strength to lift her. Had it been any other actor, she would have never consented to such a scene. Mads Mikkelsen took a sip of coffee and turned to say, "It seems our king has performed better than anticipated." Willem Dafoe flashed a quintessentially villainous grin and remarked, "Now that's intriguing. I feel this film will become the highest-grossing one I've participated in. Aside from Jesus, no one has more fans." "Perhaps you overestimate Jesus." Mads Mikkelsen chuckled, downing his coffee and making a basketball shot motion, accurately tossing the cup into the trash can. Willem Dafoe paused momentarily, then finished his coffee in one go, attempting to mimic the action. However, he missed the target and awkwardly retrieved his cup to dispose of it properly. The subsequent filming left everyone astounded. Huang Kaiwen's acting prowess exceeded all expectations, prompting Gisberto Nidori, the seasoned literary soul, to incorporate some inner monologue for Huang Kaiwen. The shooting did not follow the script sequentially. Otherwise, there would be scenes of Huang Kaiwen rescuing the queen. All concentrated on his spy career, he couldn't realistically fly around for filming. Thus, the filming was organized by location. In Milan, they shot scenes depicting domestic life, interactions between Huang Kaiwen and Lily, and ultimately, the moment he and Lily's daughter returned safely. The script was arranged to include as many outdoor activities as possible, aiming to showcase Milan's charm to the world. High-grossing films significantly boost local tourism. When filming The Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson insisted on shooting in New Zealand, transforming an obscure town in his homeland into a renowned tourist destination. Click, click. Lily, you need to be more authentic. Don't regard yourself merely as a single mother. Just think about your everyday interactions with Kevin, Gisberto Nidori instructed. Here, you will encounter a television interview where they mistakenly assume you are a couple. Kevin will express his feelings upon first seeing you. Your heart should be struck at that moment. Give me that expression, understand? Just like Vivian deciding to turn her life around, only to see Edward. Aim for Julia Roberts' level. He referenced Pretty Woman. Within the crew, Huang Kaiwen, the newcomer, had not caused any trouble. Lily, hailing from a family steeped in the performing arts, found herself at a disadvantage due to her lack of acting experience, having been preoccupied with her studies. Despite a brief stint in acting training, she frequently encountered issues, which dealt a significant blow to her confidence. She had believed that even if she fell short of the seasoned veterans, she would certainly surpass Huang Kaiwen. With him as a safety net, her pressure would have been considerably alleviated. Upon resuming their endeavors, Both adults and the young lady were intercepted by eager reporters. A female journalist, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "What a beautiful child! Her parents are also quite striking. Could you share how you all came together?" Before Lily could respond, Huang Kaiwen interjected. He recounted, "When she first moved here, she wore blue canvas shoes and jeans devoid of pockets. Her attire was from the brand SWRS by Paolo Maldini. I thought she was so cool. I have a fondness for Paolo Maldini, so I took note of her. Later, I discovered she had much to learn. Yet she was diligently striving to improve, always considering others. Unbeknownst to me, I had fallen for her." Lily's gaze softened as she looked at Huang Kaiwen with affection. Gisberto Nidori, unable to remain seated, waved his hands fervently, eager to participate. Next, he called out seconds later, his excitement palpable. The advantage of casting real-life couples in romantic roles is evident, as they can easily tap into genuine emotions with slight adjustments. However, this is not without its challenges. Portraying scenes of conflict can prove to be quite difficult. The filming in Milan was merely a fraction of the project, yet upon its completion, Lily had wrapped up her scenes. Even after her part was finished, she chose to linger on set, spending time with Huang Kaiwen and occasionally teasing the young girl. McKenna Grace. Observing Lily's buoyant departure, McKenna turned to Huang Kaiwen and quipped, "Do you treat her like a daughter? She resembles you in stature." Huang Kaiwen affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, only to have her swat his hand away, declaring, "I'm already a grown-up. Don't let my size fool you." "Lily possesses a delightful personality," Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. "If money is no object, why should one strive to be overly mature? Growth invariably comes at a cost. And I believe that if financial worries were absent, most people would wish to live carefree lives." Curiously, McKenna inquired, "How much money do you really have?" "My mother mentioned you have $1 billion. Is that true?" Huang Kaiwen responded, "If it were 10 years ago, Mrs. Grace would not have been mistaken." McKenna's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that a soccer player could amass such wealth. As filming progressed, news about the cast circulated widely, capturing headlines even amidst the European Championship. The Times reported, "Based on footage captured by our reporters, we can confirm that Kaiwen did not employ a stunt double. In this sensational action film, he leaped from an airplane onto a warship and even descended from a bridge dozens of meters high via rope without any protective measures." This film has already become the most anticipated project among cinema enthusiasts worldwide. According to Jason Connery, son of the legendary Sean Connery, his father's health has been deteriorating. It is reported that he had previously attempted to secure a role for Jason in the production, only to face persistent refusals from Kevin and the director. Following discussions, the director has decided to replace the final antagonist, initially an Italian mobster, with an Albanian counterpart, much to the relief of the Italian mafia. An anonymous high-ranking mafia official stated that portraying a villain in Kevin's film would have positioned them as the most nefarious figures in cinematic history, potentially jeopardizing their business interests. Harry Kane, the captain of the England team, who recently celebrated a 4-0 victory against Ukraine in Rome, expressed in an interview that although he is yet to see the completed film, he firmly believes it will be a remarkable work. He noted Kevin's profound charisma in his everyday life. Yet he is concerned whether director Giuseppe Tornatore can truly capture the essence of Kevin's spirit. The sentiment across the Apennine Peninsula is quite similar. Despite Giuseppe Tornatore being Italy's most esteemed director, the lead role belongs to Kevin Huang. Should any issues arise with the film, it would undoubtedly be attributed to Tornatore. Recently, several retired football legends have been incorporating terms such as montage, slow motion, chiaroscuro, and metaphor into their discourse, seemingly to elevate their intellectual stature. Some even encourage journalists to interview retired player Totti, who, aware of his own capabilities, refrained from making imprudent remarks, disappointing fans eager for entertainment. Meanwhile, Buffon, aside from representing the Italian national team, has continued to update his column online. In his latest entry, he remarked that action films have constrained Kevin's potential. While Kevin's athletic prowess is unparalleled, it pales in comparison to the richness of his inner world. He acknowledged that no action film actor has ever won an Oscar, but that was before Kevin embarked on his cinematic journey. Although he has yet to view the film, he asserted that if Kevin is absent from the Best Actor nominations, it would be due to racial bias or other unjust factors. It is the Oscars that fall short of deserving Kevin, not the other way around. In light of such inequitable treatment, Kevin should not squander his energies in the film industry seeking validation from Americans. he requires no one's acknowledgement of his greatness. The expectations of fans have been elevated to an almost unattainable level, bordering on a double-edged sword. Fortunately, Kevin Huang is no novice in the film realm. His years of experience in the sports industry have honed his acting skills into a formidable asset. He is confident that his performance will not disappoint his admirers. As for those actors who fancy themselves as action stars, be it Handsome Tom or Pierce Brosnan, not one can measure up. The filming process has proceeded smoothly, igniting considerable enthusiasm among the Italian populace. Willem Dafoe gazed at the industrious Italians tidying up with a sense of admiration, remarking, "I never expected such high standards from Italians. I once thought the people here were all idlers." Gabriele Tornatore rolled his eyes in response. "Try working with another Italian crew and see for yourself what their true standards are. Without the likes of Kevin Huang, the filming schedule would undoubtedly lag. And the mafia might even come around to collect location fees. It's a misconception to think that those involved in the underworld are all good-natured, and they come equipped with their own provisions to serve as extras. However, such matters need not be clarified, as they pertain to Italy's image." The crew arrived on the island of Sardinia, where they were set to capture the final scenes. In collaboration with the filming, the Italian Navy had selected a decommissioned ship, which had undergone refurbishment months in advance, as it was destined to be destroyed in the end. As long as it resembled an American vessel, that sufficed. The film dared not overtly criticize Americans, yet the subtleties within the narrative continuously pointed in that direction. Willem Dafoe and the other sailors spoke with distinctly American accents, with some extras even hailing from Texas, their origins unmistakable. The current shot involved Dafoe's character, a naval officer, preparing to return to America with a group of children, while Kevin Huang pursued them in a speedboat. This was entirely captured in a long take. As Huang piloted the speedboat at breakneck speeds, he performed various stunts, creating a visually stunning spectacle. As the boat approached the warship, he leapt onto it with a bold dive, using suction tools that enabled him to swiftly scale the smooth hull. "Cut!" Tornatore shouted, somewhat irate. "What is the lighting crew doing? We need to highlight this moment," showcasing Kevin's character against Dafoe's morally compromised officer. "Do you understand?" Illuminated as if God himself were descending, he then turned, flashing a smile at Huang, giving him a thumbs up. "Your action scenes are remarkably sharp, and your expressions are equally captivating. Beyond the vigilant soldiers, I can see your concern for the children. Buffon may not have been mistaken. You might just be the first actor to win an Oscar for Best Actor through an action film." Initially, Tornatore had not anticipated much from Huang's performance. Yet, Huang delivered a multitude of surprises, transforming what could have been a standard popcorn flick into a film rich with emotional depth amidst exhilarating action sequences. Not only did the villain's character develop, but Huang's role also gained considerable complexity, gradually becoming more nuanced. Although the final cut may exceed the expected length, Tornatore deemed it inconsequential, confident that the fans would possess the patience to savor the film in theaters. After several takes, they finally completed the shot. The subsequent filming returned to the shore, where the explosion of the warship promised to be the film's climactic moment. However, discussions regarding the quantity of explosives and the method of detonation were still ongoing. Eager sponsors rushed in to introduce Huang to the specifications of the vehicles. Every agent had their own sleek ride, and naturally, the Italian equivalent of James Bond could not be left behind. Huang Kaiwen's vehicle is an Alfa Romeo under the Fiat brand. Giuseppino Tornatore addressed Huang Kaiwen, saying, "I need a certain look, a gaze filled with disdain for the Albanian mafia, for you already know where they intend to send the children. At this moment, we must strike mercilessly." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. "Wesley, shoot in soft focus." Tornatore instructed the cameraman, "Get a close-up of Kaiwen's eyes." He then activated the loudspeaker, tapping it lightly, and said sternly, "Restoration of props takes considerable time, so I expect no errors. This scene of Kaiwen retaliating against the gang's onslaught needs to be flawless. Otherwise, I will have them work overtime." "Action," Tornatore commanded. The camera focused on Huang Kaiwen's eyes, which were bloodshot, resembling a bloodthirsty beast as he pursued the Albanian mafia with reckless fervor. Just one glance revealed his insatiable desire to eradicate these scoundrels. "Cut," Tornatore exclaimed with satisfaction. "That was perfect." Transition to the final scene of the day, Kaiwen counterattacking after being ambushed in the square. Everyone stay alert. As filming commenced, the Albanian gang opened fire on Huang Kaiwen's vehicle with machine guns. Trusting in the car's performance, He remained unfazed despite the glass fracturing under relentless fire. His expression remained cold, continuously assessing the adversary's positions. He was a prime killing machine, poised to eliminate these vermin. As his gaze shifted, so did his hands. With a press of a button, the headlights retracted to reveal 2 Gatling guns, which unleashed a torrent of fire, showing no mercy. The gang members, who had initially charged forward, began to flee, only to collapse one by one in agony. At this moment, death became the ultimate release. As severed limbs and dismembered bodies filled the air, Huang Kaiwen, maneuvering the vehicle with lethal precision, embodied the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of the Albanian mafia as if reaping wheat. Tornador trembled with excitement, envisioning the resulting footage paired with elegant music, creating a striking contrast. With ordinary people, he was tolerant and kind. With criminals, he was merciless, delivering the harshest blows. Huang Kaiwen's performance elevated the concept of the suited thug to an entirely new echelon, particularly when he showcased his artistic sensibility while teaching the female lead's daughter to paint, leaving those actors who could only rely on close-ups in the dust. Tornador decided to incorporate some more ostentatious and stylish visuals, as everything seemed reasonable and natural when centered around Huang Kaiwen. He aimed to let the world know that the British 007 was merely a facade of elegance, while the Italian agent represented the epitome of espionage. After Kaiwen, there would be no more spy films. As Huang Kaiwen hung up the phone, Giuseppito Tornador, with an expectant expression, inquired, "So, did the Russians agree to sell?" "Yes. Acquiring the Kuznetsov is not overly difficult," Huang Kaiwen replied with a nod. Tornador raised his arms in excitement, expressing a desire to target an aircraft carrier. The aging artist, in his fervor, could even frighten himself. Huang Kaiwen, feeling a bit of a headache, remarked, however, this would be a long-term endeavor. Acquiring it and transferring ownership would be quite challenging. Furthermore, maintenance and refurbishment are necessary. I believe it would be more fitting for the second installment. After demolishing military ships in the first, would we then venture into space in the second? His Kyagaku Makoto template is only effective on Earth. Once in space, we would indeed require Kaká. This old fellow is filled with an increasing number of novel ideas. And Huang Kaiwen genuinely feared he might transform into the Sunglasses King. Although the funding for this film is substantial, and there is no concern about prolonged filming, we could opt for simpler scenes. Perhaps we could incorporate a fashion show where you engage in combat with the Albanian mafia below, while the guests flee in all directions, and the models continue their catwalk above, highlighting a juxtaposition of chaos and order. Tornador suggested, wouldn't it be somewhat problematic for models to strut while bullets are flying? Perhaps we should switch to hand-to-hand combat instead, engaging in a visceral brawl, Huang Kaiwen responded. Precisely. We could invite those Victoria's Secret supermodels as well. Allowing us to secure another sponsorship, Tornador exclaimed with excitement. Huang Kaiwen pressed his forehead, the throbbing in his head intensified. Beyond the narrative, it was essential to provide sponsors ample creative freedom. Just yesterday, he had finished filming a segment featuring Johnny Walker and Red Bull. It was rather astonishing that a highly artistic and talented assassin's preferred beverage was a modest whiskey mixed with Red Bull, quite approachable. The expression of enjoyment he exhibited while partaking was even awe-inspiring to Huang Kaiwen himself. The mere act of drinking seemed to convey a sense of life's essence, rather than a simple whiskey and Red Bull concoction. The sponsor's representatives were exceedingly pleased, particularly Johnny Walker, whose sales consistently ranked among the top in whiskey. Yet, to solidify their standing while leaving competitors no breathing room, the company had been generously increasing their budget. In the afternoon, there was another scene involving Red Bull, which even attracted numerous media outlets and officials from Guinness World Records. The plot involved mafia members fleeing in a helicopter, and Huang Kaiwen crashing the Red Bull event to seize their aircraft, ultimately navigating the plane through 2 obstacle-laden tunnels before ascending into the sky, engaging in an aerial chase. With naval battles and ground skirmishes established, now aerial combat was included. Huang Kaiwen even proposed leaping from a small aircraft to a helicopter in pursuit of the adversaries. However, both the insurance company and the crew vehemently opposed the idea, although the absence of a stunt double would create a sensational moment. Allowing Huang Kaiwen to take such risks posed a dire threat. Should anything go awry, they would struggle to leave Italy unscathed. In the afternoon, the crew was busily preparing. The police had already cordoned off the roads and implemented aerial restrictions. McKenna Grace, observing the throngs surrounding Huang Kaiwen, remarked to Lily, "He's already a super wealthy individual. Why does he still insist on doing it himself? You ought to be mindful of your address. He might just become your father," Lily remarked with a double entendre. Aside from the film where Huang Kaiwen ends up with her, McKenna's mother also displayed an extraordinary enthusiasm towards him. The little girl rolled her eyes and said, "I am not joking. This is perilous. What can we do?" Lily chuckled. "Kevin is an idol to the world. He cannot engage in any outrageous behavior. Yet he possesses an extraordinary amount of energy and sometimes yearns for thrilling experiences, which leads him to extreme sports. Have you ever considered what might happen if something goes awry? It won't happen. What if, I say what if? Then I would accompany Kevin to death." Lily replied somberly, "Without a lover, what is the meaning of living?" McKenna Grace felt a shiver run down her spine. On the filming site, Huang Kaiwen was already seated in a small aircraft, adjusting the equipment. Technicians beside him were briefing. "If any issues arise, safety comes first. We have installed an ejection system on the plane, but remember, do not attempt to eject within the tunnel." Huang Kaiwen responded by giving a thumbs up. Due to the airflow in the tunnel, he needed to react within 0.25 seconds. Such a response time was exceedingly challenging for the average person. Yet Huang Kaiwen was anything but ordinary. Clear the area, Tornador communicated via the intercom. "What is the weather like?" "All is normal," Tornador continued. "Is the road cleared?" "Absolutely no issues." "Okay, prepare, countdown." Tornador's hand gripping the intercom began to sweat. As he counted down, all departments readied themselves. Huang Kaiwen started the aircraft, and the propellers began to spin rapidly. Everyone on site held their breath. As Huang Kaiwen gradually pushed the control stick, the aircraft moved forward amidst the deafening noise, swaying slightly due to the air currents after only a few meters. Many were anxious. The aircraft continued to accelerate. The equipment installed in the plane provided a close-up of Huang Kaiwen. His expression remained notably neutral. The presence of the immunity card made Huang Kaiwen fearless of any challenge. If Red Bull had the funds, he could even attempt a parachute jump from a space station. The mechanical power offered little time for hesitation. In an instant, Huang Kaiwen burst out of the first tunnel, and though the small plane appeared to still be gliding, it had already taken off from the ground. Flying at low altitude, Tornador, positioned before the monitor, took a deep breath, quietly awaiting Huang Kaiwen's safe entry into the second tunnel. "He has entered." A wave of jubilation erupted on site. The aircraft flew smoothly at an incredibly high speed, leaving only a trail of white mist in its wake. Even without being aboard, one could feel the velocity accompanied by the roaring sound. Light emerged. The tunnel's exit was in sight. This was the most perilous step. The speed had reached its zenith, and Huang Kaiwen had to execute the correct maneuver in an exceedingly brief moment to elevate the aircraft. Otherwise, it would result in catastrophic destruction. All gazes were fixed on the monitor. It was coming. As the exit of the tunnel drew closer, Huang Kaiwen prepared himself. Unlike the dim lighting within the tunnel, the sun was setting outside, and even in the twilight, the light was far brighter than the shadows that enveloped the tunnel. Squinting to adjust to the change in illumination, he took immediate control of the aircraft as it burst forth from the tunnel, ascending with precision. After a brief period of acclimatization, Huang Kaiwen deftly maneuvered the small plane, executing acrobatic stunts in the sky. Cheers erupted from the staff on the other side of the monitor. The representative from Red Bull appeared flushed with excitement, as if experiencing a euphoric high. This segment alone was worth the price of admission. Given Huang Kaiwen's exceptional performance, the headquarters would likely be eager to invest further. He could even envision a scenario post-release where Red Bull supplies might run dry. The head of the Italian branch, who spearheaded the investment, would undoubtedly receive a promotion. As Huang Kaiwen gently guided the aircraft back to the ground, the crew and medical team were quick to surround him, assisting him as he disembarked. "How are you, Kevin? Let us first check for any potential issues," they urged. "That was magnificent, Kevin." Following the doctor for a health check, the eager media reporters attempted to approach for interviews, but they were uniformly intercepted. Nevertheless, that evening, numerous television stations across various countries broadcast related news, as the production team provided them with footage. Italian television even interrupted all programming to air the segment. According to our sources, this afternoon, Kevin personally engaged in a thrilling chase scene, piloting a small plane through 2 tunnels before soaring into the sky, thereby shattering 4 Guinness World Records. Professor Mario Gugliano, vice president of the Politecnico di Milano and head of the Department of Aerodynamics, remarked that this was an extremely perilous endeavor, as the aircraft could easily disintegrate under turbulent air currents. Witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle, we have every reason to believe that this will be one of the finest spy films in cinematic history. While the news aired, Huang Kaiwen was still in the gym, perspiring profusely. His efforts were not only to maintain his fitness for the upcoming season, but also for the happiness of his girlfriend. Maintain your breathing rhythm and persevere, Kevin. Your explosive power is remarkable, so you should focus on endurance training, his coach advised. Huang Kaiwen, both amused and resigned, complied. Perhaps he was unaware that King Huang's greatest strength lay in his endurance. Following his training, Huang Kaiwen took a refreshing swim. With damp hair, he exited the hotel. Unlike most shops in Italian cities that close around 7 or 8 p.m., those in Sardinia typically remain open until midnight, especially during the summer when night markets and stalls flourish, making Huang Kaiwen feel as though he had returned home. Due to the crew's presence, a new night market had emerged near the hotel. Navigating through residential areas, he noticed numerous banners displayed by local families, prompting him to quicken his pace. Many Sardinian residents do not lock their doors, with some even inscribing their addresses on their doorsteps, inviting Huang Kaiwen to visit at any time. Although Sardinia is surrounded by the sea, it is most renowned for its roasted pig. Here, one can even select a live pig for the proprietor to prepare. Huang Kaiwen ordered a serving of roasted ribs, and the establishment generously added grilled sausages and other delicacies, filling a large platter to the brim. Upon tasting a piece, he was met with an explosion of flavors, the richness coating his palate. Having seldom indulged in such greasy fare, Huang Kaiwen found the experience immensely gratifying. The coarse salt, with its slight bitterness and grainy texture, accentuated the tender and juicy pork, rendering it exquisitely delicate and smooth. After finishing his dinner, he ordered another plate. Ultimately, he spent over an hour running by the seaside to aid digestion before returning to his hotel. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen discovered news of his late-night meal in the newspaper. "Someone wishes to meet you, Kaiwen," a crew member informed him. Setting down his utensils, he noticed an elderly gentleman approaching briskly. "Kaiwen, I am Ignazio Rocchi, the mayor of St. Antioch." The man clasped Huang Kaiwen's hands warmly, exclaiming, "It is splendid that your filming is taking place in Sardinia. Mr. Rocchi, I was just about to have breakfast. If you do not mind, please join me." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Rocchi, unreserved, took a seat and instructed his secretary to select a meal. "Since yesterday's news, I have received numerous calls urging me to ensure your safety. However, I cannot guarantee such matters. At my age, I am unable to serve as your body double," Rocchi remarked. "Should you wish, I could speak with the director about giving it a try," Huang Kaiwen jested. Rocchi's expression stiffened, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, "My heart isn't in good condition. My doctor advises against anything too thrilling." "Very well, it is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Rocchi. Is your visit today solely to discuss safety?" Huang Kaiwen inquired while taking a bite of salmon. "Indeed," Rocchi replied, rubbing his hands together. "As you know, Sardinia's economic situation is quite mediocre, primarily reliant on agriculture and mining, yet it has suffered from a net population outflow. Many villages are on the brink of desolation. Even with the government's announcement of financial incentives for relocation to Sardinia, it proves ineffective. Few are inclined to register in villages with fewer than 3,000 residents. You do not expect me to relocate individuals from the north, do you?" Huang Kaiwen retorted. "People have purchased vacation villas, but becoming a villager is another matter entirely. The average person is rather unwilling. We hope you might assist in promoting the region, encouraging high-quality individuals from around the world, such as esteemed writers like yourself, to settle here. They possess assets that could greatly benefit Sardinia's economy," Rocchi continued. Huang Kaiwen inwardly rolled his eyes. Was this not merely a bankrupt version of London's scheme to attract the wealthy? They wouldn't even provide subsidies, expecting people to bring their own resources to help develop Sardinia. Who would be so foolish? "I will do my best, though I cannot ascertain its effectiveness," Huang Kaiwen replied. Following breakfast, Huang Kaiwen returned to the makeup room. The shooting proceeded smoothly, yet Katona door called for a halt. He approached Huang Kaiwen, stating, "I believe we should incorporate more memorable lines. The world must remember Agent Kaiwen, who requires a distinctive signature of his own. Forgiveness, as you say, is a divine act. My only wish is that God may forgive me," Huang Kaiwen inquired casually. "Indeed, that line is quite splendid. Tornador replied, nodding vigorously. Yet, it is insufficient. I desire a scene akin to a killer elegantly wiping his hands with a silk handkerchief, allowing the audience to truly appreciate the allure of Agent Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen, somewhat vexed, rubbed his temples and remarked, Director, such matters are best discussed with the screenwriter. Perhaps I believe music could convey certain emotions. Very well, let me ponder further. For now, let us shoot the action sequences, Tornador declared. Turning to beckon the martial arts director. The martial arts instructor approached promptly, demonstrating techniques before Huang Kaiwen and elucidating essential elements. Kaiwen, remember to temper your actions. I am aware of your physical prowess, but in filmmaking, the audience must comprehend the narrative. Avoid performing actions that exceed their expectations. They may find them implausible. The instructor advised. Huang Kaiwen nodded in understanding. He had already been quite restrained. Had it not been for the director's instructions regarding a speedboat chasing a warship, he would have leapt directly from the plane onto the warship without a parachute. However, such a leap would have transformed him from 007 into Captain America. As the filming commenced, Huang Kaiwen's movements were sharp and swift, each strike potentially lethal, offering no second chances to the Albanian mobsters. One gangster launched a sidekick at him midair, but Huang Kaiwen bent low, swiftly raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick to the adversary's groin. Observing their impending defeat, the gangsters resorted to firearms. Huang Kaiwen retrieved 2 Desert Eagles, transforming into a mobile sharpshooter, wielding dual pistols with reckless abandon, while Dove's soared in the background. Once the Desert Eagles ran out of ammunition, he procured a revolver, embodying a Western gunslinger, pressing the gun with one hand while repeatedly pulling the trigger with the other. He treated all his weapons as consumables, discarding them after use. Cut. Let's maintain one shot. Makeup artist, please be quicker, Tornador called out. Huang Kaiwen seized the half-drunk bottle of mineral water from Lily, draining it before taking a seat to rest. Preparing for the blood plasma scenes was rather tedious. Huang Kaiwen detested reshooting such sequences. Little McKenna Grace approached and asked, How come you can do everything? I learned it in Hawaii, Huang Kaiwen replied dismissively. Nonsense. Don't think I haven't been to Hawaii, the little girl retorted. Huang Kaiwen, slightly annoyed, playfully pushed her face away and said, Lily and I need to discuss some adult matters. It's not suitable for a child to overhear. I've heard plenty, the girl mumbled. Lily shot Huang Kaiwen a disapproving glance. He shrugged innocently. Was it truly his fault that he didn't control the volume? He simply closed his eyes, pretending to doze off. August in Sardinia was already quite warm, so Huang Kaiwen retrieved an ice pack from his bag and placed it on his face, finding the coolness quite refreshing. He began to whistle. Tornador, who had been observing him attentively, suddenly grasped Huang Kaiwen's hand, exclaiming excitedly, Yes, that's it. Buddy, what are you doing? My girlfriend is right here, Huang Kaiwen jested. What I mean is, after you have dealt with the Albanian mob, you simply walk away with your hands in your pockets. Whistling. That would suffice. Whistling after each kill has become Agent Kevin's signature. Tornador exclaimed with enthusiasm. Well, as long as you're happy, Huang Kaiwen replied dismissively. But what should I whistle? Perhaps the Milan team anthem? Slowing it down might make it sound less cheerful. Forget it. That's not appropriate. Tornador shook his head. Huang Kaiwen felt a tinge of regret. After all, whistling the Milan team anthem would undoubtedly elevate its popularity. The subsequent filming proceeded smoothly, and Tornador, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly pulled others in to discuss his new ideas. Mads Mikkelsen, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked, I thought being sanctioned by justice would be sufficient, yet the director always has fresh concepts for my demise. At least it indicates you are sufficiently villainous, Huang Kaiwen joked. Your subordinates barely get any close-ups. Green Goblin Willem Dafoe nodded in agreement. He had no chance to resist in the film. The protagonist wouldn't even grant him the classic scene of being shot in the back, dispatching him cleanly and swiftly, leaving him to disintegrate with the warship. Huang Kaiwen was somewhat more familiar with the Green Goblin, as his second wife was Italian. That evening, just as he was about to invite several actors out for dinner, Tornador summoned him to the conference room. The screenwriter and some other staff members were seated there. Observing the cigarette butts in the ashtray revealed that Tornador had certainly put them through their paces. Huang Kaiwen opened the window and caught sight of a paparazzo atop the tree across the street, who awkwardly smiled. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and waved him off, signaling him to leave. A few snaps would suffice. We have decided to use a more renowned song. An English song is a definite choice given its wider reach. But we have yet to determine which one. Tornator stated directly. How about a folk song? It immediately evokes a sense of nostalgia for one's homeland and tranquil life, perfectly highlighting the protagonist's disdain for being unwittingly embroiled in events, Huang Kaiwen suggested. I already mentioned that, but the issue lies in which specific song to use. The lighting technician raised his hand. In fact, I think whistling Michael Jackson would work splendidly. You could even throw in a moonwalk, the art director chuckled. Huang Kaiwen retorted. We might as well film an Indian movie, where halfway through, the characters burst into song and dance, then return to fighting. And include a scene where they revive the dead with a cup of Ganges water. It would surely be a box office hit in India. Art director Ari Len stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Listening to their discussions, Huang Kaiwen sensed that no resolution would be reached anytime soon. So he cleverly concocted an excuse to leave. The lingering scent of smoke on his clothes made him somewhat uncomfortable. It was a remnant from his days spent at the internet cafe. His parents had evolved to discern his visits to the cafe merely by the smell of smoke on him. The following day, within a Roman-era building, the filming sequence depicted Huang Kaiwen eliminating the mob's henchmen, finally confronting Mads Mikkelsen, who portrayed the Albanian mob boss, Fatmir Brova. The name Fatmir translates to brave one. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, Fates Brovina sat behind an opulent desk, casting a glance at Huang Kaiwen and calmly stating, You are the most formidable agent I have ever encountered. However, should you choose to kill me, you will forever remain in the dark regarding the whereabouts of that girl. Do you truly believe I would plead for your mercy? Huang Kaiwen retorted with disdain. If you were to implore me, I might be inclined to share that information. Should my mood permit. Fates Brovina lowered his gaze to examine the dossier on Agent Kaiwen, remarking, An artist of your caliber should have long since allied with the counterfeit syndicate. We could amass a considerable fortune, ensuring your retirement is far more comfortable than your current existence. You seem fond of that young girl and her mother. Should you harm me, you will never find her in this lifetime. As he spoke, Fates Brovina abruptly drew a firearm, aiming it at Huang Kaiwen. Yet, Kaiwen was swifter. In the instant Fates Brovina raised his weapon, a bullet had already been discharged, leaving the left hand of Fates Brovina drenched in blood. Kaiwen charged forward from the doorway, lifting Fates Brovina effortlessly with one hand, choking him until his face turned crimson. In a desperate attempt, Fates Brovina produced a dagger with his left hand, but before he could act, Kaiwen executed a powerful throw, sending him crashing to the ground. Lying on the floor, Fates Brovina, wounded, attempted to maintain bravado, declaring, Do you know? God is the cruelest of all. He uses one man's hand to bring about the demise of another. This was a classic line from Hannibal. Standing impassively, Kaiwen casually seized a dinner knife from the desk, crouched before Fates Brovina, and expressionlessly sliced open his shirt. This action instilled a sense of peril in Fates Brovina, who struggled to resist, only to receive a punch to the face. Kaiwen, still crouched, continued his work, the sharp blade gliding across Fates Brovina's skin, causing blood to pour forth. The agony prompted Fates Brovina to make another effort to fight back, but once again, he was met with a fist to the face, this time breaking his nose and leaving him momentarily dazed. Despite his condition, he persisted in his futile resistance. Kaiwen delivered blow after blow, rendering Fates Brovina incapable of further opposition, and resumed his meticulous task with the precision of a seasoned surgeon. Please, I can assist you in bringing her to the Americans. They will surely comply for the sake of money. I implore you, spare me. I already know she is on the warship, and it will not depart until tomorrow. Then why? I await the opportune moment, and you scum must also pay the price. Abolishing the death penalty is the greatest cruelty to the virtuous. Someone must cleanse the world's filth. Kaiwen showed no reluctance in conversing with the dying. Fates Brovina, now barely human, continued to struggle to distance himself from Kaiwen, pleading, I possess great wealth. I can give it all to you. Just let me go. To spare you is the domain of God. All I wish is for him to forgive me. With that, Kaiwen deftly twisted his wrist, driving the knife deep into Fates Brovina's skull, leaving only the hilt visible. Fates Brovina's legs twitched a few times before he fell silent for good. Huang Kaiwen, with bloodied hands, carelessly wiped them across the white shirt of his opponent before rising to retrieve a hat from the coat rack. With a playful flourish, he donned the hat atop his head, slipped his hands into his pockets, and whistled a tune as he departed. Although devoid of lyrics, the melody conjured images of a folk guitar strumming in the minds of all present, as a deep voice crooned a poignant longing for home and a tranquil life. If you miss the train I'm on, you will know that I am gone. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. Neo, with palpable excitement, licked his lips as he stood before the two bound journalists, stating, "You need not explain. My employer has recently garnered significant attention and wishes to capture some candid moments of his family. Had this occurred on the streets, I would have turned a blind eye. But you erred in choosing to trespass upon private property. What do you intend to do? We are British citizens." One journalist protested. Neo, unfazed, continued. On October 3rd of last year, the Daily Mail, your place of employment, published a confidential letter from former Prime Minister Cameron. Surely, you recall its contents? It revealed that MI5 agents are authorized to engage in murder, torture, and sexual assault within the UK, free from prosecution. The public has dubbed this a license to kill. One might wonder if Italy possesses a similar arrangement, and whether I just so happen to possess such a document. The journalist who posed the question trembled uncontrollably, while the other had already wet himself in fear. They were driven by greed. What good was money if one no longer lived? Summoning his courage, the trembling journalist inquired, "Of the 3 crimes you mentioned, may I select one to endure?" Neo replied, "Damn, I had heard the British were depraved, but I underestimated the extent of their perversion." At a loss for words, he resolved to contact Huang Kaiwen to report the situation. Upon hearing the news, Huang Kaiwen asked, "What did Barbara suggest as a solution?" "Miss Berlusconi wishes to integrate them into the walls of the estate," Neo replied. Huang Kaiwen advised, "Let it be. Teach them a lesson, then release them, leaving a lasting impression." Anger aside, there is no need to eliminate the two journalists. After hanging up, Huang Kaiwen returned to his seat, preparing for the final act. The young actress, McKenna, approached him, asking, "When the explosion occurs, will there be any danger? You are a veteran in the entertainment industry. You must protect me in times of peril." Huang Kaiwen responded, and the girl, having lost her lines, found herself momentarily speechless. Despite her precociousness, she was still merely a child compared to her contemporaries, and experience could not easily be substituted. Lily playfully tapped Huang Kaiwen's arm, saying, "You've offended a future Oscar winner. Be cautious, or you may find it impossible to pursue a career in Hollywood." It appears that while assisting McKenna, one is merely teasing the young girl, who often critiques her. "Never mind, I have little interest in Hollywood." McKenna rolled her eyes. Were it not for the constraints of her persona, she would have liked to give the two unseemly individuals the finger. Willem Dafoe chuckled as he tossed a bottle of water to Kevin Huang, remarking, "The little girl storms off in a huff each day, only to return to your side. Women are creatures who value appearances." "Even if a handsome man's personality is less than appealing," Kevin Huang replied with a smile. Willem Dafoe nodded in agreement. "There are far too many superficial admirers in this world, and he has certainly suffered from this phenomenon." "Willem, I heard that Julia Roberts reportedly slept with the entire crew for a role. Is that true?" Kevin Huang inquired curiously. At the time, Lily was too young and had not been deeply immersed in Hollywood. Willem Dafoe pondered before responding, "I cannot ascertain the veracity of that rumor, but in Hollywood, such gossip often holds a kernel of truth, as people tend to be indifferent to these matters." "So, doesn't her husband frequently encounter her various acquaintances?" Kevin remarked. "How can you be so certain that other women have fewer partners?" "At least Roberts is wealthy," Lily interjected. Kevin contemplated her words and realized there was some truth to them. Even though many women in their country are becoming quite internationalized, they may not necessarily rival the allure of female celebrities. At least Roberts is exceptionally affluent. "Kevin, it's time to prepare," the assistant director called out. Kevin Huang promptly rose to have his makeup done, noting that the props team had nearly completed their preparations. Lily approached Galliani and asked, "Have the hotel arrangements been made?" "Yes, Miss Collins. We have also prepared gifts from Kevin for the crew and cast," Adriano replied. "Thank you, Adriano," Lily expressed sincerely, feeling that Galliani seemed to anticipate every need. "It is my duty," Galliani smiled in response. Suddenly, with a tremendous roar, the warship behind Kevin Huang began to explode, scattering debris and igniting the sky with flames. Holding McKenna in one arm, Kevin did not glance back, continuing to move forward. "I hereby declare the filming of The Thief Agent, the beginning officially wrapped," Tornatore proclaimed. The crew erupted in cheers, setting off handheld fireworks. Additionally, some contracted salvage personnel needed to complete their final tasks under the supervision of an environmental organization. The remnants of the vessel must be dealt with. After having filmed once, Kevin realized just how intricate the filmmaking process is. Primarily, McKenna, the young lead, had a very limited working schedule and could not exceed her time. The crew even had to hire a tutor for her, with someone watching over her. Fortunately, she was a child star and performed admirably. It is no wonder Hollywood claims that working with children and animals is the most challenging. Following this, various organizations, environmental, anti-war, feminist, basically every kind of group imaginable had come to visit, and none of them were easy to deal with. At last, some relief was in sight. "I've arranged a bonfire party. We can truly unwind this evening," Kevin stated. This endeavor had indeed proven rather troublesome. Sardinia is renowned for tourism. However, contemporary politicians place great emphasis on environmental conservation, even prohibiting picnics on the beaches, let alone bonfire gatherings. This leniency is granted solely in consideration of Huang Kaiwen's stature. Long live Kaiwen. Hooray for him. Lily hurriedly took Galliani along, bearing gifts for the crew members, and with each gift presented, she never failed to express her gratitude. "Thank you for taking care of Kaiwen and me." Willem Dafoe approached Huang Kaiwen and remarked, "I now comprehend the source of your popularity. In life, it is essential to cultivate friendships for one's own comfort." Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. "Is there anyone who dislikes you? Even the dollar has its detractors. How could I be an exception?" Huang Kaiwen stated. "Yet those who openly express their disdain for me typically do not fare well in life." Mads Mikkelsen, listening intently, nodded in agreement. While Americans may not fully grasp it, as a Dane, he is acutely aware of Huang Kaiwen's prominence. Post-retirement, Usain Bolt's most significant label is not that of the fastest man on earth, but rather as the individual who has triumphed over Huang Kaiwen twice. Even as an actor, Mikkelsen perceives Huang Kaiwen as a marvel. His dominance across various fields is nothing short of astonishing. Mikkelsen speculates that if Huang Kaiwen were to partake in other Olympic events, securing gold medals would pose no challenge. Merely through his film endeavors, Huang Kaiwen has exhibited extraordinary physical attributes, strength, endurance, balance, and reflexes, rendering him almost superhuman. It is no wonder that he effortlessly garners gold in every competition he enters. In contrast, his exceptional acting skills seem almost understated. Perhaps this is the essence of genius. Huang Kaiwen has never been frugal when it comes to celebrations, particularly with the ample sponsorship funds still at his disposal. Tornator, despite his pursuit of grand spectacles, cannot exhaust all the resources available. Initially, Huang Kaiwen had intended to pay homage to Jackie Chan by sliding down the stairs of the Dutch building without protection. But Tornator declined this idea, leaving Huang Kaiwen with a tinge of regret. Should a sequel be produced, he would insist on including that scene. After indulging in some drinks, Huang Kaiwen and Lily returned to their hotel early. Upon entering their room, Lily donned a lacy nightgown and wielded a long whip, intending to teach Agent Kaiwen a lesson. Alas, her skills and physical prowess were equally inadequate, and she was easily subdued by Huang Kaiwen. The following day, Huang Kaiwen bid farewell to his companions as the new season commenced. He must return to continue playing football. With Inzaghi still active, the king of Huang cannot fall behind. On the flight back to Milan, Galliani sat beside Huang Kaiwen and remarked, "This time, our distribution is entrusted to the Americans. The release will likely coincide with the summer blockbuster season, as Christmas is too congested." "I have no objections," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Regarding awards, there are no issues with Venice or Cannes. The sponsors are keen to ensure you secure the Best Actor title, and they even wish to test the waters with the Oscars." "What about Berlin?" The German stance remains somewhat ambiguous. "Very well, then," Huang Kaiwen concluded. He is not a professional actor, so he does not place much importance on these awards. Around November, he heard news that American insiders were quite optimistic about the film's prospects after a private screening, though there were some concerns regarding its rating due to the abundance of violent scenes. Such matters necessitate communication with sponsors. The one who invests more holds the power. Given that the United States serves as a significant box office, even a slight rating discrepancy could result in a loss of tens of millions or even billions in revenue. Conversely, there were no issues in Europe. What Huang Kaiwen was most concerned about was whether the film would require editing for domestic release. The year 2021 quietly arrived. Milan was leading the scoreboard with a remarkable performance. The film was confirmed to premiere in mid-June and had secured a PG-13 rating in the United States, allowing Huang Kaiwen to fully appreciate the power of capital. This rating means that children under May 13th watch it accompanied by their parents, placing it on par with films such as Titanic, Rush Hour, and Die Hard. though the level of violence far exceeded those films. As the release date approached, some related slogans began to appear at St. Kevin's Stadium. Several actors, when interviewed, expressed high praise for Huang Kaiwen. McKenna Grace remarked to reporters, "When I first met Kevin, I couldn't tell he was over 30. He seemed like a college student. His performance was nothing like that of someone without acting experience. He was among the least likely to miss a shot on set. We had a wonderful time together, and I have remained in contact with his girlfriend, Lily." Mads Mikkelsen, in an interview with the Los Angeles Herald, stated, "Setting aside the topic of professional skills, Kevin's performance is impeccable. At his age, I was nowhere near his level. It seems he was born for the big screen. Before he joined the crew, I was concerned that this major athlete might be hard to work with. But it turned out to be completely fine. Kevin has a great personality and is courteous to everyone." One day during filming was Willem Dafoe's birthday, and no one knew. But Kevin prepared gifts and a party for him. It's hard to hold any malice toward such a young man. Willem Dafoe echoed similar sentiments when speaking to the media, saying, "Perfect. Kevin is so impeccable that he hardly seems human. Both his acting and character are beyond reproach. It's only during light-hearted moments that you might perceive him as an ordinary person, and he has a remarkably youthful mindset. If you see the film, you will be astonished. So many thrilling scenes, and Kevin not only performed without a stunt double, but he also utilized the simplest protective measures that did not hinder his movements. Some scenes even had no protection at all. It's simply insane. In Hollywood, he might even struggle to find an insurance company. American insurers have a strong aversion to troublesome actors. When Nicole Kidman was filming The Invasion, her knee injury flared up, nearly resulting in the insurance company having to pay the crew tens of millions of dollars. They acted swiftly and persuaded Jodie Foster to continue filming. This incident led to Kidman, the Australian actress, being thoroughly shunned by insurance companies. Actors who are disliked by insurance companies often find it exceedingly difficult to secure work, as the unions prohibit their participation in film productions. However, the case of Huang Kaiwen is decidedly different. Despite the inherent dangers, several of the world's leading insurance firms fiercely competed for the opportunity to underwrite Huang Kaiwen and his crew. This competition was a testament to their status. Moreover, the insurance policy for Huang resembled more of a wager. In the event that a billionaire were to tragically perish while making a film, compensating the crew would be a trivial matter. Essentially, they were gambling on whether Huang would indeed put himself in peril. The insurance representatives were more vigilant about Huang Kaiwen's safety than anyone else. Fortunately, as the film concluded, no incidents occurred, rendering Huang's policy a profitable venture. As June arrived, the film's promotional campaign was in full swing. Sponsors and distributors were vigorously pushing their efforts. Huang Kaiwen's extensive network of friends in the football world meant that nearly everyone had something to say about him. Over the years, he had gifted countless items, even acquiring a luxury watch brand in the process. Consequently, active players and legendary figures in football eagerly approached reporters to express their intent to attend screenings, some even reserving entire theaters. Bollock notably called Huang Kaiwen, announcing that he had set aside 500,000 euros to host a viewing in his hometown of Gorlitz. Italian cinemas went so far as to clear their schedules, ensuring that from June 15th until the film's conclusion, no competing films would be shown. Some extreme cinema owners even opted to screen only this one film, as the fans' fervor could lead to destructive consequences for any theater daring to show similar content. Alarmingly, even calling the police would yield little effect. The Anteo Palazzo di Cinema in Milan exuded a palpable sense of nostalgia from its exterior, while its interior boasted a cinema-themed restaurant and bookstore. Alongside the latest commercial releases, it occasionally showcased independent European films, earning a fond following among aficionados of the genre. However, the facilities could not compete with larger cinemas, resulting in merely average business. Ramos and his girlfriend Chiara had a daughter and, in preparation for the film, had entrusted her to Kaká for the day. Kaká, eager to attend the premiere himself, found his home filled with children and assumed the role of a makeshift kindergarten director. Chiara, pulling Ramos's arm, asked, "Shall we marry next year?" To which he replied, "Your thinking is rather outdated. Marriage is the grave of love and a shackle between us." While purchasing tickets, Ramos suggested, "How about this? If Kevin gets married, we shall too, and we can have our wedding together with him." Chiara promptly rolled her eyes, realizing that her boyfriend had no real intention of marrying. Ramos purchased 2 tickets and some snacks, guiding Chiara into the theater. He deliberately chose a less popular cinema, curious to observe the attendance for the film. Judging by the foot traffic today, it appeared to surpass the usual numbers. Even before entering, Ramos could overhear discussions about the movie. Francisco, I am prepared to watch it 3 times. Then I shall watch it 4 times. Not watching would not be true to a Milan fan. Thus, I will assist my father with his gardening to earn a little money. From the trailer, Kevin appears exceedingly cool, truly the pride of Milan. I heard that Gisabito Nidori implored Kevin to participate, and Kevin, moved by his age and plight, agreed to act in the film. Is that true? Absolutely, it is true. My father is a staff member of the Milan club. Gisabito Nidori lamented that Italians lack their own spy films and hoped for Kevin to create one to effectively counter the arrogance of the British. Out of consideration for Italy, Kevin consented. How splendid it is. Italy now has its own 007. Ramos listened intently from behind. Chiara turned to Ramos and whispered, "Why have I not heard of this?" Ramos shot her a glance and replied, "That is because you are unaware. That is how it is." Chiara stifled a giggle. She suspected the 2 fans ahead were claiming that Kevin had once repelled alien invaders, and her boyfriend would undoubtedly affirm the truth of it. She simply did not know. As an Italian, she found Ramos's demeanor quite endearing. Moreover, as the girlfriend of Kevin's close friend, her fashion career had also benefited immensely. At the Space Cinezodian cinema, a red carpet lay upon the sidewalk. Security appeared somewhat overwhelmed, as the fans were more fervent than usual today, although it was said to be a global simultaneous screening. In reality, Italy was a day ahead. The fans waiting here predominantly wore Milan jerseys, brandishing a myriad of posters. And one could even spot posters from over a decade ago featuring Kevin. Lily's posters, however, were more uniform, and there were quite a few of them. This was due to Kevin's concern for Lily's mood, prompting Galliani to invite a number of her fans. "You old rascal, you made it too?" Lambert Belfast inquired. "This is the biggest event in Italy, and my ticket was a gift from Kevin," the portly fellow boasted, waving his movie ticket. "Kevin has often driven me around and frequently gifts me tickets. He is the kindest person in the world." Lambert rolled his eyes. Both were taxi drivers, yet Marazzo, that fortunate rotund man, had the luck of driving Kevin to the hospital when his eldest son was born. Over the years, he had received season tickets, jerseys, and other gifts from Kevin. He had even been invited to dine at Kevin's home. Everyone envied that fortunate fat man. Of course, Kevin's generosity was immensely appreciated. Over the years, there have been many who occasionally emerged claiming to have received gifts from Kevin. Anyone who had assisted Kevin had undoubtedly reaped considerable rewards. Such a generous and grateful approach truly endears him to the fans. As the first car arrived, out stepped Crudeli, the veteran commentator, his hair gray but his demeanor lively. Many fans recognized him and greeted him with applause. Crudeli smiled and waved as he made his way forward. Next in line is Willem Dafoe, the actor known for portraying the Green Goblin, who enjoys a certain level of fame. Yet, much like Monica Bellucci's situation in Hollywood, Dafoe finds himself without significant support in Italy. Fans merely clap out of courtesy upon hearing about his amicable relationship with Kevin Huang, as reported in the newspapers. "You're driving awfully slowly today," Lily remarked while retouching her makeup in the mirror. "Well, it's my first time walking the red carpet for a movie. It's only natural to feel a bit anxious," Kevin explained. "TCH," Lily scoffed dismissively. Kevin nearly chuckled at her reaction. Ironically, it was she who was busy with her makeup. He was driving the Alfa Romeo featured in the film, a new model specially launched by Fiat to coincide with the movie's release, which would soon be available for purchase. As they arrived, a deafening wave of screams erupted from the crowd. Kevin opened the car door, and the flashbulbs began to pop. Nevertheless, he quickly jogged over to assist Lily out of the vehicle. Once she stepped out, her hand rested gracefully on his arm, and together they made their way toward the red carpet. The event had attracted numerous stars, courtesy of the sponsors. Most of them were familiar faces to Kevin, especially since he had earned his reputation as the king of medals. Gaining entry to the premiere without a degree of fame was nearly impossible. As for the Italian actors, many would readily purchase tickets for the premiere themselves, seizing the opportunity to meet top Italian directors, an investment that could pay off if even one director remembered them. "Congratulations, Kevin." Robert Goizueta, the former CEO of Coca-Cola, approached with a smile. Last year, Coca-Cola was named the most valuable company in America. Kevin quipped, "Well, that old man once predicted that Coca-Cola would hold that title by 2020, but the top spots were dominated by tech companies, with Apple leading the pack." Goizueta cleared his throat and replied, "One of the most valuable, one of the most valuable. Despite Kevin being a spokesperson for Pepsi, Coca-Cola had not given up hope. In the world of capitalism, there are no permanent enemies. Spotting Beatrice, Kevin and the young lady approached her, smiling as he inquired, "Where's Ricardo?" Beatrice rolled her eyes, nearly raising her middle finger, exclaiming, "How many children has he thrown into chaos?" The young lady chuckled and pulled Beatrice away, saying, "Let us go. We need to pay attention to this guy." Kevin shrugged and stood still. While wandering the hall, he spotted Abu and rushed over for a bear hug, saying, "Thanks for handling the aircraft carrier situation. It's a trivial matter. The Russians have no use for it," Abu responded. Curiously, he asked, "Are you planning to broker a deal with Italy or China?" "No, I plan to blow it up in the movie." Kevin quickly shook his head. Who on earth would dare to use a Russian aircraft carrier? India picked one up for free, but repairing it cost them $3 billion. Kevin doubted that the $20 million spent would ever satisfy their appetite. Fortunately, the carrier only needed a minor refurbishment before being destroyed. What a pity. "I was looking forward to seeing the Kuznetsov regain its former glory," Abu said, shaking his head. As the time drew near, Huang Kaiwen finally made his entrance. Gallieni promptly approached him, stating, regarding the awards, "The 3 major European accolades all have exclusivity clauses. Can requires that films submitted have not participated in any other festival's competitive sections. However, we could submit to Confirst and persuade Venice to amend their rules." Huang Kaiwen shook his head, replying, "There is no need for such actions. It would provoke dissatisfaction among many directors and actors, and it would diminish the prestige of the Venice Film Festival. Which festival shall we participate in then? The Venice Film Festival is approaching. Has registration been completed? We have registered in advance. If we decide not to attend, we merely need to inform them. Then it shall be Venice," Huang Kaiwen declared. At that moment, the lights in the theater dimmed. Gallieni quickly fell silent. The large screen illuminated, showing Huang Kaiwen clad in prison garb, playing football within the confines of a jail. An Italian official approached him, offering his release in exchange for 5 years of service to the Italian government, to which Huang Kaiwen acquiesced. The official then tasked him with retrieving an ancient Roman artifact from the Americans. The scene shifted, and Huang Kaiwen was seen infiltrating the American embassy in Italy. Through his exceptional skills and the support of his teammates, he effortlessly stole the artifact. Inzaghi pointed at the screen, exclaiming, "There I am." He had a cameo role as a secret agent, appearing briefly on screen. Angela Robusti, both amused and exasperated, patted her husband's hand, saying, "If you wish to pursue a career in film, you should retire in Milan." It was indeed rare for a 47-year-old to still be playing football in Milan. She suspected that Inzaghi would remain on the Milan bench until retirement. "I'll consider it further. After all, I've just secured a 5-year contract," Inzaghi replied nonchalantly. The older he grew, the more reluctant he was to embrace change. Staying with the team was quite beneficial. When personal matters arose, Coach Wenger would grant him leave. And finding such a relaxed job without performance pressures was not easy. Majestic classical music filled the air, leading one to believe that Agent Kevin would be attending a grand ball. Yet, it was not to be. The subsequent scenes were briskly edited, each event lasting mere seconds, showcasing Huang Kaiwen in action. He jumped from planes, blew up dams, wielded a rapier in life-and-death struggles, transported a truckload of arms to subdue terrorists, and even rescued a deposed elderly lady. Even without explicit clarity, viewers could recognize the identity of the plump elderly woman when the antagonist threatened her with a beloved dog and the Union Jack. Save the Queen. One could only wonder if the British would take delight in such a narrative. The scene shifted once more, revealing Agent Kevin having returned his license to kill, collected his retirement benefits, and purchased a modest home in Milan. The audience finally emerged from the exhilarating visuals, engaging in lively discussion. Kevin is simply magnificent. He portrays the role so naturally. Indeed, he truly embodies the essence of a secret agent. These scenes appear perilous. No wonder the insurance companies have been protesting. It must be an edited version, and I suspect a stunt double is involved. Why would Kevin, with his considerable wealth, risk his life? Ramos furrowed his brow, contemplating treachery. Kiera quickly grasped her boyfriend's hand. Although Ramos's aggression is not illegal, it can certainly lead to complications. He continued to observe. Kevin Huang, returning to a mundane life, resembled an ordinary person, or perhaps even less than one. His daily routine consisted of morning runs, cooking for himself, and spending the rest of his time either painting or engaging in various sports. However, Ramos keenly identified a significant issue. Despite Kevin's active lifestyle, he lacked essential social interaction. He habitually distanced himself from others' kindness with polite avoidance. Yet, in Kevin's artwork, an unparalleled fervor was evident. Ramos perceived this as a manifestation of a retired agent's yearning for warmth, coupled with a wariness of causing trouble for those around him. The painting's Sistine Madonna conveys that the Virgin Mary embodies both divinity and humanity, similarly suggesting that agents are human too, longing for an ordinary existence. Ramos's attention was piqued by whispers from those nearby, noticing someone jotting notes. This reminded him of the nearly extinct profession of film critics, inevitably diverting a portion of his focus. The lighting shifted, signaling an impending surge of passion in the otherwise mundane life. Catherine and Mary. Were they referencing the wives and daughter of Henry VIII? Ramos nodded, surprised at the implications of their names. Kevin frequently encountered Catherine and her young daughter, Mary, who always greeted the agent warmly, while he remained notably aloof, which soured Catherine's impression of him. However, little Mary believed he was not a bad person. Thus, the first conflict emerged. Mary, having been dismissed from school early without her mother's knowledge, found herself waiting in the pouring rain. Kevin, unable to bear the sight, invited her to his home to escape the downpour. Upon Catherine's return and seeing Mary in different clothes, a misunderstanding arose. Lily Collins's emotional portrayal was excessively direct and crude, lacking depth, rendering her performance merely adequate. In contrast, both Kevin and McKenna Grace displayed substantially superior acting skills, despite being a commercial film about mothers. It paled in comparison to Sarah Connor from The Terminator. Nevertheless, the ensuing sweet moments after the misunderstanding was resolved showcased Lily's commendable performance, as it merely required her authentic self. Then came the second turning point. Young Mary was kidnapped. Catherine's cries were heart-wrenching. Kevin's face was a canvas of inner turmoil, grappling with his longing for a serene life, his disdain for those disrupting it, his frustration over unfulfilled desires, and his concern for Mary. Ultimately, all these emotions crystallized into resolve. He exchanged a few words with Catherine and sped out of the house in his high-tech modified Alfa Romeo. The young lady whispered, "I didn't expect Lily to perform so well." This segment took an entire week to film. Kevin glanced at Lily and murmured, "The director is going to lose his mind. I am too." To his surprise, Kevin Huang's hushed words were overheard by Lily, who promptly struck him on the arm with a punch. The young lady wore an expression of amusement, as with the assistance of his former colleague, Inzaghi, Kevin embarked on a journey laden with arms, determined to locate Mary. Following a mere traffic jam, provoked by an audacious driver behind him, Kevin delivered a harsh lesson to the offender. The spectacle was riveting. After the disarray of life, the beast within him was unleashed. Kevin's performance was truly extraordinary. Had it not been for Mary's abduction, he would have appeared as if suffering from a split personality, transformed into an entirely different individual. However, the progression from a suave agent to an ordinary self, ultimately discovering the essence of life and evolving into a vengeful avenger, was conveyed with clarity and reason. One could sense Kevin's latent dangers simply through his gaze. Ramos nodded approvingly, finding the critics' insights commendable. The plot ascended to thrilling heights, eliciting gasps from the audience. Reacquiring his weapon, Kevin pursued leads with precision, ensuring that each villain encountered would not escape unscathed. Much to the delight of viewers who had grown weary of Hollywood's ineffectual protagonists, those who, in pivotal moments, displayed unwarranted mercy, only to invite further complications. The exhilarating car chase sequences, featuring a dazzling array of vehicles obliterating a small gang, were a sight to behold. The production boasted an impressive number of Fiat cars and shells for explosive scenes, emphasizing grandiosity. The action escalated from the roads to the river, where the adversaries attempted to flee by boat. Agent Kevin adeptly descended via rope to pursue them. When they switched to a helicopter, he commandeered a jet to follow suit. The segment, which transitioned from a small aircraft to a helicopter, was meticulously crafted, though the crew hesitated to execute a live jump. The explosive scenes captivated many, causing them to momentarily forget their snacks. Kevin's creative annihilation of the antagonists, utilizing whatever tools were at his disposal, culminated in a climactic assault on the Albanian mob, leaving the audience exhilarated. Particularly noteworthy was his confrontation with Mads Mikkelsen, which delivered the film's most intense climax. Viewers witnessed a villain of high caliber being tortured and ultimately slain by Kevin, who offered no respite, prompting thunderous applause and cheers within the theater. The previously portrayed malevolence of the villains, whose actions nearly rivaled those of America, rendered their physical demise all the more gratifying. This narrative also touched upon the existence of girls trafficked from Eastern Europe, with a concentration primarily in Germany and the Netherlands. Currently, the principal exporting country was Bulgaria, the homeland of Berbatov, with Ukraine anticipated to follow suit. Among the buyers, actors from the Netherlands and Germany could be sought, an ironic commentary on these nations' hypocrisy. They derided Italy's conservatism while engaging in the most sordid dealings. By this point, the theater was hushed, with nearly every eye glued to the screen. The taut narrative left spectators unwilling to divert their gaze. The song 500 Miles was likely to regain popularity soon. The American singer, known for her frequent romantic entanglements, might very well set her sights on Kevin. Ramos smirked, noting that admiration for Kevin was on the rise. On the enchanting island of Sardinia, Kevin indulged in a sumptuous feast before venturing to the seaside to observe the naval defenses, returning to his hotel to inspect his weaponry, all foretelling an impending cataclysm. Even Ramos, aware of the narrative, could not suppress his rising tension. The stark contrast between flesh and blood and formidable steel vessels was palpable. As Kevin prepared to confront the world's most heavily funded regular army, the exhilarating score swelled as he navigated a speedboat, performing acrobatics that elicited knowing smiles from onlookers. Upon boarding the warship, while the American forces were momentarily caught off guard, he transformed into a relentless harbinger of doom. The carnage he wrought led him to the highest-ranking officer aboard, Colonel Smith, portrayed by Willem Dafoe. The colonel, rendered utterly dumbfounded, found himself devoid of soldiers and resigned to his fate. Their ensuing dialogue was equally intriguing. Superhero? No, an agent. MI6 or KGB? Why? There's no reason. You targeted the wrong people. Who? Which? I can release them. The American government won't let you go if you kill me. Huh, scoffed Agent Kevin. Only death can absolve sins. The gunfire rang out, and Colonel Smith met his demise. Kevin liberated the children, planting explosives aboard the vessel. With a resounding explosion, he cradled Mary and departed without a glance back. The scene faded into tranquility. Applause erupted in the theater, with Ramos springing to his feet, clapping vigorously. Even though it was not Kevin's film, he found it thoroughly exhilarating. The grand spectacles induced a rush of adrenaline, executed with precision, leaving no opportunity for the villains. Ramos resolved to watch it 10 times before making further judgments. As the screen illuminated once more, Agent Kevin returned to his serene life. Unrecognizable as the man who had just vanquished a battalion of American soldiers and obliterated a crime syndicate. In his arms, Mary called out Mama, rushing into Catherine's embrace. Thus, the film reached its poignant conclusion. As the theater lights brightened, many patrons lingered, reflecting on the cinematic experience. Ramos noticed a critic nearby, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle. Unmistakably an artistic soul. Despite the sweltering heat, the critic had dutifully buttoned his linen shirt to the top, aligning perfectly with Ramos's perception of an artist. Oblivious to Ramos's gaze, the critic muttered to himself, "No wonder they are named Catherine and Mary." Her marriage to Henry VIII led him to break from the Roman Catholic Church. Thus, Kevin's line, "I hope God can forgive me," is quite reminiscent of Tornator style. With the final warm scene elucidating everything, anything done for family can be forgiven. However, as a retired agent who had stirred such upheaval in Italy, Kevin's future would likely not be so tranquil, leaving a tantalizing hint for a sequel. As a commercial film, it proved remarkably successful, with Kevin's and the two antagonists' performances elevating the film to a higher echelon. The Space Cines Odeon Theater resonated with fervent applause. The film's brilliance far exceeded the expectations of the audience, and the performances were notably impressive. Several key creators took to the stage to express their gratitude for the audience's support, eliciting another round of applause. Willem Dafoe murmured, "It's too overwhelming. This is quite the predicament. Allow me to perform a magic trick," suggested Kevin Huang. Dafoe inquired, "What sort of trick?" Without providing an answer, Huang took the microphone and announced, "I am prepared to showcase a magic trick as the final act of the evening. First, I would like Colonel Smith to hand over his wallet." The audience erupted in cheers, compelling Dafoe to surrender his wallet to Huang. With a sharp clap of his hands, the wallet vanished, sending the atmosphere in the theater to new heights. Huang bowed like a true magician, while Dafoe quietly insisted, "All right, enough of this. Return my wallet." "What wallet?" I know not of what you speak. After a brief pause, Defoe glared at Huang's retreating figure and exclaimed, at the very least, return my credit card and driver's license, you scoundrel. This is madness. In Italy, the film amassed an astonishing 9.8 million in a single day, surpassing the 2.7 million earned by Avengers: Endgame. Considering Italy's economic conditions and population, along with the numerous individuals unable to secure tickets, the film's popularity eclipsed that of Marvel's superheroes. The following day, the film garnered 18 million on its opening in the UK, doubling the earnings of Avengers: Endgame. In Mexico, it raked in 14 million on its first day, while in Russia, it achieved 7 million, setting a record for the highest opening box office in the country's cinematic history. The Russians were no longer relegated to the roles of villains in Western blockbusters. Even in Taiwan, it earned 178 million new Taiwan dollars, surpassing Avengers: Endgame by 18 million. In Brazil, it amassed 41 million reais, with over 2 million viewers on its opening day, still outshining Avengers: Endgame. Even in the so-called desert of football, the United States saw 31 million on its first day, with weekend projections exceeding 80 million. Domestically, with Kevin's tea and various sponsorship activities, the film was undoubtedly on track to break box office records. Huang felt that his movie was surely more engaging than a remake of A Fat Man Boxing. The King of Huang could potentially become a domestic box office titan after just 2 releases. In Japan, the fervor was palpable due to the film's success. There was a noticeable increase in high school students taking on part-time jobs, and several middle-aged women were seen anonymously soliciting work in the entertainment industry. Despite the increasing number of screenings, tickets at mainstream theaters remained difficult to procure. Not to mention, the fanbase of Ribin was exceptionally devoted. The King of Huang remained unmarried. And regardless of how many girlfriends he had, they seemed unconcerned, even believing they might one day have a chance to be among them. Most importantly, the film garnered excellent reviews. The football community overwhelmingly praised it, with many urging the King of Huang to focus on his acting career. The currently screening films, including Black Widow, Wonder Woman 1984, and Fast Furious 9, all felt the impact, although it remained less perceptible in North America. However, South America, Europe, Asia, and even Africa are experiencing a precipitous decline. There is not a single noteworthy film in the entire schedule. The impact of the historic debut of the foremost athlete in sports history far surpasses that of the illustrious Ivan. Startled by this, the producers of Top Gun: Maverick have promptly announced a change in their release date. The 1998 blockbuster has demonstrated enduring stability, while Kevin Huang's Master Thief Agent has showcased an overwhelming momentum from the outset. Driven by sponsors, it seems as though there is only one film this year, with no other cinematic promotions visible. Those who dare to voice dissent will find no mercy from sponsors, even if fans might overlook them. Red Bull alone has invested $2.5 billion, eagerly awaiting their returns. Anyone who stands in their way becomes their adversary. One wonders what the American-born Chinese filmmaker of Mulan, which flopped, might feel. Kevin Huang has unequivocally proven that it is not the lack of box office appeal among Asian actors, but rather that none of the so-called 85 flowers possess any real influence. According to Milan Sports News, box office forecasts have been raised once again. Professional estimates suggest that Kevin's film will undoubtedly surpass Avengers: Endgame. With just the Chinese and Japanese markets combined, it has already exceeded $1.4 billion, and the film continues to perform strongly. Ultimately, the box office may reach figures beyond our imagination. The Times reports that Kevin's affable nature is evident. We frequently capture images of Premier League players attending screenings, all of whom have offered glowing reviews of this espionage film. Kevin's success seems to have illuminated a different possibility for these athletes, as they perhaps envision themselves as the next Kevin. The Bild asserts that we have no doubt that the Italian agent will soon replace 007 as the epitome of espionage. The Parisian quotes renowned director Leos Carax, who expressed that making commercial films would squander Kevin's talents. This director from the New Wave era hopes Kevin will pursue greater artistic aspirations. The People's Daily reveals that Kevin has lifted the veil on Amsterdam, where Bulgarian girls are lured abroad for work, only to be sold into the red light district. The Communist Youth League Truth Journal notes that in Hollywood films, villains are typically portrayed as Russians, but Kevin has bravely countered American hegemony, exposing the truth of our world, where the greatest criminal syndicate is none other than the Americans and their allies. The Sao Paulo page reports that a gang has been screening Master Thief Agent in impoverished neighborhoods, which has somewhat impacted the film's box office. However, during a telephone interview, Kevin graciously remarked that he does not concern himself with box office fluctuations, as long as he can bring joy to the youth in those neighborhoods. With global box office revenues approaching $3 billion, Galliani has become the busiest person in the world. This debut has thoroughly demonstrated Kevin Huang's personal charisma, prompting companies to eagerly seek contract renewals. The Germans are even willing to offer an exorbitant lifetime contract. Despite developing a personal brand alongside Kevin, they fear American poaching. Even Inzaghi, a former colleague, has secured numerous endorsements. As September approaches, several cinemas continue to screen Master Thief Agent, the beginning, which has already surpassed a remarkable $4.2 billion at the box office, elevating the global revenue record by a third. With just a nod from Kevin Huang, a plethora of scripts await his selection. The Venice Film Festival comprises the main competition section and the Horizons section, the latter primarily catering to emerging directors. Master Thief Agent, the beginning, has entered the main competition section. Originally, the jury chair for this section was to be Cate Blanchett. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the committee replaced her with renowned Italian actress Monica Bellucci, alongside British director Joanna Hogg, Italian writer Nicola Legioia, and French actress Ludivine Sagnier. Half of the 8-member jury consists of acquaintances of Kevin Huang. On the Lido Island of Venice, Kevin has already tossed his coat to Galliani and is seated at the theater entrance, sipping a cold beverage. This year's Italian weather is notably hotter than in previous years. The committee aims to provide more opportunities for films, Galliani remarks. What do you think? Kevin inquires. I believe Miss Collins truly deserves the Best Actress award. Best Supporting Actor and Best Director should also be ours. As for Best Actor, your talent is recognized worldwide. This represents a perfect balance of commerce and artistry. If it isn't awarded to you, it would suggest foul play, which must be thoroughly investigated, Galliani quickly responds. I concur. The film festival cannot always be about dividing the spoils, Kevin asserts, biting on his straw. Look at the Oscars. It's common for films to win multiple awards. The Italian notion of fairness through division is outdated. Indeed, Galliani fervently nods in agreement. Kevin notices several Asian faces in the crowd. Although the influence of Europe's 3 major awards wanes, they remain significant for Asian filmmakers, who often strive to walk the red carpet. He hears that Hideo Kojima is also present and contemplates inquiring about the next installment of Metal Gear. Let us head back, if we delay any longer. Lily might be anxiously waiting. I wonder how her gown preparations are coming along, Kevin states as he rises. Galliani finally breathes a sigh of relief. Remaining seated any longer would have been taxing on his aging body. Several plainclothes police officers in Venice exchange signals and follow suit. This time, the director has issued a strict order. Any disturbances during the festival are permissible, but Kevin Huang's safety must be ensured. In the Belmond Hotel during Oscar night, Willem Dafoe sits on the balcony of his room, admiring the enchanting night view of Venice. He believes the portrayal in The Merchant of Venice pales in comparison to the beauty he witnesses. Who could have imagined that by starring in a commercial film, he would become the first male actor in Hollywood history to have a single film surpass $4 billion? Were it not for his character meeting an untimely demise, he would eagerly participate in the sequel, even without compensation. During this period, he has received countless calls from prominent Hollywood directors. No one can overshadow a leading man like Kevin Huang. Even if the second film falls slightly short, it is assured to gross at least $3 billion. There are scarcely any directors capable of achieving such heights, yet Huang Kaiwen inherently brings in this substantial box office. With an actor of this caliber, the prospect of failure is non-existent. Only triumph awaits, be it a modest victory, a moderate success, or a resounding triumph. A veritable cascade of wins. Although it had not been anticipated previously, he now relishes the advantages that have come his way. The array of scripts from which he can choose has significantly expanded. Journalists are now far more enthusiastic towards him, eager for any scandalous revelations about Huang Kaiwen. Those unscrupulous individuals fail to consider that if Huang Kaiwen were truly embroiled in such controversies, major media outlets would have exposed them long ago. As the film festival commences, Italy has become notably lively. With Huang Kaiwen's film in contention, the number of journalists in Venice has more than doubled, many of whom are sports reporters. The domestic actors are plentiful, as the 3 major film festivals all attract ticket sales. Invitations cost over €10,000 each, making mainland actors the primary consumers. Lily, gazing out the car window at a multitude of Asian faces, inquired, "Are you not going to greet your fellow compatriots?" "Better not." Huang Kaiwen vigorously shook his head. "Those actresses without notable works lack integrity. They might even stumble or suffer an embarrassing moment. If I were to greet them, they would likely assume I am pursuing them or inviting them to play the lead. The king of soccer does not wish to be taken advantage of, even if just to mingle." Lily chuckled behind her hand. Previously, she thought Hollywood stars were shameless, but now she realizes that the world over is quite similar. "I remember Sophie Marceau often having wardrobe malfunctions," she remarked. "She is rather free-spirited. After all, in France, her influence pales in comparison to that of the two Isabels. However, I have heard that Inzaghi has quite the temper," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Many actors are not as commendable in private. Hollywood is rife with addicts. Toddy's education level might even surpass theirs. Chinese actors may fare somewhat better in this regard," Lily responded with a smile. "That is because China mandates compulsory education, and there is strict regulation regarding such matters. Obtaining illicit substances is not easy, which does not necessarily reflect their superiority," Huang Kaiwen remarked. As the two conversed, the car finally arrived. With Lily and Huang Kaiwen disembarking, everyone else faded into the background. McKenna, walking the red carpet with Defoe, promptly abandoned the Green Goblin to rush towards her parents. "Kevin, look this way. Kevin, you were so impressive." The moment Huang Kaiwen stepped onto the red carpet, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony. This is indeed his home ground. In the Apennines, Huang Kaiwen enjoys a 100 approval rating. Such treatment turns heads among numerous celebrities. Filippo Costi expressed enviously, "If only I were this popular." He had just appeared in Paolo Sorrentino's The Hand of God. Luisa Rainieri remarked, even standing next to Kevin, "You have no chance. However, we still have an opportunity." Being part of an Italian crew, they have gotten along quite well. Sorrentino cast a sidelong glance at several lead actors, saying nothing. Huang Kaiwen evidently holds little interest in actors, particularly those with chaotic personal lives. In the fervent and exuberant Italian entertainment industry, few manage to maintain their integrity. "Let us go. The security personnel will not be polite if we linger," Sorrentino urged, fully aware of who the star of the day was. As a native of Naples, he possessed a deeper understanding of certain circumstances. After Huang Kaiwen substituted the film's antagonist with an Albanian character, even the mafia had become an unexpected supporter of his accolades. Rather than participating in the evaluations, they might as well have been mere spectators. Even the Silver Lion was beyond his aspirations. After all, film festivals tend to share the spoils, and Huang Kaiwen's film receiving too many awards could prove detrimental to other Italian films, as judges would avoid voting for them to steer clear of controversy. However, such sentiments were unspoken. Once inside the auditorium, Huang Kaiwen and Lily occupied the front row. Galliani approached and said, "They wish for you to present the Lifetime Achievement Award." "That is no issue," Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. The Italians had certainly put in considerable effort this time, commencing with a rather ambiguous song and dance performance. It seemed that those in the arts believed that an audience's inability to comprehend added to their sophistication. Huang Kaiwen had never been particularly intrigued by directors of films like A Bun Leads to Bloodshed. Films that no one watches were simply rubbish. With Huang, the king of the ball, making commercial films, Venice had no choice but to kneel. Initially, he held a rather indifferent attitude towards the Oscars, but found the prospect of a satisfying rebuttal appealing. After all, the film production had not exhausted the sponsors' funds, and during the award season, they had to contribute as well. It was a matter of seeing whether these capitalists could overcome political correctness. Marcello Mastroianni Best Newcomer Award goes to Lily Collins. Lily gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Huang Kaiwen stood and embraced her, encouraging her with a gentle pat on the back. "Go on, this is just the beginning." "Thank you, my dear," Lily exclaimed excitedly. Huang Kaiwen smiled and lightly pushed her forward. Lily hurried to the stage to receive her trophy. Penelope Cruz rolled her eyes and shot a glare at Huang Kaiwen. Despite having swum together in the stands of the Bernabeu, it was only in Venice that she realized the Best Actress award she coveted had already been predetermined. The jury special prize was awarded to Michelangelo Framartino's The Hole. The Best Screenplay award went to Maggie Gyllenhaal's The Lost Daughter. Finally, after the appearance of the renowned Italian actor Frank Nero, the event reached its climax. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a card from the envelope and announced, "Best Actor, Kevin." A thunderous applause erupted in the theater. Huang Kaiwen rose with a smile, embraced the director and others, and made his way to the stage. Frank Nero enveloped Huang Kaiwen in a bear hug, exclaiming, "I've watched your films several times. Your performance was outstanding." "Thank you," Huang Kaiwen replied as he took the trophy and approached the podium. Setting the award down and adjusting the microphone, he leaned slightly forward and said, "I am grateful for the support of fans, the club, friends, and my girlfriend. I have never doubted myself. Standing here today signifies that I am the best. In every field, I will continue to succeed, and that is all." With that, Huang Kaiwen raised the trophy once more. The auditorium erupted in fervent applause. Huang Kaiwen's triumph as Best Actor was indeed anticipated by many. As he descended from the stage, numerous unfamiliar actors greeted him warmly. Upon returning to his seat, he found himself in possession of a multitude of small notes. Lily jested, "Perhaps today we could assemble 2 teams of 11. You should start preparing your acceptance speech." Huang Kaiwen retorted with a playful tone. Lily stuck out her tongue and hurriedly began to contemplate her speech. Monica Bellucci strode confidently onto the stage and directed her gaze towards Lily. She opened the envelope and announced, "Best Actress goes to Lily Collins for The Thief Agent, The Beginning." Having previously won an award, Lily managed her emotions much better this time. She pecked Huang Kaiwen on the cheek before making her way to the stage. Standing there, Lily expressed, "I never imagined I would stand here one day. I am grateful to Kaiwen, Barbara, and my other family members for their unwavering support." After her succinct remarks, she gracefully descended from the stage. In the category of Best Director, the award eluded them, going instead to Jane Campion for Dog Power. The Thief Agent, The Beginning secured the Golden Lion for Best Film. At the theater's entrance, Huang Kaiwen once again became the focal point of attention. "Kaiwen, were you surprised by this win? Is Lily Collins' award a result of your connections in Italy? American director Zhao has criticized your influence over the selection process. Do you believe her claims hold merit? Will your film participate in next year's Oscars?" Huang Kaiwen replied, "I will answer only once. Lily's award is the result of the judge's decision. Her performance was truly exceptional. As for claims of my manipulating the selection process, that is utterly absurd. I do not even know that individual." As reporters pressed for more, Neo roughly pushed them aside. Galliani, hastily putting away his phone, caught up and remarked, "That director is the daughter of an actor from your country. Her background will be revealed shortly." Huang Kaiwen nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the hotel, he encountered the information regarding the situation. It appeared that the king of football had usurped the award from his opponent. More significantly, Zhao Ting was revealed to be a standard trader. Her father, a prominent figure, and her mother, Song Dandan, came from a family with assets exceeding 10 billion. Since leaving the country, she had expressed various anti-national sentiments. Huang Kaiwen believed that even if he hadn't obstructed this little wretch, her aversion would still stem from the color of his skin. It was indeed remarkable. Having grown up in the capital, she bore the appearance of an ABC. One could only conclude that the environment of the Beacon Nation undoubtedly nurtured its people. Now that he was aware, Huang Kaiwen had no intention of letting her off easily. Her film had received considerable acclaim, and it was initially intended for her to secure several awards in Europe before entering the Oscars, Galliani stated. "Find a public relations firm ahead of time, and spare no expense. I want it all," Huang Kaiwen asserted. "That may not be easy. I recall that a Korean film spent a record-breaking $15 million on public relations and only secured 2 awards," Galliani cautioned. "Then let us allocate 150 million. Money is not an issue, and even the outcome of the awards is secondary. I simply do not wish to see that Zhao win anything. Can we ensure that?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "It seems I shall seek out a reputable public relations firm. Although the Academy boasts 6,000 members, the truly influential ones are rather few. Well, I shall inform them that Emirates Airlines will sponsor their entire family on a trip to Italy, and during their visit, they stand a chance of winning the lottery, thereby legitimizing their income, correct?" Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. Galliani gave a thumbs up. If that's the case, Hollywood truly lacks any formidable contenders. Compared to those trivial gifts during award season, Huang Kaiwen is directly investing substantial sums. What is even more remarkable is that it remains entirely lawful. How many core members are there? Whatever the number, that's what we shall invest, as long as you travel to Italy. Winning the lottery is almost guaranteed. Other actors simply cannot achieve such a feat. The one whose daughter inspired the real-life adaptation of No Man's Land is a strong contender for both Best Director and Best Picture. Yet Huang Kaiwen knows it is already beyond hope. Securing a win is no easy task, but sabotaging is rather straightforward. Sponsors propel films toward awards, while Huang, the king of the yellow ball, financially hampers the lesser beings. Huang Kaiwen genuinely cannot fathom how individuals who have prospered from substantial dividends can utter such words. And it appears there are many like them. In March, Huang Kaiwen and Lily ventured to LA, arriving a few days early. They opted to stay in the residence previously purchased by the young lady. However, they were soon commandeered by Lily's mother, Giltavoman. Are you two not cooking? Do you intend to dine out every day? Giltavoman inquired. Nonsense, Kevin can cook, and so can I, Lily retorted. Giltavoman immediately struck Lily's forehead with her fist, stating, I saw in the newspaper that you were photographed dining exclusively at restaurants. That was merely Kevin's attempt to sample American cuisine, Lily defended. Indeed, that is the case. Under Lily's formidable influence, Huang Kaiwen could only nod in acceptance. Giltavoman lamented, You are already a mother. Can't you conduct yourself like an adult? What is wrong with that? Lily countered, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. I am a guest of various brands, well acquainted with royal families from around the globe, and I represent several major brands. Even those stars in the 20 million club must envy me, right? Giltavoman had no rebuttal to that. America lacks depth and is utterly defenseless against terms like nobility and royalty. Countless Hollywood stars have been deceived by so-called European aristocrats. Lily, having grown up in America, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Although she does not exert herself, she has already attained the life of a Hollywood star, and what infuriates even more is that she paid no price in the process. Giltavoman looked at Huang Kaiwen and could only conclude that making the right choices is truly beneficial. In comparison to her daughter, she realized her own life held little commendable merit. Before the awards, you must also manage your diet. Giltavoman shifted the topic. Lily, brimming with excitement, inquired, Will I be able to secure Best Actress? Jill Tovman was on the verge of losing her composure, exclaiming with irritation, There are numerous individuals dissatisfied with your nomination. Unless the Academy's old fogies have truly been dazed by Kevin's financial clout, it is utterly improbable. Who isn't aware that the most aggressive public relations campaign currently belongs to cunning thief agent? It is said that the personnel from the PR firm treat money as inconsequential, dining without a glance at the restaurant's prices. Even though those judges have encountered many affluent individuals, they have never seen anything like this. Moreover, with sponsors like Red Bull, Pepsi, Allianz, Adidas, and Fiat backing Huang Kaiwen, news about cunning thief agent saturates the mainstream American media daily. Do we stand a good chance of winning? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Jill Tovman nodded and replied, I have consulted numerous people, and once they received the Academy's ballots, they placed your film as their top choice. What about Best Actor, Best Picture, and Best Director? Lily asked, craning her neck. After all, Kevin has invested so much. Can it be reduced to just one award? Tovman retorted, even with wealth, one cannot squander it so carelessly. The Oscars do not hold that much weight. No worries. The sponsors are covering all expenses. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. The sponsorship fees are substantial, leaving us with a considerable surplus from the film's production. Jill Tovman was utterly speechless regarding her daughter and her boyfriend. Indeed, comparisons breed discontent. Many Hollywood stars must dip into their own pockets for public relations expenses, while Huang Kaiwen's extravagant spending comes entirely from sponsors. On March 27th, at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, the Oscars were upon us once more. Despite the declining ratings due to political correctness, it remains the most significant awards ceremony globally. The crew of cunning thief agent was seated in a central location. As the vehicle glided smoothly, Lily continued to touch up her makeup in the mirror. You've been on a diet for several days, consuming only vegetables, nuts, and a bit of vitamins. At this rate, I fear you might faint while walking the red carpet. Huang Kaiwen remarked. This is the menu provided by the nutritionist. You haven't seen anything more absurd. Some Hollywood stars skip meals entirely, opting for nutrient injections just to appear in better shape during the awards. Lily replied with a smile. Never mind that. Health is paramount, Huang Kaiwen asserted. As Huang Kaiwen and Lily made their entrance, they instantly became the center of attention. Lily, a second-generation star, rarely graced the entertainment pages in her homeland. Yet as a 4 billion leading actress, she swiftly became a source of pride for America. As for Huang Kaiwen, he was beyond compare. Had it not been for decorum, some directors would have rushed forward. No one could resist an actor capable of shouldering box office success, especially someone as extraordinary as Huang Kaiwen. The photographers clicked away as if the film rolls were free. Crowds on both sides of the red carpet shouted Huang Kaiwen's name, some of it surprisingly to him. After a brief interview, the duo entered the theater. Huang Kaiwen instantly became the most sought-after individual, with executives and directors from film companies nearly eager to devour him. Kevin, consider us for your new film. Kevin, are you interested in portraying a superhero? If so, feel free to choose any role. I recall you are a fan of Marvel. The director lacks proficiency in explosive scenes, and had we collaborated, the film's box office would have surpassed $5 billion by now. I've organized a gathering. Would you care to attend? If you have any favorite stars, do let me know, and I shall extend invitations to them. Lily pouted nearby, feeling overlooked by those around her. After much effort, Huang Kaiwen finally extricated himself and immediately spotted a familiar face, Zhao Ting, the daughter of Song Dandan, a competitor for Best Picture and Best Director, whose visage he had seen in the dossier provided by Gailani. Let us proceed inside, Huang Kaiwen remarked, giving Lily's hand a gentle pat. The outcome of today's awards is inconsequential. What truly matters is that Zhao Ting does not receive an accolade. The ceremony commenced. Hosted by Wanda Sykes, Amy Schumer, and Regina Hall. The film Dog Power, which previously featured at the Venice Film Festival, garnered 12 nominations, the highest of any film. Cunning Agent received 6 nominations, alongside Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Director, and Best Picture, as well as Best Visual Effects and Best Sound. The awards for Best Visual Effects and Best Sound had not been claimed yet. The award for Best Original Score was bestowed upon Hans Zimmer of the Dune team, a renowned composer with numerous accolades, having crafted scores for blockbusters such as Pirates of the Caribbean and Batman: The Dark Knight. Naturally, Lily did not secure the Best Actress award, which went to Jessica Chastain for her role in The Eyes of Tammy Faye. When the nominees for Best Actor were announced on the big screen, the list included Benedict Cumberbatch for Dog Power, Javier Bardem for Being the Ricardos, Huang Kaiwen for Cunning Agent, Will Smith for King Richard, and Denzel Washington for The Tragedy of Macbeth. Lily grasped Huang Kaiwen's hand to offer comfort. It's all right. We can always try again later. That won't do, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. If I've paid for results, there must be accountability. As they conversed, the announcer on stage proclaimed, Congratulations, Kevin. Huang Kaiwen prepared to rise, but Lily, more exhilarated than he, leaped up and embraced him tightly. He gently patted her back to console her. He had won, and tears streamed down Lily's face. All right, if I don't go up now, they won't let me deliver my acceptance speech, Huang Kaiwen said. Only then did Lily release him, wiping her eyes with a hint of embarrassment. As Huang Kaiwen ascended the stage to receive the little golden statue, he stood behind the podium and stated, Before embarking on my film career, I never envisioned this day. However, during the filmmaking process, I did. I stand here, supported by countless advocates and my family. Thus I shall never falter. I have heard that many consider me a harbinger of success, carrying my photograph as a talisman. I can only affirm that this is indeed a wise choice. For I shall continue to thrive, regardless of the field. A resounding applause erupted throughout the venue. Huang Kaiwen's speech was nothing short of remarkable, imbued with an air of confidence. Darling, you are simply amazing, Lily exclaimed as she rushed over. I know, and you are equally wonderful for choosing me, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, inviting Lily to sit beside him as they awaited the upcoming awards. When the category for Best Director was announced, the name Zhao Ting once again graced the screen. In that moment, Huang Kaiwen felt a greater anxiety than for his own nomination, as the guest called out Dog Power. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the award did not go to no man's land, he would be content. The final award, Best Picture, brought palpable tension among the crew. 10 films were nominated, including Belfast, King Richard, Dog Power, and The Listening Girl, all formidable contenders. The presenters, Lisa Minnelli and Lady Gaga, took the stage, heightening the suspense. Isn't she a singer? Why is she presenting an award? Huang Kaiwen whispered. I have no idea, Lily replied, shaking her head. Zhao Ting clenched her fists tightly, the veins in her hands prominent. This was her last chance. After exchanging a few words, the presenters opened the envelope. Lisa Minnelli, visibly surprised, took several seconds before announcing, the Best Picture award goes to The Master Thief, The Beginning. Congratulations. Having finally completed this segment, Old Yi contemplated the next epilogue. Uncertain if it would be ready by tomorrow, the chapter concluded with an epilogue. Come be my son on the stage. You are that, oh. Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse, tick-tock tick-tock. Cassano imitated a unique, greasy charm, and after finishing his performance, he leaned his large face toward the camera, exclaiming extravagantly, "Hot pot is delicious. The movie is captivating. I am your good friend Cassano. Don't forget to watch my new film, Archbishop Antonio, and let me share some exciting news. The highly popular Hannah Hannes has signed with Antonio and Gonzalo Film Company." Upon completing the shoot, Cassano turned to his assistant and inquired, "How did it go?" The assistant gave a thumbs up, stating, "We are now the most renowned film company in the Asian underground scene. According to our research, AG Film Company's recognition among the post-2000 generation and younger demographics far exceeds that of Wicked, Woodpecker, and other companies. Exactly. We aim for differentiation. We need to make Asia's youth understand that for the price of a meal out with a girl, they can purchase a stylish DVD to enjoy at home. These premium narratives are sure to satisfy them, and our actors are adopting a more refined approach, minimizing the presence of bulky physiques, which evidently appeals more to Asian audiences." Cassano nodded in agreement. "However, boss, isn't there potential ambiguity in the lyrics of this song that could lead to complaints from the African-American community?" The assistant hesitantly asked. "After all, Europe and America are currently focused on political correctness, where in Asia, aside from a few locales and universities, do we find black individuals? We are targeting the Asian market. Use your brain," Cassano retorted, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him as he lamented the lack of acumen among his assistants. In the realm of East Asia's two powerhouses, uttering a few kind words can yield countless rewards. Cassano believes that rather than allowing those hypocritical foreigners to profit, it is preferable for a sincere foreigner like himself to benefit, if only because the portrayal of Asians in his works is commendable, while Americans are depicted as drug addicts. A stark contrast to Hollywood's narratives. By the way, inscribing Japanese on this video would surely enhance its allure. Perhaps the title could be Antonio Cassano's Comprehensive Unveiling, or rather, Huang Kaiwen's Friend's Comprehensive Unveiling, Cassano suggested. "Very well, boss," his assistant replied. Cassano waved his hand dismissively. Were it not for certain restrictions, he would have aspired to establish a multinational matchmaking enterprise, facilitating long-distance relationships with substantial monetary transactions. It is not merely a matter of employing a few young women, each engaging with dozens of suitors while he takes a commission. Such a venture would undoubtedly be lucrative. Although the world grows increasingly surreal, Antonio Cassano remains adept at navigating the currents of popularity. Over the years, his earnings have rivaled those of his playing days. However, he is acutely aware that in Italy, one must have protection to live so comfortably, and fortunately, his rapport with Huang Kaiwen during his time at Real Madrid was amicable. Recently, he has heard nothing of that Dutch player, leading him to suspect that some fervent fan may have confined him in their basement. This thought sparked inspiration. He envisioned a film about players being imprisoned and tormented by fans, which, with sufficient promotion, could potentially achieve great success. It seems that anything associated with Huang Kaiwen can turn a profit. His only regret is not being the director of the Master Thief, for otherwise, he would already be a member of the 4 Billion Club. A remake could never replicate the thrilling scenes of the original, and casting similar actors might incite fan protests, prompting him to abandon that idea. Cassano mused that one day, should Huang Kaiwen embark on a venture, the market would undoubtedly flourish. However, such musings remain mere fantasies. When his second son was born, his wife wished to name him Kaiwen, and many relatives concurred. Yet, it was he who insisted on naming the boy Lionel. Had he not done so, his life would not be as comfortable, for Huang Kaiwen harbors a formidable sense of vengeance. Upon returning home, his two sons immediately rushed to him. Although Cassano is often seen as a rogue, he is nonetheless a devoted father, ensuring his children do not endure the same unfortunate childhood he experienced. "How was your day at the team?" he inquired, embracing his eldest son, Christopher. "It was just all right. I must have inherited my mother's traits," Christopher replied with a pout. Despite his passion for football, his talent is rather mediocre. Currently training at the Virtus Intelli Youth Academy in the second tier. As a teenager, not being a regular in a second-tier academy essentially confirms a lack of exceptional talent. For youth players in such teams, often lack sufficient skill. Cassano shook Christopher gently, stating, "It's no big deal. One can still earn a fortune without excelling in football. You can pursue business school and join my company, and together, we shall elevate it to become the world's largest film enterprise." Christopher Cassano rolled his eyes. He had come to understand the nature of his father's business. For a young man, Engaging in this line of work was rather embarrassing. Perhaps I could work for Uncle Kevin, Christopher mused, contemplating using my saved pocket money to invest in one of Kevin's tea ventures, which could yield a substantial profit each year. That sounds reasonable, Cassano encouraged, adding that a few flattering words might make that scoundrel Kevin feel obliged to finance your endeavor. Christopher rolled his eyes again. His father's personality was utterly unreliable, yet he was, after all, his biological father. Lionel observed the interaction between father and son, feeling distinctly out of place. Perhaps it was a matter of being thin-skinned, which was in stark contrast to the Cassano family's demeanor. Carolina soon prepared dinner, and Cassano devoured his meal voraciously. Carolina gently advised, "Eat more slowly. No one is competing with you." "I merely need to keep working," Cassano retorted, gesturing to his two sons. "Their talents are rather lackluster. If they don't earn some money now, what will become of them when they grow up?" Carolina refrained from arguing, acknowledging that Cassano was indeed quite industrious. In addition to being the owner of 2 film companies, her husband was a video blogger who had recently begun venturing into commentary, all in an effort to maintain his relevance. After dinner, Cassano settled in front of his computer, perusing the latest football news. He focused on renowned players, starting with Cristiano Ronaldo, writing, "I know you are formidable and have won much, but you are like Coutinho, forever the second." Coutinho first participated in the San Remo Music Festival in 1976, securing 3rd place, and after winning the individual competition in 1980, he went on to claim 2nd place 6 times. He subsequently mocked several players, recognizing that to maintain sufficient visibility, he must leverage these active athletes. While browsing the news, he stumbled upon a boxer-esque comments regarding Asia, which mentioned Huang Kaiwen, and he promptly forwarded it to Huang Kaiwen. The media speculated on when Inzaghi would retire, questioning whether they should extend his contract. "Miss, what do you think?" she asked, glancing at the television. Lily found it amusing and covered her mouth, saying, "Japanese players have already protested Inzaghi's behavior, claiming that all of Italy is indulging Inzaghi in a game of make-believe. Renew his contract for 5 years." Huang Kaiwen interjected, "Regardless of whether we are playing make-believe, Inzaghi can continue to claim championships. When he retires, a statue must be erected in his honor. No one has served Milan longer than he has. This year, he and Inzaghi had scored a total of 55 goals together. Surely such an Inzaghi deserved a new contract?" Dasha chuckled to herself, thinking she could play for Milan too, as Serie A did not impose gender restrictions. Only after finishing his meal did Huang Kaiwen notice the notification on his phone. Conor McGregor? Huang Kaiwen scrutinized it carefully before his rise to fame. This fellow had been rather unassuming, but after achieving notoriety, he had taken to spouting off a stream of trash talk. Due to the confrontation between Mayweather and a Japanese boxer, he inquired, "Who is that little fellow next to you?" likening him to a character from Rush Hour 5. Even inserting the expletive into Jackie Chan's name. Perhaps feeling increasingly renowned, he audaciously invited the king of yellow balls to engage in a duel. Damn it! What nonsense is this, clinging to the king of yellow balls? Huang Kaiwen swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed, stating, "Have the lawyer examine whether it is illegal to cause death during a boxing match, and also investigate that scoundrel Conor McGregor." The following morning, Galliani promptly arrived at Huang Kaiwen's residence accompanied by a lawyer. As Huang Kaiwen descended the stairs, he first laid eyes on the 2 individuals. "Kaiwen, this is McGregor. And this is Francis DeRusso, an Italian-American lawyer who will provide you with pertinent advice. He has represented numerous athletes in injury cases in the United States," Galliani introduced. After a brief handshake, Kaiwen inquired, "In the event of accidentally injuring an opponent or causing their untimely demise during a boxing or UFC match, would there be legal ramifications?" "This depends on the presence of subjective intent." DeRusso adjusted his glasses and replied, "Such cases are exceedingly complex, requiring consideration of the animosity between the parties involved, as well as societal perceptions and public opinion. There have been incidents where boxers have died from injuries sustained, but these fatalities occurred in hospitals post-fight. No one has died directly in the ring." Galliani promptly asked, "So, if they do not die in the ring, the complications can be significantly minimized?" "Indeed." DeRusso glanced at Huang Kaiwen and assured him, "If it is you fighting someone else, as long as the opponent does not perish on the spot, I can guarantee you will face no troubles." "Thank you," Huang Kaiwen replied as he rose. DeRusso left his business card and took his leave. Once the lawyer departed, Galliani, well acquainted with Huang Kaiwen, asked, "Kaiwen, are you preparing to face McGregor? In boxing or unrestricted fighting?" This individual previously engaged in a crossover bout with Mayweather, losing to him. UFC, indeed. I intend to confront him in his forte, generating some anticipation in the press. The sponsors will also become more proactive. As long as the prize money is substantial, he will undoubtedly be unable to resist. Additionally, please inquire about the weight reduction necessary to compete in the same category. Huang Kaiwen noted that he was considerably taller and weighed over 20 pounds more than his opponent, recognizing that even without watching combat sports, it was evident that they could not possibly be in the same weight class. Leave this matter to me, Galliani nodded. It appeared his boss would be laboring once more during the summer. The Milan Sports Gazette reported, Conor McGregor is a clown. After making a series of disparaging remarks against Asians, he has now set his sights on Kaiwen. If every clown were to receive a response from Kaiwen, he would become the busiest person in the world. We must remind McGregor that he would be wise not to return to Ireland, for in his homeland, Kaiwen possesses a vast number of supporters. UFC theatrics will not shield him from bullets. The esteemed Roman Sports Daily reports that, although Kevin did not acquiesce to the invitation, the outcome has long been anticipated. Even if both parties were to face each other in the ring, that fool would stand no chance against the greatest athlete in the world. McGregor would be utterly outmatched. The Times asserts that McGregor has chosen his opponent poorly. Yet he is astute, knowing that should Kevin respond, he would garner immense attention. If fortune favored him and he were to triumph over Kevin, the earnings from such a match could afford him a lavish retirement. The Sun reveals that following the artful agent, an increasing number of individuals have shifted their focus to Kevin. Recent reports indicate that numerous imposters in the UK have been masquerading as Kevin, contacting players to lure them to Milan for trial sessions. After collecting a deposit, these so-called Kevin figures vanished without a trace, with London police disclosing that over 200 victims have been affected. Bild states that several sponsors, including Adidas and Red Bull, have expressed interest in Kevin stepping into the ring, willing to offer substantial bonuses for his matches. Whoever becomes Kevin's opponent, even in defeat, stands to gain tens of millions. McGregor has indeed selected an exceptional target. Lequipe notes that some individuals have discovered a lucrative path. By provoking Kevin into accepting a match, they instantly become the center of global attention. However, it must be acknowledged that this approach is fraught with risks, as Kevin enjoys ample support worldwide, and there is no assurance that a future Hinckley does not lurk among them. The world is engulfed in discussion, especially since Kevin has yet to participate in any combative sports. Many fans are curious about the prowess Kevin will display in the ring. At Milanello, the locker room buzzes with conversation about the unfolding events. I doubt that guy can last 5 rounds. One says confidently, Kevin could likely finish him in a single round. He has never witnessed the captain's true power. The last time I saw the captain, he effortlessly reduced an old locker to scrap metal with one hand. As if tearing paper, the Irish fighter is in for a grim fate. Inzaghi, changing clothes, rolls his eyes. From the newspaper trends, he senses that someone is orchestrating this affair. Kevin is clearly intent on teaching that Irishman a lesson. It remains uncertain how many rounds Kevin will allow his opponent to endure. Were it not for being blacklisted by betting companies, Inzaghi would have wagered on Kevin's victory. His stable financial strategy over the years has been through such betting, but unfortunately, his stakes have grown too large for the bookmakers to accept. They now only entertain small wagers. Nevertheless, even without the prospect of profit, Inzaghi feels compelled to partake, especially since the opponent has provoked his closest friend. With this thought in mind, Inzaghi donned a suit left in his locker, retrieved his car, and parked it at the entrance of Milanello. Filippo, enlighten us about Kevin's decision. Will Kevin coach the Italian team in the upcoming World Cup at year's end? Is he preparing for an unrestricted fight against McGregor? Do you believe McGregor can triumph over Kevin? Inzaghi replied with a glint in his eye. As a close friend of Kevin, I find it disheartening to witness him in the ring, for it is an uneven contest. Anyone facing Kevin has already reaped considerable advantages. Yet Kevin gains nothing from either victory or defeat, as he has already attained everything. Moreover, Kevin is a benevolent soul, often showing leniency towards his opponents, which could prove to be his Achilles heel. As a wealthy individual with a brood of children, Kevin lacks the relentless determination to battle his adversaries, which are all detrimental factors in this scenario. Filippo, doesn't Kevin have only 7 children? Inzaghi interjected. The 10 or so children you mentioned, who do they include? Is it perhaps Shakira's son, Raul Gonzalez Rapal? Inzaghi stuck out his tongue. His intentions were solely for Kevin's benefit. Even if he stirred up a bit of trouble, Kevin would likely, probably, perhaps not hold it against him. Inzaghi swiftly changed the subject. Let me reiterate that the Irishman is unqualified to challenge Kevin, as this is an inequitable match. Kevin has promised him immediate financial gain and attention, yet it offers no advantages to Kevin. If he is willing to proclaim me his father before the world after losing, I could persuade Kevin to engage in a bout with him. Until then, I suggest you all focus on the Champions League final. Inzaghi's remarks once again made headlines, as many were curious whether McGregor would acquiesce to Inzaghi's conditions, even overshadowing the anticipation surrounding the upcoming Champions League final. On May 28, 2022, the final was held at the Stade de France in Saint-Denis, France, where Milan was set to face Real Madrid. McGregor's agent, Audi et al., advised, "I recommend you accept Inzaghi's proposal. To be his son? As long as you don't lose to Kevin, it's all good." Audi urged, "Inzaghi's points are entirely valid. To stand against Kevin, you must possess adequate qualifications. Our presence in France is clandestine, and you ought to realize that Kevin has the most supporters worldwide." While they conversed, a defensive error from Real Madrid allowed Harry Kane to seize the opportunity and score effortlessly. Shortly after the game resumed, Ramos surged down the right flank, delivering a pass to Kevin, who then executed a precise through ball, enabling Mbappé to break the offside trap and easily alter the score. Just minutes into the match, Milan took the lead 2-0. Observing Kevin surrounded by his teammates, McGregor nodded emphatically, declaring, "I accept." The chapter concludes here. With a side note regarding the octagonal cage fighting club, Milan secured yet another victory, prompting UEFA to discuss potential reforms to the Champions League. Following his return from Chelsea, Kevin's dominance in the tournament has been unparalleled. However, the focal point remains Kevin, who has returned home to prepare for new contests. After more than 2 months of training with various coaches, he has finally learned to control his strength, aiming to avoid a knockout of his opponent. In the UFC, the simplest path to victory is to knock out the opponent, rendering them unconscious to claim triumph. However, Conor has been boasting for quite some time, and Huang Kaiwen feels it is imperative to teach him a lesson. "Come on, Kevin," called one coach, fully equipped in protective gear. 2 other coaches stood by, ready to intervene if necessary. Huang Kaiwen assumed a stance, remaining calm as he controlled his steps, occasionally attempting a kick with his right leg. The opposing coach, unable to withstand the pressure, tentatively extended his right foot for an attack. Swiftly, Huang Kaiwen's right leg struck the opponent's leg with remarkable speed. Even with the protective gear, the coach felt the sting, and as his balance shifted, Huang Kaiwen seized the opportunity, swinging his left leg to strike the coach's left leg. The coach stumbled forward, and Huang Kaiwen executed a leap to conclude the encounter. "Excellent, Kevin. With your reaction speed, you could easily deliver a side kick before the referee intervenes." "Conor wouldn't stand a chance," remarked another coach, applauding. During their training with Huang Kaiwen, they had witnessed a true prodigy. Privately, the 3 coaches speculated that if Huang Kaiwen were to unleash his full potential, he could easily incapacitate an opponent in the octagon. Of course, such matters were none of their concern. "Thank you," Huang Kaiwen said, bending down to assist the fallen coach. He had become well acquainted with the UFC rules during this time. To ensure fair competition, he had also undergone a certain degree of weight reduction. Now, he appeared only slightly more robust than Professor Bu, as his height required him to maintain a weight of 74 kilograms, necessitating further reduction before the match. Lightweight was the absolute limit for Huang Kaiwen. After swimming, he returned to the living room, where Lily pointed at the television, saying, "That Conor is tearing up your poster." Ever since he agreed to Filippo's terms, he's been giving interviews nonstop. Apparently, he has secured several endorsements. "No worries. I hope that money lasts him for the rest of his life," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Conor, developing in America, might be unaware of the situation in Europe. Time and again, he has disparaged Jackie Chan and China, even if he does not provoke King Chiu. King Chiu is prepared to give him a lesson. The following day, after participating in the bus parade in Milan, Inzaghi managed to lure a few individuals into his car, taking Huang Kaiwen, Kaká, and Ramos to Lake Como. Upon disembarking, he retrieved fishing rods from the trunk and distributed them, saying, "This time we will be night fishing. The tents have already been set up. If things get dull, I can invite a few models to dance for you." Huang Kaiwen, Kaká, Ramos, "You say your cat can do somersaults." Kaká replied, speechless, "I wanted to bring it back to show Paul." Ramos rolled his eyes. He had long suspected Inzaghi was deceiving them and was curious to see what the man was up to. although fishing could be tedious. With his girlfriend away on a business trip, returning home alone would be even more monotonous. Noticing the prearranged equipment, Kaká retrieved the prepared ingredients from the cooler. Inzaghi, comfortably setting up his rod, turned to ask, "So, Eduardo, could you be expecting a little brother?" Huang Kaiwen was momentarily taken aback before responding. "Are you truly considering having multiple sons in their 20s? If he dares to call me that, so be it," Inzaghi shrugged, expressing his disdain for the garrulous individual. The waters of Lake Como were teeming with waterfowl, which seemed largely unafraid of humans. Noticing a night heron nearby, Ramos casually tore off a piece of bread and offered it. To his surprise, the night heron utterly disregarded the bread, instead carrying it to the lakeside. Huang Kaiwen pointed at the heron, which was methodically tearing the bread into small pieces and dropping them into the water, and remarked, "Filippo, its baiting skills surpass yours." "Good grief," Inzaghi retorted, "it's quite possible it's just feeding the fish for free. I have ample experience in this regard. If baiting alone could yield fish, he wouldn't have gone months without a catch." Yet, mere seconds later, the night heron extended its neck forward, and suddenly, it had a tilapia in its beak. Huang Kaiwen and Ramos burst into laughter. Inzaghi, unable to maintain his composure, scattered his bait across the lake. Who would have thought there would come a day when he would be outdone by a bird? Even more amusingly, after concealing the tilapia, the night heron returned to the water's edge and caught another. Hilarity ensued, with even Kaká, who was grilling nearby, clutching his stomach in laughter. The following afternoon, the group returned to Milan. The four had each caught a fish, belonging to different individuals. Observing the raucous banter in the car, Inzaghi felt a strong urge to drag them all to hell. However, considering he was in the vehicle as well, he suppressed the impulse. "I didn't perform well this time. The water quality at Lake Como doesn't suit me. They say Long Island is the best spot for fishing. Shall we consider a vacation there?" Inzaghi inquired as he drove. "Forget it. I need to prepare for my trip to England in a few days," Huang Kaiwen replied. "Remember, don't let that guy leave alive," Inzaghi added, confident in Huang Kaiwen's capabilities in this regard. In retrospect, Bolt was indeed no ordinary person. Huang Kaiwen, however, had other plans. The broadcasting rights for the match had been sold for an exorbitant price. Previously, CCNV had aired Conor's fights, but due to his incessant chatter, he had since vanished from television screens. This time, however, 5 channels had actively secured the broadcasting rights. Concurrently, domestic sponsorships surged dramatically. Huang Kaiwen understood that everyone was anxiously awaiting the outcome. "This time, I am supporting my brother Huang. Given his cunning nature, he surely won't let Conor have an easy time. How can one describe it? Cunning? No, Huang Kaiwen employs strategy. Regardless of how clever the Irishman claims to be, Huang Kaiwen can outmaneuver him. The crux of the matter is anger. That dog has made far more money than Conor, and Huang Kaiwen ought to disregard him. Yet, ignoring him is also bothersome, as Conor incessantly barks, likely prompting Huang Kaiwen to make an example out of him. Ha ha ha. Brother, your account is gone, for the time being. No one can add those 2 words. I've heard many celebrities have purchased tickets, and Jackie Chan is also preparing to watch live. Isn't it quite normal for him to attend? Conor has insulted him, but he likely cannot defeat Conor. Huang Kaiwen should have no problem dealing with Conor, right? Huang Kaiwen's greatest fear is being defeated without putting up a fight. Even the most skeptical among his peers, including Xiao Haizi, do not believe that Conor stands a chance against Huang Kaiwen. Over the years, Huang has scarcely faced defeat in various competitions. The Qatar World Cup conveniently falls at the year's end, marking the most significant event of the summer. According to the Times, London has once again become the epicenter of global attention. Upon returning to his residence in London, Huang received visits from numerous royal family members, British celebrities, and sports stars. Hosting the match in London would undoubtedly be a home advantage for him. The Sun reported that we captured images of Huang dining with Emilia Clarke and her son, Carl L. Clarke, during which the trio appeared to be in high spirits. A comparison of the child's photograph with Huang's reveals an astonishing resemblance between them. The enthusiasm of the English tabloids has reached unprecedented heights, leaving Huang hesitant to step outside his home. Wayne Rooney, a former Premier League player known for his close ties to combat sports and boxing practice post-retirement, remarked in an interview, "I am not familiar with Huang's fighting prowess, as he rarely engages in physical confrontations with opponents. However, ask Ferdinand, and you will know that Huang's strength, explosiveness, and reflexes are of the highest caliber." I believe Conor's chances of victory against Huang are slim. Finally, the day of the match arrived on June 16th. The event was held at Stamford Bridge, where the venue underwent minor renovations, though the stands remained unchanged. An octagonal cage was installed in the center of the field, providing a prime viewing experience, albeit at a higher ticket price. This decision was made due to the insufficient capacity of the Alexandra Palace in Greenwich's O2 Arena. Before the match commenced, the atmosphere was already electric. Stamford Bridge is unequivocally Huang's domain, and a multitude of stars from the sports and entertainment sectors were in attendance. While resting backstage, Huang spotted Jackie Chan, who approached him eagerly and said, "Kevin, give him a lesson today. Who doesn't he have a bit of temper? Conor has humiliated you, after all." Huang chuckled, reassuring him, "Don't worry, I won't let him have it easy." Jackie patted Huang's arm and said, "Call me when you're in Hong Kong. I'll arrange something for you." Huang smiled and nodded, not taking it too seriously. If only the entertainment scene from 30 or 40 years ago held any allure. With stars like Xia Yufang, what remains of the Hong Kong entertainment industry today? Even Jiang Tao has become a top-tier celebrity. Huang's matches have always attracted a crowd. We witnessed members of the British royal family sitting alongside their Dutch and Spanish counterparts, indicating significant interest in this event among European royalty. Indeed, the allure of such cross-disciplinary competitions is undeniable. While we are well aware of Huang's athletic abilities, fighting represents an entirely new domain. Compared to football, which involves direct physical collisions and striking blows, it remains uncertain whether Huang can adapt to this new challenge. Djokovic and Inzaghi found themselves seated together, and I couldn't help but think that Ramos might possess slightly greater fighting prowess than Huang Kaiwen. As a player known for accumulating nearly 3 red cards each year, we have often witnessed Ramos engaging in brawls with his opponents during matches. As both sides took the field, a thunderous chorus of boos erupted from Stamford Bridge. Conor McGregor was decidedly unwelcome at this venue. "You Irish swine, your real estate consists solely of milk and rear ends. You foolish, boorish, and brutish scoundrel. Today you shall leave only on your back. Fool, have you even paid your wife's deflowering tax yet? If Kevin gets injured, I will make you pay." The relationships among the nations of the British Isles are indeed fascinating. Of course, the poverty of the Irish is inextricably linked to the British, and the first real estate joke, famously penned by Qian Zhongshu, has become widely circulated. The agent stood nearby, soothing Conor's emotions, saying, "Pay no heed to those British hypocrites. Simply being here today is a victory. We have made a substantial profit. If you manage to defeat Kevin, you could earn at least 100 million. Just think, Conor. You could even buy a house in London. Who would want to live in London?" Conor muttered. Perhaps London holds a lure for affluent individuals from other countries. But as an Irishman, he still finds the land of opportunity more appealing. When Huang Kaiwen made his entrance, the crowd erupted in cheers. In fact, many spectators felt that Conor's appearance was quite timely. A great deal of curiosity surrounded Huang Kaiwen's potential performance in the fighting arena, and Conor provided them with the perfect opportunity to witness Huang's participation in the bout. The host placed the microphone between the two. Conor began, declaring, "Here, I am the king, everyone else is a challenger. Today, I believe I will continue my winning streak, for I have always been the best prophet." The host then extended the microphone towards Huang Kaiwen, eager for his response, especially after Conor's bold proclamation of victory. Huang Kaiwen spoke, stating, "In this world, there is only one competition I have not entered, and no medal is beyond my grasp. As for the outcome, we shall see after the match. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin." Over 50,000 fans filled Stamford Bridge today, and even those seated in the stands needed binoculars to catch a glimpse, yet nothing could dampen their enthusiasm. After a brief circumambulation of the arena, both fighters finally stepped into the octagon. The burly referee stood at the side, reminding both competitors, "Do not throw additional punches after a knockout." All too often, a heavy blow is followed by a flurry of punches to ensure the opponent remains incapacitated, with no mercy shown in such moments, depending solely on the referee's speed in intervening. Ding! The match commenced, and both fighters began to test each other in the ring. Conor is indeed a master of marketing, yet his skills and intellect are equally commendable. He excels at creating an illusion of safety for his opponents, only to spring forward with a sudden left punch to knock them down. This has become his signature tactic. Upon stepping into the arena, he immediately realized that today's opponent was formidable. Huang Kaiwen's footwork was far more agile than he had anticipated, revealing no discernible weaknesses. Although it was his inaugural encounter with Huang Kaiwen in the ring, he was acutely aware of the danger posed by Huang's kicks. A man capable of delivering strikes at speeds exceeding 220 kilometers per hour could easily send him to meet his maker. Yet, as a young man from humble beginnings as a plumber, the thrill of such danger invigorated him. Conor could not resist licking his lips, preparing to launch an attack. With a sharp jab, his left fist was effortlessly blocked by Huang Kaiwen's arm. Huang, too, was probing, assessing Conor's strength and explosive potential. Securing a knockout today would be simple, but Huang sought a match that was both spectacular and satisfying, necessitating a careful control of the rhythm of the fight. Conor's consecutive attempts were thwarted, prompting Huang to feign a vulnerability, retreating swiftly to the cage's edge. Seizing the moment, Conor stepped forward, intent on employing the same tactic. Huang seized the opportunity, feinting with his right hand before delivering a straight punch with his left, striking Conor squarely in the face, the force compelling him to retreat. Huang offered no respite, unleashing a flurry of punches, left, right, a relentless assault upon Conor's visage, who now found himself cornered, completely exposed. At that moment, Huang relaxed his strength. His punches appeared heavy, yet lacked substantial force. Had he unleashed his full power, the bout would have concluded far too easily for Conor. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, the visceral nature of the contest igniting their passions. Jack Chun, who had purchased a ticket specifically for this event, could hardly contain his urge to leap into the ring and deliver a finishing blow to Conor. The referee crouched at the side, assessing Conor's condition. Leaning against the octagonal cage, Conor shook his dazed head and remarked, "It's nothing serious. At this level, I will take you down." Huang Kaiwen could not help but chuckle. Very well. It was evident that Conor was affected, his punching speed noticeably diminished. Huang continued to defend effortlessly, rather than seeking a swift conclusion. He seemed inclined to prolong the engagement. "It appears Huang has other intentions," remarked Coach Zhang. Having witnessed numerous matches involving Huang, he immediately sensed that Huang was not exerting his full strength. Indeed, following a barrage of punches, Conor appeared disoriented. Both his feet and hands in disarray, Huang was likely awaiting an opportune moment. The first round swiftly concluded, and both fighters retreated to their corners for respite. The doctor approached to assess their conditions. Huang, naturally, exhibited no issues. Conversely, the physician harbored concerns regarding Conor's state. It appears Conor is not in optimal condition. He may be experiencing a mild concussion, which has resulted in a decline in his punching speed. At this juncture, conceding would be the safest course of action. Absolutely not. Conor's manager, Audi Adder, vehemently rejected the notion, insisting, "Conor, you are aware that surrendering today is not an option, right?" Conor nodded in agreement. Understanding that securing a match with a star of such caliber would not be easily attainable in the future. As the most skilled showman in the league, he is acutely aware of the arduous nature of this situation. Regardless of victory or defeat today, he must endure several more rounds. When the minute of rest concluded, Conor stepped back into the ring, playfully gesturing to Huang Kaiwen to initiate an attack. However, Huang ignored Conor, opting instead to retreat, deliberately altering his footing to exhibit the difficulty of his own position. Conor closed the distance and delivered a punch, which Huang deftly blocked, retreating to the cage's edge. An opportunity. Observing Conor's renewed movement, Huang wasted no time, propelling himself upward with his left leg while bending his right, driving his knee forcefully into Conor's chin. The momentum shifted as both fighters exchanged rolls. Taking advantage of Conor's stumble to the edge of the ring, Huang quickly rained down punches, 4 strikes in a second. Huang's speed was remarkable, yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was not targeting Conor's head, but rather his body. The referee swiftly intervened, halting Huang's onslaught. And Huang, without protest, rose and allowed Conor to recover. Noticing the bruises on Conor's arm, the referee couldn't help but feel a jolt of unease. As a professional official, he seldom encountered such exaggerated contusions, even questioning whether Conor's arm had been fractured. "Do you wish to continue?" he asked, observing Conor, who was struggling to rise. Of course. Conor nodded, feeling no pain and almost unaware of his right arm's existence. As a combat athlete, he recognized this was not a promising sign. Yet for the sake of financial gain, he had to endure longer. Damn it, he had not anticipated that the star athlete would be stronger than he imagined. However, reflecting on his ability to withstand Huang's knee strike, Conor felt a twinge of pride in his resilience. At that moment, It was evident that Connor was dazed. His defenses wide open. Seeing Connor corner Huang once more, his manager urgently cautioned, "Damn, this is a conspiracy. Be careful, Connor." But before the words had fully escaped his lips, Huang, grounding himself, pivoted counterclockwise on his left foot, channeling all his strength into his right leg. In a flash, Huang's right heel struck Connor's right cheek. Instantly, the referee heard a sickening crack, witnessing Connor's face contort grotesquely as he was sent sprawling to the edge of the ring. Motionless, the broadcast captured this moment, leaving the audience gasping in disbelief. It was brutally vicious. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" As the crowd erupted in fervent cheers. He finally registered the moment, raising Huang's right hand triumphantly. The chapter concludes with a relational chart. Huang Kaiwen's partners include Barbara, met in 2004, Lily, met in 2006. Camila Moro, met during the 2014 World Cup, and Dasha Talon, met during a treasure hunt in 2018. His friends include Kaká, Ramos, Inzaghi, Terry, Raul, Emilia Clarke, Shakira, among others. Huang Paul, the son of Huang Kaiwen and Barbara, born in May 2012. Huang Cardo and Huang Anna, fraternal twins, born in early 2015, mother Barbara. Huang Mas and Huang Libo, twins, born at the end of 2015, mother Lily. Carl L. Clarke, son of Emilia Clarke, born in 2013. Raul Gonzalez Senciro My Ba La Clipe, son of Shakira, born in early 2015. Huang Jose, born in 2016, mother Camila Moro. Huang John, born in 2017, mother Barbara. Huang Peishi, born in June 2019, mother Dasha. Huang Er Yang, born in early 2020, mother Camila. Christian Martini, son of Paolo Martini and Adriana Martini. Born in 1996, became a billionaire after a treasure hunt in North Africa, a mid-lane champion of LOL, a lifelong rival of Faker, and shares a father-son bond with Huang Kaiwen. George Terry, son of John Terry and Tony Poole, a Fulham youth player, born in 2006. Considers himself the son of Huang Kaiwen, preparing for further studies in China in 2022 to enhance his resilience, and after 5 years, joins the Chinese team. Francisco Gattuso, son of Gennaro Gattuso and Monica Gattuso, grandson of a Scottish gang leader, mentored by Ramos, a vigilante of Milan, playfully dubbed the captain of Milan. Known for the signature move, Rhine Dragon domination. Javier González Blanco, son of Real Madrid legend Raúl González, born in 2000. Chose to pursue a career in the comic industry due to a lack of football talent. Co-created Real Madrid Ninja with Miguel Torres, captivating audiences worldwide. Edoardo Inzaghi, born at the end of 2017, heir to the Holy Roman Empire. In a special report, the heir to the empire has gone missing. The Times, Conor McGregor has been in a coma for 5 days, according to brain specialist George Moore at Edward VII Hospital. Although Conor fell into a coma during his match with Kevin, it is not Kevin's fault. Due to prolonged participation in combat sports, Conor's brain had already encountered issues. This was merely a culmination of injuries. Even without Kevin, Conor would eventually have become a vegetable. He urged players to reduce heading training before adulthood, or they might face a fate similar to Conor's. The Sun, a nearly 30-year-old Premier League player, was arrested in North London on charges of alleged sexual assault. According to our information, this player is quite reputable and will participate in the upcoming World Cup. The Telegraph, we provide a list of star players around 30 years old for fans to speculate freely. This publication is not responsible for fan comments. Aside from the boxing match, this incident caused significant uproar. Huang Kaiwen sat on the sofa, scrolling through social media, as several players proactively posted photos to prove their innocence. This is the most perplexing matter for Huang Kaiwen. At such a level, even if one is unattractive, beautiful individuals still vie for attention. How could one not control oneself? Though beautiful women are a scarce resource, they pale in comparison to the challenge of selecting from the elite of the league. Moreover, let us consider the caliber of national team players. The contrast between the 49-year-old Inzaghi and the 4-year-old Edoardo is striking. While the unreliable father figure may be seen as whimsical, young Edoardo exhibits a commendable steadiness. Aren't you afraid of looking after the child? Why did you bring Edoardo along to watch the match? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Inzaghi, with a playful squint, replied, "What do you mean? I have always been a family-oriented man, striving to spend quality time with Edoardo. However, as a professional athlete and a crucial player for Milan, I am quite busy." Eduardo lifted his small face to gaze at Huang Kaiwen, who could only nod in acknowledgement, pinching his nose. Despite Inzaghi's occasional unreliability, he cannot tarnish the image he holds in his child's eyes. When will you return to Milan? With the child by your side, Angela must be quite concerned. Huang Kaiwen asked curiously, having heard that his wife has been eager for a second child, though there has been no news on that front. In a few days, perhaps. Inzaghi swallowed hard and responded, "Aren't you preparing to watch the horse racing with the British royal family? As the last emperor, I should engage with them at this moment." "Well, I imagine they would welcome the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire," Huang Kaiwen replied. Inzaghi's reality show continues to enjoy immense popularity on Nife, as such unscripted content, where the subjects are often unaware, proves to be quite captivating. This is also one of Inzaghi's sources of income. As a player, his salary now amounts to only several $100,000, comparable to that of a promising rookie who has just secured a new contract. However, the bulk of his earnings comes from investments, copyrights, and endorsements. As the oldest active player in a major league, Inzaghi has become a favored figure for numerous nutritional products, especially given his late fatherhood, making this area a significant source of sponsorship. His annual income reaches tens of millions, with his salary being a mere fraction. Inzaghi has indeed showcased what it means to be a true winner in life. After dinner, Inzaghi arranged an outing with Ashley Cole and a few others, leaving Eduardo at Huang Kaiwen's residence. The child swam with Huang Kaiwen, displaying a fierce competitive spirit. Had Huang Kaiwen not feigned defeat, Eduardo might have injured himself today. Once ashore, they sat on the beach, and Huang Kaiwen handed Eduardo a glass of orange juice, saying, "Moderation is key in sports. But my father says I am the crown prince, and I should excel in every aspect," Eduardo replied earnestly. Huang Kaiwen thought, "Damn, this little rascal. He pushes himself hard while not being much better himself." Had he not gone out, Huang Kaiwen would have prepared to give him a stern lesson. Crouching in front of Eduardo, he said seriously, "Everyone has their strengths. Uncle Kaiwen may possess greater athletic talent, which is quite rare. But a child as intelligent as you is also exceptional. It is not necessary to be the best in every field. I have never aspired to achieve anything in scientific research, as I am aware that I lack talent in that area." "Oh," Eduardo nodded absent-mindedly, his comprehension uncertain. Huang Kaiwen gently ruffled Eduardo's hair, feeling a twinge of headache. Children who are overly perceptive often find their childhoods lacking in joy. While he hoped for Eduardo to surpass his father, such extremity seemed excessive. Huang Kaiwen could envision the day when the child, upon reaching adulthood, would be compared to young members of European royalty, standing out remarkably. Fortunately, there were toys left behind by the other children at home. Huang Kaiwen forcibly engaged Eduardo in a game reminiscent of Monopoly, albeit with properties transformed into various countries, presumably to familiarize him with national flags. "Uncle Kaiwen, I'm feeling a bit tired. Can we stop playing?" Eduardo protested after 2 hours. "All right, we shall conclude here for today." Huang Kaiwen glanced at the game board, carefully placing the pieces back on the table, anticipating tomorrow's continuation of play with Eduardo. He hadn't expected the child to possess such impatience. While preparing for bed, Huang Kaiwen received a phone call, promptly instructing Neo to drive out. From behind the window of the guest room on the second floor, the young Eduardo wore a worried expression as he watched the departing Mercedes. "Hello, Kaiwen," Cheryl greeted him with a wave. "Liz." Huang Kaiwen nodded as he entered the police station, casually inquiring, "Is there trouble connected to you?" Cheryl paused for a few seconds before responding. "They ventured into my husband's nightclub, and Cole, inebriated, uttered some remarks about me. My husband, upon hearing this, got into a scuffle with them." Huang Kaiwen nodded, recalling the rumors about Cheryl's recent marriage. Her husband's profession was rather peculiar, being both a model and the proprietor of a nightclub and a French restaurant. Such a combination seemed oddly juxtaposed, perhaps a second-generation individual seeking a taste of the modeling world. "How about we resolve this privately? I noticed reporters at the entrance. If you agree, I can handle them," Huang Kaiwen proposed. Although Cole and his companions seemed indifferent to their reputations, avoiding press coverage would be preferable. "I concur," Cheryl replied with a nod. The two followed the officers, only to find both parties embroiled in a heated argument. Cheryl rushed to calm her husband, Bernard Fernandez Vicini. "Kaiwen." Inzaghi greeted him with a smile. "I knew you would come. You scoundrels, I will settle accounts with you later." Huang Kaiwen shot him a glare. "Do you require bail?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "That depends on his demeanor." The responsible officer gestured with his chin towards Cheryl's husband. Fernandez Vicini pointed a finger at Ashley Cole and his companions. Cursing, "You will pay for this, no matter whose friends you are." "Who struck first?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "He did." The officer and Inzaghi replied in unison. "Apologies, Liz. But your husband appears to have some objections. We shall meet in court," Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile, turning to grab his phone. Cheryl hastily grasped Huang Kaiwen's arm. "Apologizing, Kevin, he's just a bit bewildered. Grant me 10 minutes. No, just 5. And I assure you that today's matter will be resolved amicably. I beg you 5 minutes." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Nightclubs in London are seldom entirely devoid of issues. It is merely that such matters often go unchallenged. Cheryl, having inquired whether her husband wished for calamity, swiftly addressed the situation. "We ought to celebrate," Ashley Cole remarked with a smile. "Let us hurry home," Huang Kaiwen suggested. Casting a glance at his companions. It is often said that the friends surrounding a sports star are generally unreliable, a notion that brings to mind the Portuguese player. Cristiano Ronaldo, however, is known for his loyalty to friends, who tend to be rather dependable. Once they were in the car, Inzaghi inquired, "Eduardo is unaware, isn't he? Is he fearful now?" Huang Kaiwen retorted, somewhat exasperated. Fastening his seatbelt, Inzaghi chuckled awkwardly. "I simply believe that my image should be more imposing. This will facilitate Eduardo's growth." Even Huang Kaiwen, along with Neo, could not suppress a roll of his eyes. He suspected that Eduardo might encounter a kind lady on the streets of Milan, offering him ice cream, perhaps even whisking him away, given Inzaghi's storied romantic history. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen went straight to bed. Inzaghi peeked into the guest room, and, upon discovering that his son was already asleep, he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he closed the door, Eduardo, lying in bed, opened his eyes and sighed quietly. The following day, Huang Kaiwen awoke to find the old steward had prepared the newspaper. After Huang Kaiwen sat down, the steward remarked, "Young Master Eduardo has already gone out for exercise. This morning, a neighbor delivered an invitation." Huang Kaiwen glanced at it and replied, "Pay them no mind. Victoria is quite adept at ingratiating herself. She seizes every slight opportunity to get closer. I suspect she is unsettled by Connor's newfound success, especially since her business ventures have been rather disastrous. Nevertheless, Connor's achievements came at a cost, and Victoria might be overreaching in her aspirations." Opening the newspaper, Huang Kaiwen noted the absence of news regarding Inzaghi and his companions. However, the Times reported yet another theft at the British Museum, suggesting that items were continuously going missing. In the afternoon, Huang Kaiwen prepared to set off with Inzaghi and his son to the outskirts of London. Each year, the British royal family hosts a horse racing event at Ascot, attracting numerous European dignitaries. Although the Queen had reduced her public appearances due to health concerns, it did not dampen the spirits of the British monarchy. Ascot serves as a prominent venue for socialites to showcase their elegance. A significant highlight of this event is the hats, as attendees are required to wear headpieces or hats with a minimum diameter of 4 inches, leading to many women donning extravagant millinery. The dress code for men mandates a suit, waistcoat, and the wearing of black shoes with socks. Eduardo, undoubtedly the son of Inzaghi, already bore a striking resemblance to his father in his youth, despite being just a few years old. The aging rogue, nearing 50, still managed to present himself with an air of refinement. "What do you think?" he inquired before stepping into the vehicle. Posing the question to Inzaghi, "Am I not the most dashing European aristocrat?" Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up in agreement. Inzaghi's appearance was not one that could be easily criticized. Compared to the members of European royal families, he was in a league of his own. "Uncle Kevin, I'm feeling a bit hungry," Eduardo whispered as he tugged at Huang Kaiwen's hand. Children, it seemed, were perpetually hungry, even shortly after a meal. "Let us go get something to eat," Huang Kaiwen replied, leading the two of them. At Ascot, the acquisition of food was stratified by social class. Their seats were in the royal enclosure, which not only required a membership fee of 100, but also invitations from 2 long-standing members. The clientele of this enclosure primarily comprised European royalty and nobility. The racecourse even took the liberty of inviting Michelin-starred chefs to cater for the attendees. Moreover, there was a buffet area, with expenses exceeding 80. Huang Kaiwen guided the father and son duo to the main lawn area of the Queen and enclosure, which resembled a carnival, with tents selling various delicacies and beverages. Spectators sat at tables placed on the grass, relishing their meals, and even had the option to picnic on site, with the convenience of pre-arranging picnic baskets online. "Give me a sandwich," And bring me a fine wine along with 2 glasses, Inzaghi declared, handing over his credit card. The waiter glanced at Huang Kaiwen before reaching for the wine displayed on a high shelf. After taking a sip, Huang Kaiwen remarked, "I still can't fathom why these wines are so expensive." "Who knows?" Inzaghi shrugged nonchalantly, raising his glass towards a nearby young lady. Years of habit compelled him to instinctively seek out potential conquests. It had become second nature. Eduardo took the wooden cork and began to carve into it with a fork. "Hey, focus on your meal," Inzaghi admonished. In response, Huang Kaiwen playfully punched Inzaghi in the chest, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps. "What is wrong with you?" Inzaghi questioned. Huang Kaiwen paid him no mind, affectionately ruffling Eduardo's hair. "It's all right, play if you wish. You, as the heir to the throne, must exhibit proper decorum," Inzaghi insisted. "I prefer to allow the child to enjoy a joyful childhood," Huang Kaiwen retorted, glaring at Inzaghi. He was prepared to continue his playful assault should Inzaghi dare to speak again. Fortunately, Inzaghi understood the unspoken cue. After sharing just 2 glasses, Inzaghi handed the remaining wine to the waiter. He couldn't help but remark to Eduardo, "You see, this is the demeanor of an emperor." Huang Kaiwen rolled his eyes in exasperation. If he were merely a player, he could hardly sustain such a lifestyle. "Kevin," called out Edward Anthony Richard Louis, the youngest son of the Queen. Huang Kaiwen approached to greet him. "This is my daughter Louise, and this is her brother James," Edward introduced. Louise Windsor smiled warmly at Huang Kaiwen, while her brother appeared somewhat shy. "Where's the princess?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "She was over there engaged in conversation, as you know. Women often have a penchant for shopping and fashion," Edward remarked. "Indeed," Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement, saying, "I came here with friends today." Edward, spotting the Inzaghi father and son, smiled and said, "Of course I know him. Simone Inzaghi, brother of the Holy Roman Emperor." Inzaghi's face revealed a rare blush. It was the first time he had been teased by a British prince. "Let us head to the stands," Huang Kaiwen suggested. "First, let us purchase a horse," Edward exclaimed. Louise Windsor immediately looked up at Huang Kaiwen and asked, "Do you have a preferred horse?" "I think Desert Hero is splendid. It's a horse my grandmother raised." James nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall buy Desert Hero." Huang Kaiwen produced several banknotes and handed them over, saying, "I am not well versed in this. So let us buy it together and share the profits." James promptly took the money, but before he could secure it, his sister snatched it away, declaring, "You are still a minor. It cannot be sold to you. I shall handle this." Inzaghi, intrigued, joined them in purchasing the horse. Upon arriving at the stands, many individuals approached to greet them. The biggest news of the past few days was the match between Huang Kaiwen and Connor, prompting numerous spectators to attend the live event at Stamford Bridge. "Kaiwen, when do you plan to have another match?" someone inquired. "Forget it. I have no desire to injure my opponent again," Huang Kaiwen replied with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. Had he not moderated his strength, he could have easily knocked Connor out on the spot. Some newspapers accused him of seeking revenge, but Huang Kaiwen paid it no mind. The world should know the truth. Such is the nature of the king of football. He carefully considers what to say and what to withhold. As the fanfare resonated, it signified the commencement of this year's Ascot Horse Racing Festival. The 5-day racing spectacle holds tremendous significance for all of Britain, as the nation is enamored with horse racing, particularly betting. The Queen used to attend annually. Although she was absent this year, other royal family members were present without exception. Besides the races, socializing was equally important. Huang Kaiwen had already received a considerable number of business cards. As the competition began, he turned his gaze to the track. As an Olympic gold medalist, Huang Kaiwen was relatively knowledgeable about equestrian sports. However, this race with multiple competitors seemed to offer even greater excitement than traditional equestrian events. As the race commenced, many felt a surge of tension, though their status restrained them from shouting. Inzaghi remained fixated on the track, and, upon seeing horse number 8 cross the finish line first, muttered under his breath, "Damn it, I didn't win." "How much did you wager?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, intrigued. "Not much, just for fun," Inzaghi replied. "What does not much entail?" Huang Kaiwen pressed. 20,000 for each race, Inzaghi responded. "No wonder Inzaghi is so passionate," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "Uncle Kaiwen, I need to use the restroom," Eduardo announced. "Shall I accompany you?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "I will go with him." James, the son of Edward, chimed in. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. As long as someone accompanies him, he feels at ease. Otherwise, he is reluctant to let his 5-year-old child walk alone. After waiting for a while, Huang Kaiwen sensed something amiss and directly pulled Inzaghi towards the dining area. "What are you doing? My horse hasn't even run yet," Inzaghi protested. Without explanation, Huang Kaiwen led him to the restroom. James was still standing outside. Huang Kaiwen inquired, "Has Eduardo not come out yet? I asked him a moment ago." "He said to wait a bit," James replied. Huang Kaiwen promptly pushed open the restroom door and knocked on each stall door. He discovered one stall was locked. Yet no response came. With a swift kick, he forced the door open, only to find it empty. James, now somewhat flustered, exclaimed, "He was just here, I swear." "It's all right. Don't panic," Huang Kaiwen reassured him. At that moment, Inzaghi's phone rang. As Huang Kaiwen prepared to follow him outside, he noticed a wooden cork on the floor. Upon picking it up, he indeed saw Eduardo Inzaghi's name inscribed on it. Inzaghi answered the call, and his expression immediately changed. "Keep it quiet, otherwise you won't see your son again. First, figure out how to distract Kevin, then follow our instructions." Inzaghi shot Huang Kaiwen a meaningful glance before speaking. "Eduardo has met my father and is currently with him. You all should return to watch the horse races." Huang Kaiwen nodded and led the still questioning James away. Just then, a voice came through the phone again, saying, "If you wish to see your son again, find a way to get Kevin to push for the preparation of the Crafty Agent sequel. We will provide you with a list. Work on inviting those on the list as consultants, and we will inform you of the next steps in due time. Make sure Kevin doesn't find out, or you can expect the worst." After hanging up, Inzaghi's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated such a predicament would befall him. Nonetheless, he understood that as long as they had demands, they would not harm Eduardo. He returned to watch the horse races with Huang Kaiwen. After the final race concluded, the two departed the racetrack together. Noticing the unusual expressions on Huang Kaiwen and Inzaghi, Neo immediately sensed something was off. Back in the car, he pretended to search for his sunglasses, quickly discovering a listening device, which he showed to the two. Inzaghi gestured to Neo, asking if there were any surveillance cameras. Neo shook his head, prompting Inzaghi to let out a sigh of relief. He found a piece of paper and meticulously transcribed everything to hand it to Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen nodded, intending to devise a plan to abduct several physicists and ballistic missile experts, which certainly indicated a conspiracy beyond personal motives. He handed the cork to Inzaghi, who, in addition to seeing Eduardo's name, noticed two overlapping triangles forming a hexagon. This symbol instantly reminded him of a certain country, causing his expression to darken considerably. The chapter concludes here, with an epilogue titled The Song of the Empire, The Rise of the Dark Knight. Upon learning who had taken Eduardo, both Inzaghi and Huang Kaiwen felt even more uneasy. As affluent individuals, they were well aware of the dichotomy between public personas and the true nature of those involved. Their esteemed reputation is entirely fabricated. It can be asserted that they are akin to terrorists, possessing no moral boundaries, engaging in acts far more repugnant than the dirtiest deeds imaginable. Fortunately, Eduardo is merely a touch more mature than the average child, not a prodigy like young Sheldon. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face severe interrogation. "Calm yourself, Filippo," one might suggest. Witnessing Inzaghi pacing back and forth, Huang Kaiwen could hardly contain his anxiety. "How can I remain calm? What if Eduardo encounters someone who is fond of young boys? That is certainly not exclusive to priests," Inzaghi bellowed. At that moment, he deeply regretted not keeping a closer watch on his son. Should anything untoward happen to Eduardo, he could scarcely fathom how to continue living. "I understand, but your actions are of no assistance," Huang Kaiwen remarked, casually turning on the television, only to discover a news segment from Lonsdale regarding a cat that frequently infiltrated their archives, inadvertently turning on a faucet and causing damages exceeding 500,000. Minutes later, the sound of a vehicle pulling up could be heard. Huang Kaiwen and Inzaghi rushed downstairs in succession. "Peter," Huang Kaiwen greeted him with enthusiasm. The commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Peter O'Dowd, appeared somewhat taken aback but embraced Huang Kaiwen warmly. "Kevin, are you filming a movie? I noticed your bodyguard had disguised himself to come find me, so I deliberately did not take the official vehicle. What on earth is going on?" Peter O'Dowd inquired with a smile. The absurdity of the situation led him to this singular conclusion, as typically, Huang Kaiwen could resolve matters with just a phone call. Perhaps he was currently being recorded by hidden cameras, and Peter O'Dowd would be more than pleased to showcase his admirable image on the big screen. Inzaghi attempted to speak, but was promptly silenced by Huang Kaiwen. Once they reached the hall, The elderly butler served refreshments and exited. Huang Kaiwen then fixed his gaze upon Peter's eyes and asked, "Peter, can I trust you?" With that, he placed a recording device on the table and pressed the record button. This action instilled a sense of foreboding in Peter O'Dowd. Huang Kaiwen's solemn demeanor indicated that this was no ordinary matter, leaving Peter to weigh the essence of Huang Kaiwen's character. O'Dowd's expression shifted numerous times before he finally managed a reluctant nod, saying, "I swear to God, I will give my all." "Very well," Huang Kaiwen continued. "Filippo and I took his son Eduardo to the horse racing event, and the child was abducted from the restroom. Clues were left at the scene. And Filippo received a phone call from the perpetrators, who requested that I invite several physics experts to serve as consultants for a film, as they intended to kidnap those experts." At this revelation, Peter O'Dowd nearly broke down in tears. There exists but one nation in the world that revels in such conduct. Consistently ambiguous regarding nuclear development, neither admitting to nor denying possession of such weaponry. Such madness is unparalleled. Yet Huang Kaiwen offered him no opportunity for refusal, stating unequivocally, "The evidence left at the scene is abundantly clear. They are Israelis." Peter O'Dowd slammed the cup onto the table, causing coffee to splatter everywhere. He gasped heavily, fixing a penetrating gaze on Kevin Huang, his expression more grim than that of London in the wake of a terrorist attack. Ultimately, O'Dowd relented, his face drawn with despair as he uttered, "You know, my predecessor Malcolm is suspected of having committed suicide by explosion in a house fire. I certainly do not wish for my entire family to follow suit. You have truly presented me with a formidable dilemma." "Peter, you are the head of Scotland Yard," Huang Kaiwen complimented. O'Dowd rolled his eyes, muttering, "Israel is still the grandparent of Britain." Kevin Huang pulled out a piece of paper, scribbling a few notes before handing it over, saying, "Afterward, your entire family could emigrate to Italy. The odds of winning the lottery there are quite favorable. The British have a penchant for gambling, and winning 50 million euros in Italy is not uncommon, is it? I will offer 100 million, Inzaghi declared. As long as you find my son and bring him back safely, I will offer 100 million. I will have Scotland Yard seal off the area for an investigation. But do not hold out too much hope. I suspect they may have already left London," Peter O'Dowd asserted resolutely. He understood that at this juncture, playing both sides was futile. It was far better to face the truth head-on. "London possesses the highest number of surveillance cameras in the world. Could we utilize that?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. Peter O'Dowd shook his head, replying, "That would certainly lead to leaks. If you have trustworthy personnel, you may have them contact me. I will find an opportunity to send them to investigate." "Thank you, Peter," Huang Kaiwen said sincerely. Peter O'Dowd nodded, his face still clouded with concern. Once this matter was settled, he truly intended to retire and flee to Italy. Otherwise, he could not withstand the reckoning that awaited him from the Jewish community. On a positive note, at least settling in Italy would spare him the need to carry an umbrella everywhere. "Is this acceptable?" Inzaghi quickly asked. Huang Kaiwen shook his head, guiding him toward Lily's dressing room. The King of Balls had honed his makeup skills by himself. Besides the London police, he had enlisted others who would arrive in London that evening. Before that, however, he had more tasks to accomplish. The elderly butler, noticing that the two were adequately disguised, promptly made a phone call. Within minutes, 2 pest control company vehicles entered the gates of Huang Kaiwen's residence. Inzaghi and Huang Kaiwen donned the pest control uniforms and mingled with the vehicles, alighting in a discreet area before hailing a cab to Fulham. As a city of immigrants, London is home to people from all corners of the globe. The white population comprises less than half, around 3 million, with Italians being even fewer. Italian immigrants and the French generally enjoy decent economic standing, primarily concentrated in Fulham and South Kensington. They casually entered an ice cream shop and took a seat, where a server soon approached, stating, "If you need anything, feel free to come to the counter." "No, I would like to speak with your boss," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The server quickly made their way to the kitchen. An Italian middle-aged man approached with a smile, asking, "How may I assist you?" "I wish to see Francesco Rossi," Huang Kaiwen said. The man's expression shifted immediately. In 2017, Francis's grandfather, Bert, passed away, and the newspapers proclaimed that the mafia had vanished from London. Ostensibly, old Rossi had but one adopted son. However, in truth, he had long sent his biological son to America. Now, his grandson, Francis, had ascended as the head of the London Mafia. "I do not recognize the individual you mentioned." The boss turned to leave, but Kevin Huang firmly grasped his arm and said, "Kevin sends his regards." Wait a moment. The middle-aged boss ceased his struggle. The name Kevin was never a mere generality in Italy. It was specific. The boss retrieved his phone and made a call, summoning 2 individuals towards the kitchen, who then led them into an alleyway. Shortly after, someone approached, placing hoods over their heads and forcing them into a van. Throughout the journey, Inzaghi felt a tumult of anxiety, torn between concern for his son's safety and fear of the mafia's intentions. If he were to be left with a not-so-bright wife and a fortune worth billions, it would indeed be a grave misfortune. The vehicle traveled for a considerable distance, and although the disembarking location was desolate, Huang Kaiwen immediately recognized it as Yorkshire, over 300 kilometers from London. A grand mansion awaited them. Upon entering, the interior reflected a quintessential Italian Mediterranean decor. The counterpart was younger than Huang had anticipated, appearing to be under 30, clad in a well-tailored suit. Upon seeing the 2 men, Francis Rossi rose with a smile and said, "My friend, have you brought news from Kevin?" "Indeed," replied Huang Kaiwen as they shook hands and settled onto the sofa with Inzaghi. Francis Rossi poured drinks for all 3 and, crossing his legs, remarked, "I grew up in America, yet Italians remain quintessentially Italian. You may relax. I shall endeavor to fulfill any request from Kevin." Huang Kaiwen lifted his glass, took a sip, and inquired, "Is there still a Jewish gang in London?" "Of course, those damned locusts. Do you think they would abandon the economic epicenter?" "Here's a secret. Even the royal family has borrowed from their usury," Francis Rossi replied. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and nodded. This was hardly a secret. After all, the royal family comprised many individuals, not all of whom were affluent. Without further ado, Huang Kaiwen produced a checkbook, filled in 8 zeros on the back, and handed it over, stating, "I hope you can teach the Jews a lesson, making them feel uneasy. That's impossible. I have no desire to provoke." Before Francis Rossi could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the figure on the check, his outstretched hand suspended in midair. Upon recognizing the signature, he sprang from the sofa, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen raised a finger to his lips and said, 1 million per person. Does that seem reasonable? I never wish for my friends to exert effort without compensation. You are too generous, Francis Rossi stammered. I do not know what has transpired, but I assure you, I shall execute this matter splendidly. Golders Green will become a new battleground, and I will make those vampires regret ever coming into existence. Huang Kaiwen nodded in satisfaction. Golders Green is the hub of the Jewish community, where he suspects Eduardo is concealed. The Scotland Yard would undoubtedly hesitate to search Golders Green, but in the event of a gang conflict, those involved would find a way to relocate Eduardo, wouldn't they? Sicilians will come looking for you, and they will heed your command, Huang Kaiwen remarked. That would be splendid. We shall engage in a grand endeavor, especially since I am expecting heavy weaponry. Francis Rossi hesitated further. However, Golders Green is home to numerous Japanese and Korean individuals, who are also Asians. Let us consider them as Jews, Huang Kaiwen replied. Then I shall feel at ease. Francis Rossi nodded. Upon seeing Huang Kaiwen rise, Francis Rossi promptly stood up, courteously positioning himself half a step behind Huang Kaiwen as he escorted the 2 individuals to the door. Huang Kaiwen instructed, arrange a hotel for us. We must conceal our identities. I will take care of that, Francis Rossi signaled to his subordinates. By the way, let us stay near Wembley, Huang Kaiwen added. Golders Green is part of Barnet, with Wembley situated to the southwest. On the way to the hotel, Inzaghi had relaxed considerably, glancing at Huang Kaiwen several times as if to speak. Once they arrived at their hotel room, Inzaghi, who had been holding back throughout the journey, finally said, Kevin, although Eduardo is my son, don't you think this situation has escalated a bit? We've spent quite a bit of money too. No worries. I will cover the expenses. We are the best of friends, are we not? Eduardo is no different from my own son, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Inzaghi nodded. Reflecting on the previous promissory note, he thought it wouldn't matter if it was a couple of 100 million more, he could repay it later. Letting Eduardo grow up and earn enough to return it to Uncle Kevin. 10 billion euros would be manageable with some effort. Once Inzaghi returned to his own room, Huang Kaiwen collapsed onto the bed. After all he had done, he could not ensure he would find Eduardo. The Jewish community is exceedingly cautious. Attempting to inquire about matters would swiftly arouse their suspicion. Fortunately, Golders Green is also home to many Asians, through whom he could gather information. Later that evening, Peter O'Dotty confirmed through surveillance that the individual was indeed in Golders Green, though he was unaware of the precise location. Despite London boasting the highest number of surveillance cameras globally, they could not penetrate Golders Green. At 10 o'clock that night, Huang Kaiwen met with Neo. "Sir, I have arranged for surveillance of several suspicious areas in Golders Green, though we cannot deploy too many personnel there." "That will suffice," Huang Kaiwen replied, gazing at the television. "If it comes to that, we shall devise a means to search the entirety of Golders Green. However, that would lay everything bare. And with the audacity of the Jewish community, it could easily lead to a disadvantageous position." The following morning, Huang Kaiwen returned home, leaving Inzaghi at the hotel to gather information. At that moment, Inzaghi was of little use. His constant anxiety would only serve to affect Huang Kaiwen negatively. Thus, he left him at the hotel, arranging for his phone to be monitored, while also attempting to trace the source of any signals. London has once again fallen victim to a terrorist attack, as a group of assailants, pursued by the authorities, fled into a nearby community. This clash resulted in the destruction of several shops within the area, and the casualty count is still being assessed, as reported by journalists. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Mark Rowley, a spokesperson for the Metropolitan Police, who asserts that there will be no compromise with these terrorists. He emphasizes the enhancement of patrols in certain sectors of London to ensure the safety of its citizens, urging the public to promptly report any leads they may encounter. Huang Kaiwen, shaking his head with a wry smile, reflects on the irony that while the attack occurred in one area, the increased patrols would be concentrated in another, undoubtedly in affluent districts such as Fulham and Westminster. Nevertheless, he acknowledges how diligently Little Rossi is working. Having met just yesterday, news of the incident reached him today. If Italians exhibited such efficiency across the board, perhaps their economy would not be in decline. This tactic of drawing the enemy out should elicit some response. If hostages are lost, their leverage diminishes significantly. The subsequent news segment reveals citizens of London expressing their grievances regarding the cumbersome nature of exit checks. Though in light of the recent attack, their opposition remains muted. The concept of freedom pales in comparison to the sanctity of life. Slogans serve merely as calls to action rather than tangible realities. Huang Kaiwen, seated with a notebook, diligently records potentially valuable information gleaned from television and newspapers, seeking any clues that might emerge. Around 10 in the morning, he receives a call. The individual attempting to reach Inzaghi is located in a distant land, rendering signal tracking ineffective. It is evident that those involved are well prepared. A lead has been severed. "We have located the vehicle, sir." At that moment, Huang Kaiwen receives a call from Neo. "Wait for me. I'm on my way," Huang Kaiwen responds. "Sir, you needn't come in person," Neo begins. But Huang Kaiwen hangs up before he can finish. Half an hour later, Huang Kaiwen, in disguise, meets Neo at an apartment owned by a Japanese individual who is currently absent, thus temporarily commandeered by Neo. It's the laundry owner's car across the street. "It was reportedly stolen but has now returned to his possession," Neo remarks with a smirk. "Is it customary to leave such matters unaddressed?" Huang Kaiwen inquires, puzzled. "Who knows? Perhaps sentimentality plays a role. After all, he is Jewish," Neo replies. "Very well, I expect results," Huang Kaiwen states firmly. Neo nods and swiftly exits. A few minutes later, from behind the blinds, Huang Kaiwen observes Neo and his associates bringing garments into the laundromat, which soon displays a sign indicating it is temporarily closed for business. Feeling somewhat bored, Huang Kaiwen searches for a record to play and selects Besame Mucho by Lisa Ono. The Brazilian singer's unique style, characterized by her magnetic and languid voice, compels one to pause and reflect. Huang Kaiwen contemplates rising to brew a cup of coffee. Upon discovering that his master possessed only coffee beans, the lethargic man returned to his seat by the window, gazing outside while rhythmically tapping his fingers against the table, accompanied by a languid, sweet melody. Noticing Neo stepping out once more, Kevin Huang adjusted his posture in anticipation of his return. "Sir, we have results." Kevin nodded in acknowledgement. Neo continued, "It was his cousin's car. I had to make a call to discuss the vehicle, and we've managed to obtain the address. Will this raise any suspicions?" Kevin inquired, recalling the cinematic moments where minor details served as reminders for comrades. "No, every letter was crafted as we dictated. His entire family is in our grasp. The Jews wouldn't make such significant sacrifices for others," Neo assured him. "That's good. Keep someone on surveillance. We shall prepare for our next steps," Kevin instructed. "Understood, sir." Neo rose and headed downstairs, with Kevin following closely behind. Just as Neo was about to open the car door, Kevin suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and rushed forward to pull him back. Bang! In the next instant, Neo's vehicle erupted into a fireball. Damn it! Neo cursed, horrified at the thought of what might have transpired had Kevin been inside. He never anticipated such ruthlessness from those Jewish individuals, employing such tactics even within their own community. Let's return for now, Kevin suggested. Neo quickly dialed for assistance. Sir, perhaps it would be best if you did not make an appearance, he advised after hanging up. Neo was genuinely concerned for Kevin's safety in the face of such unreasonable brutality. Kevin nodded silently, and the two returned to Kevin's residence in London. Once home, Neo was incessantly making calls. Their target remained concealed within a theater in Golders Green, showing no inclination to relocate. Prepare me a bit more carbohydrates. A small portion of roasted lamb, and some fresh vegetables. I would like to drink some electrolyte beverages today, Kevin requested upon his return. The old butler promptly went to prepare, well acquainted with such a menu, reminiscent of Kevin's dietary regimen during his triathlon training. At dinner, Kevin's pace of eating had markedly increased, causing the butler to worry. After finishing the last piece of bread, Kevin rose and announced, I am rather tired and will retire directly. Please do not disturb me. Very well, sir. Once in his room, Kevin immediately retrieved a map of London. Knock, knock. He swiftly shoved everything under the bed, composed his expression, and opened the door. Yawning as he asked, Is there something you need, Albert? I was just about to take a shower and retire for the night. Nothing urgent, sir. I noticed you seemed rather fatigued, so I had someone prepare a cup of hot milk, the butler replied. Just leave it there. I shall drink it after my wash-up. Kevin smiled. Once the butler departed, Kevin entered the bathroom, thoroughly scrubbing every inch of his skin, opting against fragrant shampoos or body washes. After drying off, he lay on the bed, feigning slumber, while his mind was preoccupied with various calculations. Feeling that the time was nearly upon him, he retrieved his phone and noted that 2 hours had passed. Rising promptly, he made his way to the cloakroom. Although he did not reside in London permanently, it still housed a considerable collection of his garments. As he contemplated donning a formal outfit, his hand came to rest upon a dark ensemble. This was one of the costumes he had custom-made for a Halloween parade with Lily during his tenure at Chelsea, though he never had the chance to wear it out. He extracted the outfit and slipped into the fitted attire, fastening a belt equipped with compartments for small props. Bending to don the reinforced boots, he adjusted his cloak in front of the mirror and adorned himself with forearm guards, which bore 3 blades on the exterior. These guards, reinforced at the joints, retained their detailed design, appearing bulky yet allowing for ample movement. Finally, he retrieved a helmet with pointed ears and secured it upon his head. From the box, he meticulously organized various props into the storage compartments of his belt, tucking a bundle of bat-shaped shurikens into his breast pocket. After a final inspection, he opened the security app on his phone, opted to deactivate the bedroom window for 30 seconds, and leaped into the darkness below. Is that Batman running down the street? Has he been drinking? Shouted Dranith Khan. No, it's really Batman. He must be on something, Kumar exclaimed, fawningly. Even inebriated, he was still an adept sycophant. The Indian names revealed their heritage. Dranith meant son, and Khan signified a chieftain, suggesting ancestry from Afghanistan or Central Asia. As for Kumar, meaning prince, it was typically a name given to conceal one's caste. Huang Kaiwen noticed a modified Bentley Continental, clearly driven by someone under the influence. To his surprise, the vehicle made a U-turn. The passenger leaned out, banging on the door and mockingly taunted in a curry-scented English. Hey, clown. I'll give you 500 to show me how foolish you look under that helmet. With swift determination, Huang Kaiwen strode over, seized the man by his collar, and flung him out of the car. He then opened the door, seated himself inside, and the Indian driver, raising his hands in surrender, obediently exited the vehicle. With a rev of the engine, Huang Kaiwen vanished into the night. Radio X was broadcasting a late-night music program. Previously, the station had invited Crouch to co-host, but it was evident that he lacked the charisma of Manchester United legends, resulting in a rather tepid reception for the show. Hey, night shift drivers. I'm your old friend Alan. It's been another busy day. Apart from truck drivers, I wonder if you have a lady accompanying you in your vehicle at this late hour? The radio host jested. Huang Kaiwen scoffed. The roads at this hour were teeming with intoxicated drivers, many having just left the clubs. Just days prior, a centenarian had set a record for the oldest person caught driving under the influence. driving a car belonging to two rather unsophisticated Indian gentlemen. Huang Kaiwen found himself particularly dissatisfied with the vehicle's engine and subwoofer. The modifications, costing several £100,000, had produced a cacophony reminiscent of a rebellious youth. As the car traversed various neighborhoods, it drew a chorus of ire from the locals, which elicited hearty laughter from Huang Kaiwen. He decided to attribute this mischief to the two gentlemen. Upon entering the Golders Green area, he opted to accelerate. The radio was playing the theme song from Pretty Woman, a delightful blend of striking percussion and simplistic lyrics, merging country music with rock elements, all delivered in a tender and trembling voice that felt remarkably romantic. Huang Kaiwen joined in, whistling along. Upon arriving at the theater's entrance, he spotted a patrolman. With a swift maneuver, he veered across the road, slamming the brakes while simultaneously flooring the accelerator. The rear-wheel drive Continental screeched as it lost traction, its modified engine emitting a beastly roar. Lights began to flicker on throughout the neighborhood. Confirming the use of a 24-hour injury immunity card, he released the brakes, and the car shot forward like a cannonball. A flurry of bullets struck the vehicle as it surged ahead, and Huang Kaiwen steered the car onto the pedestrian ramp, smashing through the theater's grand entrance. Pretty woman. The kind I like to meet. Pretty woman. I don't believe you, echoed the now garbled song as the car collided forcefully with the wall. Huang Kaiwen flung open the car door just as a crowd spilled out from the theater. The lead figure brandished a firearm and demanded, "Who are you?" The only response was the radio's voice, "Mercy." Huang Kaiwen swiftly ripped the door from its hinges, using it as a shield against the incoming gunfire, and dashed toward cover. The assailants, undeterred, continued to fire while questioning him. Hearing shuffling footsteps behind him, he instinctively reached into his pocket and flung a metal shuriken backward. In the dim light, it glimmered ominously, and before the two henchmen could fire, they collapsed, clutching their throats, unable to utter a coherent word. Peering from behind a marble column, Huang Kaiwen extended his left hand, unleashing another barrage of shots. Retrieving his hand, he noted the spent bullets and his damaged gloves. Cursing under his breath, his costume was ruined, and he intended to seek restitution from the Jewish gentleman. The adversaries unleashed a relentless hail of bullets as they closed in, prompting Huang Kaiwen to spring into action. Tensing his left leg, he suddenly crouched and spun around, the trailing edge of his cloak striking one adversary in the face. Without missing a beat, he executed a sweeping kick, followed by two expertly thrown shurikens from his right hand. Observing the fallen leader, Huang Kaiwen decisively used the blade on his gauntlet to finish him off. With the sound of approaching footsteps intensifying, Huang Kaiwen tossed a shuriken overhead, shattering the main chandelier of the hall. He then took cover beneath the body of his fallen foe, discovering a gun devoid of ammunition. Resigned, he could only feign death while muttering curses under his breath. As the flashlight illuminated the surroundings, Huang Kaiwen hurled a grappling hook while simultaneously releasing a flurry of bat darts. The sharp sound of metal striking flesh echoed thrice, prompting him to seek refuge behind a grand marble column. "Come out. I know you wish to save that child, but he has already been taken," his adversary called out. Huang Kaiwen mused, "I had hoped they would come in waves to deliver themselves, but I see Eduardo is absent." Without hesitation, Huang Kaiwen emerged from behind the column. Bang, 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 3 bullets were fired, all of which he caught with his hands, discarding them one by one at his opponent's feet. Even the elite of Mossad had never witnessed such a spectacle. Faced with a disadvantage in force, he ultimately opted for dialogue. "Who are you? How much did Kevin pay you?" "We can offer double," the opponent proposed. "Very well, then secure me shares in several Jewish enterprises and a fresh commentary on the Bible." "How about Constantinople belongs to me?" Huang Kaiwen jested. Perhaps a few thousand tons of gold would suffice as well. Before the adversary could respond, Huang Kaiwen delivered a powerful punch to his face. The agent, reeling from the fracture of his nasal bone, had no time to react before Huang Kaiwen incapacitated him with a swift chop. Collecting the bat darts he had previously discarded, he bound the lone survivor. After a prolonged wait without reinforcements, Huang Kaiwen deduced that this was likely the entirety of the opposition. He removed the hooks from 2 grappling locks, forcibly straightened them, and plunged them into the agent's legs. A pained wail escaped the remaining Mossad operative. "Even if you torture me, I will not reveal the child's whereabouts." "As you wish. Tough guy. I shall indeed torment you," Huang Kaiwen declared, retrieving 2 wires and connecting them to a European battery. As he approached, even the seasoned Mossad operative shivered. Kill me, damn it. Spare me your words, he implored. After electrifying him, Huang Kaiwen retorted, the battery won't kill you, but soon I shall connect these wires elsewhere. Enjoy yourself, tough guy. God will not spare you, he added. Huang Kaiwen connected the wires to the theater's electrical panel. And soon the tough guy became a true tough guy. A piercing, shrill scream filled the air, prompting Huang Kaiwen to curse. Scotland Yard is surprisingly swift at this moment. While rummaging through several individuals, he discovered a business card for a company offering short flights in the pocket of a Mossad agent. Grabbing a mobile phone, he confirmed that no flight had yet departed and quickly exited through the theater's back door. Having engaged in good deeds unprepared, he mused that next time he should bring along a copy of Mein Kampf, as the Jewish community had a penchant for that book. Upon reaching the alley, Huang Kaiwen casually commandeered a Porsche 911. Noticing a CD of the SPA girl group, he surmised the car owner's nationality. Given this revelation, he decided no compensation was necessary. The broadcast has begun with news, and the speed of British reporters is unparalleled. Golders Green has once again fallen victim to a terror attack, with 3 assaults occurring within just 2 days. This alarming pattern suggests a targeted campaign against the Golders Green community, though the specific objectives of the terrorists remain unknown. Scotland Yard has cordoned off the area, indicating that fierce gunfire erupted between the parties involved. The citizens of London have every reason to feel apprehensive about their safety. Given the recent intensification of checks by Scotland Yard, suspicions arise that a significant number of terrorists may have infiltrated London. We implore the citizens of London to avoid crowded areas and to steer clear of Golders Green. At this moment, the phone that Huang Kaiwen had just taken rang. Who are you? The voice on the other end inquired. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I have but one demand. Release that child, Huang Kaiwen replied. You have no idea whom you have offended. Soon, your family will perish one by one, the voice threatened. Huang Kaiwen could not help but chuckle, responding. You are the ones who are oblivious to whom you have crossed. Soon, your compatriots will meet their demise one after another. The other party erupted in a furious tirade upon hearing this. Once the anger subsided, Huang Kaiwen simply said, good luck. London is served by 6 airports, each located in distinct areas. Huang Kaiwen first ruled out Heathrow and Gatwick, as those airports are exceedingly busy and unsuitable for their operations. The nearest airport to the theater is Luton, located to the north. However, Huang Kaiwen heard the chimes of Big Ben. A glance at the time revealed that the clock struck at approximately 11 o'clock, 22. This indicated that the perpetrators were not far from Big Ben, possibly even in the city center at Westminster. Moreover, the sound of that bell can only travel a maximum distance of about 8 kilometers. Hence, the target must be London City Airport, situated in the heart of the city. He had deduced the objective. With newfound clarity, Huang Kaiwen sharply turned the steering wheel. The black Porsche 911 executing a swift maneuver, leaving only the roar of the engine in its wake. On his journey, he pushed the Porsche 911 to its limits. Nevertheless, he arrived at London City Airport just a moment too late. The plane was accelerating down the runway. With no other choice, he pursued the aircraft in his 911, pressing down the accelerator while unfastening his seatbelt and flinging open the car door. Damn it, no more time to waste. On board the plane, a Mossad agent urged for a swift takeoff. Though unaware of the happenings at the theater, the demise of his teammates filled him with unease. It was they who had fled with Eduardo, leveraging Israel's vast network to hastily adjust the flight's departure time. Yet even so, they dared not let their guard down. The combat effectiveness of a team from Mossad far surpassed that of their small group. Bob, you're overly anxious, Goldberg remarked. His surname, Goldberg, signifies the family's reverence for God. Bob Friedman shook his head and said, now is not the time to relax. True safety can only be found back in Haifa. The whole world is against us. They wish for our demise. Franz Levi nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must exercise greater caution. Has that individual caught up with us? I don't know, Friedman replied, glancing at the wrecked Porsche 911 on the ground. I believe we should keep the hostage close. It would be safer. With that, he went to fetch Eduardo. Meanwhile, Kevin Huang, who had jumped onto the landing gear, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was an older model bombardier, and the connection between the landing gear and the cabin wasn't as sturdy. He took a brief moment to rest before planning a surprise attack on these adversaries. With a tremendous crash, the remaining 3 Mossad agents turned their gaze towards the tail of the aircraft. Goldberg held a gun firmly against Eduardo's head. Eduardo remained silent. his eyes fixated on the aircraft's rear. As a figure emerged from below, a look of astonishment spread across his face. The stature, most importantly, the physique, immediately revealed the identity of the newcomer. "Wow, it's Batman," Friedman exclaimed, gesturing. "We have the hostage. What can you do now?" Kevin Huang casually retrieved several bat-shaped darts. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Kevin fell back to the ground, the darts slipping from his grasp. "No," Eduardo cried out in anguish. He had never anticipated that seeing Uncle Kevin again would be a farewell. Friedman drew his handgun from behind, poised to reinforce his position. Goldberg quickly interjected, "Be careful. The ricochet could damage the aircraft. A knife would be more effective." Friedman concurred, producing a dagger and slowly crouching before Kevin. At that moment, Kevin, lying on the ground, abruptly opened his eyes. Friedman instinctively thrust the dagger downward, but Kevin's grip held him at bay. Seeing the two locked in a stalemate, Levi hastily retrieved his handgun and approached, wary of firing recklessly. Kevin landed a punch squarely on Friedman's face, causing the dagger to slip from his hand. Before it could hit the ground, Kevin caught it with his hand and swiftly threw it, striking Levi's right leg. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, snatching the gun from Levi's grasp and pressing it against his abdomen, firing a shot. Goldberg, holding Eduardo hostage, declared, "Drop the gun, or the child is as good as dead." "No, Uncle Kevin," Eduardo shouted. Goldberg appeared taken aback, but then laughed, saying, "I didn't expect our star athlete to be here. But do you know who you are up against?" "Don't harm Eduardo. I'll be your hostage," Kevin implored. "No tricks. I can't guarantee your safety," Goldberg retorted, tightening his grip, pressing the gun barrel into Eduardo's flesh. The boy remained silent, undeterred. The handgun in Kevin's right hand flipped, now with the stock facing upward, indicating that he had disarmed his opponent. Goldberg erupted into laughter, slowly aiming the gun at Huang Kaiwen, and remarked, "My apologies, esteemed superstar, but I have no intention of bearing the responsibility of your abduction. Since you have chosen to involve yourself, you shall meet your demise." Suddenly, a bat-shaped dart struck his forehead, causing Goldberg to stumble backward and fire recklessly, damaging the cabin door in the process. "Fool, I am left-handed," he muttered. Just as Huang Kaiwen was about to make a show of bravado, he swiftly lunged forward to seize Eduardo, hastily securing an emergency parachute around him while instructing, "Pull this cord to deploy the chute after a few seconds. Understood?" "What about you, Uncle Kevin?" Eduardo inquired. "You go first, I will follow shortly," Huang Kaiwen replied, pushing Eduardo out of the cabin. The small aircraft emitted a strained groan under the pressure, and Huang Kaiwen struggled to locate another parachute amidst the chaos. Just as he prepared to exit, the pilot fired a shot, causing the parachute to slip from his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to leap into the void. In midair, he adjusted his posture, head down and arms tightly against his body, minimizing resistance as he pursued the parachute. A glimpse of another parachute in his peripheral vision brought him relief. All was well now. Even without a parachute, he believed he would be fine. Fortunately, he managed to catch up with the falling parachute, made a slight adjustment, and opened it, controlling his descent toward Eduardo below. Eduardo had deployed his parachute earlier, ensuring he would land after Huang Kaiwen. Seeing that Huang Kaiwen had successfully opened his parachute, Eduardo shouted in exhilaration, "Uncle Kevin, you are so awesome." Huang Kaiwen, giving a thumbs up, shouted back, "No talking. You can say whatever you like once we're back on solid ground." After approximately 4 minutes, as they neared the ground, Huang Kaiwen retrieved the bat-shaped dart and severed one side of the parachute straps. Instantly, a force pulled him to the left, prompting him to quickly cut the other strap as well. Eduardo was about to land, and Huang Kaiwen was determined to ensure the child's safety. He couldn't afford to waste even a few seconds. With remarkable dynamic vision, Huang Kaiwen accurately predicted where Eduardo would touch down. Spotting a World War II-era apartment building before him, he accelerated, pushing off the wall with force, and vaulted onto an air conditioning unit. He traversed along the unit and window ledge, scaling to the rooftop just in time to see Eduardo's parachute gliding toward him. He leaped forward and embraced Eduardo, but before they could stabilize, they were swept backward by the force of the descent. The heels of his mid-calf boots scraped against the rooftop, leaving Huang Kaiwen no time to assist Eduardo in unfastening the parachute. Just as they were about to be dragged off the edge of the rooftop, Huang Kaiwen successfully unbuckled his belt, deftly hooking it into the gap beneath a lightning rod's concrete base. As the wind momentarily stilled, Huang Kaiwen quickly stood and helped Eduardo remove the parachute, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion afterward. "Uncle Kevin, are you Batman?" Eduardo asked, filled with excitement. "No," Huang Kaiwen replied. Having not heard Eduardo's subsequent question, Huang Kaiwen turned his gaze to find the boy had already closed his eyes. In haste, he removed his protective gloves and cursed, "Damn it. I shall turn them all into soap." A high fever. Indeed, the child had been under immense stress lately and had just endured a skydiving experience. Falling ill amidst such emotional upheaval, Huang Kaiwen quickly carried Eduardo to a nearby phone, dialing for assistance. After the call, he concealed himself and Eduardo within the thicket. Half an hour later, a helicopter lowered a rope ladder. Only upon boarding the helicopter did Huang Kaiwen finally exhale in relief. The medical personnel promptly took Eduardo and began emergency treatment. The pilot turned and said, "We are headed to London port, then directly setting sail for Italy, sir." "Very well. How is the boy?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "It's nothing serious, just a cold. We are currently administering physical cooling. If the fever persists on board, we will administer antipyretics," replied the medical staff. Huang Kaiwen nodded and asked, "Is there anything to eat?" "Anything at all." A nurse rummaged through her pocket and handed him a Snickers bar. Huang Kaiwen tore it open and swallowed it almost whole, barely chewing. Upon reaching London port and boarding the vessel, Eduardo's fever subsided. Huang Kaiwen finally felt a genuine sense of relief. He first called Inzaghi to report safety and instructed him to return to Italy. He then contacted the young lady to explain the situation. Lastly, Huang Kaiwen dialed another number. Days later, Hania's bodyguards were astonished to discover a container at his doorstep. When they sought the deliverer, they only glimpsed several individuals clad in yellow, departing on electric bikes. Confirming there was no danger, Yihaya ordered the box to be opened. Upon seeing the Russian script on the exterior, he immediately shouted, "Halt! No need to unpack." He had a premonition of the contents inside. The fewer who knew, the better. Hania, speaking in Urdu, queried, "Is there truly no clue? Someone has bestowed upon us such a grand gift, yet I remain unaware of whom to thank." A bodyguard raised his hand and said, "Through the binoculars, I've spotted symbols and words on the back of their clothing." "Write it down," commanded Hania. The bodyguard took paper and pen, scribbling clumsily. "Mate 1 delivery, fast for everything." Eduardo finally awoke, prompting a sigh of relief from Inzaghi. Huang Kaiwen patted his shoulder and encouraged, "You should spend more time with him. The child is far too perceptive for his age." "I understand." Inzaghi responded with a smile. Angela Robusti, observing her unreliable husband, felt an urge to punch him squarely in the face. Sitting at the bedside, Eduardo winked at Huang Kaiwen, who placed a finger to his lips in a gesture of secrecy. The boy promptly covered his mouth with both hands, knowing that Uncle Kaiwen, like Batman, would never divulge this secret. After experiencing such a series of events, Eduardo found it all rather exhilarating. He has gained a deeper understanding of life. He aspires to learn more and become an exceptional individual like Uncle Kevin. Huang Kevin departed from the hospital room. This ordeal had been quite taxing, yet fortunately, it left no lingering issues. Otherwise, he would have had to remain vigilant against those troublesome individuals. "Sir," Neo exclaimed upon seeing Huang Kevin. A look of guilt etched upon his face. He was already aware that Huang Kevin had rescued Eduardo. The employer's prowess made him feel rather ineffectual. Huang Kevin smiled as he entered the vehicle and reassured him, "It's truly not a significant matter. As long as the issue is resolved, the process is inconsequential." Neo couldn't help but grin. Then what purpose does a bodyguard serve? "Sir, Miss Berlusconi has arranged a meeting with the mayor at home. It is said that Mayor Sarah left with a rather grim expression," Neo reminded him. Although it was the young lady who initially hired him, he felt a closer affinity to Huang Kevin. "I understand," Huang Kevin replied, pressing his temples as a headache began to throb. It was just a matter concerning those individuals. Presently, Italy has around 20,000 Jewish inhabitants, a relatively small number in Europe, primarily concentrated in Rome, Florence, and Milan. The young lady's approach to Giuseppe Serra likely aimed to exert pressure on the Jewish community, attempting to drive them out of Milan. Such matters would give even the mayor, let alone the Prime Minister of Italy, a headache. After all, if you do not provoke them, they remain preoccupied with your affairs. If you initiate trouble, the consequences could escalate significantly. The Jewish situation in Italy may be minor, but the one in America is a major concern. Huang Kevin took out his phone and dialed. Upon receiving the call, Mayor Sarah indeed addressed this issue. "Kevin, It's not that I have any fondness for them. But you must understand that provoking them can lead to severe repercussions, Sarah lamented over the phone. Giuseppe, I completely understand your predicament. Perhaps it would be best to abandon the initiative, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. No. Kevin, you misunderstand my intention. Giuseppe, Sarah hastily interjected. What I mean is that we need to approach this matter with greater finesse. Speaking of which, I would like to share a story. Huang Kaiwen began. The fiercest henchmen under the British were the Indians. They often preferred to let their henchmen carry out their nefarious deeds. I recall a few years back when Milan introduced legislation that attracted numerous gypsies from Rome. At this point, Giuseppe Sarah quickly responded, I understand. The city council will soon pass some legislation favorable to the gypsies, and subsequently, the police will inform them who the principal instigators of their exclusion are. Giuseppe, let us have a meal together sometime. Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he ended the call. In truth, even if he hadn't mentioned it, Giuseppe Sarah would have devised a plan. Using others to do one's bidding is merely a politician's fundamental skill. Over the years, Huang Kaiwen had not paid much attention to the Jewish community in Italy. However, after this incident, he did not find the young lady's actions excessive. The living Jews are not necessarily benevolent. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen was greeted by John Terry seated in the living room. The former England captain stooped, his posture reflecting a lackluster spirit. John, when did you arrive? Huang Kaiwen inquired with a smile. I just got here. As soon as I heard you were leaving London, I rushed to Italy. Terry replied, a hint of awkwardness in his smile as he presented a gift. You are too kind, Huang Kaiwen remarked, handing the gift to the old butler and asking now. What pressing matter has brought you here? We're friends. If I can lend a hand, I shall, he continued. It's all about George, Terry said, a touch of irritation in his voice. He insists on going to China for school at just 16. How can Tony and I possibly feel at ease? The boy shows no understanding of the difficulties his parents face. I once arranged for him to learn Chinese, and now he is determined to go to China. Oh, the prodigal son has returned. Huang Kaiwen quipped. Terry, you may not realize it, but that lad doesn't regard you as a father. Why not you and Tony accompany him to China? Huang Kaiwen encouraged. That way, you needn't part ways, and with your impressive credentials, you could secure a lucrative coaching contract there. If all goes well, you might even return to manage in the Premier League. Summer would have my head, Terry chuckled. When Russia sought me out, Summer wept at school, claiming there were polar bears on the streets and that her father would never return. Even then, Marco urged me to go, yet I declined. A father mustn't make his daughter worry. Marco Tribucci has been his agent for many years. China is quite safe. Huang Kaiwen reassured him. That may be true, but I cannot disrupt Summer's social circle, Terry replied, shaking his head. That is your dilemma. Your son wishes to go to China, yet you remain preoccupied with your daughter's feelings, Huang Kaiwen shrugged. Terry playfully jabbed Huang Kaiwen's shoulder, exclaiming, Summer once expressed a desire to marry you when she was little. That was in her childhood. Are you truly suggesting I be held accountable for such whims? You scoundrel. Do you wish for me to become your junior? Huang Kaiwen retorted with mock annoyance. Countless children have claimed they wanted to marry Uncle Kevin when they were young. You must help me devise a plan. George idolizes you, Terry insisted, resorting to playful manipulation. Very well, I shall accompany you to London, Huang Kaiwen agreed. He had just returned to Milan, yet now he was bound for London. Terry eagerly pulled Huang Kaiwen along as they departed. Neo quickly drove them to the airport. George, are you truly going to China? A young girl sat on the steps, sorrowfully gazing at George Terry. Her face bore the unmistakable marks of mixed heritage. Yes, Erica. So forget about me, George Terry replied through gritted teeth, resolute in his decision. Why? I've heard Chinese students excel in mathematics. You will surely struggle in high school. And they eat dog meat. Goodness. Erica expressed her concern. Nonsense, that's all fabricated. Terry replied, a trace of anger in his voice. You Brits don't understand anything. Only consuming news from the BBC and spinning tales to disparage us. What are you talking about? You are British too, Erica said, a hint of panic in her tone. No, I am Chinese. That is my father's homeland, exclaimed George Terry. Erica's mouth dropped open, as if she had stumbled upon a hidden secret. John Terry, the former captain of the England national team, was indeed Chinese? Her mind momentarily short-circuited. Observing his girlfriend's silence, George Terry turned away, fearing that a lingering glance might sway his resolve. Yet, his allegiance to his motherland was unyielding. A true man, born between heaven and earth. cannot hesitate when it comes to wielding a sword. After delving into the annals of modern Chinese history, George Terry resolved to rectify the last shortcoming of his homeland. How could the world's most magnificent nation lag behind the barbaric West in the realm of football? Upon returning home, George excitedly called out to those seated in the living room, "Dad, Uncle Kevin, you're here." Terry was eager to greet his son, but George completely overlooked him. Terry turned to explain, "My son is in his teenage years and prefers not to be treated like a child, yet he was the first to call out to me." Uncle Kevin nodded, refraining from comment. After all, should George suddenly claim kinship, 3 out of the 4 would be left in an awkward position. Tony Paul was bustling in the kitchen and turned to his son, saying, "Prepare some tea for Uncle Kevin. There's cake in the fridge from yesterday." Immediately, George retrieved a tea set and arranged it on the table. Uncle Kevin glanced at Terry, who, with a resigned nod, acknowledged that it would take his son half an hour to brew the tea. George meticulously scrubbed the cups, rinsed them with hot water, and only then began the brewing process, adhering to every step. Finally, after swirling the lid over the cup to discard excess tea, he covered the cup and poured the brew into another cup, sliding it in front of Uncle Kevin. Uncle Kevin gave a thumbs up. Merely the presentation seemed worth $100 a cup. Taking a sip, he found it no different from what he usually drank, yet he nodded approvingly at George. George then joyfully dashed to the refrigerator to fetch the cake. Terry could only pour himself a cup, remarking, "This kid has been practicing for years. He studies techniques that date back to 2100 BC, always browsing online. At least he has learned well and executed it admirably," Uncle Kevin replied. "I didn't bring you here to encourage him," Terry retorted with a hint of annoyance. All right. When George returned with the cake, Uncle Kevin pulled him down to sit and asked, "George, I heard you plan to study in China?" "Yes." George nodded vigorously. "But won't you feel lonely without your parents accompanying you?" Uncle Kevin inquired. George glanced at him, then towards the kitchen, stating, "Success requires enduring various experiences. I shan't worry." Terry looked at Uncle Kevin, realizing he could no longer argue with George. Kevin shot Terry a glance, urging him to vacate the scene. Reluctantly, Terry rose to leave. Uncle Kevin wrapped an arm around George's shoulders and asked, "But don't you want to play football? I can still play in China. I can join the Chinese Super League." George exclaimed excitedly, "I've already made my choice. I know which team I want to join. Playing football in China makes it quite challenging to be summoned by the England national team," remarked Huang Kaiwen. "I never claimed I wished to represent the England national team," George retorted directly. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "Indeed, it is you, Captain George. Even if you aspire to represent the Chinese team, one must reside in China for 5 years after turning 18, as stipulated by FIFA regulations," Huang Kaiwen added. "At least one could still participate after reaching adulthood." "No worries, Uncle Kaiwen. I've already discovered something." "Discovered what?" "A loophole," George stated earnestly. "Players in Qatar have not spent 5 years there. Yet they represented Qatar and claimed the Asian Cup. I spent 5 years living and studying in China from ages 15 to 21, which surely is more advantageous than the players groomed in Qatar. If they bar me from competing, they must annul Qatar's Asian Cup victory." Huang Kaiwen silently admired him. This young lad truly possessed a heart of determination and was prepared for all eventualities. It's no longer merely about self-sufficiency, he thought. One must tackle issues head-on and create opportunities. No wonder he can command the team. Such resolve is not something just anyone possesses. Noticing the silence, Terry descended the stairs and returned, exchanging glances with Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen shrugged helplessly. "George, come over and serve the dishes," Tony Pearl called out. George hurried off. Terry leaned in, lowering his voice. "Did I not ask you to reason with him?" "I tried, but it was futile," Huang Kaiwen replied, exasperated. Terry could only sigh, having lost count of how many times he had attempted to persuade him. "By the way, where's Summer?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "She mentioned she was spending the night at a friend's house to discuss matters related to girls," Terry replied. "Aren't you concerned she might be deceiving you and actually staying at a boy's house?" Huang Kaiwen teased. Terry's eyes widened in alarm as he sprang to his feet. Upon seeing him grab an umbrella, Pearl asked, "Dinner is about to be served. Where are you off to?" "I have something to attend to. You all enjoy your meal." Terry hurriedly left the house. Observing this scene, George felt a rush of excitement. Finally, the family could enjoy a meal together. Suddenly, he pondered a question. As twins with Summer, could it be that his sister is also Uncle Kaiwen's child? Days later, George boarded a flight to China. Terry had work commitments and could not accompany them, while Tony, traveling with her son, wiped away tears. My husband has affairs when there's nothing amiss. My utmost priority is our 2 children. How can a mother not worry when her son is about to study abroad right after middle school? She needed to ensure her son was settled before she could feel at ease returning to England. After a long journey, mother and son finally disembarked at Yinjing International Airport. Soon, they spotted Christian Martini waiting to greet them. Uncle Kaiwen asked me to look after you. You can stay at my home. I've rented a place for myself. The eldest son stated in somewhat hesitant English. Do you speak Chinese? George inquired. You speak Chinese? The eldest son responded, somewhat astonished. Soon, the two began to converse in Chinese. The eldest son, pulling George along, said, in China, refrain from speaking carelessly. Express your affection for this place appropriately, and they will welcome you warmly. I am Chinese, George muttered. Exactly. The eldest son nodded, adding, many foreigners do this and find success. I didn't expect you to be so prepared. George rolled his eyes, too weary to explain. How could an Italian comprehend the patriotic sentiments of a Chinese individual? Upon arriving at the residence rented by the eldest son, Tony was quite satisfied and immediately took the 2 children out shopping, purchasing a plethora of items for them. Subsequently, they busied themselves with finding a school for George. Parents worldwide share the same concerns regarding their children's education. After more than a month of hectic activity, everything was settled, and George bid farewell to his tearful mother, embarking on the life of an ordinary high school student. The adaptability of children is remarkable, especially since George already possessed a substantial understanding of China. He adjusted well to his high school life, even returning home daily to prepare meals for the eldest son, thus bidding farewell to takeout. On August 4th, at the Workers' Stadium, the eldest son and George, clad in Goan jerseys, occupied their seats in the stands. Are you interested in the Chinese Super League? The eldest son scoffed. Everything in China is good, but the football standards are abysmally low. Even my brother could become a star here. What do you know? George stared at the stadium, searching for an opportunity to replicate his father's glory and embark on his own legendary journey. He had prepared himself thoroughly. Seizing the moment, George accidentally dropped his phone over the stands. My phone. My phone, he shouted, yet without hesitation, he leapt over the railing. Once he steadied himself, George crouched on the ground, pretending to retrieve his phone. But he was already in a ready stance. He believed that as the son of the fastest man in the world, he possessed unparalleled speed, yet it remained largely untapped. His father had also faced defeats before triumphing over Bolt, and George Huang would inevitably become the fastest man in the world. With impeccable timing, George darted out like a leopard, skillfully controlling the ball that should have gone out of bounds. A Shanghai Shenhua player instinctively reached out a foot, and George deftly evaded him with a nimble maneuver. The commentators were momentarily bewildered. This scene feels eerily familiar. Security personnel rushed onto the field, but George, undeterred, felt a surge of exhilaration. His father had once faced 22 opponents, and now he was merely up against a few security guards, displaying remarkable athleticism. George showcased his physical prowess, though not as agile as Huang Kaiwen. His inherited athleticism from Terry enabled him to evade the pursuing security with ease. The coaches of both teams exchanged glances. As professionals in Chinese football, who could fail to recognize such a scene? Unlike the smile on Xie Feng's face, Wu Jingui immediately turned and shouted, "Get him out of here." Wearing the opponent's jersey, he clearly doesn't intend to join Shenhua. Initially, Huang Kaiwen achieved success during a friendly match between Shenhua and AC Milan. As an old adversary, he was reluctant to witness anyone replicate Huang Kaiwen's remarkable feats, particularly by joining the rival team, Goan, especially as a foreigner. The next phase was to be Blanco's leap. Although the circumstances were not identical to those faced by Huang Kaiwen, the procedure remained essential. George had scrutinized the footage of that match no fewer than 500 times, striving to master the same technical maneuvers as Huang Kaiwen. 2 security personnel charged at him from either side. Yet George Terry skillfully navigated between them while maintaining possession of the ball. Upon noticing an approaching Shenhua player, George immediately broke into a grin. He began to shorten his strides while simultaneously increasing his frequency. As his adversary rushed past him, he deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, followed by a quick pullback that allowed him to bypass the opponent. After successfully maneuvering past, he charged toward the Shenhua goal. Observing the advancing goalkeeper, George executed a series of rapid bicycle kicks. In the instant the goalkeeper lunged at his feet, he swiftly redirected the ball, then surged into the net. The ball found its mark. Following the goal, George pretended to regain possession, preparing for another attempt. As the security personnel rushed toward him, he nudged the ball forward, seizing the moment of distraction to dash toward the coaching bench. Xie Feng's jaw dropped in astonishment as he quickly spread his arms to signal George not to stray from his position. It became evident to him that this was a fan of Huang Kaiwen, and there was a high likelihood he intended to play for his team. A day later, the Goan official website announced, renowned star, former England and Chelsea dual captain John Terry's son, George Terry, has signed with Goan Club as a free agent. In a subsequent chapter titled The Era of the Chinese Super League Calls, the narrative shifts. Previously, I was unwell, and it was Teacher Gua who guided you all. Upon returning to class, I was delighted to see new faces. George, please come to my office. In the affiliated school, upon hearing the bell, Li Jiaoyang remarked. Back at school, he had already heard about this new student, piquing his curiosity. After all, many students from the affiliated school chose to study abroad after graduation, with the UK being one of the prime choices. It was quite rare for a wealthy British youth to self-study Chinese and come to China for education. The two entered the office, one after the other, drawing the attention of several teachers. As a British student, George Terry's story was well known among the faculty. His registered name was George Terry, yet he referred to himself as Huang George, leaving a profound impression on many teachers. Please, have a seat. I simply wish to chat and gain a better understanding of you as your homeroom teacher, Li Jiaoyang smiled. George settled beside him. George, are you very interested in Chinese? Li Jiaoyang inquired. Indeed, for Chinese is the greatest language in the world. Its rigor and the depth of expression far surpass the coarseness of English and other languages. The literary richness of Chinese resonates with the sentiments of ancient scholars, capturing the joys and sorrows of life. In contrast, foreigners merely state that reading is the key to knowledge or that reading a good book is akin to conversing with noble individuals. George replied earnestly. Li Jiaoyang, so, are Tolstoy and Goethe truly that unimpressive? No wonder the new students are said to be intriguing. Yu Qian's on reading. George, your command of Chinese astonishes me. However, I have heard you have just become a professional athlete. Surely, as an athlete, you need not delve into extensive reading. I glanced at your grades and several exam papers, and your cultural knowledge surpasses that of the average athlete. Li Jiaoyang, filled with curiosity, inquired, will you continue your studies after high school? Report, teacher. George suddenly rose, his hands clasped behind his back, and declared, I will continue my studies. Why? To contribute to the resurgence of China and restore its greatness. Silence enveloped the room. The teachers, who had been eavesdropping, wore expressions of bewilderment. Do you perhaps harbor misconceptions about your nationality? Li Jiaoyang, suppressing a chuckle, patted his shoulder and said, you may return now. This student is indeed extraordinary. A few days later, he began to feel a headache. George approached him, requesting to join the youth team for the sake of future participation in the league. Such a situation was unfamiliar to Li Jiaoyang. He specifically posed the question on a foreign forum, only to receive the response that foreigners could not join the young pioneers. During lunch, Li Jiaoyang deliberately called out to George as the other students departed. George, according to regulations, foreigners cannot join the young pioneers. Without hesitation, George retrieved a neatly folded paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and handed it to him, stating, this report from Taihai Network shows that Americans have joined. If you deny my application, it would amount to false propaganda about our province and a deliberate misguidance of our compatriots across the strait. Li Jiaoyang replied. Such an accusation is quite heavy. Not even the principal could bear it. He quickly added, you see, this has been applied for and approved. I will communicate with the higher authorities. Do not fret. Satisfied, George nodded and departed. Watching the student's retreating figure, Li Jiaoyang felt an indescribable strangeness. The matter was resolved swiftly. Although George had exceeded the age limit, he applied directly for league membership. By the time of the flag-raising ceremony on Monday, Li Jiaoyang finally comprehended the source of his unease. With a serious demeanor, tense posture, and tear-filled eyes, George's singing was imbued with deep emotion. Perhaps George is merely a Chinese individual of English descent? At his parents' request, George temporarily played only home games, as academics remained a priority at his age. Nonetheless, with his exceptional physical attributes, George was no less capable than an adult. Following a brief acclimatization period, he showcased the potential of a remarkable aerial threat. On November 13th, Following the conclusion of the 29th round of the Chinese Super League, George attended a press conference alongside head coach Han Feng. George, are you aware that you have shattered the record for 3 goals within 5 minutes set during the 2010 season? George, your 6-second goal has broken the record for the fastest goal in Chinese Super League history. Do you believe anyone will surpass your record? With 5 goals in a single match, you have set a new record for the most goals in a single game. How many goals do you think you can score in a season? Did you come to play in the Chinese Super League because of its atmosphere? What is your assessment of the level of the Chinese Super League, George? There is a foreign player who has learned to speak Chinese, rendering Han Feng merely a backdrop. George took the microphone with a smile and remarked, "Breaking records is quite ordinary. I do not find it particularly noteworthy. Even though the Chinese Super League has made strides, it still lags significantly behind the major leagues. My father is the greatest player in the world, so I shall never take pride in breaking records in the CSL." Are you implying that you look down upon the level of the CSL? A reporter from the Sports Weekly inquired. George nodded, stating, "While we are making progress, we must confront our shortcomings. Occasionally, we hire mercenaries, and that does not elevate the standard of Chinese football. The prosperity of teams like Hung Tai is a facade. Football without youth training is like a lily pad without roots. It cannot endure. It would be better to open our eyes to the world. Both the Korean and Japanese teams have made breakthroughs in the World Cup, but where is the Chinese team? Just because the CSL has previously brought in some foreign players looking to make a quick buck does not mean it possesses strength. Tae Si-seong is a prime example. These mercenaries lack any professional ethos and do not represent Chinese football. You have criticized some foreign players, yet according to our understanding, the contract with Goen is quite generous." The reporter stated. George smiled, "I will earn every cent of my salary honestly. I will pay taxes as mandated by law and strive to spend this money domestically, contributing to China's economy. For some, China is merely a workplace. For me, it is something entirely different. Since arriving in China, you have consistently demonstrated a significant understanding and affection for the country. Is this influenced by Huang Kaiwen?" The reporter asked. George nodded. Uncle Kaiwen is one of the greatest athletes in the world, with countless admirers globally, myself included. There is a saying that time reveals a person's true character. Do not merely listen to my words, but observe my actions. I differ from those who proclaim their love for China while privately disparaging it, especially those Koreans from the LPL. If Goen were to face an English team in the Club World Cup, I would exert all my efforts to secure victory for the team. It is unjust to categorize everyone by the traits of a few non-Asian individuals. The atmosphere among the Koreans was tense. The newcomers were exceptionally articulate. More importantly, they were equally forthright in private. The leadership has already begun discussing the need to replace Goen's promotional photos, and next time, this young man will be in the spotlight. Wouldn't a foreign player who can recite the Apeng Palace and the difficulty of the Shu Road be more effective in promotion than one selling pancakes? You and Christian Martino are roommates. What do you think of him? The reporter asked. George smiled. He maintains good form and takes the game seriously. He is a responsible individual. However, being Italian, he sometimes does not share my perspective. In daily life, the differences between our countries are evident. Europeans have a greater penchant for sweets. All right, that concludes the press conference. Han Feng quickly interjected. Each time he accompanied George to a press conference, reporters were brimming with questions. During this period, your sprinting speed has significantly improved. However, being young, do not excessively strain your body, Han Feng remarked. George replied, "It's nothing, it's in my genes. I am destined to become the fastest player among the new generation." Han Feng chose not to respond, deciding instead to look up Terry's 100-meter speed. Upon returning home, George immediately headed to the bathroom for a shower. When he emerged, he noticed the eldest son engrossed in another game and couldn't help but inquire, "Are you planning to retire? Aren't you practicing enough?" "I'm only 26. Why would I retire? At least until Uncle Kevin retires, I intend to remain active in professional competitions," the eldest son said, stretching lazily. "The live stream prohibits playing other games, so I play something else to unwind after broadcasting. I could play League of Legends with my eyes closed." George rummaged through the refrigerator for pork, bell peppers, and pineapple, along with a piece of tuna and some salad ingredients. Regardless, the eldest son was not picky. He would eat whatever George prepared. The meals at home were a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines. Before long, the kitchen was filled with the sizzling sounds of frying, followed by the enticing aroma of sautéed vegetables and tomato sauce. The eldest son pushed away his keyboard and stood up to wash his hands. A hearty midnight snack could alleviate his frustration from a failed study session. By the way, isn't your mother coming to China in a few days? The eldest son asked at the dining table. Don't mention it. She's quite worried, George complained. At least someone is looking after you. When I first came to China, my parents didn't visit me at all. I almost thought I wasn't their biological child. The eldest son replied. I'm not really their biological child either, George muttered while serving the dishes. What? The eldest son inquired. Nothing. George quickly sat down, handing the chopsticks to the eldest son. Eagerly taking a bite, the eldest son gave a thumbs up and said, This dish is excellent. It originates from the inherent nature of the Chinese, George chuckled. The eldest son rolled his eyes, feeling that George might have some peculiar ideas. After living together for several months, he noticed that George often considered himself Chinese. The eldest son picked up his phone to scroll through short videos. Feeling relaxed since his girlfriend, Inzaghi, was not around. Although Zhao Inzaghi had been eager to marry, as a devoted fan of Huang Kaiwen, the eldest son had informed his girlfriend that they would only marry when Uncle Kevin did. Feeling a bit bored, George also took out his phone. After watching a particular video, his expression changed drastically. Hey, what's wrong? The eldest son asked. Those damn Jews, George said. His FAU failed to comprehend that the battle of public opinion is a war of life and death. Cultural invasion poses one of the gravest threats in contemporary times. The inappropriate depictions of children on clothing are all orchestrated by Jewish capital, under the guise of educational assistance. Individuals of Jewish descent are now attempting to distort history and mislead Chinese children. This matter must not be dismissed lightly. The root of the issue with educational materials stems from the instigation of professors at elite institutions, indicating a dire situation where the enemy has infiltrated our ranks. The portrayal of Chinese individuals by models at these institutions is not merely a matter of aesthetic difference. Rather, it aims to distort the aesthetic sensibilities of the Chinese people. George gritted his teeth as he spoke. All right, although I don't fully grasp the situation, I stand with you. Uncle Kevin shares your disdain for them, said the eldest son. George promptly took out his phone and posted a Weibo message, stating, I, Huang George, formally report Gao Yusi for maliciously distorting history during his educational assistance, thereby misleading and harming Chinese students. Education has always been of paramount importance. Who allowed the Jewish people to extend their influence there? In this ideological war, who is hindering the nation's progress? Chris Huang's explosive statement created ripples of outrage. Similar incidents had occurred in the past, but they were typically reported by fellow nationals. This time, however, the situation has escalated to a new level. The son of a globally renowned athlete has explicitly called out the wealthy heirs of Israel. Most netizens who viewed the video expressed support for George, as such matters typically evoke strong opinions. I stand with George. I can't believe even a foreigner has recognized this issue. To be frank, based on George's interview, he evidently embodies the spirit of a true Chinese individual, while those of Jewish descent are well understood by those in the know. This situation has become intriguing. Westerners versus Westerners. What will the outcome be? I'll let you in on a secret. George and I are classmates. He previously attempted to join the team, stirring up quite a commotion, but ultimately, due to age restrictions, he was denied. Nevertheless, he was approved for a different group. Wow. George is truly impressive. His command of Chinese surpasses mine. He surely cannot be classified as a mere foreigner. George is indeed remarkable. It is particularly fascinating that a British individual identified the issues within the video. Terry must be feeling the pressure now, as such events undoubtedly place considerable stress upon him. That's trivial. In my opinion, brother who is simply too lenient. You all should tread carefully. George might even report us, as he is a devoted fan of Huang Kevin. Hasn't little Martini done something similar? Regardless, that individual remains that individual. It does not affect our relations, especially since Martini is renowned for his resistance against Korea. Thus, one must open their eyes to the promised land of 5,000 years of history. It's utterly laughable. The squid only ever speaks of persecution without acknowledging their own actions. Previously, I felt that Gao was rather sycophantic. How do Brother Ma and George compare? They cannot be equated, as they are both descendants of Huang Kevin. I reckon half of my generation shares similar traits. Brother Ma hasn't been silent, as he consistently contributes donations. The matter was swiftly resolved. Relevant videos were taken down, and Gao Yusi ceased updating his social media. However, George was not satisfied with such an outcome, and continued to pursue relentlessly. This incident propelled him into the limelight. Previously, only fans were aware of Terry's son joining Gowen, but now many have heard of George's name, and numerous content creators have produced video analyses of his various statements. They concluded that this young man embodies the spirit of the Chinese, truly. Some netizens have humorously dubbed George the Chinese captain, even editing images that resemble the American captain. George took great delight in this. In the new season, George finally acquired the coveted number 10 jersey. Throughout this season, while his goals were not particularly numerous, he excelled in creating opportunities, serving as a pivotal forward who generated numerous chances for his teammates. Gowen advanced triumphantly, successfully reaching the AFC Champions League final. On April 29, 2023, at the King Fahd International Stadium, the AFC Champions League final unfolded, Gowen versus Urawa Red Diamonds. As the match approached stoppage time, Gowen found themselves trailing 0-1. A precarious situation indeed. George received a long pass from a teammate at the center circle, swiftly turning and driving the ball toward the opponent's penalty area. Compared to Huang Kaiwen, his style resembled an enhanced version of Rooney. Urawa's defender, Hoibrayton, attempted to pull him down, but he stumbled instead on the grass during the confrontation. Goalkeeper Shisaku Nishikawa decisively chose to rush out, and George executed his signature move. With a flurry of bicycle kicks and a deft touch, he elegantly evaded the Urawa goalkeeper, skillfully guiding the ball into the net. He scored. In the dying moments of the match, Huang George equalized, with the game heading into extra time. This goal delivered a significant blow to the Red Diamonds, as they were drawn into extra time, which could potentially disrupt their mental state. Indeed. This dazzling solo effort demonstrates that George, though still under 18, possesses remarkable physical attributes and exceptional ball control. In the AFC Champions League, no defender poses a challenge for him. However, his performance in the Chinese Super League has not been as stellar, possibly due to playing style adjustments. After scoring, George ran to the corner flag and executed a spectacular backflip, showcasing his name to the camera. Terry in the stands smiled and applauded, pleasantly surprised by how much his son had matured since arriving in China. Nonetheless, he still harbored concerns about his son participating in lower-level matches and decided to persuade George to return to the Premier League. During extra time, both teams played fiercely, with Urawa slightly ahead in terms of technical skill and stamina. Nevertheless, Gowen demonstrated commendable spirit. At this juncture, neither side wished to relinquish the trophy. In the second half of extra time, Gowen's goalkeeper, Ho Jun, sustained a muscle injury during a save. At this moment, Gowen had exhausted their substitution options. Xiefeng nearly collapsed on the sidelines. Having come this far, just a step away from the trophy, the goalkeeper's injury was a devastating blow. Even if another position were injured, he would not feel such despair. Even without turning his head, he could easily envision the expression of the Polish coach from the Ruby team. "Coach, allow me," George exclaimed as he dashed forward. "You?" Xiefeng asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Of course. I possess the genes for this," George declared, giving a thumbs up. "All right, it's settled then." Xiefeng waved his hand, realizing that this was a desperate gamble. Fortunately, George managed to secure the goal in the final minutes, denying Ruby any opportunity. As the match edged toward the intense penalty shootout, it was George defending for Gowen, a devoted fan of the young player Huang Kaiwen. Could he replicate the miracle that Huang Kaiwen had achieved? Zhang Shizhe approached, and indeed, go George. Huang George made the save, granting Gowen the advantage and shifting the pressure squarely onto Ruby. As the penalty shootout reached its fifth round, if George could save Koizumi Yoshisui's penalty, he would seal the victory. To the left, he dove and saved it. Huang George had successfully mirrored the Istanbul miracle. Or perhaps the surname Huang truly held some magical power. After the match, George hummed a tune as he returned to class. "Look, it's George. He is so handsome." The chatter about him darkened his expression considerably. George was self-aware. He had not inherited Huang Kaiwen's striking looks, likely due to his mother's genetics. As for being handsome, well, even in Paris, one could find many who would be deemed handsome. How tragic. Suddenly, George felt that playing football wouldn't save him from his struggles. However, he wasn't French enough to tread that path. Perhaps if he studied diligently, he could pen a cautionary tale to remind his compatriots. Upon returning to his seat, he continued watching urban elite young master Filippo, feeling increasingly proud. The tactics his father employed were still prevalent online today. It was no wonder that a book could surpass the sales of the Bible. The naysayers on the forums knew nothing. Even if his father didn't play football, he would still be a literary giant. As evening self-study commenced, the classroom buzzed with restlessness. The students, eager for the impending holiday, struggled to focus as the teacher assigned homework. Many were already thinking about calling their classmates to inquire about assignments. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, and students sprang up, ready to leave. Wait a moment. Li Jiaoliang's voice darkened many faces. He reminded them, be cautious during the holiday, and refrain from swimming in rivers or reservoirs. With that, he dismissed them. Many silently raised their middle fingers at their homeroom teacher, convinced he was deliberately teasing them. George, want to go singing together since we have a holiday tomorrow? How about playing League of Legends? Are you inviting Xiaoma? What about coming over to my house? My parents always welcome you. George smiled and politely declined his classmates' invitations. During the holiday, he would not leave China, as the planned 5-year period would be temporarily suspended with his departure, necessitating the accumulation of 5 full years. Even if he began counting from the age of 18, he had no desire to journey to the UK, preferring instead to explore the splendid landscapes of his homeland. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, he retrieved his Canyon Aeroad CF SLX, which was still parked in pristine condition. This was the same model used by Huang Kaiwen during the Tour de France. Although the residence rented by the young master was not far from the school, George still preferred cycling. The exhilarating sensation of racing against the wind allowed him to envision the fierce competition of the Tour de France. As he pedaled, he noticed fellow cyclists in yellow and blue jerseys whizzing by, yet he showed no intention of accelerating. After purchasing some vegetables at Hualien supermarket, he rode back home. Approaching his residence, he observed 2 students, clad in identical uniforms, entangled in a dispute. He had witnessed many such scenes in the UK. Nonetheless, he applied the brakes. I truly dislike her, I really do. Stop lying. Wang Yuhang, you stare at her in class. Don't think I haven't noticed. After hearing a few exchanges, George grasped the situation. Now, he could not remain indifferent. He felt compelled to make his classmates understand that women would only hinder their progress. Let go of that boy, George shouted. Lin Shiming, with clenched fists, turned around and immediately recognized him, instinctively taking a step back. You're not from our class. I advise you not to meddle. George leaned his bicycle against a tree and approached, saying, romantic entanglements in high school yield no fruitful outcomes, my friend. It would be wiser to channel your energy into your studies. Lin Shiming, not wishing to engage further with this foreign classmate, retorted. Our conflicts have persisted for quite some time. It's best if you stay out of it. He shot a glare at Wang Yuhang, warning him to remain silent. George stepped forward, grasping Lin Shiming's arm. I don't care about your quarrels, but fighting over a girl is the least commendable endeavor. Only beasts resort to violence to assert their mating rights. It is far more prudent to invest your energy into your education and strive to become a useful member of society. Lin Shiming felt a surge of indignation, wanting to retaliate, but found himself unable to escape George's grip. This left the adolescent feeling humiliated, and he defiantly declared, I'll be going abroad. It doesn't matter whether I study well or not. So, my friend, where do you plan to study? George inquired curiously. The UK. As soon as the words left his lips, George pushed him down and began to stretch his muscles. He resolved to rescue his misguided compatriot. It was absurd that a civilized country would send its youth to study in a barbaric land, akin to the Tang dynasty seeking knowledge among the Turks. Are you still going to the UK? George's fists rained down on Lin Shiming as he asked, Are you still going to study in the UK, you worthless fool? No, I'm not going. I'm going to the United States, Lin Shiming stammered in response. Upon hearing this, George's blows intensified. Wang Yuhang stood by, bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama. 2 minutes later, George ceased his assault, preparing to help Lin Shiming to his feet. Lin Shiming quickly shifted his posterior backward, yet was firmly grasped by George, who sat beside him, brandishing his mobile phone. Look, he exclaimed, London is teeming with addicts, transvestites, and a plethora of contacts. Even the police are utterly inept. That city is rife with filth and vice, and there are those who specifically lure international students into nefarious activities, creating a veritable industry. In a country where safety is a mere illusion, how can one expect to study effectively? Lin Shiming merely scoffed, for he had no intention of venturing into the slums. However, he dared not voice his thoughts. Indeed, my classmate, George continued, if you wish to learn more, why not aim for Beijing University of Technology, one of the finest institutions in the world? Isn't Beijing University of Technology the best school in the world? Wang Yuhang interjected timidly from the side. He immediately felt the weight of a menacing gaze, sensing that uttering another word might earn him a beating. As silence enveloped the group, George beckoned the two to sit and continued. You see, we have reached a consensus, for it is exceedingly foolish for women to engage in brawls, as such antics yield no benefits. Ming, why are you just sitting there? Is this not the student who made the news, whose father was a former British Prime Minister? A middle-aged woman approached and inquired. It is the captain of the British team, and they are referred to as Prime Ministers. Not just any ministers, Lin Shiming replied with a hint of exasperation. The woman disregarded her son's retort and warmly addressed George. Young man, I hear you are studying in China? You must be friends with our Ming. Feel free to visit us anytime. Thank you, Auntie. George responded with a smile. My house is just ahead. Do come by when you have the time. The middle-aged woman replied, All right, Auntie. I reside in this neighborhood as well. That sounds wonderful. Let's keep in touch. I won't detain you further today. Let Ming visit you during the holidays. With that, she took her son by the hand and departed. Glancing back to Wave, it's a good thing for my son to know the offspring of prominent figures in Britain. Noticing her son's awkward gait, she inquired. What's wrong, Ming? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Lin Shiming snapped impatiently. I just bumped into someone while playing basketball. You must be careful. If you've sustained an injury, I'll have to speak to his parents, she admonished. As the mother and son walked away, Wang Yuhang finally spoke up. Thank you, George. George turned toward him, causing Wang Yuhang to feel uneasy. Is it no longer fashionable to address someone as brother? George remained silent, pushing his bicycle away. Wang Yuhang hurriedly followed, filling the air with his chatter. When George secured his bicycle and prepared to enter, Wang Yuhang turned back. Hey, George called out to him, saying, It's acceptable to call me brother, but make sure to call Huang brother as well. The following day, the long summer vacation commenced. Once again, George declined his mother's insistence to return to Britain. After breakfast, he left a note for the still slumbering eldest son, donned his backpack, and began his departure. Downstairs, he encountered two familiar faces. Lin Shiming promptly remarked, My mother saw him waiting downstairs and insisted I fetch you to play. It's not my idea. Brother Huang. Wang Yuhang chimed in. George remarked, Just call me George. I have no time to waste with you all. I intend to spend some time at the Huangsong Reservoir. What are you going there for? He was asked. I shall be training in the mountains. Nevertheless, he was unable to rid himself of his two companions. Lin Shiming's mother was keen on fostering a friendship between her son and the offspring of a former British Prime Minister. Wang Yuhang was similarly inclined. After promising to video chat the following evening, both followed George on his retreat into the holidays training journey. Even though they remained close to Pinggu County, the absence of parental supervision brought them considerable joy. While at the supermarket, the two were engrossed in selecting various items. Observing this, George had no choice but to call the eldest son, requesting him to drive a few of them over, as managing so much luggage would be quite troublesome. Are these your friends? The eldest son inquired upon seeing Lin Shiming and Wang Yuhang. George shrugged and replied, I suppose so. He recalled how his father had once forgiven Materazzi. He, too, had extended forgiveness to Lin Shiming. I wonder what you aim to do there. Sightseeing is better suited for more appealing locales, the eldest son complained, admitting he had not even known the reservoir existed until consulting his navigation system. During the holidays, tourist spots were crowded, and being close to home made it easy to be photographed. Focusing on training was nearly impossible. Now, with two guests, he could seize the opportunity to train effectively. After securing the AFC Champions League title, George had garnered even more attention. Parents often took photographs of him after school. This was one of his greatest grievances about his homeland. While the British had their share of admirers, the fervor did not reach such extremes. Moreover, anyone could easily become an internet celebrity in his country, a trend George found rather disconcerting. The Huangsong Reservoir offered a chance for camping. With mountains and water in proximity, yet it remained relatively undiscovered, making it the perfect locale for his training. As the son of the fastest man in the world, he could not abide his 100-meter sprint clocking over 11 seconds. Such tortoise-like speed was a profound affront to his lineage. The eldest son drove the three of them to their destination, but soon grew bored and left after a brief stay. For a youth addicted to the internet, the absence of a computer was more unbearable than death itself. The trio settled in momentarily, setting up their tent by the reservoir to have dinner. Despite the place not being particularly popular, a few fishermen were present. Observing their methods, George concluded that their efforts would yield little return, as they would likely deplete the fish population. After a brief rest post-meal, they engaged in some rudimentary training before George turned in early. Wang Yuhang and Lin Shiming dared not make a sound and resorted to playing mobile games quietly. When the two finally grew weary and prepared to sleep, they were surprised to find George awake. Huang Gu. No, George, are you going to relieve yourself? Wang Yuhang inquired. As George changed his clothes, he looked up with a smile and asked, have you ever seen Milan at 4 in the morning? Days passed, and the three became increasingly familiar with one another, especially Lin Shiming and Wang Yuhang, who played together daily in honor of kings. Did you know his training is hardly professional? The crucial starting position isn't even a crouch, Lin Shiming whispered. George is indeed a player, and no one grants him the luxury of time on the court to adopt a squatting stance, remarked Wang Yuhang. Lin Shiming concurred, acknowledging the validity of his statement. George's training primarily focuses on explosiveness and balance. Maintaining equilibrium amidst confrontations is as crucial as speed. Huang Kaiwen excels in this regard, consistently achieving remarkable balance and adeptly shifting his center of gravity ahead of others. Draped in an immense tire, George sweats profusely in the vicinity, much to the indifference of the nearby fishermen, who have grown accustomed to his presence. After all, aside from feeding the fish daily, observing George's training serves as a means to pass the time. Xiaolan, come over and join us for a meal. I just drove out to buy some beef, called one of the fishermen. The students quickly gathered around. However, even when George joined them, he maintained his own plate, which contained only boiled chicken breast and an assortment of fresh vegetables, devoid of any dressing. George, you are being excessively strict with yourself, one of the fishermen remarked. Having witnessed the discipline of this national team player, I occasionally indulge in other foods. I can't resist the temptation, George chuckled, admitting, like my father, who still adheres to a highly disciplined diet, I fall short in comparison. Wow, look at Terry, truly deserving of the title of England's captain, maintaining such discipline even post-retirement. Someone commented in astonishment. I didn't expect Terry to be commendable in areas beyond his love for fun. And what about my team leader? Can he be compared? George rolled his eyes, uninterested in elaborating, as John Terry had no connection to him. George was visibly improving at a remarkable pace, causing Lin Shiming, who had once participated in the athletics team in middle school, to question his own life choices. If enhancing explosiveness were that effortless, he wouldn't have left the track team. 5 seconds, George. Wang Yuhang exclaimed excitedly, glancing at the stopwatch. This period of specialized training has not been in vain. He had witnessed George's dedication firsthand, rising early for training, taking a brief rest at noon, continuing to train, and studying after dinner. He never anticipated that even developed countries faced such intense competition. Only 5 seconds. That's still too slow, George expressed his disdain. How can I dare to call myself my father's son when I can't even break the 10-second barrier? Nevertheless, his brief vacation had concluded, and for the time being, this was all he could achieve. The eldest son arrived again to pick up a few people, with George carrying a fish he had caught. This was the sole catch from the group of fishermen over several days. On the journey back, Wang Yuhang hesitated before ultimately mustering the courage to ask, George, are we friends now? Friends, of course. But you should have foreign names, George replied. Lin Shiming quickly interjected, I have one. I'm called Edward. Yet George disregarded this. Continuing, I've already named you. Lin will be Sergio, and you will be Ricardo. August 4th, 2023. The 20th round of the Chinese Super League. Gowen faced Janya at home. Shortly after the match commenced, Janya's foreign player, Nemanja Jovanovic, scored the opening goal. A deafening chant erupted in the workers' stadium. Substitute George. Substitute George. Substitute George. In an intriguing turn of events, the head coach of Gowen, Suarez, opted not to include Huang George in the starting lineup, a decision we can comprehend, considering the young player's age and the need for cautious management of his on-field exposure. Despite Gowen trailing behind, they were playing on home turf, prompting fans to exercise patience. In the 42nd minute of the first half, Gowen's foreign player, De Souza, capitalized on a counterattack, receiving a pass from Fabio Abreu and successfully equalizing the score. Yet, as the match progressed, Gowen struggled to find the back of the net. Suarez, a Portuguese coach reminiscent of his compatriot Mourinho, employed a primarily defensive strategy, at times lacking the ability to break through opposition defenses. As the familiar shouts for substitutions echoed through the stadium, he turned to the bench and beckoned with a finger. George promptly stood, shedding his jacket, and sprinted to the sidelines to warm up, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the crowd. Although George had limited appearances, he had already become a beloved figure among the fans. With a set-piece opportunity presenting itself, George quickly approached the fourth official. The substitution was made. Huang George replaced Abreu, maintaining the single striker formation. However, George preferred to operate on the left flank. As a right-footed player, his incisive cutting in from the left was formidable. The referee's whistle signaled a free kick for Janya, which struck the wall. Feng Boxian received the ball on the left and executed a quick through pass. George, positioned near the left sideline, found himself under immediate pressure from Janya's Berto. What ensued left the audience in awe. With a deft touch of his left foot, George propelled the ball forward, maneuvering past Berto and sprinting further afield. His explosive pace transformed the match, igniting the stadium into a frenzy. George. His remarkable speed unveiled new possibilities for the team. This raw, speed-driven approach was far more electrifying than any technical display. His long strides with the ball bore a striking resemblance to that of a renowned domestic player. Despite Berto's relentless pursuit, he remained outmatched by George. As George approached the penalty area, Janya's goalkeeper, Wang Kaiwen, could no longer contain his anticipation. Positioned at the near post, he braced for action, wary of George's potential to strike at the far corner. In that moment, he could only hope Berto would thwart the impending attack. Yet, despite Berto's proximity, the disparity in their physical prowess was evident. Even with all his effort, George maintained control of the ball. At this juncture, Wang Kaiwen succumbed to the pressure and lunged at George's feet. In response, George deftly used the inside of his left foot to shoot, the ball gliding swiftly between Wang's legs and into the net. Boom. Following his goal, Huang George raced towards the corner flag, executing an exhilarating backflip and raising his arms in triumph, thoroughly elated. Although he finds kicking the ball more comfortable with his right foot, he firmly believes that his left foot proves more effective in critical moments. He is convinced that his dominant foot simply remains underdeveloped, just like his father, who was a left-footed player rather than a right-footed one. The Times reports that George Terry has declined Gareth Southgate's invitation to join the national team, expressing a lack of interest in representing England. John Terry's parents are both of pure British descent. However, his wife Tony Poole's mother has Irish ancestry, suggesting that Ireland may welcome a new forward. Nevertheless, the skill level of a player from the Chinese Super League remains a point of skepticism. Now, regarding the life of Yu Wumu, the host refrains from promoting products, soliciting tips, or adding your contact information to avoid scams. George ended the live stream, letting out a sigh of relief. Amidst his studies and training, he began moonlighting as an internet celebrity, realizing that today's youth idolize influencers. If football does not pan out, perhaps becoming an internet celebrity could be a way to serve the nation. After all, it is merely a different approach, with its own unique characteristics. The young master, engrossed in gaming, gave a thumbs up and remarked, "If only I were as diligent as you, I would never settle for a 50-50 with Faker. That is my responsibility." George replied with a smile. He had a plethora of nicknames, his favorite being the director of the Foreign Personnel Review Office and Douyin Champion. Upon concluding the live stream, George embarked on another day of explosive training. At that moment, he received a phone call. After hanging up, he rushed towards the young master, celebrating wildly. Hey, I must confess, though I appear magnanimous, I am quite conservative. I only fancy girls, the young master said, somewhat apprehensively. George paid him no heed. After the excitement, he immediately contacted his landlord. "What's the matter?" "My citizenship application has been approved," George exclaimed. "Call to notify me and the property owner to proceed with the residency registration in the jurisdiction. Do you understand? I am now a Chinese citizen." The young master looked utterly bewildered. Previously, George's mother had assisted in this matter, and he had doubted it would be successful. The young master did not grasp George's aspirations, mistakenly believing that George's ambition to lead the Chinese team to the World Cup was a jest, only to realize he was serious. Observing George's animated joy, the young master could only remark on the lofty ideals that he couldn't quite comprehend. "George, even if you gain citizenship, it doesn't mean you can represent the Chinese team, does it?" he eventually asked, once George had calmed down. "Olympic qualification requires 3 years after naturalization, and as for football, I can participate by the age of 21. At the latest 23, George explained, having done his homework thoroughly. While Olympic qualifications necessitate 3 years post-naturalization, the option of dual nationality for representing a country in competitions does not fall under this restriction, akin to a certain athlete. FIFA's national team eligibility typically requires one to be 18 years of age and to have resided continuously for 5 years while holding nationality. However, Qatar has often disregarded regulations, and George believes he may be able to represent the Chinese team sooner than expected. Thus, even if you are Chinese now, you cannot represent the national team in any competitions? The young master inquired with a smile. Not at all. I have set my sights on a goal, George confidently replied. He had sent numerous videos and letters to the Athletics Federation. Most importantly, he had contacted Huang Kaiwen, believing that his father would surely find a way to assist him. Now, he could finally represent China at the World Championships. He retrieved a watermelon from the refrigerator, sliced it, and handed half along with a spoon to the young master. While settling down at the computer to browse the news, the front page of the Milan Sports Daily featured an article about his father. It recounted how Huang Kaiwen helped a longtime acquaintance, a former journalist, fulfill his dream, akin to a real life, The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. Foreign netizens unanimously praised him. George nodded repeatedly. How could such a perfect person exist in the world? He was handsome, yet kind-hearted, generous, never counting gains or losses, capable of maximizing his potential, achieving historic precedents in any field. Throughout the football realm, no one spoke ill of him, even when Puyol had repeatedly fouled him. He often urged fans to treat Puyol kindly, for he was, after all, a living being. He had saved the world as an athlete and shattered countless records. George believed that although he inherited most traits from his mother, the slight inheritance from his father was sufficient for him to become a top athlete. He opened Japanese server Gunslinger. After switching to another unblocked Level 4 account to post a video of Huang Kaiwen stopping a runaway bus, George finally closed his computer with satisfaction. Huang Kaiwen, as the ambassador for the Budapest World Championships, easily secured a wildcard entry. The next morning, upon waking, George excitedly embraced the young master again. In that moment, he felt as though he was the center of the universe, with everything unfolding in accordance with his hopes. He quickly donned his school uniform and requested leave. Li Jiaoyang found himself at a loss in such matters, as his student was set to represent the national team. When he first met George, he sensed the boy was extraordinary. Little did he expect that in less than 2 years, he would transform from the son of the British captain into a representative of the Chinese team. On the flight to Hungary, the team leader sat beside George and remarked, "I acquired some of your data from Goen. In fact, your advantage lies more in long-distance running." "No worries, I have the genes," George replied with a glance. On the morning of August 19th, during the third round of the 100-meter preliminaries, Huang George, a football player participating in athletics, has been a trend in our country for several years. Interestingly, this year Huang Kaiwen is also competing in the World Championships. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen had performed well in previous championships but was still defeated by Bolt. However, he had exacted his revenge at the London Olympics. It remained to be seen how Huang George would fare this time. Open, Japanese server Gunslinger. Wow, George is truly impressive. He just acquired citizenship and immediately has a competition, completely following in the footsteps of his idol. Let me share a secret. My brother is his classmate, and Huang George's aspiration is to attend Beijing University. Just think about it. His speed in the last competition was commendable. However, the 100 meters is not merely a short sprint, and I doubt he can manage it. In the realm of sprinting, we must look to Huang Kaiwen, whose speed is truly remarkable. Hasn't it been a few days since I last visited the forum? Are they no longer referring to him in that manner? Let's use our heads. If Huang Kaiwen is competing and you still add a suffix, isn't that inviting a ban? Recently, there have been numerous reports. I truly envy these athletes. They simply need to immerse themselves in the competition, heed the starting gun, and run with all their might. Yet, as spectators, we have so many more considerations. That was quite an insightful remark, sister. Would you care to join our publicity department at the mine? We are currently contemplating a campaign to promote care for minors, providing them with low-oil, low-salt meals for weight loss. Stepping onto the official competition track for the first time, George felt no trepidation. He firmly believed he was the next generation of sprinters. During warm-ups, there was no trace of anxiety on his face. He was assigned the 9th lane, which was not ideal, but at the preliminary level, this was certainly not a challenge for him as the next generation sprinter. He noticed that today there was only one Caucasian competitor, 6 black athletes, and himself as the lone Asian. A sense of mission surged within George. Even in the preliminaries, he intended to demonstrate that mixed-race Asians could match the speed of black athletes. Set. George crouched into position, his left foot firmly on the starting block. Many domestic spectators felt a wave of anxiety. Compared to Huang Kaiwen, their concerns were more focused on George's performance. Bang! The starting gun fired. George sprang forward with impressive speed, while the British athlete Apennines in the second lane took an early lead, though his advantage was minimal. It was evident that several competitors still had energy to spare. After 40 meters, someone began to accelerate. Matadi surged ahead, but George maintained his pace within the leading group and was nearing the finish line. George crossed it at 10 seconds, tying with the British athlete Apennines for a shared third place, a time that secured him a spot in the semifinals. Indeed, George surprised us with a time of 10 seconds. There is potential for further improvement. For a debutante, this is an exceptionally commendable achievement. Next, we await Huang Kaiwen's preliminary results this afternoon. As the most prominent athlete in this championship, Huang Kaiwen has only registered for the 100 meters, yet he is also exploring challenges in other areas, which may yield further surprises. George felt a tinge of regret regarding his time, just 0.01 seconds shy of first place. However, in the heat of competition, that marginal difference is something that effort alone cannot amend. Despite not undergoing systematic training, George believed that was not a valid excuse for failure. His father had showcased an unbeatable prowess across various fields, and even if he trained for 42 hours a day, it would scarcely suffice. A bit disheartened, he returned to the waiting room. "Well done, George," Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. "Uncle Kaiwen," George replied, mustering his spirits. "This time is sufficient to advance to the semifinals. Let us strive to reach the finals together." Huang Kaiwen placed his arm around George's shoulder, offering encouragement. George nodded vigorously. In the afternoon's competition, Huang Kaiwen was grouped with the Jamaican prodigy, Seville. This marked yet another generation of Jamaican sprinters that Huang had witnessed. He had outlasted Bolt and witnessed Blake's illustrious career, and now it was Seville's turn. As the starting gun fired, Huang displayed astonishing reaction speed, seizing control of the rhythm from the very beginning and leaving his opponents with little chance. Seville, who had initially appeared relaxed, quickly shifted to a serious demeanor before ultimately conceding defeat. Although he recorded an impressive time of 9.84 seconds, it paled in comparison to Huang's remarkable 9.70 seconds. George, watching from the television, couldn't help but clench his fist in admiration. Incredible! To achieve 9.70 seconds in the preliminary round showcased his father's dominance in sprinting. Since Bolt's retirement, no one had come close to surpassing him. This ignited within George an unwavering belief in his own limitless potential. The next day, at 4:20 p.m., the competitors of the first heat of the 100-meter preliminaries took to the track. The venue erupted in thunderous applause. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" Huang Kaiwen's supporters were overwhelmingly present, filling the stands. As the athlete with the best prelim time, Huang was positioned in lane 5. Today, George was competing alongside Huang Kaiwen, and the field was formidable. Indeed, in lane 2 was the renowned Polish athlete, Dominik Kopech, while in lane 3 was George Huang. Lane 4 featured the Italian contender, Lamont Marcel Jacobs, who exchanged greetings with Huang Kaiwen. Huang, the favorite to win and the world record holder, had a record set in London that remained unbroken. In lane 6 was Japan's Sonny Brown, a mixed-race athlete with a Ghanaian father. Lane 7 housed Kenya's Omanyala, and lane 8 featured Nigeria's Isakiri, with South Africa's Akani Simbine in lane 9. Unlike the relaxed atmosphere of the preliminaries, George was extremely tense. Competing against Huang Kaiwen for the first time, he aspired to deliver an impressive performance worthy of Huang's recognition. Today's race included many formidable competitors, and he had reviewed their statistics beforehand. To secure a place in the finals, he needed to finish at least third. The top 2 from each of the 3 heats would advance, along with the 2 fastest third-place finishers. This posed a significant challenge for him. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" The crowd's cheers eased George's nerves somewhat. Recalling his father's achievements, he couldn't help but puff out his chest. He possessed the genes. On your marks. The race was now in its countdown phase, and George hurriedly positioned himself at the starting blocks for his final warm-up. Even though it was merely the semifinals, for him, it held the same weight as the finals. Set. The 2 competitors clad in red athletic gear both chose to place their left foot on the starting block, muscles taut. The audience grew tense, awaiting the commencement of the race. With the sound of the starting gun, George darted forward. This was his utmost limit, yet even so, he perceived a flash of red in his peripheral vision that surged ahead of him. He was unaware of the reaction times of the others. But Huang Kaiwen's lead was unmistakable. Had it been any other competitor with such a start, George might have suspected a false start. Nonetheless, he did not allow himself to falter. However, as the race commenced, the weight of pressure bore down upon him. At 20 meters, the dynamics of the race had already become clear. George, positioned in lane 3, found himself in last place, trailing behind the Polish athlete Kaká. Huang Kaiwen maintained his lead, closely followed by the Japanese sprinter Sonny Brown, whose athletic prowess was evident. The situation on the track shifted rapidly. In mere seconds, distances could span 10 meters. At 35 meters, George remained at the rear, yet the gap to the leading pair was not insurmountable. The fiery red figure continued to hold the lead. Sonny Brown had been caught by Jacobs, while behind them was Inzaghi, the Nigerian athlete who had shown remarkable explosiveness past the 30-meter mark. Rage surged within George, consuming his heart entirely. He could not accept this ranking. Despite his speed being commendable, it was evident that the others were simply stronger. Yet, regardless of the reasoning, George found it intolerable. Veins throbbed on his forehead as, in an instant, he surged past Kaká. The exceptional physical attributes inherited from Terry manifested at this moment. His long legs began to propel him forward with remarkable acceleration. Akani Simbine held firmly to the position ahead of George, demonstrating consistent performance, seemingly with reserves to spare. However, George was relentless, fully immersing himself in the race. Simbine, taken aback, prepared to quicken his pace. He was not renowned for his reaction speed, but rather for his capability to unleash power in the latter half. Yet today, after exerting himself, he found he could not shake off George. This was unexpected. He had some familiarity with his competitors in the heat, and he did not anticipate George's formidable presence in the semifinals. At 60 meters, he still failed to distance himself from George. In fact, George had successfully moved ahead. Though the margin was negligible, less than half a body length, the situation was becoming increasingly apparent. Huang Kaiwen was in an absolute lead, a terrifying advantage that instilled despair in all competitors. Even without reaching the finish line, it could be predicted that his lead was around 1 second. Most alarming was the fact that this was not even Huang Kaiwen's peak performance. The second-place Japanese sprinter Sonny Brown had exerted himself mightily. Yet the gap to Huang Kaiwen remained glaringly obvious. He was the leader of the second pack, followed by Omaniara, Jacobs, George, and Simbine. Further back, Kaká and Inzaghi had fallen significantly behind. The outcome was clear. The championship of the group is now a foregone conclusion. The individuals currently ranked 2nd and 6th are merely vying for a direct qualification spot and the title of the best-performing 3rd place. George, however, continues to accelerate despite the lack of oxygen, causing his organs to protest subtly. Yet, he perseveres in his relentless pursuit, driven by a singular ambition, the finals. His continuous overtaking has captured the attention of many spectators, some of whom are so tense they can scarcely breathe, fearing they might miss a pivotal moment. Bolt, seated in the stands, also notices George and shakes his head with a hint of regret. The boy possesses remarkable talent, yet there is ample room for improvement in his technique. It is solely by virtue of his natural gifts that he has reached this point. Indeed, as he anticipated, Huang Kaiwen crosses the finish line first, followed by Sonny Brown. George, despite his relentless effort, falls just short of Jacobs, finishing 4th and thereby missing his chance to qualify for the finals. Shortly after crossing the line, he collapses onto the ground, closing his eyes. Even as he strives to contain his tears, they cascade down his cheeks. Huang Kaiwen approaches and helps him up, prompting George to weep openly in his embrace. With a time of 9:65 seconds, Huang Kaiwen secures 1st place once again, a performance likely to earn him the top spot in the group, though still a distance from his world record of 9:52 seconds. Indeed, Sonny Brown finishes 2nd at 9:96 seconds, lagging a full 0.31 seconds behind Huang Kaiwen, illustrating the disparity in their abilities. The Japanese Bolt, in the presence of the genuine Bolt, Huang Kaiwen, lacks even the qualifications to compel him to exert his utmost. Following Bolt's retirement, the 100-meter arena presents no challenges for Huang Kaiwen. His agreement to serve as a promotional ambassador while competing has yielded no surprises from the other athletes. True, the young George performed commendably today, Although he finished fourth and did not advance to the finals, his time of 10.2 seconds marks a personal best. For a football player to achieve such performance is truly astonishing. No wonder he can replicate Huang Kaiwen's iconic moments on the field. His speed is among the elite in European football. Even at the age of 40, Huang Kaiwen maintains an astonishing level of athleticism. More excitingly, another Chinese athlete has transitioned from the soccer pitch to the rubber track, and this young man is not yet 18. Sharing a similar entry into football and a comparable career trajectory to Huang Kaiwen, he embodies the boundless possibilities of the future. We eagerly anticipate the day when George truly inherits the number 10 jersey from his idol. After the loss, George feels a tinge of disappointment. Fortunately, Huang Kaiwen's triumph with a time of 9.64 seconds provides some solace. Huang Kaiwen, competing for the first time in pole vaulting, successfully reaches the finals, further delighting George. At last, there is someone on this field who can slightly rival Huang Kaiwen in popularity. Only 3 competitors remain on the field: the unassuming Obina, the talented Huang Kaiwen, and the world record holder, Duplantis. Indeed, the young Duplantis hails from a family steeped in athletic prowess. His father achieved a personal best of 5.8 meters in pole vaulting, while his mother was a volleyball player, endowing him with remarkable genes. From a young age, he has dominated his rivals, and now, at 24, Armand Duplantis has shattered the world record 4 times, with his current record standing at 6.22 meters, set during the indoor circuit in Clermont-Ferrand this past February. Obina's initial attempt at 6.05 meters proved unsuccessful. The immense skill of the 2 contenders before him undoubtedly weighed heavily on his psyche. We remain uncertain of Huang Kaiwen's limits, but it is assuredly no less than 6.1 meters, while Duplantis possesses the potential to continue breaking records. Huang Kaiwen's physique does not lend itself to pole vaulting as favorably as Duplantis's, standing at 1.81 meters and weighing 79 kilograms. Duplantis contrasts with Huang, who stands at 1.89 meters and weighs 82 kilograms. While Huang's height may seem advantageous, his strength is particularly pronounced, though his flexibility may not rival that of Duplantis. Challenging greater heights demands a high degree of flexibility. Yet, Huang Kaiwen has his own advantages. His leg strength is unparalleled among athletes worldwide, which benefits both his run-up and take-off. The crux for Huang lies in mastering his strength and timing. Obina, after 3 consecutive failed attempts at 6.05 meters, reluctantly exited the competition, leaving the final showdown to be contested between Huang Kaiwen and Duplantis. This championship has seen Huang setting his sights on the record-shattering youth. While others may not be aware, he has undergone physical adjustments leading up to the event, primarily focusing on enhancing his flexibility. The absence of Russian athletes, as dictated by the IAAF, is a source of disappointment for Huang, who admires the performances of his Russian counterparts. Nevertheless, the track and field scene is replete with striking female athletes. European media tend to favor Erika Schmidt and Ferrara Fernandez, but Huang personally finds Julia Adamczyk to be particularly captivating. Although the championships are primarily pursuits of athletic excellence, the allure of beautiful female competitors remains a focal point for media attention, especially among British outlets. Both Huang and Duplantis breeze through the heights of 6.05 and 6.10 meters with minimal exertion, elevating the atmosphere at the National Athletic Center in Budapest. While not everyone is a fervent pole vault enthusiast, witnessing athletes repeatedly challenge greater heights is undeniably captivating. Huang Kaiwen succeeded on his first attempt at 6.15 meters, while Duplantis cleared it on his first try as well, bolstering his confidence. Even if Huang were to surpass 6.20 meters, Duplantis maintained his lead, despite both athletes failing to clear 6.25 meters. However, Huang effortlessly cleared 6.20 meters on his first attempt, while Duplantis needed 3 attempts to succeed. The challenge ahead is formidable, with 2 competitors on the field. Each height increase must be no less than 5 centimeters. This means that both athletes are set to confront the daunting height of 6 meters and 25 centimeters, which would surpass the world record of 6 meters and 22 centimeters, held by Duplantis. Indeed, the entire world awaits to see which of the 2 can shatter the world record. Should they succeed, the record would be elevated by 3 centimeters in a single leap. After the draw, Huang Kaiwen was the first to take the stage. With his left hand casually resting the pole on his shoulder, he appeared significantly more relaxed compared to the audience. Nevertheless, In order to not disappoint his supporters, Huang Kaiwen summoned his utmost form. As he acclimated himself with the pole in one hand, the decibel level at the National Athletic Center in Budapest noticeably dropped. As many spectators held their breath in anticipation of Huang Kaiwen's attempt to challenge the world record, Huang Kaiwen moved his left hand forward, while his right hand gripped the end of the pole, lifting it high above his head. This was the signal. He was on the move. The run-up. Huang Kaiwen unleashed his explosive power, sprinting faster than before. However, this performance sparked concern among many about his ability to maintain his rhythm. As the pole struck the ground, Huang Kaiwen soared into the air. His core strength was evident, and just as the crowd held their collective breath, the pole in Huang's hands suddenly snapped. In that moment, Huang demonstrated an astonishing ability to suspend himself in the air. His body slightly grazed the bar before ensuring his fall onto the safety mat. Staff rushed over to check on him. "Kaiwen, are you injured?" "I'm fine," Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his head as he stood up. "Are you really okay? Do you want to withdraw?" his coach asked, concern etched on his face. After all, given Huang's age, he had participated in numerous high-intensity competitions each season. There is no athlete quite like Huang Kaiwen, aside from Inzaghi. "I'm truly fine. I can continue," Huang Kaiwen stated as he rose and stretched on the mat with a smile. As he prepared to attempt another jump, the National Athletic Center erupted in a thunderous cheer. "St. Kaiwen! St. Kaiwen! St. Kaiwen!" While Duplantis is quite popular, he pales in comparison to Huang Kaiwen's appeal. The world is eager to discover in which arenas Huang Kaiwen will continue to create miracles. The enthusiasm of the audience was palpable as they applauded Huang Kaiwen. He was set to attempt 6 meters and 25 centimeters once more, and we awaited to see if he could break the world record. He stands on the field, and just from his expression, I can sense his confidence. He has shattered so many records that I have no doubt. With a swift run-up, Huang Kaiwen maintained his impressive speed. Would he master the power this time? Huang Kaiwen. Taking off, he cleared it. 6 meters and 25 centimeters. Huang Kaiwen has successfully broken Duplantis' record of 6 meters and 22 centimeters, establishing a new world record. As the fans have said, there is only one competition in the world that Huang Kaiwen has not participated in, and no gold medal that he cannot secure. Huang Kaiwen has astonishingly shattered the Asian men's pole vault record of 6.00 meters, elevating it to an unprecedented height that seems insurmountable. This marks the first occasion in which an Asian athlete has broken the world record in the men's pole vault, affirming that Huang Kaiwen was indeed born to set records. In the stands, George was more exhilarated than when he himself achieved a grand slam. Like many spectators, he leapt into exuberant celebration, shouting with joy. Unlike others, George's heart brimmed with pride. His exceptional prowess in headers is certainly not without reason. It is a testament to his genetic heritage. Duplantis stood in astonishment, observing the unfolding events, seemingly oblivious to the notion of approaching the runway. Experts had posited that his limit was 6.27 meters, yet even the challenge of 6.23 meters now appeared daunting. Huang Kaiwen had surpassed 6.25 meters, delivering a significant psychological blow to him. Much like the strides made by the sprinter, known as 001. Every centimeter gained in pole vaulting demands immense effort. Faced with a record raised by 3 centimeters, Duplantis found himself in a state of disarray, not anticipating that Huang Kaiwen could vault over 6.25 meters. "Do you need to move the upright or the bar?" the official inquired. Prior to each trial jump, the bar could be adjusted backward. No need," Duplantis instinctively replied, barely realizing the implications of his words. "Prepare yourself." The referee reiterated twice before Duplantis finally approached the runway. However, he fidgeted with the pole, adjusting his grip, and delayed his run. Despite the official's urgings, he could not bring himself to take the first step. Only when he recognized the passage of time did he hurriedly commence his run. At this moment, his footwork appeared decidedly erratic. For a prodigious talent like him, such occurrences were rare even in his youth. Indeed, he failed to find his rhythm this time. "Oh no. Time's up." Duplantis was unable to take off, marking a failure on his first attempt. This was unexpected. Yes, but it seems to be a psychological issue, we observed as the coach shouted from the sidelines, urging him to regain his composure. The pressure had shifted to Duplantis, especially since Huang Kaiwen had jumped first, presenting a daunting challenge as he realized his record had been surpassed by 3 centimeters. Any athlete would experience psychological fluctuations under such circumstances. Indeed, The foremost priority now is to stabilize his mindset. Duplantis once again positioned himself on the runway. "This is the men's pole vault," someone remarked. "It seems he may falter." "It's my first time witnessing pole vaulting. Can anyone elucidate Duplantis' level?" To put it succinctly, some have likened him to the Usain Bolt of pole vaulting, perhaps an exaggeration. Yet his strength and innate talent are undeniably formidable. However, his mental fortitude seems slightly lacking, as he has been rattled by Huang Kaiwen. Come on. Let us see if Huang Kaiwen's 10 goals in a single match would intimidate anyone. Surprisingly, it wouldn't. Even Ibrahimovic has acknowledged Huang Kaiwen's potential, stating it depends solely on his desire to excel. Huang Kaiwen is indeed exceptional in athletics. Have you seen his indoor soccer videos? In terms of ball control, few can rival him. Perhaps only Ronaldinho could compare. Today, young Du has reached his limit. I will first play a song titled "He Must Love You Very Much" to set the mood, eagerly awaiting Huang Kaiwen's victory. Brother George is under the spotlight, appearing more nervous than during his own competitions. However, his speed in the 100 meters remains impressive. No one in the Chinese Super League could surpass him. As for the top European leagues, it remains uncertain if anyone could match his pace, save for Huang Kaiwen. Duplantis has regained his composure after his initial approach. He executed a second trial jump, perfectly completing the technical movements. Yet, he barely grazed the lower edge of the bar, failing to succeed. When he stepped onto the runway for the third time, the audience nearly rose to their feet, not to cheer for Duplantis, but to anticipate Huang Kaiwen claiming gold following Duplantis' failure. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Duplantis felt the weight of immense pressure. He took several deep breaths to steady himself before firmly gripping the pole. Under the gaze of the entire world, Duplantis made his third attempt. He launched himself, soaring into the air, but ultimately failed to clear the bar, his legs not even crossing it. The crowd erupted, "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" The cheers resounded throughout the Budapest National Athletic Center. Gold medal. Huang Kaiwen not only set a new world record but also secured the gold. Furthermore, he still had an opportunity to attempt another challenge. The judges immediately communicated with Huang Kaiwen. Coach Zhang smiled, saying, "There's no need to raise the height by 5 centimeters now, but 6.27 meters is still a significant challenge." Coach Zhang, is there a possibility that Huang Kaiwen aims for an even greater height? His character might indeed lead him to such a daring choice, yet reason tells me that 6.27 meters is already quite challenging. At this moment, the screen revealed the answer. The 2 commentators fell silent for an instant before exclaiming, 6.30 meters. Huang Kaiwen boldly challenged the height of 6.30 meters, a truly audacious decision. With no competitors, he need not take such risks, yet Huang Kaiwen still opted for 6.30 meters. Pole vaulting has its roots in humanity's ancient struggle for survival against nature, where wooden poles were often employed to leap over ditches and small rivers. Today, this sport, evolved from its ancient origins, has transformed into a competitive athletic discipline. We are witnessing a courageous choice. Higher, faster, stronger. Huang Kaiwen has always been a formidable presence on the field. Many were equally astonished, particularly fellow pole vaulters who deemed Huang Kaiwen's decision to be reckless. Gradually increasing the bar height is prudent. Raising it so dramatically at once risks losing the chance to further break the record, potentially leading to ridicule. Donning the number 10 jersey, Huang Kaiwen once more positioned himself on the runway. He gripped the pole with his left hand, resting it on his shoulder to adjust his stance. After 2 deep breaths, Huang Kaiwen extended his left arm forward, grasping the pole's end with his right hand, lifting the long pole for his final preparations. Noticing the judge's signal, Huang Kaiwen began his run-up. His left foot propelled forward, followed by his right. He maintained a faster pace than his competitors, leaving no room for error. The stadium seemed to be frozen in time, devoid of even a single blink from the spectators. Were it not for the camera operators bustling about at the sidelines, one might think they had stumbled into a scene from a colossal Japanese film. With a pronounced grunt, Huang Kaiwen forcefully thrust the pole downward, his entire being propelled into the air by the sheer momentum, taut muscles propelling his feet upwards. The pivotal moment had arrived. George, enveloped in tension, scarcely dared to breathe. Would he clear the bar? As he observed Huang Kaiwen's feet soar above the pole, a sigh of relief escaped him. With a resplendent turn and the strength emanating from his core, Huang Kaiwen successfully cleared the bar. In that fleeting instant, his body still soared a notch above it. Insanity. The crimson electric light once again reigned supreme this day. The Apennine Peninsula was engulfed in euphoria. The cheers from the land of China shattered the tranquility of the night. Huang Kaiwen, Huang Kaiwen, Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen shattered his own world record of 6.25 meters, elevating it to an astounding 6.30 meters. Some may argue that Duplantis' limit is 6.27 meters, but how will he address the feat of 6.30? Huang Kaiwen waved to the judges, signaling the end of his challenges, yet I firmly believe he possesses the capability to further surpass his own record. Presently, he has placed the world record of 6.30 meters here, awaiting the arrival of challengers. In the realm of athletics, Huang Kaiwen has always sought solitude in his pursuit of excellence. Even the slightest pressure from competitors fills him with joy. However, time is running short for those challengers. How long can Huang Kaiwen maintain this form? 2 years? 5 years? Perhaps, even when Huang Kaiwen chooses to depart from the athletic arena, potentially far beyond that, no one will surpass this record. The camera panned to George, the young athlete, who was visibly exhilarated. Witnessing his idol continuously break world records must be profoundly inspiring for him. And I believe today's competition will motivate him to become a better version of himself. This is Huang Kaiwen, who, while securing gold medals for his country, also influences the world, allowing more people to understand and embrace China, even willingly serving the Chinese team. Huang Kaiwen's name has transcended its original meaning, becoming a symbol, an emblem. His story will undoubtedly inspire countless young individuals to engage in sports. Duplantis, with a vacant gaze upon the field, serves as the most fitting commentary. Although he is merely 24 years old, with over a decade of professional career ahead, even given him 10 years, the 6.30 mark looms like the mighty Yellow River. An insurmountable chasm. The Japanese athletes seem to be a lackluster bunch, devoid of absolute prowess and unable to exhibit a perfect spirit. Some athletes at 40 years old are merely serving as mascots, while others at the same age continue to set world records. Miura Kazuyoshi ought to feel a sense of shame. Even when not compared to the great Huang, the equally seasoned Inzaghi still scores in the Champions League. While he lingers in retirement for the sake of records, Miura Kazuyoshi's records will only serve as a national disgrace for Japan. Tokyo Television has openly directed its ire toward Miura Kazuyoshi. Comparisons are what humans fear the most. Even if the reference point is not Huang Kaiwen, but rather Inzaghi, it still renders Miura Kazuyoshi rather ineffective. Last season, at the age of 48, Inzaghi successfully converted 3 penalties in the Champions League, once again shattering the record for the oldest goal scorer in the competition's history. Even more astonishing, at the commencement of the new season, having surpassed his 49th birthday, Inzaghi netted another goal from open play. The Gazzetta dello Sport humorously suggested that by the time he reaches Italy's mandated retirement age of 67, Inzaghi may have shattered numerous records. Bolt, as a spectator, could only shake his head in resignation while observing Huang Kaiwen surrounded by reporters. Perhaps he is an extraterrestrial in his own right, but his adversaries are far from human. Before the television, the retired Kaká welcomed his 3rd child. Yet, he still embraced Paolo, cradling Huang Ariang in his arms. Paolo, with a slight grimace, held his younger brother Luca and sister Isabella, shouldering the responsibilities of the eldest sibling. Buffon gazed at the screen with a hint of regret. Although Huang Kaiwen remained active on the pitch, he himself had long since retired. Accompanying him now was not Sarabriakova, but rather the 5 years older Anchor Trump, who had become the Italian national team's leader following his high school graduation. After a moment's reflection, Buffon chose to put pen to paper. Kaiwen has consistently broken world records at the World Championships, which no longer poses any challenge for him. I am not referring solely to pole vaulting or the championships, but to all sports, including the beautiful game of football. Throughout his illustrious career, he has amassed an overwhelming number of championships, ranging from football to the Tour de France, from sprinting to pole vaulting. Some have even proclaimed him a symbol of the Olympics, a sentiment I do not dispute. However, is this truly what Kaiwen desires? Competitions devoid of challengers lack excitement. I believe it is time for Kaiwen to embrace new challenges, leading a team to replicate the achievements of Del Bosque, or even guiding them to successfully defend the prestigious FIFA World Cup would provide a sense of fulfillment. Even as a club coach, it would be difficult for Kaiwen to experience such a sense of accomplishment, considering that clubs can easily acquire talent. Yet, Selecting players solely from one nation and crafting infinite victories with a limited roster transcends the comfort of competitive sports. Transitioning from being a mentee to becoming a mentor is the fresh challenge Kaiwen must confront. Please support my monthly ticket recommendations, he jested. Today there is no update, haha. Taking a break. In a side story set in the era of the Chinese Super League, he remarked to Julia Adamczyk, "You are the most beautiful Polish girl I have ever encountered." The young long jumper wore a reluctant expression. From a distance, George observed, contemplating the vast disparities between individuals. While Terry was still entangled in infidelity, his biological father had already rejected countless suitors. As for the previous night, it was merely an accident. Huang Kaiwen was unmarried. Thus the notion of infidelity was non-existent. Having finally extricated himself, Huang Kaiwen noticed George watching with keen interest. Feeling somewhat awkward, he stated, "We are merely friends. It is better to maintain a semblance of decorum in front of the younger generation." George shrugged and chuckled. "I know. After all, they were the ones who initiated it. As long as you understand." Huang Kaiwen smiled and said, "Let us embark on a journey together to Italy for a few days before returning home. Youngsters ought to allow themselves some respite." Naturally, George had no objections to this plan. Hungary is not far from Italy, and they had driven here. So the return journey would be no different. In the car, George was evidently exhilarated, cherishing the rare opportunity to spend time alone with his father on their way back from Budapest to Milan. Though the distance was merely around 1,000 kilometers, it still constituted an international voyage. Having purchased a considerable amount of snacks, George retrieved a CD from his bag. The number 89757, a machine imitating human voices. Huang Kaiwen remarked with a chuckle, "I never expected young people to appreciate old songs. This one was released in my graduation year. I find Lin Junjia's voice quite distinctive." George offered some snacks, saying, "Uncle Kaiwen, indulging in snacks occasionally is perfectly fine. There's no need for constant self-discipline." Huang Kaiwen glanced at George, pondering whether the lad had misunderstood something. "By the way, have you found yourself a girlfriend yet?" he inquired while driving. "There are many young people at the World Championships, yet you seem indifferent to socializing. European youths are quite fond of Ferran Torres. Why do you not pay her any attention?" "I am currently focused on self-improvement," George replied. "Besides, I have no interest in foreigners. I intend to marry a Chinese girl in the future." For a moment, Huang Kaiwen was at a loss for words. Once they hit the highway, Huang Kaiwen continued, "George, you must open your eyes to the world. Foreign girls are quite appealing. As a player, you have already made a successful start, but you cannot withstand the percentage of damage." George remained silent, and Huang Kaiwen knew that the boy had not absorbed his words. However, with his exclusive son of Terry skin, surely he wouldn't face excessive penalties, right? It must be noted that Europe is indeed small. The distance from Budapest to Milan is merely over 960 kilometers. In between, they would traverse Slovenia, a distance comparable to traveling between provinces back home. One could also opt for a train from Budapest to Milan, albeit at a slower pace than driving. During the journey, their conversation largely revolved around George's experiences in China, which left Huang Kaiwen somewhat astonished. The boy exhibited an extraordinary level of diligence. Had the king of football possessed such determination, Beijing Institute of Technology would have missed out on a renowned alumnus. After driving for a while, they stopped to rest. Huang Kaiwen has never forced himself in such matters. "We shall soon enter Slovenia. We can have lunch there," he said, primarily out of curiosity for Slovenia's customs and culture. It is said that the country boasts a thriving tourism industry. There is also a tradition of offering guests bread dipped in salt while wearing traditional attire. This custom inspired the concept of guest rights in Game of Thrones. After consuming the salted bread, the parties are bound not to harm one another. Aristotle once stated, "As the proverb goes, those who have not shared salt cannot understand each other." However, this tradition is gradually fading away with the development of the economy. Upon entering Slovenia, the first stop is the border town of Murska Sobota, a modest city spanning nearly 25 square kilometers, nestled adjacent to Hungary and Austria, and boasting a notable German-speaking populace. The two companions sought a bustling restaurant. "Kevin, it's really you." Upon entering the eatery, they were greeted by an enthusiastic fan requesting an autograph, much to George's delight. Albeit it was not directed at him. "Uncle Kevin, even in this quaint little country, you have admirers," George proudly remarked. "Slovenia is hardly remote, and its economy is quite robust," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile as he perused the menu. The prices were rather steep, allegedly influenced by the repercussions of war, which had driven up the costs of energy and meat. However, overall, they were merely slightly lower than those in major domestic cities. They ordered skewers of meat, cheese pastries, apple pie, and fish soup, both opting for juice, considering one was underage and the other had to drive. At that moment, George inquired, "Uncle Kevin, despite my diligent efforts, I still feel as though time eludes me. How can I acquire knowledge as effortlessly as you?" A cough nearly caused Huang Kaiwen to choke on his juice. After a brief pause, he replied, "Perhaps it is a matter of talent. I excel in sports and manual tasks, but my academic prowess is not as remarkable." George speculated that this might stem more from his mother's genetics. After all, Tony Poole was not particularly bright, having worked as a beautician and occasionally as a part-time model during her romance with Terry. While he held no disdain for such professions, he did not perceive his mother as possessing strong learning abilities, which led to a sense of disappointment. He had inherited neither his father's looks nor his intellect, realizing that he must instead exert himself with greater diligence. Domestic experts suggested that 4 hours of sleep sufficed, a notion George found quite reasonable. Acknowledging that he was not the most gifted, he resolved to become the most industrious. Their meal was satisfactory, aside from the infamous British Wellington steak. Huang Kaiwen had not encountered a dish that could render meat unpalatable. The bloodless beef, encased in a flaky pastry, retained its primal essence, a flavor most would find intolerable. "Care for some crafts? Come and take a look," he heard a vendor call out. "Let us go see," Huang Kaiwen urged George, who was drawn towards the stall displaying masks from the Feast of Repentance, a tradition rooted in the Middle Ages that remains popular in Slovenia. Huang Kaiwen casually purchased 2 masks, handing one to George. "I am no longer a child," George protested, though he nonetheless donned it upon his head, eliciting a smile from Huang Kaiwen. Continuing their journey, the pair soon encountered difficulties. The roadway bore the scars of recent torrential rains, with numerous signs of fallen rocks. Under such circumstances, they were compelled to navigate narrow paths. Before long, the vehicle sputtered and came to a halt. "Damn it, we should seek assistance," Huang Kaiwen suggested. George inquired, somewhat perplexed, "Are there people around here?" "Where there is a road, there must be inhabitants. There should be farms nearby," Huang Kaiwen observed, noting the sheep tracks on the ground. Following the trail of sheep, the 2 individuals swiftly discovered a pastoral expanse, abundant with orange trees, beehives, and livestock. "Our vehicle has broken down. Could you lend us a hand?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "You truly are unfortunate," replied the busy farmer, without lifting his gaze. "The garage in town is quite a distance away, and the road has been ravaged by a mountain flood, yet to be repaired. Those damn politicians, heavens above, Kaiwen." Upon raising his head, the farmer dropped the tool he was holding and hastily wiped his hands on his trousers. "My goodness, Kaiwen, it's really you," he exclaimed, flustered. "My grandson just returned to the city. Had I known, I would have insisted he stay a few more days. He would have been utterly thrilled to see you." "Thank you," Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. The farmer promptly waved them over, saying, "Come, sit down, I'll prepare some refreshments." Soon, he returned with honey water. Huang Kaiwen asked, "What should we do now? It could take a long time for someone to repair the vehicle. You may use my car. Just leave it in town and I'll retrieve it myself," the farmer suggested. "They have established repair shops there," Huang Kaiwen offered. "Since my vehicle has broken down here, I could leave you some repair costs in exchange." He produced the keys. Given that the farmer was a fan, Huang Kaiwen was not overly concerned about the money. "My vehicle is older than yours, Kaiwen," the farmer retorted. "No worries, as long as it makes it to town," Huang Kaiwen insisted, firmly placing the Mercedes keys into the farmer's hand. Reluctantly, the farmer agreed to drive the 2 men to their destination. After retrieving their luggage, Huang Kaiwen and George continued their journey in a dilapidated pickup truck from the post-war era. "I suspect the Queen may have once ridden in this vehicle," George remarked. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and waved it off. In Slovenia, a country of affluence, such a decrepit vehicle was indeed a rarity. However, since it had been in use, it likely posed no significant issues. As they drove along the dirt road, the farmland flanking them starkly contrasted the previous thriving farm, now barren and desolate. "Europeans are indeed quite lazy," George quipped once more. Just as Huang Kaiwen was about to respond, a thunderous noise erupted. "Damn it, put on your mask, George." Upon spotting the C-130 Hercules and the Sea Stallion overhead, Huang Kaiwen's expression soured. The American presence in Europe was undeniably significant. George obediently donned his mask. as did Huang Kaiwen, wary of being recognized. It was not mere conspiracy. The Americans had not accomplished much good on a global scale. With no U.S. military base in Slovenia, the appearance of the Hercules here had to be for a reason. Fortunately, the helicopter veered off after observing their vehicle turn. "Uncle Kaiwen, why are the Americans here?" George asked, his voice tinged with unease. "I don't know, but it certainly can't be anything good," Huang Kaiwen replied. As they pressed onward, a colossal grasshopper leapt onto the windshield. Before George could express his astonishment, Huang Kaiwen had already jerked the steering wheel sharply. His exceptional dynamic vision had already revealed the swarm of locusts ahead. If they were all of such size, it seemed likely that the two of them would also become prey. At that moment, Huang Kaiwen comprehended why the Americans were present in this place. With American troops stationed in Italy, should such an event transpire, it could directly implicate the United States. Hence, they chose to experiment in a neighboring country. To assert that these matters were unrelated to them would likely be met with disbelief, even by the parrot of the Cassano family. Huang Kaiwen pressed down hard on the accelerator. He had no desire to become fodder for these locusts. The two returned to the farm they had previously visited. The farmer, Carlson, appeared surprised to see Huang Kaiwen and George and inquired, "What brings you back?" Just as George was about to respond, Huang Kaiwen interjected, "There are some issues with the road ahead, so we plan to wait a while before departing." "You've uncovered the American secret, haven't you, Kevin?" Carlson gestured towards his farm, saying, "The seeds I received were provided free of charge by the Americans. Those pests do not consume what I grow," leading me to suspect they are orchestrating a global food crisis in this manner. "You know, the Americans cultivate vast amounts of grain." "Well, that's the case," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Since the other party was aware, he felt no need to conceal the truth. Carlson, chuckling, handed Huang Kaiwen a towel and remarked, "Having lived this long, I cannot be deceived, but I am somewhat concerned for the safety of my family." "Your concerns are warranted. After all, your farm is their testing ground, and the Americans will leave no evidence," Huang Kaiwen stated directly. "They can apprehend individuals for testing. I doubt they will show any leniency towards foreigners. If I had not encountered you, I would have signed over my property to my grandson." "I was preparing to take action in the coming days," Carlson said. "The Germans will not sit idle." "Germans?" George asked, puzzled. Huang Kaiwen found it reasonable, as the man's appearance resembled that of a German. "I was already in the reserves. It was only because we lost that I came to Slovenia and changed my name," Carlson said with a chuckle. "I never imagined that not facing the battlefield back then would lead me to confront the Americans this time." "You're already this old?" George exclaimed in surprise. "I am 93 this year," Carlson declared. "This time, I intend to show the Americans a thing or two." "They are Jews," George reminded him. "Huh," Carlson scoffed. "Trash belongs in the trash bin." He led the two into the warehouse and said, "Many supplies required by the Americans must be transported from the city and stored here for later collection. I have already laced all the drinks." "With cyanide?" George asked excitedly. Carlson rolled his eyes and retorted, "It's a laxative. Where would I find cyanide?" "As long as they consume the laxative, I can detonate the munitions stored in the factory, which I have already surveyed." Huang Kaiwen thought to himself, this old man has quite the scheme. However, he harbored doubts about Carlson's ability to execute it. Though his movements remained nimble, age was a formidable challenge. Even if the Americans suffer from a bout of diarrhea, it is not a formidable task to thwart them. Observing the incredulous expression on Huang Kaiwen's face, Kirshen spoke with a hint of urgency. "I never intended to leave this place alive. I am resolute in my mission to resolve this matter." "I believe in your determination," Huang Kaiwen replied. To assuage their doubts, he led the two into the supply area, instructing, "Move the bed aside." Once it was cleared, Kirshen opened a hidden door, and the three descended into the basement together. Huang Kaiwen was taken aback. In such a secure country as Slovenia, this old fellow had prepared an impressive cache of supplies. "Do not underestimate me," Kirshen chuckled. "Before I enlisted, I was an apprentice in a factory, and upon arriving in Slovenia, I continued to work in one. All of this is my handiwork, and some was acquired at the border. Initially, Simon Mokrilovich's lair was in Hungary. The individual he mentioned was born in Ukraine and once controlled Moscow's Sheremetyevo International Airport, transforming it into a haven for smugglers. In 2008, he was apprehended by Russia for tax evasion, but vanished after his release." George muttered under his breath. "Sleeping on top of that, he must be unconcerned about being blown to bits." "I worry more about myself," Huang Kaiwen responded. frequently encountering troubles. It seemed as if the Grim Reaper had possessed him. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he resolved to teach the Americans a lesson. Even if they did not intend to harm the world, after being pursued and shot at by helicopters in South America, he needed to reclaim his dignity. It was the first time in many years that he had suffered such a loss. "I will accompany you," Huang Kaiwen declared. "What about him?" Kirshen asked, slightly surprised. Casting a sideways glance at George. "He is still just a child," Huang Kaiwen replied. George attempted to explain himself, but Kirshen interjected. "I joined the military at an even younger age. Had it not been for our defeat, I might have already seen combat." "Uncle Kaiwen, I'm fine," George exclaimed with excitement. "At this moment, I cannot remain here. Let me join you." "Staying here may not be safe either," Kirshen cautioned. "The Americans still have patrols on the perimeter." "Very well. You must obey," Huang Kaiwen stated. "I promise," George nodded vigorously. Huang Kaiwen casually picked up several of Kirshen's handcrafted items for inspection. The craftsmanship was commendable. However, for their trip to Budapest, he had brought a bow, thus rendering these items unnecessary. Later, indeed, the American forces arrived to collect supplies. Kirshen remarked, "Based on my calculations, they typically leave a portion of their stock behind to retrieve supplies, but often, as soon as they return, someone will sample it. And then they simply replace the old stock with new, discarding the outdated supplies. Therefore, I did not tamper with what I placed above." Such extravagance certainly aligned with the American style. Huang Kaiwen inquired, "What if the Americans conduct a surprise inspection of the supplies below?" Kirshen shrugged nonchalantly. "Then we shall await our demise." Huang Kaiwen thought to himself, "This old fellow truly lacks reliability." After dinner, Huang Kaiwen resolved to venture out and monitor the Americans, ensuring that if any trouble arose, George could make a swift escape. He could not allow the Chinese captain to encounter danger here. After donning the supplies from Kirshen, including an old Allied camouflage uniform, Huang Kaiwen set forth from the farm, equipped with binoculars and a bow. Upon reaching his destination, Huang Kaiwen could not help but express his disdain. The flattened remnants of an abandoned factory lay before him, patrolled by American soldiers, while figures in white coats occasionally vanished into the ground, an obvious indication of something amiss. The Americans had always embodied such villainous tendencies. After all, they operated over 200 biological laboratories worldwide, so encountering one near Italy was hardly surprising. Furthermore, Slovenia's proximity to the Aviano air base meant that any issues could be addressed promptly. Having found no immediate concerns, Huang Kaiwen chose to rest his eyes until 4 a.m. when he determined that the American forces had exhibited no unusual activity and decided to return to the farm. The following day, Huang Kaiwen arose to find Kirshen bearing good news. "I heard the Americans are planning a banquet, apparently to celebrate someone's birthday. We shall make our move tonight," Kirshen exclaimed excitedly. Before Huang Kaiwen could respond, George appeared, clutching an M60, adorned with a belt of ammunition. This colossal locust is inspired by Jurassic World 3. Though the film was rather dull, the female lead, Bryce Howard, was the only redeeming aspect. The three began their preparations. Huang Kaiwen would not permit George to carry the M60. To do so would render him little more than a living target, devoid of the protagonist's aura that Sylvester Stallone enjoyed. While Huang Kaiwen possessed sufficient strength, he preferred the elegance of a bow. As the American forces prepared for their gathering, the old man prepared a sumptuous dinner. As a beekeeper, many of his culinary creations featured honey. The honey-glazed meat exuded a robust, untamed flavor, complemented by homemade wine. "You should indulge as well, George," Huang Kaiwen advised, concerned that the youth might not handle it well, as he was still underage. George took the cup and downed it in one gulp, then remarked, "Back home, when I wasn't in London, I used to drink the wine my mother hid. She often drank when Terry wasn't around." "Young man, it is rather impolite to refer to your father by his first name," Kirshen chuckled. Having already gleaned George's background from their brief interactions, George merely shrugged, gnawing on a leg of lamb in silence. As a young man poised to save the world alongside his father, he felt no need to justify his circumstances. Aside from his mother, no one knew the identity of his father. Contemplating this, George cast a disdainful glance at Kirshen, thinking, "Your father is a Gestapo agent. Mine is a hero." The disparity in people's beginnings was stark. "Uncle Kevin, the Americans surely won't be dining simultaneously, will they?" George inquired. "Unlikely, but I will attend to the sentries," came the reply. Huang Kaiwen raised his right hand and declared, "If I manage to return alive, I shall certainly recount this experience to my grandson. Korshin, inebriated, slurred his words in response. Huang Kaiwen remained silent. Such a notion was utterly fanciful. Once the matter was resolved, their entire family would be compelled to relocate to Italy, akin to a witness protection program akin to the FBI's. Otherwise, should any whispers escape, the Americans and his father would come knocking. And even the illustrious Huang Qiuwang felt a twinge of fear. After a meal, the group attended to their personal belongings. Korshin disposed of anything that could establish his identity. As for the Mercedes, Huang Kaiwen had arranged for its removal the moment he and George departed, replacing it with a Kia stolen from the black market. One could only speculate that in the pursuit of evidence, the Americans might even compel the dutiful son to create tens of thousands of jobs. Let us depart. The trio set off in 2 vehicles. Korshin drove the Kia, while Huang Kaiwen and George took the previously used pickup truck. The youthful George, armed with an AK, exuded an air of excitement. Driving, Huang Kaiwen cautioned. You likely won't need to use that. Just stay close to me, and ensure the muzzle is never pointed at yourself. I understand, Uncle Kaiwen. George replied with a hint of exhilaration. As they neared the factory, the 3 disembarked and proceeded on foot. The elderly man, despite being in his 90s, moved with surprising agility, rivaling even Ma Baogua. Carrying a rifle and various other weapons, he strode with an air of confidence. Is he really that old? George questioned, perplexed by the man's nimbleness. Understand that he is quite invigorated, Huang Kaiwen replied. Educated in Germany, he inherently harbored a desire to confront the Jews. As they patrolled, Korshin had scarcely finished speaking when he heard a faint whistling sound. Before he could lower his binoculars, he witnessed 3 patrolling American soldiers clutching their necks as they fell, each struck by arrows in the throat and chest. Stunned, he turned to Huang Kaiwen, marveling at the incredible speed of the shots. If I possessed such swiftness, my wife might not have divorced me. I cannot ascertain whether 1 arrow would suffice, so I opted for 2 positions I had observed in films, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Fortunately, they were not wearing bulletproof vests during their patrol. Otherwise, the arrows might not have penetrated. Let us charge forth, Uncle Kaiwen, George exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Charge? How? Huang Kaiwen inquired, curious to hear George's thoughts. Of course, we should detonate the explosives in the vehicle, allowing it to crash into the camp while we storm in with our machine guns, George suggested. Huang Kaiwen remarked, this lad has watched too many Hollywood movies. Why not simply don the uniforms of the 3 sentries and infiltrate discreetly? Korshin concurred, that seems more plausible. Once assured of safety, the 3 boldly drove their vehicle forward, nonchalantly changing into the uniforms while unloading their cargo. It appeared that the Americans had indeed fallen into complacency, for in all this time, not a single soul had been spotted. Because they believe no one poses a threat to them, Huang Kaiwen noted. After donning their new attire, the trio conducted a final check to ensure they were not being observed before stealthily infiltrating the base. Several vehicles and helicopters were stationed on the ground, alongside the remnants of an old factory. The first building housed the ammunition depot and storage facilities, while the second was likely where they cultivated those locusts. Researchers and American military personnel were concealed underground between the 2 structures. The Americans aren't foolish. They might resort to hiding underground if things spiral out of control, Korshin remarked. Do you know how to access the underground? Huang Kaiwen replied with a smirk. No, they certainly wouldn't want the enemy to discover their hiding place. I only had a cursory glance when I delivered supplies, Korshin admitted. Never mind, let us take a look, Huang Kaiwen suggested. He cautiously approached the first building, noticing that the door was locked and there was no guard in sight. I was saying, Korshin began, but Huang Kaiwen swiftly covered his mouth. He had heard the sound of footsteps. Damn, it reeks in there, he whispered. The entrance to the underground fortifications between the 2 buildings had been opened, revealing several American soldiers smoking and taking a breather. Indeed, some had yet to succumb to the chaos. Before Korshin and George could react, Huang Kaiwen had already drawn his bow, ending the lives of several individuals. You're quite impressive, Kaiwen, Korshin exclaimed in astonishment. I thought you were just good at sports. I didn't realize you were also adept at killing. Don't portray me as some kind of monster. My weapons only target the wicked, Huang Kaiwen retorted. All right. For the sake of world peace, Korshin replied. To world peace, Huang Kaiwen echoed with a smile. After crouching at the entrance to listen, Huang Kaiwen decided to descend first. Upon reaching the bottom of the ladder, he adhered to the map of the underground fortifications. Looks like we 1T need to interrogate anyone. The Americans are clearly wary we want to find our way, he quipped. Ugh, it stinks, Uncle Kaiwen, George exclaimed, covering his mouth. Probably due to inadequate restroom facilities. Corson chuckled. The laxative I used was meant for livestock. I wonder if the Americans can handle it. Follow me, Huang Kaiwen instructed. At that moment, he couldn't guarantee whether the enemy still retained their combat effectiveness. Regardless, he had to ensure George's safety. After only a few steps, they encountered American soldiers relieving themselves indiscriminately. This is one hell of a stinky mission, Huang Kaiwen thought, dismissing the need to retrieve his arrows after shooting. Finally, they arrived at a grand hall, where they witnessed a striking scene. Some Americans were still crouched on the ground, while many had collapsed, utterly exhausted. I never expected such effectiveness, Corson said, astonished and momentarily speechless. What is going on with you all? Huang Kaiwen said, removing explosives from Corson and boldly placing them on the ground, while Corson and George easily dealt with the remaining conscious soldiers. After the old man ignited the fuse, the three of them immediately fled. Your explosives won't pose a safety risk for us, right? I'd rather not end up covered in excrement, George quipped. They should be fine, but I suspect their arsenal might detonate as well, Corson replied. Huang Kaiwen's eyes widened. Damn, I completely forgot about that. As the two emerged from the underground shelter, Huang Kaiwen swiftly grasped one with each hand and dashed away. George fared slightly better. Although he could not match Huang Kaiwen's pace, he managed to ease the burden on his legs. Meanwhile, Kaká was effortlessly lifted by Huang Kaiwen with a single hand. Whoa, be careful. I certainly don't wish to meet my demise at your hands, Kaká exclaimed dramatically. Upon reaching the exit, Huang Kaiwen unceremoniously tossed him into the back seat of the Kia and took his place in the driver's seat. George, visibly shaky, failed to immediately occupy the passenger seat, prompting Huang Kaiwen to lean over and assist him. Once George was inside, leaving the door ajar, Huang Kaiwen slammed the accelerator to the floor. The roar of the engine was akin to a thunderous explosion, a sharp sound piercing the air, instilling fear in their hearts. The temperature in the atmosphere seemed to rise several degrees. Even without glancing back, Huang Kaiwen was acutely aware of the chaos unfolding behind him, compelling him to push the accelerator even harder. Kaká, reclining in the back seat, exuberantly shouted, "We have accomplished something monumental and still managed to escape." Indeed, it was a significant feat, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The Americans had cultivated these colossal locusts, likely as a countermeasure against the two nations at the crossroads of Asia and Europe. However, such matters were unpredictable. It was not unheard of for the Americans to deploy them even in Allied territories. To assert that they had saved the world was no exaggeration. Just as the three of them exhaled in relief, a military Hummer appeared head-on. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Kaiwen pressed the accelerator to the floor again and shouted, "Didn't you say they were hosting a party today?" Kaká replied innocently, "I never claimed there was no one out and about." "Damn it," Huang Kaiwen cursed. "Buckle up." Through the rearview mirror, he spotted the Hummer pivoting to pursue them. "Pull over, or we will open fire," blared the Hummer's horn. Almost simultaneously, the mounted machine gun on the vehicle erupted in a frenzied barrage. "George, duck down," Huang Kaiwen instinctively urged as he gestured for George to lower himself. "Why didn't you warn me?" Kaká, already hidden beneath the seat, complained. "At your age, if you were to perish, there would be little to lament," Huang Kaiwen retorted. Were it not for his concern for George's safety, he would have gladly descended to confront the Americans head-on. Fortunately, Huang Kaiwen's driving skills were exceptional. Critical parts of the vehicle remained unscathed, allowing them to continue this exhilarating chase. "Is the highway repaired?" Kaká inquired, astonished. "I shall certainly compose a commendation for the municipal department when time permits. Let us focus on surviving first," Huang Kaiwen insisted, sharply turning the steering wheel and shifting into first gear before pulling the handbrake. The vehicle executed a dramatic turn, and he released the handbrake once more. "With your driving, they shouldn't be able to catch us now," Kaká advised. "If we repeat that maneuver, I might just meet my maker," he added. "Perhaps. But the fuel in the tank is running low," Huang Kaiwen scolded. "Did you not consider the fuel situation earlier?" The old man lamented. "I was contemplating going down in a blaze of glory with the Americans, not planning an escape." "Very well. It seems we must abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot." "I hope the Americans will cease their pursuit," remarked Huang Kaiwen. Collison leaned out to gaze through the window and responded, "It is not a significant concern. We are merely 2 kilometers from Tuji. Once we enter the city, our options will expand. Indeed, it was not long before the vehicle ran out of fuel, leaving the three to sprint along the highway toward the city. The pursuing Hummer showed no signs of relenting. Fortunately, with Collison, a local, guiding them through winding back roads, they managed to evade capture, albeit barely. The military Hummer demonstrated impressive performance, relentlessly chasing them, embodying a tank-like ferocity intent on crushing their escape. Damn it. We have entered the city, and they are still on our tail, Collison lamented. Although it was already past midnight, some shops were preparing to open, while many remained ensconced in slumber. The Americans, however, showed no regard for the citizens, recklessly tearing through the city in their Hummer. Let us head to the Delaware River. If we jump in, the Americans will be unable to pursue us, Collison shouted. As an elder, even with Huang Kaiwen carrying him, he found the exertion taxing. Yet, it seemed the Americans were aware of their intentions. They fired immediately, offering no opportunity for the trio to approach the river. The sound of gunfire echoed around them. Huang Kaiwen seized George and, with the elder on his back, dashed into a nearby building. Damn it. This is a museum. We cannot escape from here, Collison complained. The Americans will surely call the police to surround this place. Let us see, Huang Kaiwen replied, smashing through the glass door and pulling the two into the museum. As Slovenia's oldest city, it housed a remarkable collection of artifacts. Over there is the Mithras cave, Collison pointed towards an entrance. Huang Kaiwen's eyes brightened immediately. The Mithras cave was a site of worship for the Romans dedicated to the deity Mithras, a popular god associated with the sun and love. Mithraism originated prior to the 15th century AD, shrouded in mystery due to its ancient roots, and many of its temples had been destroyed by Christians, leading to the loss of much historical information. Rome possessed numerous Mithras caves, including one beneath St. Clement's Cathedral, which Huang Kaiwen had previously visited. During that visit, staff had shown him the hidden passageways within the cave, explaining that both served as entrances, reflecting a religious custom akin to a balance of yin and yang. Huang Kaiwen believed this cave would be similar. Let us descend and investigate, Huang Kaiwen suggested. Indeed, should we be captured, with your esteemed presence, my safety would be assured. Collison muttered. You think too much. The Americans might very well feign ignorance of my identity and eliminate us all, Huang Kaiwen countered. Were it an ordinary individual, the situation might differ. However, should they discover that Huang, the king of balls, had uncovered their secrets, the hidden powers behind the biopharmaceutical companies would surely seek to silence them without hesitation. The three descended into the cave, guided only by the faint glow of their flashlight. The divine cavern is considerably smaller than that of Rome, allowing one to survey all its furnishings at a glance. Search for the mechanism, George, Huang Kaiwen instructed. George promptly set to work, examining the various ornaments within, yet he was unable to trigger any hidden contraptions. Huang Kaiwen ran his fingers over the stone tablet erected in the center, finding no anomalies either. Stop looking, it's solid. Collison remarked upon noticing Huang Kaiwen inspecting the massive stone resembling a sarcophagus. Huang Kaiwen remained silent, reaching out to touch it. The soil surrounding the stone exhibited a hint of moisture, which, even in such small quantities, was unusual. He attempted to push the immense stone. Just as Collison was about to speak, a thunderous rumble resonated through the cave, causing it to tremble. Seeing this, George rushed to assist. Together, they pushed against the stone, revealing a staircase leading downward. My God, Collison exclaimed, astonished, primarily by the strength Huang Kaiwen had displayed. Huang Kaiwen struck a match and tossed it inside, observing it still burn as he waved his hand, saying, Let us go, there's nothing to worry about. There should be other vents. The three descended in succession. Huang Kaiwen led the way, with George bringing up the rear. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, they immediately entered another cavern, which appeared unfinished. With a considerable amount of building materials strewn about, they continued along the cave, the path beneath them exhibiting a distinct incline. I never imagined we would still be alive, Collison mused, reflecting on the thrill of the experience. This elderly man had never encountered such excitement in his life. He had been in the military when Germany surrendered. Let us not celebrate too soon, Huang Kaiwen cautioned, as the light of the rising sun became visible ahead in the cave. He sensed something unusual in the breeze that flowed into the cavern. After traversing the incline for some time, doubts began to creep into Huang Kaiwen's mind. It's the exit, George exclaimed, rushing ahead. Huang Kaiwen quickly abandoned Collison to pursue him. Just as George was about to burst forth, Huang Kaiwen seized him. At that moment, George glanced down, his heart racing. Below them lay a dense forest and grassy expanse, yet there was no path beneath their feet. This exit was perfectly concealed within the mountainside. That was close. George exclaimed, shaken. What now? Coulson inquired, lying on the ground. The old man, exhausted from the night's ordeal, felt hopeless and believed he might perish there. It's all right. I'll climb down and find a place to acquire climbing gear. Then you can follow, Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking off the brief disappointment. That is too dangerous, Uncle Kevin. George protested immediately. It's fine. Otherwise, we won't be able to return. The mechanism on the stairs we descended has likely reset the stone, Huang Kaiwen assured him. Then let me go? George said eagerly. Huang Kaiwen, in an irritated manner, delivered a punch to his head and remarked, you might as well go and seek death. I can truly descend, so spare me the chatter and wait for my return. After a brief preparation, Huang Kaiwen began his descent down the mountain under the concerned gazes of the two companions. It must be noted that the slope of the mountain was nearly vertical, rendering the descent perilous. Even as the two peered down from the cave entrance, they couldn't help but feel a wave of dizziness. Yet, Huang Kaiwen, akin to Spider-Man, consistently found solid footholds, his hands securely gripping the protrusions of the mountain as his feet moved swiftly. In no time, he had descended halfway, and reaching the ground was merely a matter of time. Curson, wide-eyed, exclaimed, your uncle is truly exceptional. Indeed, George replied with a hint of pride, though he lowered his voice to avoid impacting Huang Kaiwen. Our family possesses the finest genes. Curson looked at George in horror, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. Would he be silenced by this pair of faux uncle and genuine father? After the ordeal, the three managed to escape. Huang Kaiwen skillfully coaxed Curson's family to Italy, and Curson had no objections. After all, their safety in Slovenia was uncertain. In Italy, at least they could refrain from speaking carelessly and enjoy a better life. For the sake of their descendants' bright future, Curson resolved to keep George's lineage a secret. Transitioning from Slovenia to Milan posed no significant challenges, as the two countries were neighboring with frequent exchanges and many Slovenians spoke Italian. The only regret was that this thrilling experience could not be shared. It would remain a secret taken to the grave. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen felt a sense of relief. He had no issues himself, as he was endowed with exceptional talent, but it was primarily George that concerned him. A visit to the hospital revealed that George had not sustained any injuries, which was a source of great comfort to him. Let us stay in Milan for a few days before returning home, Huang Kaiwen advised, as he prepared to resume training with his team. All right, Uncle Kevin. George nodded in agreement. The young lady observed George playing with the children and elbowed Huang Kaiwen, saying, George seems to get along quite well with the kids. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen replied. At my age, I wasn't too fond of children. I even disliked Luigi when we first met, often wanting to give him a beating. The young lady chuckled. Huang Kaiwen nodded, understanding why Luigi hesitated to visit. After breakfast, Huang Kaiwen set off for team training. His good friend Ramos had also retired, leaving only him and Inzaghi as the old-timers in the team. However, Inzaghi typically arrived later, as he had to drop his child off at kindergarten. As Neo drove him, Huang Kaiwen contemplated whether he should retire, given that the team was now filled with youthful players. At home, his mother heard Anna say, Mom, I don't want to go to school. The young lady gazed at her daughter and inquired, Why do you not wish to attend school? Is it because someone is bullying you? No, I simply dislike them. Anna replied. The young lady glanced at her watch and stated, That will not do. I must go to work now. Someone will be here shortly to escort you to school. With that, she bid farewell to George and promptly exited the house. As the head of a comprehensive corporation, her schedule was exceedingly demanding, balancing several television stations along with Kevin's tea and short video platforms. Albert donned his gloves, bent over, and said, Miss Anna, we ought to be on our way to school. Anna pouted as she climbed into the car with her brother. This matter weighed on George's mind. During his time at school, some students had mocked him by discussing John Terry, causing him to dread attending classes. He was convinced that his sister was indeed being bullied. Aunt Camilla, I wish to take a stroll, George declared. Camilla smiled and replied, A stroll sounds lovely, but remember to return before dinner. Lily has mentioned she wishes to prepare the meal. After stepping outside, George first sought a place to purchase a pair of binoculars. He found a suitable spot near the school to observe and took notes. The red-haired Celtic boy frowned while speaking to Anna, clearly one of her tormentors. The teacher did not allow Anna to answer questions throughout the lesson, Was this an attempt to ostracize her? Why did the teacher consistently call upon Anna? Was this a provocation? During physical education, when it was time for soccer, Anna was assigned to play defense, and it seemed that 10 students, along with the gym teacher, were conspiring to bully her. An appalling situation indeed. As the day progressed, nearly the entire class had found their way into George's death note. Overwhelmed by the number of names, he felt uncertain about how to proceed. Just as he was preparing to leave, a loud shout pierced the air. Before George could react, he was tackled to the ground by Francisco Gattuso. Damn it, spying on elementary school students. Francisco growled. Next, I'll send you to prison. People like you suffer the most in there. Francisco? George, pinned to the ground, managed to glance up and exclaim. Francisco looked down at the disguised George and asked, somewhat uncertainly, George? The two had crossed paths previously. Francisco had read numerous articles about George in the newspapers. After all, it was quite rare for an Englishman to voluntarily study and play football in China. It's me, George replied. Even so, Francisco did not release him, continuing to advise. As a high school student, you should confront life positively and healthily, rather than lurking here to spy. Shut up, George retorted angrily. I was checking to see if anyone was bullying Anna. Francisco noticed the notebook that had fallen to the ground, now open, revealing the recorded observations. He quickly released George, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, I thought you were some sort of pervert. Your actions can easily lead to misunderstandings. Kevin is so kind to you, yet you neglect to protect his daughter from being bullied. George, rising to his feet, cursed in response. Francisco picked up his notebook and, unable to restrain himself, remarked, Have you misunderstood something? Uncle Kevin's child is quite popular at school. Why does it seem like everyone in your notebook is a villain? Humph. George scoffed softly, turning away in silence. His face, roughened by the brick path, throbbed with pain, yet the ache in his heart was far greater. He had fought alongside his father in the U.S. military camp, yet today he found himself bested and pressed to the ground by a peer. Such indignities were difficult for the proud George to bear. It mattered little to him, but it would surely tarnish his father's reputation as well. At that moment, he even forgot about Anna. During dinner, his mood remained sullen. After the meal, Huang Kaiwen called George to the yard, handed him a bottle of juice, and inquired, What happened today? You seem rather unhappy. George did not respond but instead asked, Uncle Kaiwen, why is Gattuso's son so formidable? You mean Francisco? You didn't get into a fight with him, did you? Huang Kaiwen questioned. No, but it seems he is quite skilled in fighting, George muttered. That boy has been training with Sergio since childhood. Of course, he would be proficient, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. Francisco and George were indeed quite similar, both possessing remarkable determination. George took note of this. The Milan Sports Gazette reported, UEFA aims to resolve the controversy surrounding the European Super League. Should Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Juventus fail to sever ties with the Super League by June, UEFA may prohibit these 3 clubs from participating in next year's Champions League. Ramos glanced at the newspaper and grimaced. Juventus, for some inexplicable reason, had allied with the Spanish teams. If they were banned from Europe, it would be quite comical. As he continued reading, he stumbled upon Buffon's column. Buffon wrote, Kevin no longer holds a deep attachment to the pitch, yet at this moment, no one is guiding him on what to do. He has grown accustomed to playing at the club level and continues on this path out of inertia, which is the crux of the problem. In fact, Kevin should have left the field by now, stepping into the technical area to lead the Italian national team towards new glories. Unable to contain himself, Ramos felt an urge to personally respond to Buffon, that rascal who desired Kevin to retire alongside him. Though Ramos himself had retired, he chose to remain at home, creating anew, and occasionally taking his children to stroll with Kevin's children. Such a life was rather pleasant. My dear, I am off to Paris. The house is in your hands, Chiara Ferragni said, planting a kiss on Ramos's cheek. All right, Ramos replied, glancing at the newspaper. His girlfriend was perpetually busier than he was, despite not earning as much. However, Ramos cared little for such matters. After all, no matter whom he dated, none possessed wealth comparable to his own. At that moment, Ramos heard a commotion in the yard. He set down the newspaper and stepped outside to investigate. Before he could take a step, George knelt before Ramos, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, Master, I wish to learn martial arts. A few days later, George returned to China. After all, he was still a high school student. During breakfast, the absence of George to entertain the children left Huang Kaiwen feeling somewhat unsettled. Galliani, seated opposite Huang, remarked, aside from the sponsor's concerns, The French would like you to serve as an ambassador for the Paris Olympics and participate in some events. Participation is negotiable, but the ambassador role is a pass for me, Huang replied. The environment in the old district is quite peculiar, filled with Parisians who indiscriminately relieve themselves in the streets. And Huang has no desire to associate with them. Even if he were to compete, he has no intention of entering triathlons or similar events. One cannot ascertain whether the Seine's waters are cleaner than those of the Ganges. Swimming there might result in unforeseen mutations. Let us set this matter aside for now. Additionally, regarding Inzaghi's endorsements, some sponsors are uncertain about his longevity in the sport, thus they are cautious about his representation, Galliani continued. Isn't he merely endorsing men's products? What does that have to do with his playing career? Huang inquired. At his age, with Eduardo in the picture, he is quite favored by certain health product manufacturers. Galliani chuckled. Perhaps they believe that players have greater visibility. Then let us announce a 5-year contract extension with Filippo to provide them with assurance, Huang suggested. Galliani nodded. Still somewhat astonished, considering Inzaghi is already 50. He now wonders whether Inzaghi will retire first or if he will depart from this world sooner. Galliani genuinely feels he may not outlast Inzaghi. Despite the rest, Huang returned to the team to reunite with everyone. Having participated in the World Championships, UEFA adjusted the date for the European Super Cup. The league had already commenced, and now Milan was set to fly to Greece for the Super Cup, facing Sevilla, the kings of the Europa League. Since 2013, UEFA has finally ceased designating the Super Cup to be held at the Louis II Stadium. Monaco opposed this decision, but their protests proved futile, as the event had been hosted there for 15 consecutive years since 1998. The Super Cup holds significant importance for Monaco. Many fans became acquainted with this nation through the European Super Cup. This year's Super Cup is to be held at the Georgios Karaiskakis Stadium, the home of the Greek giants Olympiakos. Piraeus lies a mere 9 kilometers from the capital, Athens. Milan's entire squad managed to arrive in Athens in under 3 hours. An intriguing fact is that the Port Authority of Piraeus is 67 Chinese-owned, and one can frequently hear dialects from all over the nation in this port city, with several shops displaying signs in Chinese. Will the coach allow me to start in this Super Cup? Inzaghi inquired. Who knows? Mr. Wenger might worry about your injury risks. That would be unfortunate, Huang responded, attempting to be diplomatic. Indeed, it could lead to diplomatic issues, Inzaghi remarked with a hint of pride. Having experienced the events in London, Eduardo has matured considerably. Although online, the title of emperor is often met with jest, the recently viral figure of Eduardo the Prince is beloved by many. Huang Kaiwen perceives their relationship as akin to the emotional bond fostered in idol cultivation. Observing the growth of a familiar and exceptional child is indeed fascinating. The bus swiftly arrived at the hotel where the team would be staying. After dining, the entire AC Milan squad hurried back to their rooms to rest. Both Milan and Sevilla faced a tightly packed schedule, having to fly to Greece for the Super Cup and immediately afterward return to continue preparations for the league matches. As he saw Inzaghi, clad in his adorable bear pajamas, heading toward the bathroom, Huang Kaiwen threw a pillow at him and exclaimed, "If you intend to relieve yourself, do not use the bathroom in our room. You truly are domineering, Enver Hoxha," Inzaghi complained. Huang Kaiwen merely responded with a raised middle finger. Unexpectedly, Inzaghi's knowledge had expanded considerably. The name he mentioned, Enver Hoxha, referred to the infamous Albanian dictator during whose regime, out of a population of 3,200,000 were imprisoned for political reasons. Once Inzaghi finished his ablutions and lay down on his bed, he turned to the bed across the aisle and asked, "Kaiwen, are you asleep? Had you not called me, I would have been," Huang Kaiwen retorted irately. "All right then," Inzaghi replied, unfazed by Huang Kaiwen's attitude, and added with a grin, "Do you think I should retire and become a coach?" Huang Kaiwen responded, "Why does Aji still hold on to that thought? Let it go, Filippo. You are a marvel in the football world now. What if Aji finds himself lacking as a coach and falls into depression?" Huang Kaiwen pondered. "But I often lack opportunities to play. Eduardo seems quite disappointed." Inzaghi expressed his concerns. "I do not wish for him to end up like those kids." Seeing only Uncle Kaiwen in his eyes, Huang Kaiwen nearly laughed. "Be grateful that Eduardo does not regard himself as the son of the king of yellow like George does. You seem to overthink things. You cannot deny that I am not inferior to you in any significant way. Your looks are not as appealing. Your status is not as noble as mine. Our playing skills are comparable, and while you may have a slightly higher education level, Finding work is challenging for graduates these days, particularly with Italy's poor economy. In that light, my qualifications surpass yours considerably. Inzaghi muttered to himself. Eduardo has no reason to believe you are superior to me. He likely did not inherit my exceptional genes, resembling his mother instead. After realizing Huang Kaiwen had not responded for some time, Inzaghi called out a couple of times, only to discover that Huang Kaiwen had already fallen into slumber. He exclaimed with excitement, "Even staying up late, you cannot compete with me." Alas, the gap between Kaiwen and me remains vast. The next day, eager to test how late he could stay awake, Inzaghi, sporting dark circles under his eyes and yawning, entered the dining room. "Filippo, next time, refrain from watching the adult channel in your hotel room," Huang Kaiwen teased. Laughter erupted in the dining hall. "What adult channel? I was unaware of such a thing," Inzaghi replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. Huang Kaiwen, recognizing the look on his face, remarked, "Fool, the hotel will provide a bill for that service, and it will be itemized." Even without seeing the bill, he could guess the truth. Indeed, Inzaghi's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "These rascals show no respect for the privacy of their guests. I must lodge a complaint against them." Thiago Silva handed Inzaghi a cup of coffee, remarking, as one ages, "It is wise to rise early and retire early. I have become quite attentive to my health." "Humph," Inzaghi retorted disdainfully, "were it not for my family, I could still invite models to parties every day. Do not compare your novice self to me. The greatness of Filippo I will one day be preserved in formaldehyde for your admiration." Kevin Martini inquired quietly, "Has Uncle Filippo always been this amusing?" "Indeed, he has always been quite shameless," Huang Kaiwen replied. 17-year-old Ma Lausen successfully ascended to the first team in his debut season. During his time in the youth team, he shattered numerous records in the youth league, establishing himself as one of the most promising young talents throughout the Apennines. Last year, alongside Giorgio Scalvini and other young talents, he advanced to the finals and triumphed over England to secure the U21 European Championship. Although he inherited the number worn by Paolo, his position mirrors that of Huang the King, which has left the Milan hierarchy somewhat disappointed. Despite possessing the capability to play as a full-back, he is relegated to a substitute role behind Huang the King. Kevin Martini chuckled softly, acknowledging the lad's consideration for his elder's dignity. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the match commenced. Huang Kaiwen and Inzaghi occupied the bench, yet Milan's starting lineup remained impressively formidable. The attacking trio of Kane, Mbappe, and Kevin Martini proved exceptionally sharp, with Ma Lausen exhibiting a speed surpassing that of his father. The midfield, consisting of Rodri, Wirtz, and Frenkie de Jong, boasted both experience and potential. Coupled with the defensive duo of Lucas Hernandez and Theo, Huang Kaiwen surmised that Sevilla would find it difficult to make an impact today. The flow of the match aligned with Huang Kaiwen's expectations. Despite Sevilla's fierce reputation in the Europa League, they struggled to mount effective counterattacks against the formidable Milan. The first half witnessed an astonishing tally of shots, with an outrageous count of 22-1. Had Milan stars not suffered from misfiring, Sevilla would have been thoroughly overwhelmed. Shortly after the second half began, Sevilla intensified their defensive efforts. They made another substitution, this time in midfield, clearly indicating their intention to stall against AC Milan, likely aiming for a penalty shootout. This was evident. Teams that engaged in direct confrontation with AC Milan often found themselves mercilessly vanquished. Even Guardiola's Manchester City would hesitate to adopt an attacking approach against AC Milan. Young Kevin Martini was particularly active today, though both he and Mbappe preferred to operate on the left flank. At times, Mbappe found himself pushed to the center, leaving Kane to drift to the right for the ball. It was inevitable. Huang Kaiwen had thrived in the footballing world for so many years, and with more right-footed players. It was more comfortable for right-footed players to play as inverted wingers on the left. Nowadays, left wingers outnumber their right-footed counterparts, making it challenging for top clubs to procure a suitable right-sided player. Today, Sevilla's coach, José Mendilibar, was resolutely focused on defense. The compression of space in the backfield rendered it increasingly difficult for Kevin Martini to find promising opportunities. After being intercepted once more, he cast a glance towards the sidelines. It was disheartening for him to perform this way in front of Uncle Kevin for the first time. How could he possibly face inheriting Uncle Kevin's number 10 jersey under such circumstances? Rising to his feet, Ma Lausen continued to chase back. In terms of effort, he was no less capable than his father, Paolo. "Coach, let me play," he declared, as Huang Kaiwen approached the sidelines with the regular time dwindling. "Yes, Kevin. Warm up," the coach nodded in response. The team was undeniably off their game today, and Sevilla's tactics proved quite adept. The primary issue lay in the players' apparent disregard for their opponents, opting instead to attempt individual breakthroughs. Huang Kaiwen was already warming up on the sidelines, and the stands erupted in a tremendous cheer. Indeed, although Huang Kaiwen was now 40 years old, he was still relied upon in critical moments. Sevilla's defense was resolute, leaving the forwards with little to show for their efforts. Ma Lao-san received the ball and charged towards the opponent's half once more. Just beyond the halfway line, he was brought down by former Milan player Rakitic. At that moment, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Number 10 was to replace number 3. Kevin Martino paused in surprise before walking dejectedly towards the sidelines. Huang Kaiwen embraced him, patting his back, saying, "You performed well today, but remember to pass to your teammates more." Subsequently, Huang Kaiwen dashed onto the field, heading straight for the foul spot. Tension mounted among the players from both sides. As the whistle blew, Huang Kaiwen wasted no time. He took a few steps back and unleashed a powerful strike. Sevilla's goalkeeper, Yassine Bounou, was an exceptional talent, often hailed as the greatest goalkeeper in the history of the Arab world. Yet, he could not decipher the trajectory of this particular shot. Before the ball even entered the penalty area, it traced an S-shaped curve in the air, just as he committed to diving in one direction. The ball unexpectedly altered its course, glancing off his hand. He had not even mustered the strength before it slipped past him and into the net. Seeking votes and recommendations. In a delightful twist, Huang Kaiwen scored a remarkable free kick, though the trajectory was not apparent from the side view. The frontal replay revealed the ball executing a double S-curve in midair. It was nearly impossible to defend against, and the fact that the goalkeeper managed to touch it was commendable. Indeed, this goal ranked among the most exquisite in Huang Kaiwen's career. Some believed he had exhausted every conceivable method of scoring, yet he continued to create stunning long-range strikes. On the pitch, Huang Kaiwen exhibited no limits whatsoever. Although approximately 10 minutes remained in the match, including stoppage time, Sevilla had no opportunities left. Any attempt to attack would only expose them to the blistering counterattacks of AC Milan. Today, young Martino also performed admirably, and it was evident that he possessed more talent than his brother Daniel. After all, he was named Kevin, right? Zhang's guidance is indeed accurate. However, there are now an abundance of individuals named Kevin in Italy. Previously, while commentating on the U18 European Championship, I noted that nearly half of the Italian team bore the name Kevin. Fortunately, during the commentary, I only referred to them by their surnames. Otherwise, I would have had to revisit the classic moments of Sharp. As for the game, I would genuinely believe it if someone claimed that ball had a remote control. Even on a casual pitch, I could not replicate such a feat. A powerful strike can yield miracles, yet I am convinced that this goal was purely fortuitous. As for the strength behind it, let us not exaggerate. When Huang Kaiwen exerts himself, the ball travels at a speed far greater than this. Perhaps he simply miskicked it. While I can believe he possesses exceptional free kick skills, the trajectory of this shot is such that he could attempt it 100 times and still fail to replicate it. One could argue that fortune plays a significant role in success. A friend seeking to name or interpret characters may contact me. Just a small token of appreciation will suffice. To the moderators, please consider banning disruptive individuals. It seems that everyone is driven by insatiable desires. The rhetoric employed by these illiterates on variety shows is all too similar. Yet Huang Kaiwen articulates himself with far greater prowess. Is it fair to dismiss the prestige of 985 institutions? This instance marks one of the most severe criticisms of Bailey. Despite Huang Kaiwen not being an exemplary student, he has never failed a course. Comparing him to an illiterate, Huang Kaiwen would score higher merely by stepping on an answer sheet. The crux of the matter is that even the uneducated can amass significant wealth, and by this comparison, one can only surmise how much Huang Kaiwen is worth, given that he has at least put in the effort. Thus, fate holds considerable importance. One's destiny can be influenced by various factors. As the match progressed, Sevilla was compelled to launch an offensive. Yet, as the commentary noted, the moment they attacked, their fate was already sealed. With 6 minutes of stoppage time added to the 2 minutes of regular time, Huang Kaiwen delivered a hat trick of assists within the final 8 minutes, showcasing his exceptional abilities. Many fans in the stands expressed that Milan should consider selling a few star players, as their exorbitant salaries could be better utilized with someone like Huang Kaiwen. As the referee blew the final whistle, Huang Kaiwen promptly approached his old teammate Rakitic to offer some words of comfort. Ma Laosan looked on in disbelief. It was his first time witnessing Huang Kaiwen's performance from the bench. Having played nearly the entire match, he had a clear understanding of Sevilla's defense. Their goalkeeper, seemingly impervious, had denied several certain goals. In this particular match, he was undoubtedly among the best goalkeepers in Europe. Yet, against such a formidable keeper, Kevin's uncle managed to score an astonishing goal, breaking through the defense. This left Kevin Martino feeling somewhat despondent. He had hoped that by ascending to the first team, the gap between him and Huang Kaiwen would diminish. However, witnessing Huang Kaiwen's performance made it evident that, even as a first-team starter, the disparity between him and Huang Kaiwen remained vast. Huang Kaiwen has never shared the same path as the other players. Observing his younger brother still seated on the bench, Daniel called out, "Hey, come here." After a couple of calls, Ma Laosan finally rose to approach his brother. The name Dini was printed on the back of Ma Laosan's shirt, and within the team, no one referred to him as Kevin. They either used his surname or simply called him Kev, or playfully referred to him as Junior. Following today's match, Ma Laosan realized the considerable challenge of wanting to have Kevin emblazoned on his jersey. Noticing his brother's silence, Daniel embraced Ma Laosan and said, "So what if you didn't score or assist? I didn't even make the squad. You starting is quite an achievement." Ma Laosan rolled his eyes, thinking that compared to Daniel, it would be better to retire early than to bring shame to the surname Maldini. Their grandfather was a legendary captain of AC Milan, the first Italian to lift the Champions League trophy. Their father was also a legendary captain of AC Milan, having witnessed Uncle Kevin's joining of the team. Now, in the third generation, not only was there no captain's armband, but he couldn't even secure a starting position. He, Kevin Maldini, bore the heavy burden of both his name and the expectations tied to it. Nevertheless, Ma Laosan managed to smile. After all, compared to his brother, he considered himself fortunate and more gifted. He had seen the brutal journey his brother took from aspiring to be the world's best to coming to terms with his own limitations. The greatest injustice in this world is that even among the children of the same individual, there exists a disparity in talent that hard work alone cannot bridge. "Boys, it's time to receive the awards," shouted Huang Kaiwen. "All right, Uncle Kevin." Ma Laosan promptly nodded and pulled his second brother towards the podium. In the stands, Ma Paolo's eyes glistened with tears as he witnessed both of his sons receiving medals, overwhelming him with emotion. He had long feared that the number 3 jersey would go unclaimed, but at least now his youngest wore it. "Look, our children are truly remarkable. It won't be long before Kevin becomes a regular in the first team. The coach has mentioned this to me," Ma Paolo said excitedly. Adriana nodded in agreement, though she couldn't help but smile internally. The earlier situation regarding Ma Laosan wearing the number 3 jersey had not been pleasant. When he was promoted to the first team, he had not intended to choose the number 3 jersey, as wearing it would be difficult to shed. As a young man ambitious for the number 10 jersey, how could he accept such a situation? Galliani and Ma Paolo took turns persuading him. But it was Huang Kaiwen who ultimately convinced Ma Laosan to accept the number 3 jersey. Otherwise, Ma Paolo's number would have remained in limbo. Although their father was a legendary player, one of the best defenders in history, the idols of the 3 children were all their father's teammates. Adriana thought it best not to remind her husband at that moment. Let us congratulate AC Milan and Huang Kaiwen for once again claiming the UEFA Super Cup. Kevin Maldini's elevation to the first team is also a significant event, a legacy that offers hope to the fans. Indeed, although neither Daniel nor Kevin Martini has reached the heights of their father, the presence of 2 Martini in the AC Milan first team brings solace to the fans. As the countdown echoed throughout the stadium, Huang Kaiwen once again lifted the championship trophy. That evening, the entire Milan squad flew back to the city. And despite a demanding schedule, the team was granted a precious day of respite the following day. On the morrow, Huang Kaiwen arose early, for during holidays, his retired brothers, Ramos and Kaká, would invariably arrive punctually at his home. As he descended the stairs, he indeed found the 2 of them seated at the dining table awaiting his presence. "Good morning, Ricardo, Sergio," Huang Kaiwen greeted with a smile. "The coffee brewed by Mr. Albert is splendid. I feel nearly satiated." Kaká replied with a grin. "What plans do we have for today?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Sir, Mr. Galliani called to say he is on his way," the old butler reminded. "Then let us attend to our business first, and afterward we shall decide where to go," Ramos suggested. "As long as it does not involve fishing." Inzaghi would always find an excuse to sneak away during holidays to join them, and Ramos had no desire to accompany Inzaghi on a fishing expedition. Before long, Galliani arrived at Huang Kaiwen's residence. A few companies are interested in utilizing your likeness for games. They seem to be eyeing the market. Some wish to create action-adventure titles, while EA is looking to develop a sports career game tentatively titled The Versatile Athlete, Galliani explained. He was reluctant to make any decisions unilaterally. As for EA, let that pass. Their reputation is worse than rubbish, Huang Kaiwen remarked disdainfully. FIFA has been deteriorating, increasingly laden with in-game purchases. I certainly do not wish to pay EA simply to change my character's shoes. EA had acquired numerous studios, most of which had perished under their ownership. This stood in stark contrast to Huang's gaming company, which continued to thrive. Curious, Kaká asked, is the company aspiring to create an action-adventure game Capcom? Indeed it is. Galliani nodded. Huang Kaiwen replied, Capcom is hardly better than EA. Let us decline their offer, Adriano. If I wish to create a game, my own company can handle it. Capcom's aesthetic has grown increasingly politically correct. I have no desire to partner in a game with a silent, stealthy beauty of African descent. Ramos chuckled, not entirely kindly. Once Galliani departed, Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile, the commercial battles people fantasize about resemble 007 style espionage, stealing core technologies. In reality, such conflicts require no action. Your opponents will self-destruct. Aside from Capcom and EA, BioWare is also beginning to falter. Their protagonist in Assassin's Creed is depicted as a black character from ancient Japan. The burgeoning popularity of Huang's company stems not only from a commitment to quality games, but also from eschewing such absurdities, thereby becoming a refreshing stream within the gaming industry. Despite the clamorous calls for political correctness in the West, many players harbor disdain. As for Asia, aside from those brainwashed or financially incentivized to follow trends, few align with their aesthetic preferences. Huang Kaiwen harbored concerns that if things continued as they were, his company might soon find itself subjected to an antitrust investigation by the Americans, as its market share was steadily increasing. Yet, he felt that he had done nothing wrong. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He envisioned creating an open-world game in which the protagonist would possess a greater degree of freedom. Imagine a scenario where players could engage in activities akin to NS sports within a city, transforming their characters into sports stars, while also embarking on battles and adventures in the wilderness. Furthermore, incorporating a singing system could allow players to assume the role of a performer within the game. Purchasing DLCs would enable players to adopt various professions, spending more money in-game than others. By segmenting the game into different nations, players could choose diverse factions, and even design pathways within the game, allowing them to embody cybernetic beings. Huang Kaiwen felt a surge of brilliance. With this inspiration, he decided to consult with the young master. Once the video call connected, Huang Kaiwen was met with the bleary-eyed visage of the young master. "Good morning, Uncle Kevin," he said, rubbing his eyes. Huang Kaiwen replied, "Chris, it's already 3 p.m. in daylight saving time back home. Why are you just waking up?" He advised. "Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for one's health." "It's fine, Uncle Kevin. I stayed up until dawn, but after sleeping for 10 hours. It's as if I never stayed up at all," the young master said, glancing at his phone. "George is at school, so I have to order takeout myself." After hearing Huang Kaiwen's concept, the young master couldn't help but exclaim, "That sounds amazing, with such high freedom, but it seems quite challenging to implement, doesn't it?" Huang Kaiwen shook his head and replied, "I'm not sure, but we could ask the employees at the company if it can be realized. Technologically, there shouldn't be significant limitations now. The crucial aspect is how to maintain a stable economic system. The longevity of Fantasy Westward Journey is attributed to its unique economic structure. Many games with valuable items have been abandoned by players after their economic systems collapsed." As the two conversed with enthusiasm, the young master received a call from his mother, forcing him to end the video chat. "What is it, mother?" he asked with a hint of resignation. "Chris, can a mother not call her son abroad?" Adriana inquired over the phone. "Of course you can. You are free to do anything you wish. If you weren't calling me daily." "I do think I was approaching 30 without a care," the young master replied. "Knowing you're nearly 30, shouldn't you consider marriage soon? Your father married later in life, but he had you at 32. Don't you have a Korean girlfriend? I often see her in the newspapers. She's a television host, right? You should bring her back to Milan sometime. Remember, a gaming career is shorter than a football one. You ought to think about your future." The young master simply placed the phone on the table and waited for over 10 minutes until his mother finished speaking before bringing it back to his ear, saying, I understand. He then abruptly ended the call and opened the mobile game SNK League of Legends, Chaos, promptly purchasing 2 packs of 648. Adriana, upon hanging up, wore an expression of helplessness. She may not be Italian, yet after living in Italy for so many years, she has become indistinguishable from the locals. It is difficult for her to feel at ease with her children absent. Upon witnessing Daniel chuckling during breakfast, she reproached him, saying, You choose not to study diligently, spending your days solely focused on football, and now the newspapers refer to you as a hostage. Milan only renewed your contract for your brother's sake. This remark extinguished Daniel's laughter. With a hint of defiance, he replied, Mother, even with diligent studies, one cannot guarantee a 6-figure salary. Yet here I am, receiving that amount without stepping onto the pitch for Milan. Does that not affirm my decision? That is simply because Uncle Kevin fears you may starve. You possess no skills beyond football, Adriana retorted with frustration. Her second son had devoted most of his life to honing his football skills, more fervently than anything else. Thankfully, that phase had passed, but now she faced a greater concern, as Daniel had veered towards another extreme. Adriana continued, Given your passion for football, shouldn't you strive harder to at least secure a chance to play for the first team? I appeared in 17 matches last season, Daniel defended himself. Yes, but when totaled, that amounts to merely 191 minutes, she countered, exasperated. If the younger version of you could see the present you, it would surely infuriate him. Daniel rolled his eyes but refrained from arguing. Adriana, unwavering, slammed the Milan sports newspaper on the table and read aloud. Paolo Maldini's second son has been seen frequently with Maria, the daughter of Maximilian Landini. This 44-year-old divorcee is the sole heiress of the Menarini Pharmaceutical Company. The only issue is that her son is of a similar age to Daniel Maldini. Adriana felt an overwhelming urge to strike her son, exclaiming, Danny, I remember your previous girlfriend was quite beautiful. What has happened to your taste? I absolutely refuse to accept a daughter-in-law younger than me by nearly a decade. Even if she were to inherit 7 billion. Daniel mumbled, At least in terms of finding a wealthy girlfriend, I am quite similar to Uncle Kevin. At this, Adriana could no longer contain herself. She swung her fist, causing Daniel to flee in a panic. You have the audacity to find multiple girlfriends. Let them bear your children and help you earn money, yet you run away? If I catch you, I will surely break your legs. I would rather you stay home, nursing your injuries than embarrass yourself outside. Uncle Kevin has already accumulated enough trophies and medals for the family. Now it was the turn of the third son to smirk. Ever since his elder brother realized he could not become a top-tier star, he had begun to pursue models in Milan, but soon came to terms with his reality and shifted his focus to wealthy women. This was his attempt to surpass the brother rumored to possess assets exceeding 1 billion. After all, 7 billion in divorce settlements would still leave him quite affluent. Paolo shot a glare at his younger brother, signaling him to refrain from causing trouble. With Daniel having fled, it was certain that Adriana would seek to vent her frustrations on the two of them, and it was best not to exacerbate the situation. Upon witnessing this, Ma Lawson seized an avocado and chicken sandwich, clenching it between his teeth, and dashed towards the door, muttering indistinctly, Oh, right, Mom. I promised to hang out with Uncle Kevin today. I almost forgot. Ma Baluo observed the back of his ungrateful son with regret, lamenting his failure to implement any safety measures earlier. What use is a son if he proves useless in critical moments? As he watched Adriana returning, Ma Baluo summoned his strength, lifting his rear off the seat, and nervously exclaimed, Oh, I just remembered. There's still time at the club. I must hurry to work. No sooner had he spoken than Adriana pressed him back down onto the chair. Ultimately, it was the old father who bore the brunt of everything. On September 16th, at the Miazza Stadium, the Milan Derby unfolded. Huang Kaiwen sat on the bench alongside Inzaghi. Inter's lineup was equally splendid, yet they remained subdued by Milan. Shortly after Lautaro scored, Milan retaliated with 2 swift goals. The second was particularly thrilling, as Kevin Martino cut in before unleashing a long-range shot into the net, celebrating exuberantly with a backflip at the corner flag. Inzaghi smirked, observing the match. Paul was just complaining about how every child at home resembles you, but they've yet to learn anything worthwhile from it. What does that have to do with me? Huang Kaiwen retorted, adamantly refusing to accept any blame. Inzaghi continued, Cristo is dragging his girlfriend along without marrying her. That's rare in Italy, clearly something you've taught him. Daniel prefers dating wealthy individuals. Also something he's learned from you, and lately, he has been taking sick leaves, which reminds me of when you first joined Milan. Huang Kaiwen responded, damn. Can this really be blamed on King Huang? Gazing at Ma Laosan on the field, Huang Kaiwen remarked, he doesn't resemble me at all. While he mimics my celebratory moves, his playing style is far closer to Robin. Inzaghi rolled his eyes and retorted, your style has always been changing. Who would play in a manner similar to yours? As the first half approached its conclusion, a conflict erupted between Milan and Inter over an incident where Kevin Martino was brought down by Holland, igniting tensions on both sides. Milan's traditional fervor surged forth as the entire team rushed towards Inter's half, met with a cacophony of boos from the crowd. The young players infused the derby with palpable intensity, even more so than when King Huang was their age. As the captain, Kane attempted to mediate, taking several hits in the process, despite his efforts to restrain his teammates. Milan ended up with 2 players sent off. The professor, with a grim expression, ordered the 2 players to return to the locker room. As the elder statesman of the team, Huang Kaiwen had no choice but to step up. Observing Inzaghi reclining with his legs crossed, watching the game, Huang Kaiwen felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. They were all old-timers. Yet some enjoyed VIP seats while others were compelled to step in only when the team was in dire straits. Why did it seem that Inzaghi's life was more comfortable than his own? Despite being outnumbered, once Huang Kaiwen entered the fray, Milan regained their composure. The technical superiority of Milan remained evident, even as Huang Kaiwen played conservatively, allowing the younger players to take charge. They still firmly controlled the rhythm of the match. Ultimately, 51 triumphed in the season's first Milan derby. Following the match, Huang Kaiwen declined the professor's invitation to the press conference. The professor attended the conference with the newly promoted Ma Laosan, hoping to divert the media's attention. After the professor had addressed several inquiries, a journalist unexpectedly posed the question, Kevin, back when you were not yet born, Milan had a penchant for brawling. One could say you grew up witnessing Milan players in conflict. Do you believe it's because Milan inherently possesses a savage gene? Ma Laosan was momentarily taken aback. Not anticipating being called out, he quickly seized the microphone and stated, this is clearly a misunderstanding. As you all know, Delict and Theo are not bad individuals. In the supplementary narrative of the Milan dynasty and the twilight of Real Madrid, Huang Kaiwen came to an understanding. He realized that he had been emulated by these younger players to a significant extent, though collectively they only reached about 70%. The Ma brothers had not truly grasped the essence. In this world, who would dare speak ill of Uncle Kevin? Typically, they were either deceased or treated as though they were. Nevertheless, Ma Laosan proved to be a decent player, primarily due to his intelligence and agility on the pitch. Huang Kaiwen believed that with effort, he could become the new Robin, which was already a commendable outcome. Robin's cutting-in technique was nearly indefensible, marking him as a player capable of altering the course of a match. After the game, Huang Kaiwen invited the entire team to celebrate at his home. Over the years, this had become a Milan tradition. However, it posed a challenge for future captains. Stars of the Milan captaincy often felt the pressure to treat their teammates to lavish meals, as no one wished to spend millions annually on their companions, primarily on ingredients, beverages, and event planning. Thus, Huang Kaiwen contemplated that delaying his retirement would be beneficial for Milan. The younger members of the team remained responsible for the barbecue. Seated beside Huang Kaiwen, Inzaghi remarked, so many years have passed, yet it feels as though nothing has changed. To which Huang Kaiwen jested, well, at least you've proven you can father children. Inzaghi, who had previously been a notorious playboy without even an illegitimate child, had faced scrutiny from the tabloids regarding his personal life. Inzaghi retorted, slightly annoyed, that was by choice. I am indeed very responsible. Among players of our caliber, Maradona, Pelé, and even Beckenbauer were rather irresponsible. Huang Kaiwen teased, have you had too much champagne to drink? He suspected that in 10 years, Inzaghi might claim he was the greatest of all time. I'm preparing to play in Saudi Arabia, Captain. De Bruyne announced from beside Huang Kaiwen. That's also quite good. Playing there is lucrative, Huang Kaiwen acknowledged. Having joined Milan at a young age, De Bruyne had spent many years with the club. Concluding his career in Saudi Arabia for substantial earnings was not a negative prospect. Were it not for the fear of Saudi Arabia defaulting on payments, Huang Kaiwen would have contemplated a lucrative tenure there himself. But the high salaries came with a history of unpaid wages. Even the salaries of ordinary players are in arrears. One wonders what might transpire should an astronomical sum in the billions be involved. This is something Huang Kaiwen cannot ascertain. After bidding farewell to his teammates, Huang Kaiwen returned to his bed to rest. Upon rising the next day, he boarded a plane, embarking on a journey to Japan for matters of considerable importance. Many mistakenly believe that Neon Genesis Evangelion is an adaptation of a manga. In reality, it was the animation that preceded the comic. The copyrights have been in a constant state of flux between Gainax and its scriptwriter, Hideaki Anno, with the rights currently residing with Gainax. Although this company produces works of commendable quality, it frequently operates at a loss, relying heavily on the revenue generated by its flagship properties. Previously, they faced dire straits, and Huang Kaiwen's flight to Japan is intended to finalize a related acquisition. In addition to the rights to Neon Genesis Evangelion, the copyrights to associated songs are also a focal point, as A Cruel Angel's Thesis continues to generate significant revenue even after all these years. Anime music is typically licensed for use within the respective anime, yet the copyrights may rest with the lyricists, composers, singers, and their respective agencies. For instance, while you may use A Cruel Angel's Thesis in an EVA anime, you would require separate authorization to incorporate it into a video game. As Gainax struggles to sustain itself, Huang Kaiwen is prepared to secure the copyrights. He also aims to consolidate the commercial licenses for EVA, as Gainax has been quite liberal with its licensing in recent years. In fact, one could find merchandise emblazoned with Rei Ayanami, even when purchasing dog food domestically. A trend that could lead to their downfall akin to that of the Antarctic Man. Poorly crafted collaborative products only serve to erode the enthusiasm of the fanbase. Huang Kaiwen previously purchased a gallium nitride power bank that, despite its exorbitant price tag due to its superficial leather covering, failed to charge upon receipt. This exemplifies the issue at hand. After a layover in Paris, Huang Kaiwen finally arrived in Tokyo after a grueling 14 hours. This trip had not been publicly announced, and he had simply donned sunglasses and a cap for the journey. However, shortly after disembarking, a gasp reverberated through Haneda Airport. Kaiwen. The airport was suddenly inundated with fans, akin to a zombie apocalypse, leaving Huang Kaiwen as the sole individual not overwhelmed by the throng. Travelers surged from all directions, and airport staff were slow to react, prompting Huang Kaiwen to raise his left arm and shout, "Please maintain safety and avoid any stampedes." Even Neo, his professional bodyguard, found it difficult to contend with the fervor of the fans. The two were in quite a predicament. After approximately 15 minutes, airport personnel finally arrived on the scene, wielding loudspeakers to restore order. "The Japanese fans truly exhibit fervor," Neo remarked, typically reticent. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. It is rare to find fans of such quality elsewhere in the world. When something is labeled as limited edition, they would go so far as to sell a kidney to procure it. Fans even celebrate their idols' birthdays by bringing cakes to karaoke venues to sing in honor of those not present. Furthermore, even without the incentive of collectible trading cards, they tend to make repeated purchases en masse. In Japan's mythological framework, idols are regarded not merely as ordinary individuals, but as deities. In the realm of idol fandom on social media, enthusiasts express their culinary desires, and those with means promptly dispatch food via delivery services, while others settle for home-cooked meals, believing that such gestures draw them closer to their idols. The fervor surrounding these pursuits often eclipses that of religious devotion. For years, the illustrious Huang Qiuwang has remained unblemished in his reputation, boasting an immense fanbase. The film Miao Zai Gong was forcibly removed from circulation by the government of Li Ben due to concerns over individuals neglecting their work in favor of frequenting cinemas. Nevertheless, the demand for various original soundtracks, commemorative DVDs, and special editions surged. Each time Huang Kaiwen witnesses his fans indulging in instant noodles while watching his films, he feels a twinge of guilt, contemplating the release of fewer photobooks. However, the devoted fans vehemently oppose this notion, leaving Huang Qiuwang with no choice but to release the photobooks, albeit at a higher price with reduced quantities, in the hope that his fans might eventually awaken to reality. Regrettably, these homemakers fail to grasp his genuine concerns, instead taking to the internet to elaborate on rising costs of high-quality paper materials due to technological advancements, the Russo-Ukrainian conflict, and other market influences. If anyone voices a more intense opinion, these leisure-seeking homemakers are quick to retaliate. After signing autographs for half an hour, Huang Kaiwen and a companion finally managed to extricate themselves. Accompanied by legal counsel, the copyright and related acquisitions proceeded swiftly, especially considering that Gainax was no longer viable. The next step was to reclaim certain licenses or await their expiration. The following evening at the Six Swans restaurant in Ginza, Tokyo, Huang Kaiwen encountered the lyricist for A Cruel Angel's Thesis, Ikawa Namuko. This individual earns millions in royalties annually from a single song, receiving 1 yen for each KTV performance and 30 yen for each play on a small capsule toy machine. Unfortunately, she fell victim to a scam by her 18-year-old husband, losing 600 million yen and additionally borrowing 74 million yen for him. Ikawa-san, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Ikawa Namuko offered a wry smile, stating, "The world calls me a fool, and I fear what you have heard is not flattering." Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. It is no one's fault to encounter the wrong person. There is nothing amiss in believing in love. This sentiment evidently brightened Ikawa's demeanor, bringing a smile to her face. Once the conversation flowed, Ikawa Namuko revealed, "I have never been a fan of EVA. I merely made a phone call, glanced at the project proposal, fast-forwarded through 2 episodes, and spent 2 hours penning that song. I saw on social media that it disappointed many." Huang Kaiwen acknowledged her point. The lively exchange continued, with the lawyer and her agent merely observing. Surprisingly, she was quite the conversationalist and possessed a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. By the end of dinner, the lawyer had indulged excessively, and no substantial business discussions had taken place. After several days of protracted negotiations, the acquisition was finally completed, granting Huang Kaiwen a sense of relief. While he preferred watching Gundam over EVA, his personal tastes were inconsequential. The potential profits from this anime's associated copyrights were indeed substantial. A simple casual mobile game could swiftly recoup the investment in licensing. The conclusion of EVA is inconsequential, given the fruitful collaboration between Huang Kaiwen and the Penguin. A contest inviting fans to create the next installment could be organized. As long as the writing is exceptional, it could be animated, allowing this work to endure indefinitely. Securing the rights could also expedite the development of related games. During the PS2 era, EVA spawned numerous games, and this tradition must not be broken. Even before Huang Kaiwen departed from Libin, news regarding this matter had circulated widely. The fans of the work largely welcome this prospect, especially considering that after Huang Kaiwen acquired the rights to SNK, the quality of titles such as King of Fighters visibly improved, integrating the universes and timelines of both King of Fighters and Fatal Fury. New installments like Moonlight Blade 3 and Samurai Showdown 10 were also released. Although the mobile games faced criticism, it did not detract from the quality of these works. One can only imagine how much richer Huang's coffers will become. Upon returning to Milan, Huang Kaiwen found limited opportunities. The professor has developed a habit of not prioritizing Huang's use, yet when the team struggles to score, he promptly calls Huang to the pitch. Huang sometimes reflects on whether the professor's reluctance to retire is linked to him. It is understandable. Coaching in Milan comes with a lucrative salary, pleasant weather, and the freedom to acquire players, all while employing idealistic tactics. Should any issues arise, he swiftly resorts to extraordinary measures. The Milan Sports Daily struggles to find fault, resorting instead to critiquing the youth training aspects. Over the years, the professor has nurtured numerous young Italian talents, yet few have managed to establish themselves in Milan. After all, when one can procure exceptional players from around the globe, acquiring a talent like Mbappé from a football powerhouse becomes entirely feasible. No matter how well Italian youth training develops, it cannot compete with the world's football prodigies. Nonetheless, Milan's youth training program has sustained numerous Italian clubs. Manchester United has produced 18 players who play in the Premier League across 8 teams. Ajax has produced 40 players in 10 teams, while Milan boasts the highest in Europe with 51 players across 12 teams, not accounting for Italian players who play abroad. Even the Chinese Super League features players from Milan's youth training. On October 2nd, at the San Kevin Training Center, the president of the Italian Football Federation, Albertini, approached the professor with an enthusiastic embrace, followed by presenting a certificate. "Thank you for your contributions to Italian football," Albertini said, firmly shaking the professor's hand. The Special Contribution Award for Italian football is a newly established accolade to honor the contributions of foreigners to Italian football. The professor nodded towards Huang Kaiwen, remarking, "If Kevin didn't receive an award, I have no right to." Albertini scratched his head and replied, I completely forgot that Kevin is a foreigner. The players applauded from the sidelines. Inzaghi quietly inquired, do you think I have a chance to receive this award? As a citizen of the Holy Roman Empire, my contributions to Italian football are not insignificant. Thiago Silva interjected, I suspect I might receive it even sooner, should they decide to award players. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Inzaghi, that scoundrel, had been squabbling with the Italian Revenue Agency just a couple of days prior, as he sought to evade taxes under the guise of a citizen of the fictional realm. If Albertini were to bestow an award upon him, the Italian tax authorities would likely come knocking at his door the very next day. Boss, perhaps you ought to treat us to a meal. Inzaghi jested. The emperor clearly wished to avoid further embarrassment and deftly shifted the topic. The younger members of the team quickly joined in the jesting. The aging professor, with a temperament more amiable than in his youth, was well liked by the youngsters. With a smile, the professor waved his hand and said, let us have a gathering at my home after we play against Real Madrid. However, do not expect me to indulge you as Kevin does. I am not quite as affluent. Many among the group responded with mock disapproval. The professor chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, clearly relishing his coaching tenure in Milan. A day later, the entire Milan squad flew to Madrid. Upon their arrival in the afternoon, they engaged in a brief training session before retreating to their rooms in preparation for the match the following day. Just as Huang Kaiwen was about to retire for the night, a knock echoed at his door. Who could it be at this late hour? Inzaghi grumbled as he went to answer. De Bruyne stood at the threshold, his phone in hand and a grim expression gracing his features. He handed it to Huang Kaiwen and said, Kevin, you ought to see this. The video revealed a young man embracing a Chinese individual while belting out repugnant lyrics. Inzaghi, who had been complaining moments earlier, immediately sat upright and inquired, is this a fan? De Bruyne confirmed, a fan has identified his identity. He is the grandson of Sans. Is it the Sans I know? Inzaghi asked urgently. De Bruyne nodded. At that moment, Inzaghi hesitated to meet Huang Kaiwen's gaze. As one of the individuals most familiar with Huang Kaiwen, he could sense the depth of his anger. Clearing his throat, Inzaghi remarked, by the way, my bed is rather uncomfortable. I shall request another room. With that, he hurried away. Inzaghi then proceeded to knock on each room's door, summoning the entire team to the conference room. You are all aware of the situation. It is quite serious. I discovered that the video was uploaded yesterday. Yet Real Madrid has remained silent. Inzaghi pounded the table and declared, Kevin is a legendary player for Real Madrid, and now, with the grandson of Sans behaving in such a manner, I can only surmise it is intentional. There is nothing more to discuss. We must show them our resolve, shouted Kevin Maldini. Daniel muttered, it's a pity Uncle Sergio isn't here. Inzaghi shot him a glare. What is wrong with you? Do you enjoy watching trouble unfold? Ramos is known to be quite severe in Spain. Then let us treat the group stage as if it were the final match. Indeed, this is not merely a personal matter for the captain. It is a provocation against us. Thiago Silva stated casually, despite the uncertainty of his starting position the next day. The following day, the atmosphere at the Bernabeu was somewhat tense. The Milanese were still anticipating an exhilarating match. However, not a single smile graced the faces of the Milan players. In a rare occurrence, Huang Kaiwen found himself in the starting lineup. As the match commenced with the sound of the whistle, Kane initiated the play with a lateral pass. Wirtz received the ball and promptly returned it, while Huang Kaiwen, positioned at number 10, deftly flicked the ball with his right foot to find the unmarked Wirtz in the center, effortlessly covering over 20 meters. Carvajal, realizing the situation, hastened to close the distance. However, Wirtz skillfully maneuvered diagonally to evade Carvajal. Camavinga, chasing back, could only accelerate further. The defenders within the penalty area remained vigilant against a potential pass from Wirtz. Upon reaching the edge of the penalty arc, Wirtz suddenly unleashed a shot that took everyone by surprise. Courtois had no time to react as the ball soared past him into the left side of the net. A mere 7 seconds into the match, Milan had already taken the lead. Following the goal, Wirtz exuberantly celebrated at the Bernabeu, arms outstretched in jubilation. Indeed, AC Milan struck swiftly. With Mbappe not starting today, the young duo of Wirtz and Kevin Martino took to the wings, with Huang Kaiwen occupying the attacking midfielder role, which truly befits a number 10. Wirtz, exhilarated by his goal, provocatively placed his palm behind his ear, an action that could be seen as taunting. After scoring, his enthusiasm was understandable. Ma Lausen stood with hands on hips, gazing at Wirtz's back, feeling slightly vexed for having been overshadowed. He had intended to make a strong impression today, but his teammates' quick action caught him off guard. These rascals always strive to shine in front of Uncle Kevin. Frustrated, Ma Lausen resolved to keep the ball for himself next time rather than passing. Real Madrid resumed play with newfound caution. Ancelotti remained on the sidelines, adjusting his tactical setup. Milan, a team primarily focused on counterattacking, did not abandon their fundamental strategy even after scoring. The match momentarily appeared evenly contested. Upon receiving the ball, Vinicius quickly surged forward along the flank. Observing this, Rodri hastily closed in. Vinicius, evidently confident in his skills, opted for a right-footed half-bicycle kick, seamlessly transitioning the ball with his left foot. Yet, Rodri anticipated his move, deftly intercepting the ball. He promptly made a lateral pass. Huang Kaiwen, dropping back, stepped in front of the ball with his left foot, executed a swift turn, and performed a Cruyff turn to deceive Camavinga, all without glancing up. Before curling the ball with his right foot, the ball soared from the midfield directly to the right side of the attacking zone. The Real Madrid players frantically chased back, yet the speed of the ball exceeded that of any man. Kevin Martino successfully received the ball near the baseline, quickly sidestepping Ferland Mendy with a deft left-footed touch, then executing a series of nimble steps to weave between Rudiger and Nacho, before another left-footed flick drew the attention of Tchouaméni, who was sprinting back into the penalty area. Without hesitation, he unleashed a curling shot. Courtois, stationed at the near post, instinctively lunged towards the left side of the goal, but the distance was too great, leaving him helpless as he watched the ball find the net. Within a mere 10 minutes of the match, Real Madrid found themselves 2 goals down. The fans in the stands, the merengues, sat in stunned silence. Each time they believed they could challenge Milan, reality dealt them a heavy blow. Following the goal, Kevin Martino was filled with excitement, racing jubilantly around the Bernabeu. The professor on the sidelines could not help but shake his head and chuckle. These young individuals truly brimmed with vitality. In a modest dwelling on the outskirts of Madrid, Fernando Sanz Duran glared at the television in indignation. How could the great Real Madrid find themselves trailing by 2 goals so swiftly? His ire was further ignited by Kevin Martino's gesture. The veteran raised his left hand towards the stands, extending only his index and little fingers while retracting the other 3. In the Spanish-speaking world, this gesture conveys an unsavory greeting to one's mother. Fernando Sanz Duran gritted his teeth, wishing he could leap into the screen. Suddenly, the camera angle shifted to the stands, leaving him utterly stunned, causing the bottle in his hand to slip from his grasp unnoticed. There, clad in a Milan jersey, was Daniel Martini, embracing and kissing his mother. As the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match, Ancelotti slumped into his seat on the bench, overwhelmed by the brutality of the game. Despite Real Madrid conceding 13 goals, the players were not the focal point of the day. Even the spectators in the stands were acutely aware of the unfolding events. Carlo Huang Kaiwen approached, leaning down to inquire, "Are you all right?" Ancelotti managed a wry smile and shook his head. "I am about to be dismissed. But perhaps that is for the best, to spare me further hardship. Kevin, there are things I wish to convey to the reporters, yet Florentino disagrees." "I understand," Huang Kaiwen replied, giving Ancelotti a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Ancelotti was well aware of his own disposition. At the post-match press conference in Bernabeu, the journalists were already eager to pounce. Before Huang Kaiwen and the professor could settle in, they launched into a frenzy of questions, entirely disregarding Ancelotti, the other central figure in this calamity. "Kevin, why did you play the entire match today? Was it a vendetta against your former club? Mr. Wenger, could you comment on today's game? Arsene, how do you perceive Fernando Sanz? Many in English football have criticized Real Madrid's actions. Do you believe they should respond directly? Arsene, John Terry has labeled Real Madrid a disgrace. What say you, Kevin? Are you aware of the situation between Daniel Martini and Lorenzo Sanz Duran's wife, Arsene?" The professor wore a wry smile, fully cognizant of the challenging nature of this press conference. However, he remained resolute. He was deeply incensed by the entire affair, especially given Milan's privileged position bolstered by the Italian emperor's robust support. The professor understood precisely how to navigate this moment. A phrase he once encountered in Chinese history echoed in his mind. A nation nurtures its scholars for 150 years, in times of war. They die for righteousness, and that time is now. Today he felt compelled to offer a scathing critique of Real Madrid. Grasping the microphone firmly, he stated with gravity, "I do not wish to comment extensively on the match, as it does not reflect the true capabilities of Real Madrid. However, I must address the matter concerning the grandson of Chairman Sanz. Fernando Sanz Duran's identity is anything but ordinary, as the grandson of the legendary president of Real Madrid. His words and actions carry significant weight, representing the club to a considerable extent. Given the prolonged silence from Real Madrid regarding recent events, I can only interpret this as the club's stance. Neither I nor the entirety of AC Milan can condone such behavior. I shall invite other coaches to demand that UEFA investigate Real Madrid and prohibit them from participating in European competitions. The reporters were taken aback by the professor's fervor. Although he is not known for his magnanimity, he has elevated the discourse to a level they had never witnessed before. The excitement was palpable. This was indeed monumental news. It is only natural to expect that many players, upon hearing the professor's declaration, would respond with equal fervor. This is the news they have longed to see. While Real Madrid incessantly condemns others, particularly regarding the alleged discrimination against Vinicius, they now adopt a submissive stance. Such blatant double standards are profoundly hypocritical. One Spanish journalist questioned whether the professor's call for a ban on the team from European competitions was excessive, given that he is merely a fan. In a moment of exasperation, his lack of courtesy was evident. The professor replied sternly, emphasizing that Fernando Sanz is the grandson of a former president of Real Madrid, not just an ordinary supporter. While Sanz's actions do not fully represent the club, Real Madrid's silence indicates their position, which is unacceptable to both myself and AC Milan. I will communicate with the club's upper management, and until we receive a satisfactory response, we shall refuse to play European matches at Real Madrid's home ground. I am confident that numerous clubs across Europe will concur with this sentiment. Other journalists from different nations appeared eager to applaud the professor. The situation escalated unexpectedly, revealing a level of firmness from the Frenchman that took many by surprise. Had he been in a position of leadership during World War II, perhaps the outcome would have differed. On social media, some fans speculate that this controversy stems from AC Milan's high-price sale of Eden Hazard to Real Madrid, suggesting that Milan concealed issues regarding Hazard's professionalism. The professor emphatically slammed the table, asserting that Hazard was an outstanding player at Milan, and it is the influences of Spain and Madrid that have affected him. At Milan, he performed at a Ballon d'Or level, yet at Real Madrid, he has consistently underperformed despite his lucrative salary. This is a matter that Real Madrid ought to reflect upon seriously. When asked to evaluate today's match, the professor's demeanor softened as he remarked that the players performed admirably, more importantly demonstrating a spirit of unity. Milan is a cohesive unit, with the locker room consistently standing together. A Madrid journalist directly characterized Kevin Malatini and other players' provocations towards Real Madrid fans. The professor smiled and replied, "I did not observe any provocation from the players, so I cannot address this question." Laughter erupted among several British journalists. During his tenure in the Premier League, the professor frequently employed this tactic, often choosing to selectively overlook fouls committed by Arsenal players. Hearing similar sentiments now evokes a sense of nostalgia. Seizing the moment, a journalist swiftly grabbed the microphone and posed a question in a London accent. "Arsene, how do you perceive the romantic entanglement between Daniel Maltini and Fernando Santos Duran's mother?" The professor exchanged a glance with Huang Kaiwen. These journalists are quite astute, indeed, preemptively casting their judgments on the situation. The professor nearly suppressed a laugh, responding, "I am French, as you understand. I believe that when love strikes, age is inconsequential. However, that woman is already in a relationship." A Spanish journalist bellowed. Ma Lausen made an insulting gesture, followed by Ma Lauer sharing a passionate kiss in the stands. The fluidity of this exchange was remarkable. The journalists were wary of Ma Lauer's potential interest in their families. The young and handsome players easily entangle themselves in such affairs, even if Ma Lauer is merely a pawn of Milan. The professor's smile broadened as he remarked, "Spain has a 40 infidelity rate. Why shouldn't it be her?" When true love arrives, people often become blind. I stand by Daniel, who I have watched grow into a responsible and diligent young man. Perhaps in time, he will become the stepfather to Fernando Santos Duran's child, and I firmly believe that with Daniel's upbringing and character, he will guide his stepson towards a better path. Ha ha. Aside from a few diehard fans, the rest of the journalists laughed unabashedly. Even the press officer at Bernabeu couldn't contain himself, turning to face the wall, though his shaking shoulders betrayed his amusement. No one anticipated the sharpness of the Frenchman's tongue. for a considerable time to come. The Santos family would become the subject of ridicule. Some Catalan media had already concocted a headline for tomorrow: Santos' grandson may transfer, adopting the Maltini surname. A title both football-related and enticing to readers. As for the British journalists, they had long since established their positions. Although they were eager to incite discord and play both sides, their primary concern was survival. Provoking Huang Kaiwen was a perilous endeavor, even if Huang chose to disregard it. There were also those extreme fans and the Irish mob to consider. The atmosphere at the press conference was remarkably harmonious, as they all enjoyed the spectacle surrounding the Spaniards, including some Spaniards themselves. The professor was in full force, addressing numerous questions. Eventually, the journalists remembered Huang Kaiwen. One inquired, "How do you propose to resolve this, Kevin?" Huang Kaiwen shook his head, stating, "Resolve? There's no way to resolve it now. I am well aware of Real Madrid's stance, so be cautious in our next meeting." With that, Huang Kaiwen rose. He had never favored threatening others, preferring to express his stance through action. Upon returning to St. Kevin's Stadium, Real Madrid would come to understand the true meaning of hell. Some impatient journalists promptly uploaded the interview content, as immediacy is paramount in the age of the internet. The European football scene was abuzz with astonishment, especially since the professor had rarely expressed his opinions so vehemently in recent years. The Italian Football Federation has made a second statement, with Albertini convening a press conference to declare, "The attitudes of Kevin and Arsene reflect the sentiments of the Italian Football Federation and Italian football as a whole. Until a satisfactory resolution is reached, no Italian team will participate in matches at the Bernabeu. The Spaniards must pay the price for their arrogance." When a journalist inquired about the possibility of any team playing at the Bernabeu, even in a friendly match, Albertini scoffed, stating, "Should such a deplorable event occur, the Italian Football Federation would impose sanctions on the team, including relegation, fines, and stadium closures. I do not believe any club executives would be so obstinate. This is the Apennines, after all." Athletic Bilbao has emerged as a Spanish club voicing its discontent, stating on their official website, "We cannot forgive Real Madrid's attitude, as they pursue accountability for the discrimination against Vinicius, while willfully ignoring the circumstances surrounding Sans. This is simply the most nauseating scenario. Madrid is perpetually hypocritical. Even if Kevin is a legendary figure at Real Madrid and a Chinese individual, the Basques will never betray their friends." Following the press conference, the situation escalated significantly. As one of the most followed players globally, Huang Kaiwen's stance resonates with many fans. The Italian Football Federation, along with the English FA, Dutch FA, and French FA, has sequentially intervened, amplifying the impact of this issue. The next morning, news reports flooded in from around the world. The Gazzetta dello Sport reported, "Football clubs of all levels in Italy have expressed their dissatisfaction with Real Madrid. We urge fans to remain calm and refrain from personal attacks on Spaniards residing in Italy. This is no laughing matter." Today's Italian youth are fervent admirers of Huang Kaiwen. Even those associated with gangs feel compelled to don Chinese tattoos or Kevin's visage to avoid embarrassment when greeting others. There was a time when international students profited significantly by advising on which Chinese characters best express their sentiments. Buffon, in his column, remarked, "Real Madrid is losing its supporters." In the days following these events, their actions have been disheartening. Florentino may believe he can undermine Kevin, but he fails to realize that this will alienate fans worldwide. The Corriere dello Sport noted, during an interview, Totti repeatedly expressed his disgust, perhaps the most extreme way for him to convey his anger, given his limited vocabulary. The Tuttosport highlighted, the connection between Juventus and Real Madrid has severed. The European Super League is effectively defunct. When the Agnelli family was forced to choose between Real Madrid and Kevin, the outcome was already predetermined. The Times reported, mass protests erupted on the streets of London, with several former Premier League players participating. Fans voiced their dissatisfaction with the English FA, which, despite having made a statement, has proven utterly insufficient. We interviewed Chelsea supporter Richard Myers, who expressed his unwavering resolve to never attend any away match in Spain and hopes the team will likewise refuse to play at the Bernabeu. According to The Sun, Daniel Maldini did not return to Milan with the team, a fact seemingly accepted by the entire squad. We captured photos of him with the mother of Fernando Santos Duran entering and exiting a hotel. The L'Equipe reported that discussions are underway regarding the cancellation of Real Madrid's eligibility for the Ballon d'Or, with results expected in the next 72 hours. Mundo Deportivo congratulated Fernando Santos Duran, noting that this young man is on the verge of becoming one of the most influential figures in European football. In addition to having a former Real Madrid president as a grandfather, he also boasts a legendary Milan captain as a grandfather. George has been fervently surfing various domestic media, uploading numerous videos and writings. In one video, Goins number 10, Huang George, stated, "I cannot compel anyone to refrain from watching Real Madrid games, but to me, dignity and national pride outweigh football. Real Madrid's attitude speaks volumes. I shall never have any association with them. Before identifying as a fan or a player, I am first and foremost a Chinese citizen." His declaration propelled the issue to the top of trending searches. Barcelona fans were taken aback to find their resurgence reliant on their rivals. The National Service Mail Gunner Forum even pinned a new announcement. For the foreseeable future, the name Huang Kaiwen is not permitted to include any suffixes, and terms like Real Madrid must be presented without any derogatory connotations in a perpetual cycle for 7 days. During this time, a piece of news stirred considerable controversy. 3 fans were sentenced to 8 months in prison for racially abusing Vinicius. Real Madrid expressed outrage over the actions of these fans, further exposing their true nature. More former players have stepped forward to criticize Real Madrid, with Catalans and Basques intensifying their rhetoric. On October 7th, following the match between Milan and Regina, Huang Kaiwen was directly taken home by Paolo Maldini. Upon entering, Adriana greeted him with a frosty demeanor, ignoring both him and Paolo as she busily set the dining table. Huang shot a glare at Paolo, sensing something amiss after he had suggested it was a good thing. Paolo Maldini shrugged in response. Caught between Adriana and Huang, he opted to target the easier prey. Observing the table laden with Neapolitan pizza, lasagna, Italian delicacies, and ham, Huang felt a twinge of unease. It wasn't the lavishness of the dishes that unsettled him, but rather the peculiar assortment he had never encountered at Paolo's home. The accompanying wine was grappa. Once everything was arranged, she turned on the television. Adriana handed Huang a slice of pizza, saying, "Authentic Italian flavor." After taking a bite, Huang nodded in agreement. It truly embodies traditional taste. At that moment, Adriana slammed her cup down on the table, smiling as she remarked, "Indeed, Italians respect tradition. I have always hoped the children would marry early, with the young girls they cherish." She placed an emphasis on the word young, leaving Huang Kaiwen perplexed, as not understanding this would surely indicate a lapse in his intellect. With a reluctant demeanor, he remarked, "We ought to respect everyone's choices. After all, Fabregas married his girlfriend who is 12 years his junior, didn't he? It's not easy for Spaniards to marry. However," he added, "Daniela is exceptionally beautiful. I do not believe Daniel's taste is flawed. He must have been influenced." Adriana inquired, "And who might that influence be?" Huang Kaiwen hastily raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, "Well, I will try to reason with him." Finally, a smile broke across Adriana's face as she responded, "That boy has idolized you since he was little. I know he cannot be entirely blamed on you, but his involvement with Sansa's wife cannot be without your influence. As his uncle, you should guide him properly." Huang Kaiwen merely shrugged. What else could he say? He fully understood Adriana's concerns, especially given the recent media mockery regarding the second son's appetites. As a parent, and one not lacking in means, one would naturally wish for their child to find a partner out of genuine affection rather than ulterior motives. At that moment, the second son appeared on television. As a figure of considerable interest lately, he had been invited by Sky Television for a high-profile live broadcast. In the studio, Daniel Martini was visibly excited. Though it was not due to playing football, it was his first exclusive interview with a media outlet of global significance. He spoke eloquently to the host, declaring, "She is the most beautiful Spanish woman I have ever seen. Her eyes sparkle like stars. We certainly remain in contact. Family is not an obstacle to true love. We have not concealed anything from anyone. I do not mind that she already has children. If we are together, I will treat her child well. Even if the child can be a handful, I am prepared to be a father and a role model. We may have our own children, but I will love her child as if they were my own." The second son transformed into a romantic figure, captivating audiences. Adriana shot a glare at Huang Kaiwen, who felt as though he could bury his head in his plate. He swore that these sentiments were not his teachings. It was undoubtedly the eldest son who had led his younger brother astray with such notions. Meanwhile, in the Netherlands, at Feyenoord, Van Persie and his son were also watching the live broadcast. Shaquille was well aware of how Van Persie had originally joined Milan. He had heard the tale countless times, and his father still took pride in it. The story of breaking through layers of security without alerting over 100 journalists and bodyguards, and facing off against the lion raised by Uncle Kevin before finally meeting him, was legendary. Shaquille harbored doubts about the veracity of his father's narrative, yet he acknowledged its inspirational nature. As an ambitious young man, he aspired to play for the best teams in the world. However, Milan scouts had yet to appear in the stands at Feyenoord. Shaquille felt compelled to take action to catch Uncle Kevin's attention. Perhaps a fruit snack would suffice. Bukhara presented a platter of fruits and stated, "I'm not eating, Mom." Shaquille declined, eager to return to his room. Once inside, he retrieved his phone and effortlessly located the family portrait of the Sans family. With a double tap, he magnified the photograph to select his target. Shaquille understood well that opportunities are always self-created. The chapter concludes with an epilogue on the collapse of the Milan dynasty, emphasizing that one must rely on oneself. Shaquille recalled the words of Uncle Kevin, who once said this. Although it might jeopardize his future with Feyenoord, he felt indifferent, thinking, "What does Feyenoord matter when I'm heading to Milan?" He harbored no grand ambitions, aspiring merely to emulate Inzaghi by winning a handful of championships. Rotterdam. Zwicke Psychological Therapy Center. Zwicke, a renowned dance therapist, frequently traveled abroad to deliver lectures, having visited China several times. Shaquille believed that dance and football were quite similar. He too could encounter psychological issues on the field. "Hello, Mr. Frank." Shaquille greeted warmly, extending his hand. "Recently, I've encountered some problems, psychological issues, and I would like your assistance." "Of course, no problem. Your father is a legendary player," Zwicke replied with a smile, gesturing for Shaquille to sit and offering him a glass of water. Shaquille grimaced. Everyone knew he was the son of Robin van Persie. For ambitious second-generation individuals, this was undoubtedly the most irksome situation. Yet, it only strengthened Shaquille's resolve to play in Milan. "Please, share your concerns," Zwicke inquired. Sitting in the chair, Shaquille recalled the information he had found online and articulated. "I struggle with maintaining focus, often procrastinating until the last moment, frequently starting tasks only to abandon them, lacking a sense of time, and it has worsened recently. I find it difficult to sleep at night, often feeling fatigued on the field, reluctant to engage in confrontations or play at all. I just wish to return home early. Changes in weather and seasons can also affect my mood. Sometimes I feel invincible, brimming with inspiration, while at other times, inspiration eludes me." He recited various symptoms, including depression, mania, and stress-related disorders. Zwicke listened, astonished. He had encountered severe psychological issues before, but it was quite rare to see someone so young grappling with such a multitude of problems, especially coming from a well-off family with loving parents. There seemed to be no apparent reason for such a state. Frank's eyes sparkled. He felt he had encountered a psychological enigma akin to Huang Kaiwen. Just as the world's doctors struggled to explain Huang Kaiwen's physical condition, Frank believed current theories could not elucidate Shaquille's mental state. If he could delve deeper and propose relevant theories, it might open a new avenue in the field of psychology. His enthusiasm surged, and he donned the most benevolent smile, gently asking, "Have you encountered any difficulties recently or during your growth?" Frank was eager to understand what had led Shaquille to his present condition. According to the description provided, this indeed resembles the next Jack the Ripper. Shaquille was taken aback. All he could recall was a search for symptoms. He was genuinely unaware of the cause. Shaquille could only rack his brain, reflecting on his life experiences. It seemed there were no exceptionally extreme situations. At this moment, he could only apologize to his father. Shaquille murmured, "Once, while playing archery at Uncle Kevin's house, I accidentally shot through my father's lower region, and since then, he transformed into an entirely different person, with less facial hair and a rather effeminate tone. Occasionally, he even volunteered to sew clothes for me." Frank Zvika's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing such a startling secret. Indeed, had it not been for familial issues, Shaquille would not have become this way. It was unimaginable that the seemingly harmonious Van Persie family harbored such secrets. Buchler was now living a life devoid of intimacy, and Frank had concocted a narrative of a mother enduring a progressively deviant husband for the sake of her children and love. Every night, she was whipped by the leather-clad Robin van Persie, subjected to candle burns, while during the day, she had to conceal her wounds and feign joy in front of the children. Reflecting on this, Frank couldn't help but wipe away a tear, acknowledging the profound nature of maternal love. As a psychologist, extreme emotional fluctuations were unacceptable. Yet, He found himself unable to proceed, for in his imagination, Buechler had become the world's greatest mother, while Robin van Persie was nothing short of a complete deviant. Unable to contain his emotions, Frank stated, "Well, today's consultation is primarily for you to express yourself. Do you have any additional requests? I wish to take a leave from Feyenoord and stay home for a while." Shaquille replied anxiously. He was uncertain whether his little ruse would deceive the psychological expert. After all, he had meticulously crafted an elaborate narrative about his father. And if he failed to secure the leave, it would be a futile defamation of his dad. Indeed. With little desire to engage with Shaquille, Frank promptly noted on the medical record, Shaquille van Persie exhibits severe psychological issues, including bipolar disorder, depression, self-destructive personality traits, and a latent multiple personality disorder. He requires long-term psychological treatment at home. He then signed it and handed it to Shaquille. Shaquille accepted it, nodding in satisfaction. He hadn't anticipated that his father's title would prove so useful. He then took the medical record to the team. His father was the head coach of the U18 squad, and although he had been training with the first team, he was still cautious not to take too long. Slot observed Shaquille's tardiness and inquired with some displeasure, "Why are you so late?" "Apologies, coach, I had a doctor's appointment," Shaquille replied, lowering his gaze. Only then did Slot's expression shift to one of surprise as he asked, "What happened?" "I hadn't heard Robin mention this." Shaquille handed over Frank Svika's diagnosis. Slot stared at Shaquille with widened eyes. This lad was typically quite cheerful, well-liked within the team, and often engaged in playful banter. He hardly seemed to fit the profile of someone with depression. Furthermore, the list of diagnoses on that document was longer than a song's lyrics, leading him to seriously doubt its authenticity. Shaquille also sensed the coach's skepticism towards him and hastily resorted to his old trick, stating, "In truth, I come from a troubled family. My childhood at Uncle Kevin's, where I inadvertently damaged my father's bow while learning archery, marked the beginning of all my misfortunes." Despite his frequent appearances in the team showers, he was, in fact, no longer fit. It was merely a facade to feign wellness. Slot covered his mouth in astonishment. Having never anticipated such a tragic story surrounding Robin van Persie, it was no wonder that Van Persie had become considerably more humble. Evidently, a man's pride had been compromised. Contemplating this, Slot felt less envious of Van Persie, who was older than him. "Shaquille, I truly do not know what to say. Please return home and tell your mother to be strong. I cannot fathom how you have endured all these years." Slot patted Shaquille on the shoulder and said. Shaquille nearly leaped with excitement. He had not expected this strategy to work so effectively, fearing he might burst into laughter. He quickly grabbed his medical file and hastily departed from the team. Not long after his exit, Robin van Persie arrived at the first team, directly pulling Slot aside and inquiring, "Where is that scoundrel Shaquille? What is he up to, being late for such an extended period?" Slot remained silent, glancing at Van Persie's midsection, and remarked, "You have your struggles as well. Your prowess in football stems from a lack of other pursuits. Has training concluded so early?" Upon seeing Shaquille return, Bacella asked, "Is everything all right, dear?" "Yes, mother, I need to step out for a moment," Shaquille replied as he slung his backpack over his shoulders and headed straight to his room. Though he had set his sights on a target, Shaquille was not as audacious as Daniel Martino. He opted instead for a younger bride from the Sands family. Through her social media, Shaquille had devised a relevant strategy. The most significant hurdle was his age, as he had yet to celebrate his 18th birthday. However, in the Netherlands or Spain, engaging in relations posed no issues. Unlike certain states in America, where such actions could lead to severe repercussions. Yet, his youthful visage presented challenges. Fortunately, Uncle Kevin had once taught him the art of makeup. Shaquille believed that, while he might not transform completely like Uncle Kevin, he could at least present himself in a more mature light. On the second floor, glancing at his mother engrossed in a soap opera on the couch, he stealthily slipped into his father's study. The Dutch are fond of splitting expenses. However, Van Persie entrusted all finances to Bacella, as she managed the household exceptionally well. Nevertheless, Shaquille was aware that Van Persie stashed away secret funds. This was not indicative of his father's disloyalty. Rather, a sense of financial security was paramount. Shaquille trusted that, even if that money were lost, his father would remain discreet. Understanding the stakes for his son's future, capturing images of the dust and scattered items beneath the desk with his phone, Shaquille gently lifted a corner of the desk, revealing a floor that was entirely consistent with the rest of the room. Shaquille tapped the surface and discovered it was hollow beneath. He cautiously pried open the floorboards with a wallpaper knife, revealing a hidden cache of hundreds of thousands in cash. Without hesitation, he opened his backpack and stuffed the money inside. He meticulously returned everything to its original place, even ensuring the dust settled in a manner identical to the photographs. Slipping out of the study, he found his mother still engrossed in the television, allowing him to stealthily enter his parents' bedroom. Although his father had provided substantial funding, he was uncertain about how much he would need for his plans. Thus, conserving whatever he could seemed prudent. He rummaged through his father's wardrobe and selected several expensive, mature outfits. Just as he was about to leave, Shaquille paused, turning back to grab a few cosmetics from the vanity. After all, his mother had purchased in abundance. Surely she wouldn't notice their absence. With his backpack now brimming, Shaquille dashed downstairs, pushing open the door as he called back. "I have some matters to attend to, Mom. I'll call you later." Once outside, he felt a sense of freedom. They could not pursue him now. Shaquille made a beeline for the airport, purchasing a ticket to Milan. This was the city he longed for, his ultimate destination being Madrid. Yet, Shaquille understood that even with a 3-section staff, it would never match the speed of a gun. The Spaniards might not show him any leniency. Arriving in Milan would ease his journey. Invoking the name of Huang Kaiwen would deter any fools from crossing him. Once in Milan, he settled into a hotel, concealing the cash in a hidden spot before heading directly to the Via Gola district. This area was notorious for its poor safety, controlled by the Italian mafia. However, clad in his number 10 jersey, Shaquille felt invulnerable. He chose a bar where the bartender seemed anything but trustworthy. Before he could speak, the bartender addressed him directly. "Kid, this isn't a place for you. I am Shaquille Van Persie, formerly of the Milan Youth Academy." He quickly introduced himself. "Ah, so it is you," replied the bartender, wiping a pint glass and giving a nod. After all, Shaquille's appearance had not changed significantly, and many Milan fans awaited his return to play for the club. "Indeed. I have a job that requires some assistance, and I would like to inquire about the costs," Shaquille stated. "All right, I can put you in touch. Given Kevin's reputation, I'll only charge a 2% commission. Usually, it's 10%, the bartender replied with a grin. "Are you in some trouble at school and looking for a few thugs to back you up?" he teased. Shaquille couldn't help but smile derisively. The Italian mafia had become rather predictable. After gathering his thoughts, he replied, "I've developed feelings for a woman who is married, and her situation is somewhat unique. I require assistance in creating a brand new social media account, and when I am in Spain, I need someone to ensure my safety. You know that some in Madrid do not support Uncle Kevin." Only then did the bartender set down his glass, sizing up Shaquille. After a few moments, he remarked, "You possess a sharp mind, even more astute than your father's. Recently, many fools have been eyeing the women of the Sands family, including some Spaniards. But they want to have a chance. Daniel Maldini has a good father, but you are no less impressive. Wouldn't you agree?" Shaquille believed that success was within his grasp, primarily because he had not ventured directly into Madrid. The bartender chuckled and remarked, "I have heard that the Sands family has been quite sensitive to strangers lately due to that woman's scandal. It would be unsafe for you to approach them directly. Hence, I sought you out." Shaquille replied, "Help me devise a means to connect with him, while also ensuring my safety in Madrid. I can cover the expenses during this period. Would 100,000 suffice? The timeline is uncertain, so I cannot ascertain if it will be enough." The bartender responded, "However, I can introduce you to a few individuals whom I believe would be quite interested." He pulled out his phone and made a call. Shortly thereafter, several individuals entered the bar. "You young folks must have common ground," the bartender remarked as he continued polishing a pint glass. The leader of the group scrutinized Shaquille and inquired, "Are you the one who sought us out?" "Indeed," Shaquille replied, placing a photograph on the table. "I have developed feelings for this woman, but I require your assistance in ensuring my safety." The leader whistled, saying, "Another one looking to stir trouble with the Sands family. And just the son of Van Persie." Behind him, a cacophony of voices erupted, clearly indicating that the Sands family had recently garnered significant attention. The news of Daniel Martini receiving €2 million on television had opened the eyes of many to a new avenue for financial gain. Even if they did not share the Martini surname, emulating Daniel's path could yield at least €200,000. After all, it would only require elaborating on the details. For them, €200,000 was an astronomical sum. "We will take on this job," the leader stated. "I am Gianluca Ricci, but we haven't discussed the price yet," Shaquille interjected, recalling that in gangster films, agreements are typically made before any transactions. You decide the fee, as long as it doesn't lead to a loss. Gianluca replied. We were always supported by Kevin during our time in the orphanage. Shaquille nodded with a smile, knowing that the name Uncle Kevin held weight. In the following days, Ricci's group assisted him in establishing a new social media account, which had been active for some time but had seen the deletion of certain selfies, retaining only images associated with a life of enjoyment. The recent shares included photographs of Shaquille, who had now transformed into a successful individual, assuming a new identity as a financial elite. Ricci's crew became his bodyguards and secretaries, even arranging for a lookalike to portray Warren Buffett during a lunch meeting with Shaquille. There were even individuals responsible for managing conversations on social media, showcasing a high degree of professionalism. The progress was remarkably swift, allowing Shaquille to truly appreciate Kevin's standing in Italy. Days later, Ricci sought out Shaquille once more, and the two met at a cafe. Ricci stated, "There are still a few issues. The other party is quite curious about your residence. Although we managed to temporarily address it with the pretense of a business trip, such a woman is not easily deceived." Shaquille scratched his head in contemplation. His parents had been frantic in their attempts to locate him. And if he were to borrow a mansion from a Milan player, Uncle Kevin would surely discover it and send him back to Rotterdam without hesitation. Rich continued, "There are some individuals who may be in Milan, and we could temporarily borrow a place, but the accompanying facilities would be considerably subpar, which would expose us during video chats." Shaquille nodded, acknowledging that such luxurious residences were equipped with security systems. If triggered, they could be apprehended before they had a chance to act. At that moment, his eyes brightened as a thought struck him. This person would undoubtedly remain loyal and might even offer assistance. Shaquille retrieved his phone and dialed without hesitation. Once the call connected, he said, "Uncle Filippo, I require your assistance. This is one of my properties in Milan." Inzaghi, leading a group for a tour, remarked, "It's conveniently located near Lake Como, perfect for fishing. I've also recently acquired 2 vehicles for our operation. You need not worry about funding. I believe my mature and charming presence will be more appealing to that Tina Sans." Shaquille had anticipated Inzaghi's willingness to assist, yet he was taken aback by his enthusiasm. Quickly, he cautioned, "Uncle Filippo, if you go and are photographed, Aunt Angela will not let you off easily." Inzaghi chuckled awkwardly. "You're not as handsome as Kevin. I'm a bit concerned about the success of this endeavor." Shaquille found himself questioning Inzaghi's intellect and taste. Although he was not exceptionally handsome, Inzaghi possessed qualities that could rival Uncle Kevin in many respects. Nevertheless, Shaquille resolved to keep the affluent benefactor appeased, responding with laughter. With Inzaghi's involvement, everything seemed feasible. This unreliable uncle not only provided a luxurious mansion and high-end vehicles, but also a substantial amount of operational funds. Shaquille even felt that they could head straight to Madrid and compel Tina Sans to yield. Additionally, Inzaghi introduced him to several prominent figures in Italy, facilitating their online interactions. Days later, Shaquille and Rich's group finally boarded their flight to Madrid. The short trip had little impact on them. However, for the sake of success, they chose to rest at a hotel for a day. The following morning, Shaquille was summoned by Rich for grooming. Under the stylist's hands, he appeared a decade older, exuding maturity and poise, with a luxury watch gifted by Inzaghi adorning his wrist, accentuating his status as a financial elite. To seize a favorable moment for a chance encounter, several individuals were already monitoring Tina Sans. As a few approached the gym's entrance, one of them reported, "Things don't look good. We've spotted several shady characters. It seems they too wish to capitalize on her." Shaquille glared at them. Greco, the one speaking, quickly raised his hands. "That's not what I meant. And you're a wealthy heir, it's different." However, these rascals clearly aimed to ride her coattails to fame. "What should we do?" Shaquille inquired, turning to face him. "No worries, let us deal with the competition first," Rich replied fiercely. "After all this preparation, we cannot let others steal our thunder." During his time in Italy, he heard about a wealthy individual who also aspired to tread the same path, as his television production company sought to align with the Fininvest Group. The competition to gain favor in front of the emperor was indeed fierce. Richie's experienced subordinates collided with their rival, and after a brief struggle, they swiftly maneuvered him into an alley. Bystanders in Madrid turned away, feigning ignorance, thereby facilitating their operation. The only slight complication arose when, after dealing with the competitor, Tina exited the gym, and Shaquille missed the chance to encounter her by chance, forcing him to return to the hotel. Later that evening, Greco brought forth new information. The Sands family was hosting a dinner, arranged at the Santerra restaurant in Madrid, a Michelin-starred establishment reflecting the rustic charm of La Mancha. Opting for a public venue rather than a private residence likely indicated their desire to project familial unity amidst the swirling currents of public opinion. Richie suggested, "Why don't you use the restroom at the restaurant to send her a message to come out? It will add an element of excitement." From our previous conversations, it seems she has a penchant for unpredictability and would appreciate this approach. Shaquille reluctantly nodded. Even the opulence of the restaurant's restroom would not mask the unpleasant sense. Yet he bore it for the sake of returning to Milan. Richie had rented a van, stationed at the restaurant's entrance, monitoring the surveillance through his laptop as the operations commander. While Shaquille awaited in the restroom, another individual entered the restaurant, feigning to be a patron, while the remaining three observed for any new competitors. Communicating through miniature earpieces, Shaquille maintained dialogue with Richie. "Damn it, someone else in the stall," he cursed. "Relax, buddy. You wouldn't want this operation to fail, would you? Just imagine it as the scent of blue cheese. It will be more bearable," Richie replied. Shaquille nearly retched at the thought. At that moment, another person entered the restroom, prompting Shaquille to quickly silence himself. The newcomer's furtive demeanor raised Shaquille's suspicions. Before he could speak, the individual approached him, casually inquiring, "Hey, are you also interested in the Sands woman?" Shaquille shook his head. The stranger, unfazed, leaned closer and remarked, "No worries. Many are looking to benefit from her lately, but I doubt we have any competition." Shaquille regarded him with curiosity as the stranger produced a photograph, pointing to a Korean adopted daughter, stating, "I'm planning to be her boyfriend." Upon seeing the large face in the photo, Shaquille couldn't help but give a thumbs up, saying, "If all goes well, you can call me uncle." The tale unfolds in the shadowy glory of the Milan dynasty. As the Chinese Super League has concluded for some time, the eldest son has secured yet another championship in the S-League. This 28-year-old veteran, who has delayed retirement, continues to deliver exceptional performances, earning him the moniker of the esports Kevin Huang among numerous fans. George and the eldest son have also wrapped up their respective events and are preparing to return to Italy while shopping for gifts at SKP, a mall under the Huayan Group, formerly known as Starlight New World. Upon observing George's fascination with the most extravagant watches, the eldest scion could not suppress his envy, remarking, "After so many years in my profession, and having even ventured on adventures with Uncle Kevin, your earnings are nearly rivaling mine. Foreigners truly enjoy a privileged status in China." George retorted dismissively, "I have acquired citizenship and can now purchase property. You are the true foreigner. I am a spiritual Chinese." The eldest son countered, "Even my romantic endeavors serve to bring glory to my country." George conceded, "Indeed, that matter holds some truth. Once again, we have triumphed in a different arena. Then why not pursue the woman your grandson fancies?" The eldest son inquired, "Is this your way of selecting a gift for your father?" "Indeed. But how can I present it to him when you are not accompanying me back to Milan?" I intend to procure a gift for Uncle Kevin. As for him, I have resolved to visit the merchandise market near the Dazhong Temple subway station. I hear they offer replicas of such high quality that they rival the originals." George replied with a smile. The eldest son mused, "Damn it, I can't shake the feeling that this fellow is Uncle Kevin's illegitimate child." If it weren't for George's complete lack of mixed-race features, he might question whether Kevin had an affair with his mother. However, chronologically, that doesn't quite add up. George was born while Uncle Kevin was still playing football in Milan. Yet, this situation is somewhat comprehensible. After all, he also plans to gift Marco Paolo some exquisite Tianpu craftsmanship. George has already claimed that the craftsmanship surpasses that of the authentic pieces. So what is there to quibble about? Were it not for his father's opposition to his gaming, which left no visual record, he would have loved to showcase it during the Christmas family dinner, thumping the table and declaring, 30 years west of the river, 30 years east of the river. Do not belittle the youth in poverty. However, such aspirations remain mere fantasies. After all, he lacks the audacity of that young rascal George, who is prepared to forego returning home for the holidays. Although the thrill of bravado is exhilarating as an Italian, he still feels a twinge of trepidation in the presence of his father, fearing the potential sting of his father's rebuke. As he departed with his paper bag, the eldest son marveled. Spending several million euros feels strangely insubstantial. "This is indeed a haven for the affluent," George remarked. "The fare we typically consume pales in comparison. We are still not wealthy enough." Both of them usually frequented the supermarkets near their school. where the exorbitant prices of lychees at over 1,000 yuan per gene and strawberries at 1,999 yuan per gene starkly contrasted with their everyday expenses. Some assert that spending at SKP denotes being middle class. George believes they may have misconstrued the concept of middle class in China. If those Europeans were to witness the consumption levels of the middle class in the capital, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of inferiority. Even the German middle class would hesitate to indulge in lychees priced at €7 apiece. Subsequently, the two purchased exquisite handcrafted watches from the Xiaoshui Jingong high-end brand for their respective fathers before returning home to pack their belongings. As the two most favored foreigners, they could not simply make their way to the airport. Fortunately, they had both learned a basic disguise technique from Huang Kaiwen at the Milan Humanities and Arts High School. Francesco Gattuso observed the two groups of girls confronting each other on the playground. The conflict arose from the affection two young women harbored for the same gentleman. Following Uncle Kevin's instructions to the police, prohibiting him from searching for targets on the streets, Francisco was compelled to redirect his focus within the confines of the school. Instances of bullying are not uncommon in Italy. It seems that young individuals often gravitate towards such behaviors, a dilemma prevalent across the globe. After an extensive period of work, he was somewhat astonished to discover that such occurrences were even more frequent among girls. Fortunately, the two groups today were nearly equal in number, prompting Francisco to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Unexpectedly, both sides soon brandished weapons, and Francisco hurriedly intervened to prevent escalation. The world was becoming increasingly perplexing to him. Milan's renowned football star, Robin van Persie's son, Shaquille Van Persie, is set to join AC Milan during the winter break. We are delighted to witness this development and hope he can emulate the prowess of his father. Huang Kaiwen turned off the television with the remote and stated, "I am stepping out for a while and will return later." Neo was already waiting in the car to escort Huang Kaiwen to the Milan Cathedral. The famed nightclub, Terrazza Aperol, is situated right behind the cathedral. However, it was not open to the public today. Ramos was already seated in the nightclub, and upon seeing Huang Kaiwen enter, he immediately rose and exclaimed, "Kevin, you have finally arrived. Is Francisco all right?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "He's fine. Young people recover quickly," Ramos replied. Seeing them brandish weapons and still daring to mediate, they will learn a lesson next time. Middle school students can be quite irrational. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. They resort to knives at the slightest disagreement. High school students are not nearly as reckless. Many who enjoyed brawling in middle school transform entirely by high school. "I am somewhat concerned about the safety of the children at school," Ramos admitted, now a father himself and increasingly invested in such matters. "Rest assured, the teachers and principal will be attentive to these issues," Huang Kaiwen reassured him, patting his shoulder. The elder son, George, Francisco, and the other young gentlemen gradually arrived. Huang Kaiwen cheerfully invited them to sit and asked, "Do you know why I called you here?" The young men all shook their heads. Huang Kaiwen glanced at Ramos, who poured drinks for everyone. An anxious Shaquille spoke up, "Uncle Kevin, I am sorry." "What is it?" Huang Kaiwen asked with a smile. Shaquille continued, "You once told me to be an honest person, but I have not lived up to that." Huang Kaiwen waved his hand dismissively. "That is of little consequence. Selective honesty is a sign of maturity. You are all adults now, and I wish to discuss with you because you represent the future of Milan and even Italy." The third son, Ma, was the most excited, never expecting to receive Uncle Kevin's acknowledgement. Huang Kaiwen raised his glass in a toast with the young men, then set it down and pointed above, saying, "If a Sicilian were to see me, the music playing would be in Minan dialect. Do you know why? Because in the past, Chinese gangster films always featured nightclubs like this. They seek common ground with me through Chinese cinema. When you attain a certain level of excellence, the world will align with you." The eldest son and George elucidate the nuances of the Minan dialect to others. "Uncle Kevin, are you implying that they acted incorrectly?" George inquired. Huang Kaiwen lowered his gaze, handing 2 checks to the second son and Shaquille, stating, "This money should be spent on women. Look at that rogue Filippo. He conducts himself with dignity. Do not allow this matter to tarnish your reputation. Regardless of intention, when together, one must be earnest. Parting should not leave room for disparagement. For you, money is the least valuable commodity. Such matters lack decorum," Ramos remarked with a smirk. Shaquille, somewhat reluctant, retorted, "What do you propose we do?" Ramos shrugged and replied, "The Sands family possesses their own enterprises. Seek evidence of their tax evasion. If none exists, create it. and let the Spanish tax authorities take them down. Then find the gypsies to care for them. Once they pass, you can be with their widows. And no one could object. You might even attend their funerals and spend their money. The Ma brothers, Shaquille, George, they say this Uncle Sergio lacks intellect. Yet he proved to be quite cunning. The youth finally grasped the meaning of not judging by appearances. Huang Kaiwen silently commended his good friend for the growth over the years. Sergio was not mistaken. Huang Kaiwen smiled and said, their fates were already sealed. Some matters will be attended to by others without your intervention. Strive to avoid engaging in such chaotic affairs. My reputation remains impeccable precisely because I refrain from such actions. Whether I partake in them or not, the outcome would remain unchanged. At that moment, Neo approached Huang Kaiwen, whispering, Cardinal Scalia has arrived. Allow him to enter. Huang Kaiwen responded. This location was chosen for its proximity to the Milan Cathedral. Cardinal Angelo Scalia of the Milan Archdiocese entered in casual attire, encountering several unexpected faces, and promptly greeted Huang Kaiwen. Good evening, Kevin. Huang Kaiwen embraced Scalia and invited him to sit, saying, Your Eminence, I always believed you would become the successor. As in the past century, 2 popes emerged from both the Venice and Milan dioceses, and you have served in both. I never anticipated it would be in Argentine. I suppose it is the will of God, as long as one asks in faith, without doubt, for the doubter is like a wave of the sea, driven and tossed by the wind. Such a person should not expect to receive anything from the Lord, Cardinal Scalia remarked. Huang Kaiwen added, the Book of Ecclesiastes also states, one may be overpowered, but 2 can withstand him. A threefold cord is not easily broken. Now, all of Italy stands with you. Is it not more than just 3 forces? Hearing this, Scalia gazed at Huang Kaiwen with uncertainty. Huang Kaiwen nodded. The Pope is commendable. His demeanor is quite agreeable. However, it has been reported that the health of the Pope has consistently been a matter of concern. I believe that your qualifications would seamlessly allow you to succeed him, especially since you were the most favored candidate upon the passing of Pope Benedict. Many have adhered to your guidance, Angelo Scola exclaimed enthusiastically. Although the authority of the Pope today pales in comparison to that of the medieval era, at his level, it is honor that one truly seeks. Once Scola departed, a group of young individuals engaged in spirited discussions, marveling at the prospect of witnessing such a monumental event. Particularly, George's eyes sparkled with excitement, for his father is indeed remarkable, capable of determining who stands in St. Peter's Square. Uncle Kaiwen must be nudging him, enlightening him about his true source of support. I suspect Uncle Kaiwen is subtly encouraging him to express opinions on certain matters. What do you know? This is akin to the ancient Chinese art of mastering subordinates. Have you heard of the concept of relinquishing military power over a cup of wine? Huang Kaiwen struggled to suppress a laugh. These fellows are becoming increasingly absurd. It is no wonder that the interpretations of movie fans often surpass those of the directors themselves. They fear nothing but imaginative speculation. It is merely that he heard of the Pope's health issues and felt it would be better to have someone from within ascend to the position. It is astonishing how much these young individuals can conjure up. If they were to write a book about the illustrious King Huang, one could only imagine the 10 different interpretations of him merely enjoying an ice cream. Come on, lads, let us have a little Milanese civil war. Huang Kaiwen beckoned with a smile. Although the eldest son is an esports player, he has been diligently working on his fitness. The other young men, all athletes, became even more exhilarated upon hearing this. As they stepped outside, they were met with the sight of roadblocks at the intersection, alongside parked bicycles. The young men were instantly invigorated. They were determined not to be outdone by their peers. Particularly George, who frequently cycles to school, yearned to impress his father. However, before they could fully grasp the situation, Huang Kaiwen shouted go, and hoisted his bicycle, sprinting ahead. The young men were momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed suit, lifting their bicycles and running. They had anticipated a cycling race, only to find it was a race of riders. The physically adept individuals quickly established their standings. The strongest, Huang Kaiwen, surged ahead, followed by the ever-dedicated Ramos in second place. The robust George, inheriting strength from Terry, claimed third. Francesco Gattuso secured fourth place. Shaquille, having surpassed his father in physical prowess due to rigorous training, came in fifth. Despite being the highest ranked among the Ma family, Ma Lausen felt a sting of humiliation with this ranking. After all, he is hailed as the most promising star by the domestic media in Italy, yet at this moment, he found himself trailing behind both George and Shaquille, not to mention Gattuso, only slightly ahead of his two brothers who hardly qualify as athletes. On the other hand, Mahler took it in stride, as his years of training had indeed borne fruit. Had it not been for his recent considerable physical exertion, perhaps he would have ranked even higher. The eldest son, after running for a while, found himself lagging behind and decided to abandon his bicycle, opting instead to leisurely ride along, for he had never been particularly concerned about finishing last. Physical endurance had never been his forte. Why should he exhaust himself unnecessarily? Sergio, your stamina is quite impressive, remarked Huang Kaiwen, who was running ahead with a smile. Ramos chuckled in response. I'm not old yet. If it weren't for the young ones getting involved, I would have returned to Spain to have a chat with Fernando Sanz. Huang Kaiwen replied. Good thing you didn't go. Otherwise, we might have had to defend you on the grounds of a mental health issue. After shaking off George, Huang Kaiwen promptly led Ramos into a cafe, calling out to the owner, prepare some snacks and electrolyte drinks. Had it been anyone else ordering drinks here, they would likely have been chastised. Yet, the owner cheerfully obliged. Ramos inquired, Isn't this a bit unfair to the younger ones? How is it unfair? Huang Kaiwen countered. We only mentioned the starting and finishing points. We never said they couldn't eat or ride. In a rule-less competition, one must think more critically. Ramos pondered this and realized it was indeed the case. Quite brilliant. It was no wonder he was Kaiwen. Ramos thought that after dinner. They might as well find a vehicle, toss the bicycles in the trunk, and drive to the finish line. It was the responsibility of the elders to help the younger ones learn about the world. Soon, the owner brought out a variety of snacks. Though the cafe primarily served desserts, he had prepared fried rice balls. This Italian delicacy, referred to as arancini, was filled with meat, seafood, peas, mushrooms, and cheese, resembling the texture of pastries. There were also various fried treats. The owner wiped his hands on his apron, saying, I didn't know you'd be coming, Kevin, otherwise I would have prepared more fresh ingredients. This is what was left over from lunch with my staff. Not to worry, it's delicious, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. How is your mother, Anthony? Very well, thank you. The owner beamed. The specialist you referred is remarkable. She has recovered splendidly after the surgery. She has been wanting to invite you over for dinner. My mother's stewed fish and pilaf are exquisite. You know she is a Serbian immigrant. All right. Please convey to Mrs. Ivana that I will come to visit after the next home match, Huang Kaiwen responded. The owner immediately pulled out his phone to share the good news with his mother. Ramos set down his Red Bull and remarked, Kevin, your memory is truly astonishing. I suspect you know everyone in town. Respect them, and they will naturally respect me in return, Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. As long as I can remember their names, they would willingly spend half a month's salary on your jerseys and memorabilia. Is there anyone more endearing than a fan? Ramos shrugged. Admitting he could not achieve such a feat, what was even more remarkable was Huang Kaiwen's unwavering kindness towards fans over the years, and his even greater generosity towards those who had aided him. Having such a friend was the greatest fortune. Without knowing Huang Kaiwen, Ramos believed he could never have surpassed Cristiano Ronaldo in wealth, nor could his family dynamics have been so harmonious. His family constantly seeks to assist him with financial management, and were it not for Huang Kaiwen's persuasion, he would have succumbed long ago. Though reluctant to admit it, Ramos is acutely aware that entrusting his money to his brother René would lead to his financial ruin in less than 2 years. René, that fellow, has been consistently incurring losses even on investments amounting to millions. One can only imagine the disastrous consequences of handing him billions. After the two had their fill, they rested for a while, sipping coffee to aid digestion before hailing a vehicle to take them directly to their destination. Upon arrival, the group of young men was left dumbfounded. Francisco could not restrain himself from questioning their mentor. How could this happen? Ramos shot him a glare and retorted, Did I not expressly forbid driving? You must use your intellect. Have your boxing practices dulled your wits? Francisco pouted, feeling aggrieved, yet struggled to find a counter-argument. As the eldest son approached on his bicycle, Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile, Look at Chris, he is quite astute. There was no prohibition on riding. Why did you not ride? As enforcers of the rules, you should identify and exploit any loopholes, but always remember not to undermine the regulations. George nodded vigorously. He had never been one to adhere to rigid conventions. Just days prior, during a match between the national team and South Korea, he witnessed fans shamelessly welcoming the Korean squad. Even more infuriating was the fact that Sun's son provoked the fans with taunts not once, but twice. And these individuals felt no shame in acknowledging their ancestry. Now, with new thoughts swirling in his mind, George immediately contacted a familiar player from Chelsea upon returning home. After several calls, he reached Gary Neville. Once the call connected, George exclaimed, "You have always been one of my favorite players. Even in retirement. You're what has kept me an ardent admirer. You are more likable than your father." Gary Neville responded from the other end, "That is something you clearly do not understand. Speak up, lad, what is on your mind?" Gary Neville inquired. George replied, "That Korean player from Tottenham, who has received 3 red cards in a year for malicious fouls, manages to evade suspension by shedding tears. Is this not rather unjust?" Gary Neville, somewhat taken aback, asked, "You don't know him, do you? Is it that your father does not favor him? What on earth has that scoundrel John sent you to say?" George paused for a moment, nodding in gratitude. "Yes, it is indeed my father John's sentiment. Even if Uncle Kevin plays in the Premier League, he should not receive any privileges. We must not indulge that Korean player. I also hope you can relay to Mr. Kaká that when that individual commits another foul, he must exert sufficient pressure on the FA to impose a long-term ban." George smiled, confident that John Terry would be willing to take the heat for him. If the situation were to be exposed, it would merely result in a dog-eat-dog scenario between the Korean and the English, a strategy of turning the tiger against the wolf. In a supplementary narrative, Christmas at Huang Kaiwen's home is always a spectacle of joy. With Ma Paolo's parents having passed and their child unwilling to return home, they have opted to celebrate the holiday at Huang Kaiwen's abode. Alongside Kaká, Ramos, and the Inzaghi family, every meal preparation requires an entire day of bustling activity. There are only 10 adults, yet nearly 30 children. "George, there's no need for you to come over and assist," Kaká said with a smile, waving his hand. "Go play games with your brothers. Chris, everyone has gone to help, and here you are, nearly 30 years old, still squatting in front of the computer. Do you wish to spend your entire life in this manner?" Ma Paul scolded. The eldest son glanced at Ma Paul on the sofa and responded, "Aren't you also absent from the kitchen?" Ma Paul widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Damn it, these children are all useless. It seems only the third one is somewhat obedient. Regardless of their personalities, as long as one can inherit the number 3 jersey, that suffices." Ma Paul had long ceased to expect these rascals to become obedient and filial sons. "Why must Ricardo and I help in the kitchen?" Inzaghi complained. "If you could manage to attract as many girlfriends as Uncle Kevin, you wouldn't have to step foot in the kitchen," Maya remarked. "Uncle Filippo, despite having so many ex-girlfriends, you couldn't even manage to handle 2 at the same time." Angela Robuz immediately turned to Inzaghi, who awkwardly chuckled, "I never had such intentions." Eduardo sighed and shook his head at this scene. If they were to raise a dog at home, his father's family status might continue to decline. "It's all your fault for leading Danny astray." Ma Paul glared at Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen shrugged and continued playing football with the children. It was still Pro Evolution Soccer 8 from over a decade ago. The subsequent football games were hardly entertaining. "Uncle Kevin, why do you always use the Brazilian team?" Masen protested. "The 2 forwards from Brazil are utterly ridiculous." "Yes, Uncle Kevin should use the Chinese team," Paul Red added. Huang Kaiwen laughed, saying, "I am universally recognized as the player who best represents Samba football. As for you, young man, you haven't even made it onto the Italian national team. How can you dare to use them?" "But we are playing a national team match," Ma-san replied helplessly. "Sigh. At 18 and still without a debut for the national team. Fine, I'll allow you to temporarily use the Chinese team." Huang Kaiwen raised his eyebrows. Ma-san flung the controller to the ground, pretending to be dead, declaring, "I'm not playing anymore." George's eyes sparkled at the sight. Winning a game with just a few words, he truly is his father's son. The eldest son set aside the computer and said, "Come on, Uncle Kevin. Let us have a match with our clubs." Huang Kaiwen immediately locked in AC Milan. Seeing this, the eldest son chose Inter Milan. "You, a grandson of the legendary Milan captain, with a father who is also a Milan captain, dare to use Inter?" Huang Kaiwen mocked. The eldest son quickly switched to Real Madrid. In Pro Evolution Soccer 8, there are only a handful of powerful clubs. Before Huang Kaiwen could respond, the second son scoffed. "Real Madrid is just a bunch of trash, our enemies, and you still use them." Indeed, after losing 2 matches by 25 goals, if I were a Real Madrid player, I would have committed suicide long ago, Masen added. The eldest son helplessly changed to Manchester United. Although Cristiano Ronaldo is at Manchester United in Pro Evolution Soccer 8, the game version of him pales in comparison to reality. So you are a fan of Ten Hag, using Manchester United to express your support? However, at your current level, Even Manchester United would not desire you, Huang Kaiwen jested. The young master rolled his eyes and tossed aside the controller. In the kitchen, Inzaghi burst into laughter, finding it far more amusing to tease the younger generation than he had anticipated. Of course, it was only Huang Kaiwen or Ramos. These youngsters possessed no sense of morality. When they could not win an argument, they resorted to physicality. Filippo Inzaghi the first merely found himself on the receiving end of a roughhousing because he deemed it beneath him to engage with the youth. Ramos had no choice but to step in, challenging Huang Kaiwen to a match reminiscent of Brazil versus Italy. The in-game Kaká was not as formidable as his real-life counterpart. However, Brazil's Ronaldo and Adriano were overwhelmingly powerful. The game heavily favored physicality, and both of them boasted top-tier physiques. Although Italy was also strong, Ramos's skills fell short, leading to a one-sided massacre. Upon his defeat, the children immediately clamored for a change. The previously discarded controller was swiftly reclaimed by Ma Lausan, who eagerly locked in Brazil. After watching for a while, Ma Paulo purposely remarked, "If you have the ability, use the Chinese team. Kevin, do not bully the young ones." To everyone's surprise, Huang Kaiwen indeed selected the Chinese team. If the young master posed any threat, it was due to the fact that the fellow had considerable gaming talent. Ma Lausan easily dominated the match. While lacking physical advantages, Huang Kaiwen adeptly utilized set pieces, quickly netting a goal from a tactical free kick. Within 2 minutes, he scored again from a direct free kick. His physical disadvantages turned into his secret weapon. The Pro Evolution Soccer 8 referee was reluctant to call fouls during confrontations. Yet Huang Kaiwen excelled in shielding the ball, earning multiple free kicks in the attacking third. Before halftime, he had garnered 6 free kicks, scoring 3 goals, prompting Ma Lausan to quit the game. "Young man, being named Kevin does not guarantee victory," Ramos remarked from the sidelines. Shaquille began to sing. "There's only one Kevin in the world." Lily turned to observe the lively hall, commenting, "No wonder Italians prefer family gatherings. Having more children is better." The young lady chuckled. Adriana retorted, "If Danny brings home a girlfriend close to my age, I will chop off his head. After all, he doesn't need to think." Laughter ensued in the kitchen. However, Kaká soon became concerned. What if Paulo was led astray by Daniel? Upon returning home, he resolved to advise Paulo to spend less time with Ma Lausan. The old steward directed the chef to prepare some roasted meat outside, as feeding dozens of mouths was no easy task. Thankfully, the living room was spacious enough. Otherwise, the tables would not fit. The adults gathered at one table while the children occupied 3. It felt a bit cramped. Ramos nudged Inzaghi, saying, "You should join the children's table." "I'll go," Kaká replied, as he too wished to sit with the youngsters. As the dishes were fully served, dozens of eyes turned to Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen lifted his glass and remarked, "Christmas is a day to celebrate the birth of Jesus. However, we all know that no matter how devout one may be, divine intervention remains elusive. Success must be earned through one's own efforts. I will not define what success truly is. Do not concern yourselves with the opinions of others. As long as you find joy within yourself, that is the essence of a fulfilling life. Buon Natale. Buon Natale." The most prominent topic at the dining table was the girlfriends of the children. After all, Shaquille and Ma Lausan had indeed encroached upon the sanctity of the Sanksi family. The Milan Sports Gazette cautioned Agnelli to tread carefully if he wished to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule. Otherwise, Kevin Martini might take drastic measures against his wife. Inzaghi burst into laughter after sharing this. The Ma Paulo couple widened their eyes in disbelief, seemingly wishing to devour him whole. The eldest remains unmarried, while the second lives off his partner. Their hopes for grandchildren now rest solely on the third. Should the third follow in the footsteps of his elder brother, the Ma family may find themselves at an impasse, with the number 3 jersey unlikely to see the next generation. Angela quickly nudged Inzaghi with her elbow. This fellow relished watching others in distress, yet he should be wary of being on the receiving end of Paolo Martini's wrath. The fewer children in the household, the more they would suffer. "How is business lately, Chiara?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Not too bad. We have many collaborations with Italian brands. Sergio has taken good care of things at home, though the kindergarten teacher keeps calling to complain about the children fighting with their classmates," Chiara Ferragni lamented. "Bullying classmates is certainly not commendable," Inzaghi interjected as he set down his glass. Ramos quickly clarified, "It's not bullying. It was provoked by the other party." Maxim and Eduardo merely retaliated. "Precisely," Inzaghi replied fiercely. It was unexpected to find his son involved in this discussion. Paolo Martini chuckled. Children often enjoy roughhousing when they are young. However, fighting is ultimately undesirable. They should learn self-control, otherwise it can become quite troublesome if they resort to violence at every opportunity. Your temperament was hardly exemplary when you played. By then, you were already an adult, Inzaghi retorted. At least I was never chased down by Gennaro. Some people instigate trouble, yet fail to prevail, Martini countered. The children were all attentively observing the situation at this table. Inzaghi, naturally unwilling to back down, defiantly stated, "That was merely me showing him respect. He is inherently unattractive and lacks skill in football. If he cannot even hold his ground in a fight, I fear for his self-esteem should he contemplate the end of his unremarkable existence." At another table, a group of adolescents gathered. George remarked, "Uncle Filippo has an exceptionally thick skin. Indeed, he is quite shameless," the second son added, "but he is generous. Both Kevin and I received our cars from him. Uncle Filippo seems to be quite wealthy. It is said he owes Uncle Kevin billions of euros and has yet to repay," Paolo remarked. Another Paolo nodded in agreement, having seen the family's promissory notes. "Eduardo is in for a rough ride. That lad will have a significant debt to settle in the future," the eldest son chuckled. "If this continues, he won't even be able to repay it if he moves to Japan," he added with a smirk. George, with a hint of irritation, delivered a punch and admonished, "That child is still young. Refrain from speaking nonsense. You are but a child yourself." The eldest son rolled his eyes in response. Meanwhile, Eduardo, seated among his companions, began to count on his fingers, pondering his recent favorite treat, ice cream priced at €8 each. With billions at stake, he mused that if he were to pursue a career in selling ice cream upon reaching adulthood, he would need to sell an immense quantity to repay Uncle Kevin. He even harbored doubts about whether his father's substantial debts might impede Uncle Kevin's noble quest for global peace. The notion of not repaying the debt had yet to cross young Eduardo's mind. Perplexed and unable to calculate, Eduardo approached Kaká and whispered, "If one ice cream costs €8 and I sell 100 in a day, could I possibly accumulate billions before I enter elementary school?" Kaká, wrapping his arm around Eduardo's small shoulders, began to mentally compute, taking a considerable amount of time before responding. "If it's 20 billion euros, it would likely take several thousand years, certainly not less than 10,000. Eduardo was left dumbfounded. Moments later, he collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Even his future grandchildren would be unable to settle Uncle Kevin's debts. On the way home, Angela, upon hearing the reason for her son's tears, felt a mixture of amusement and sympathy. She reassured him, "That was merely a jest from your Uncle Kevin. He won't demand anything from you." Observing his wife's expression, Inzaghi could only offer words of comfort, saying, "It's all right. Next time, I could wager 50 billion with your Uncle Kevin and win it all back."